everything in between. Order whatever you fancy. Deliveroo, here to deliver.
gotKushTV. After a stellar 2019, your #1 Black conscious media platform is getting ready to go into overdrive for 2020. As we promised, last year we launched The Inside. We premiered the pilot for the Black Group Economic Show. We dropped 2 new seasons of Wordsmith, the #1 platform for artists with a message in the music. We've seen you out on the road, the Black Carpet Awards, the Reparations March, the Legacy Center of Excellence, and more. We brought you Dr. Mumbi, the legendary Bob Andy, Queen Diambi, Kemi Seba, Esther Stanford Hossein, Leo Mohammed, Brother Leader Badlaka, and more. And now, 2020 is set to see gotKushTV taking it to the next level. First up, look out for the official launch of the gotKushTV website, your official portal for all things GKTV, including new shows, news, views, and reviews, soon to be serving you with advertising opportunities and the launch of the GKTV African market. gotKushTV.com will also be a global hub for all things Black, conscious, and empowering from all over the Black world. Black achievers, Black excellence, education, health, positive Black imagery, entrepreneurs, Black brands, and charity work. All this and more can be found here at gotKushTV.com. Then there's the new shows. Decipher, the dynamic discussion and debate show. Health is Wealth, practical tips for living in wellness. Kush Communiversity, home of Black Warrior Scholarship. And UK Fire Entertainment, bringing you a slew of music videos for your listening and viewing pleasure. Look out for more of The Insight, Wordsmith, and the full 3rd season of the Black Group Economic Show, all coming your way soon. As always, the GKTV film team is available for hire to cover your events and all filming needs. Visit us at gotKushTV.com for hire inquiries and more information. Stand by all Black businesses through our website, social media, and show content. We have monumental advertising, sponsorship, and network opportunities catering especially for you. gotKushTV is about to take off. To join us for the ride, there's 4 things you can do. 1, subscribe to our channel. Hit that bell to make sure you don't miss a release. Join us on all social media and hit up gotKushTV.com to subscribe to our mailing list for exclusive opportunities in the near future. 2, like. Let us know you're feeling our content by hitting that ever so important button of approval. 3, comment. We want to hear your feedback on everything we're putting out, so make sure your presence is felt in the comment section. 4, share. Spread the word by hitting that share button and exposing your circle to the magnificence that is gotKushTV. We look forward to building with you throughout 2020 and servicing you with high quality Black media production. gotKushTV. Beyond discussion, beyond debate, we put the power in Black media. Why are Black people 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19? Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through natural means? Are we really in the midst of a pandemic? All this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For this exclusive live web event, gotKushTV have brought together an illustrious lineup of holistic health practitioners, including Stephen Sali of the Mariandina Foundation, Ikong of Eat to Live, Not to Die, Kensu Imhotep of the Naturally Holistic Wellness Group, and Leah Salmon, the Naturally You Coach, taking place Sunday, the 25th of June, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. GMT, broadcast live on gotKushTV. Tickets are half price until the 15th of June. Get your tickets now from gotKushTV.com. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. This is an event not to be missed.
This is Decipher, and these are our lovely panelists. African versus Caribbean versus British.
I'll say from the African, is that no, you're not. everyone's Africanness comes innately. I went to Jamaica earlier this year, and I know I'm not Jamaican. They don't look at me as Jamaican.
I don't like people just wearing a dashiki and wearing stuff and just saying, yeah, I'm African now. That's very fake to me.
You protect people, want to claim Africa, like it's some superior, something.
This being a semicircle, and you, the audience, completing the circle.
Africa called Kush, Timbuktu, where every race came to get books.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, and I support 100% GKTV. That's right, gotKushTV. For the latest conscious information, trending news, and information that you can use, make sure you check out gotKushTV. GKTV, they got that information you need.
10-9.
And you don't know 10-9 Warrior, this is Shakara in the midst of Brixton, surrounded by the Emancipation Day Reparations March. And I am with the brother, the man himself, Brother Ankh Aku. Greetings, Brother Ankh Aku.
10-9 Warrior, good to be here.
Yes, indeed. And as you can tell, you know what I mean, he's got a bit of a Yankee accent going on, you get me? So it's man from the United States of America, Kings and Queens. How was it your first time in London, King?
It's beautiful, and if you want me to, I could try a little British accent.
It's all right, King. Don't worry with it. Don't hurt yourself, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
all right, King.
Okay,
so
right.
for those who may not know Kings and Queens, yeah, Brother Ankh Aku is one of the man them behind gotKushTV, behind the scenes, you know, contributing to the masterful marketing plan that gotKushTV has. So we're going to talk to Brother Ankh Aku about marketing and what he does in terms of marketing. So Brother Ankh Aku, what's your marketing speciality?
So I'm a trained guerrilla marketing specialist. Guerrilla marketing is probably the top marketing system for small businesses. As you know, most black-owned businesses are small businesses and often like solopreneurs.
Right.
So when I started this journey, I was looking for the most effective marketing system for our business, because what I had in common with the guerrilla marketing brand was that we both agreed that business was warfare.
Right.
And it has been the most egregious type of warfare against our community.
Certainly.
So we're one of the rare communities where we have to market better than other people just to get our own people to support us.
Indeed.
So so I built a whole a system and a model that took into account the special dynamics of the rape and pillaging of our community that is happening. And I said that how do we create a marketing system that allows us to succeed even in the context where we're playing in a game where we're not designed to win.
Indeed.
Because it doesn't matter what the game is.
Yes.
We still got to win.
All right. Now see that you sound like you've kind of, you know, so plugged the hole, so to speak, especially in the Pan-African or the African centered or the Black Power community. You know, we don't have a very good reputation for good marketing. Yeah. A lot of people think that we don't know about marketing. So was that apparent when you started your business?
That's absolutely apparent. Actually, one of the things that that helped me to get there was the fact that I was in my community in South Florida, Miami, Florida in particular, and I would hang around a lot of artists, performers, activists, and they would always ask me what was I doing?
Yes.
And I wasn't really a performer, wasn't really, I'd help out wherever I could,
Right.
but I didn't have anything that I was doing. And so I looked around and I noticed that same phenomenon that you're talking about.
Okay.
That our great weakness in general as an African community, Pan-African community or African-centered community, and even as you could say black people in general, our great weakness is marketing. Marketing is in fact what I call black kryptonite.
Okay.
It's the one thing that makes us weak
Okay.
on two levels.
Right.
When we are faced with other people's marketing, typically we get weak. We give all our money
Right.
to other people.
Right.
And then when our business people
Yes.
have to market, usually the marketing again gets weak.
Right.
Something about it doesn't compel our people to support us.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And so we have to figure out what that is. And my
Okay.
work has been about decoding and figuring out what that is,
Yes.
and then creating a system, a process,
Yes.
because I understood it had to be a system.
So decode for us, bro. What is it? What's the missing link right there? Decode the thing.
So in the US, I do a show called Mastering Monetization.
Okay.
The reason why we call it that is because we identified that the game that we're playing, the economic system that we're in, is actually, talking about capitalism, is actually modeled after the Kemetic system.
Right.
On some level.
Right.
But it's
That's a very controversial statement in the African community.
So if I had an American dollar right now,
yes.
I would pull it out and you would notice on the back of the dollar some symbols from a certain place in a certain continent.
I understand what you mean.
And these people take their money seriously.
Okay.
They're not going to accidentally put Africa anywhere unless it means something very strategic, very critical to what it is that they're dealing with.
Okay, I understand.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'm saying to you in no uncertain terms that the basis of what they're doing is based on a principle that I call, that you would know, called alchemy.
Right.
Now, alchemy, right, is the science that they teach us of turning lead into gold.
Yes.
Okay. So what we're doing as producers, as business people,
Yes.
is we're taking materials
Yes.
and we're turning it into something of value
Right.
that gets exchanged for money.
Yes.
That's the fundamental principle.
Yes.
Literally, most of the things that we have in this culture are based on that principle to such a degree that we can't even recognize that it is us that we're buying into. I'll give you an example. Every cell phone on the planet needs Africa to exist.
Yes.
It needs the minerals. It needs a particular mineral that comes out of the Congo that allows it to actually function. So they're literally taking Africa, reorganizing Africa, giving it back to you and charging you an arm and a leg, and you happily cut that arm off, cut that leg off, and give it to them, and then walk around for the rest of your life with just one foot and one arm. And that's what's happened to our community.
Okay, all right. So how would you say we solve that or regrow the arm and the leg? You know what I mean?
So you asked a really brilliant question, my brother. They must pay you the big bucks for this one.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So the point of that point is that we have to understand a couple of things. One, how deep can I go, by the way? Can I
go deep? Go deep.
Okay.
This is GotKush, you know. We go deep.
Okay.
We go deep.
So the premise, I just told you that Western economics is really based on what was happening in Kemet in terms of the myth of the priest creating lead, turning lead into gold.
Right.
But there's a higher aspect to alchemy.
Right.
The higher aspect to alchemy is that the highest alchemy you can do is turn a human being into a divine being, into a God state of consciousness. That means to be a creator or a producer, but not just a producer as in making things, but as a producer of high value in the world. Right? This is what the culture of Kemet was really based on, because the goal in the culture was what they call becoming a Sar, one with the transcendent consciousness. Now that's kind of deep, kind of mythic. But the point is, when we take on that identification within ourselves, we become essentially alchemists that have the ability to reverse what happened to us. Because what happened to us was essentially, according to my good friend DJ Jordan, if he's watching, I'm going to shout him out here.
All right.
He's the president of ULU, Us Lifting Us, Cooperative Economics in Atlanta.
Okay.
And what he taught us was that what happened to us was de-alchemization. Alchemization, meaning that we were taken from the state of being gods, brought down to the state of being niggas.
Okay.
We were alchemy in reverse. So when something has happened in reverse, once you recognize that that's what happened, you got to just do that in reverse.
Okay.
So now the question is, how do we do that in this context? And my argument is that every business person has to understand that they're not just selling stuff, they're actually creating products of value. And the highest products of value that we can create are the products that return our people to their original divine state of greatness. That's the essence of every black business.
Yes.
That's what guerrilla marketing from an African-centered perspective is really about.
Okay.
And if we can return ourselves to our divine state and our divine power,
Yes.
then there is no power on earth that can stop who we are.
Well, Kings and Queens, you heard it here first. Guerrilla marketing, Kings and Queens. You know what? The people them watching this are going to want to know where they can get in touch with you now to hear more of this science that you're offering right now. So let us know.
I'm here to create and to actually invest in this community.
Okay.
So I do free monthly trainings online for marketing.
Okay.
So any type of business I go in depth into different areas, and we go into specifics, whatever type of marketing you're using, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So we do a high-end training every month, absolutely for free.
Okay.
That's just our investment that we're going to continue to make in the community, because we want our business people to be successful, regardless. So whether you come into a deeper relationship with me or not, I'm not even that concerned about that. You can determine that for yourself. But you can reach me at bettermarketingmastery.com. Better, that's the website. If you sign up there, you'll get access to the free trainings.
Okay.
You can also find me on Facebook.com/bettermarketingmastery. You can find me on, you can reach me by email, info@bettermarketingmastery. If you have a phone number in the US, or if you know how to call the US, it's 302-536-9642. And any one of those will get you there, and you'll get connected. And I'm also working on a new project that really relaunches the system, because I've done some tweaks, and because I constantly, it's a dynamic system. It's something I'm constantly working on, and it won't be where we need it to be until we win.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's a constant work in progress, and I'm doing a new edition of it, and I will be doing that. That's like a $500 training that I'm going to give away to the community for free. I'm going to show you how to develop your own marketing system using the processes that I'm kind of revealing here.
All right. You heard it here first, Kings and Queens. Business and marketing from an African center perspective. Don't let nobody ever tell you that business and marketing is a Eurocentric endeavor. We've heard it here. Indeed. The brother can show you. You want right now? You want to show?
I can just give you a quick quick. Okay, good.
All right, you know what? If you wanted to show you, check out the website. What's it? Bettermarketingmastery.com, Kings and Queens. You'd heard it here first. It's gotKushTV. My name is Shakara. It's brother Uncle Koo. And around there we say, Tendam Wari. Peace.
Hey, yo, it's Swiss.
My name is JJ Bowler.
This is Shakara. Hi, sister. My name is Empress Mani.
What's up? It's the world changer McKellamine. You're locked onto gotKush.
gotKush.
gotKush. gotKushTV, the conscious platform for all conscious people. Stay tuned.
There was empires in Africa called Kush, Timbuktu, where every race came to get books. My success to you, even if you wish me the opposite. Sooner or later, we'll all see who the prophet is.
Don't mess up.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the Black Group Economics Show. My name is Ari Ma'at. Some of you may know me as Diana Powell. Now, today, we have an all-day. It's going to be epic. We're going to have all these brands coming on, and we're going to showcase. We want to let everybody know about all these black businesses, about these black entrepreneurs in the UK and beyond. Now, today is a special day. Why? Because it's Black Pound Day. And today is about the celebration, it's about buying, it's about profiling black businesses. Okay? Now, also, this show is about you. The black businesses out there, those entrepreneurs, we want you to call in to brand, to show your brand, to let people know all the fantastic things that you're doing. So our host today will be Chakra, Stella B, Naya. So today we're going to relax. I have the live comment feeds here. I want to say greetings to Sister Headley. Welcome, sis. Who else is here? BLK London. Greetings. Nat the Lyricist. Greetings. Shakara. My brother, how are you?
On. You there, sis? Yeah. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me, yeah?
I'm here. I just say today, I'm just, you know what? looking forward to today, to be honest. Right?
Yeah,
So looking forward to today. I mean, I've got my water, I've got my grapes. It's going to be a long day, right?
most definitely. Yeah, you know, so all of us are gonna have to hold on upon the water very, very closely. You know what I'm saying? We give thanks. But yeah, man, bigging out everyone live and inside the building. It's gonna be magnificent today. You just heard from one of our experts, you know what I'm saying, Uncle Ku, who'll be here later on. You know what I'm saying? Sister Ari Ma'at is an expert in her own right. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be feasting off the world.
I try my best.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what, sis? Cause many people may not know who you are. Yeah, like, and I just feel like people need to get a vibe for Ari Ma'at and the levels that you're dealing with regards to this economic empowerment within our community. So let's get them a profile. Let them know who name Ari Ma'at.
Ari Ma'at. Most of you here would probably know me as Diana Powell. Basically, just to take you along my journey, I've been supporting entrepreneurs now for over 15 years. I've worked for many government agencies, predominantly Afro-Caribbean communities, and you know, Black businesses has always been passionate in terms of support. You know, we are so creative, we are so innovative. It's just there are times where we need more provisions. We need access to finance. We need that support. That's why I love what Brother Uncle had said about marketing. We just need those extra tools and provisions to help us to really, you know, just expand and do the things that we do well. So over the years, I've been working through a charity called the Global Institute for Entrepreneurship. What we actually focused on then was looking at entrepreneurship as a vehicle of social engagement. It came about at a time, what are we talking about now? I think about 7-8 years ago, even more perhaps, where we was going through a bit of a recession. People were anxious about work. And what we were saying, well, this is an ample opportunity for you now to set up an enterprise. So we worked with a lot of agencies, the charity worked with a lot of agencies to support, to establish, to set up not just business enterprises, but social enterprises and also charities, but charities to become more sustainable, not just rely on grant funding. So we organized many conferences. There was a discussion we hosted at the South Bank University question time, where we had, for example, a lot of innovators, you could say, that had something to say and could contribute to the development and give insight to the evolvement of Black economics over the years. Right. We've run a number of training sessions. I mean, we've supported thousands of entrepreneurs. And you know, I'm just honored to be a part of the gotKush team. It's another string to my bow. And the thing is, with gotKushTV, it's not just focused on the UK entrepreneurship. You know, we have Stella B and Naya that's also focusing on the African continent. And I will have a guest speaker, a guest from Ghana coming in soon, to speak about the fantastic work they're doing there. So right now, actually, I'm not even in the UK. At the present moment, I'm in another part of the world. I'm in actually the UAE. But my other string to my bow is education. So I'm an education manager. So I manage a provision here in the UAE. So those of you who have not seen me for a while, I've been in Saudi Arabia. I'm now in the UAE. But you know, I'm still working very closely with gotKushTV. And I have two sisters actually from Dubai and Abu Dhabi that will be coming in shortly, that we're talking about some of the entrepreneurs and their journeys as African diaspora within UAE and all the work that they're doing there. So that's about me. I'm just looking forward.
I just want to say a special shout out to all the Africans, you know, in Saudi earning that tax-free money. You don't know.
Of course, there's many here. There's many of us.
You get me? Yeah, man. It's very serious business right now. It's very serious business. You know what I'm saying? But yes, it's one thing though, because I know a lot of people would have heard of you, because a few years ago you were running this thing called Cash Flow Academy. Yes. Yeah, let people know about Cash Flow Academy.
Well, again, it was birthed out of the fact that it's one of the things that we always talk about is we don't have no money. Yes, and it's like we live from hand to mouth, and it was about how can we better utilize what we have. So the Cash Flow Academy was geared around a board game called Cash Flow. And basically, it allowed people to think about their assets, it made them think about their income and how to best utilize that. And even as entrepreneurs, one of the struggles we have as entrepreneurs is not necessarily just the business itself, it's the cash flow. Many of us are juggling so many things at the same time. So what we were saying in the Cash Flow Academy is like, okay, one of the things I think you need to focus on is your cash, whether it's money from a job and how you can best utilize that within your business, whether it's money in terms of how you best utilize assets. Right. And, we had some experts come in to talk about pension funds and pension pots, and because there are a lot of changes in regulations, for example, around how people can utilize their pension. So you don't just have to wait until you come to pension age to use your pension pot. People's been putting money into their pensions for like 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So it was a case where you could take a portion of that, invest that into another type of investment of your choice, or invest it into your business. So we were giving people the opportunity to see a way through so that you're not just reliant on your income and living hand to mouth. So, and it's interesting because that was a point in time where there was a lot of changes in the government. There was a lot of pullback in local authority services. There was a high redundancy. People were feeling stressed. People were feeling like, what can I do? So we were there to inform people that these are your choices. And I think that's some of the challenges we have in the Black community. We don't have enough information. And that's why I love gotKushTV, because we bring on board all these expertise, all these experts. So our audience, you can ask whatever you want to ask, yes, so that you can make those informed decisions. So it is about cash flow. And I think that time is coming around again, especially in the UK. We've got the Brexit, we've got Corona-19. So I hope that some of our guests will shed some light on Corona-19 and how, as entrepreneurs, we can maneuver through this. So we've had challenges, and I'm not going to say we're on our face, because we're not. Because one of the things that we do, we strive when we're being pushed to the limit, and this is our time. So that's why I'm very excited about today, because one thing I noticed was happening today. If you go online, if you go on social media, thousands of brands have come in, they're popping all over the place now, and it's fantastic. So today, audience, this is your time to support. And no, I should reverse that. It's not this is your time. This is an ongoing thing. Yes, this is not a moment. This is a movement. Yes, so we should be supporting Black entrepreneurs, supporting Black businesses, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in another country, doesn't matter. Support Black.
Most deaf family, it's gonna be levels, And by the way, it's interactive, yeah, because we're gonna be paying attention to the chat, as well. Do you know what I'm saying? So and we're gonna be sending out the link periodically as well, because we're inviting people to come on and profile their Black business. Yeah, let people know where you there, you know what I'm saying, or your brethren or your sister's Black business, let people know where we are, we want to also big up the man by the name of Swiss, Swiss from the legendary So Solid crew, because it was basically he put out the call for this initiative, and he will be joining us later, Kings and Queens. So if you want to see Swiss, are we putting out the times? Let me know. The voices in my head need to let me know if we're flinging out all the times live right about now. So just give me that vibe right there. But yeah, Swiss will be coming through later on. I was gonna say something else. It's good out my head, but that's what I was gonna say. So and we're gonna be bringing through a whole heap of different experts. But like I said, we're gonna be interactive as well. So we've got people that we're gonna be bringing to you, but we also want you to come to us and let us know. One of the things that Swiss said on his interview recently with ZZ Mills is that he's not saying we have to be realistic about where we are, and at the moment we are yet to develop the kind of Black business infrastructure that supplies all of our needs as a people. Do you know what I'm saying? And so having a day like this helps to highlight helps for us to highlight where are we in business, what services or products are we providing for our community, and what we are not providing for our community. And being a part of the process will give ideas to people.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe there's not a black brand making toilet paper, so now we need a black toilet paper. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I mean?
These entrepreneurs coming on board and who we're going to be speaking with, I mean, they're also going to be an inspiration, isn't it? Yeah, the inspiration for others that are out there that may have thought about starting up something or starting an enterprise, but for whatever reason, you know, there wasn't, you know, we have all different challenges in life. So we're just trying to say is, you know, listen to some of the entrepreneurs, because I'll be asking also some of the entrepreneurs about their journey, about, you know, what inspired them. You know, it's, yes, they had some of the challenges, but also I want to know about some of the successes, because again, there's going to be many people in the audience that want to hear. And sometimes you may have a hobby, but you've never really thought about turning that hobby into an enterprise. So those are kind of dialogues we also want to have today. You know, it's about, you know, each one teach one. It's about sharing as well. You know, we want to use this also as an educational platform as well.
Most def family. Sis, we're gonna let people know the itinerary is. So I'm gonna suggest that you draw it up. I'm gonna share the Black Pound Day website right about now, so people know Wagwan for it still. So yeah, because Swiss has put up a website for Black Pound Day, and there's a number of different things that you can this is going to be me like live exploration, because I haven't even delved deeply into this website myself. So you're getting live, you know what I'm saying, trial and error right now, Kings and Queens.
This is what it's about right now. We're going to have some fun today. Yeah, and even we're going to sometimes we may be rough around the edges, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah,
it is what it is, family. Live in the era of COVID, when everything has moved live online. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I've got a bit of an apprehension about that, you know, Sister Ari, at certain ways. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, like the universe is real. I don't want us to get caught up in the computer love. You know, is that an 80s song, Computer Love? You know what I'm saying?
It's one of the classics, bro.
Indeed. You sound like you got some good memories with that tune there still. You know what I mean? But what's it? Yeah, but it's like it's an interesting space that we're in, because all of us have to learn to operate in different ways, and that definitely affects the business community. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you've got any like any anecdotes to share, like in terms of how this period of digitization has affected your business.
All right. I'll be honest, I'm a bit of a dinosaur, Shakura. The technology, you know, it's a totally new thing for me. You know, being in the Middle East, you know, our lockdown started, I think, was it mid-March? Yeah, so from that point on, you know, everything was locked down, everything went online. So, you know, it was an intense time, and we had to quickly understand these different platforms. I mean, for some of us, it was quite frustrating because, you know, people, you know, if you're like me, you know, don't get me wrong, you know, I know a little bit. I can get my way around Microsoft Office, yeah. But then, you know, you've got these all different type of platforms that do this and that do that, and, you know, StreamYard and Zoom and this, and it's like, you know, it's how do you integrate it all, and especially, you know, it's, you know, with this. So I can understand also there is an element of people feeling, well, for me, I can speak for myself, a bit of anxiety around, you know, around technology. But, you know, again, it's one of the things that it's done for us. It's actually made the world smaller. You know, for entrepreneurs, COVID-19, as challenging as it can be, I think we also should see it as an opportunity.
Most def, family, most def. And you know, it's gonna be a beautiful day because we've got a number of businesses coming through. There's some in the chat right about now as well, because I can see that Reflect Couture is in the building. Bigging up my brother Amenoir and sister Nyerai, who are doing a clothing brand for specially targeting children. And I know from experience here that is not easy in the sense of the fact that, you know, obviously adults, we tend to pay a bit more for our clothes, you know what I'm saying? But if you got so a lot of people that deal with what's the word, clothing, tend not to do children, because the quantities, like the prices that you have to push it at and the quantities that you have to do, you know what I'm saying, it's a challenge, yeah, to maintain the margins. And so we truly appreciate the brands in our community that are catering for our children in terms of the clothes, and as well providing culturally appropriate clothing, because more often than not, yeah, because of that reality, oftentimes when we want clothing that reflects our children, we can't get it because it's all Superman and Batman and you know what I'm saying, these kinds of things. And so we want, you know, images that are gonna you know, reflect our people and our community. So yeah,
I remember when my daughter Shemi was younger, and you know, it was a challenge to find any of those clothes. I mean, to be honest, when I used to travel to the US, I found that in the US you will find those type of garments for especially small children. But there was a time where in the UK was literally non-existent. But now, you know, I see, brands popping up now, and you know, this is as parents, this is what we would like for our children, because, you know, my daughter grew up at a time with Disney and Superman and you know, it's even though you may think, well, oh, it's only Disney, it's only another cartoon, but these are the impressions that, you know, impede on our children from a very, very young age. You know, I remembered when my daughter was in nursery, and one of the things in our household, you know, is there was no white dolls. Yeah, it was only black dolls. Black dolls, the cartoons she watched, it's, you know, it would either be like fluffy animals, none of the Cinderellas and the Snow Whites. There weren't none of that. Yeah. And then one day, I picked her up at the nursery. And, you know, the nursery nurse was like, well, you know, I have a bit of a concern. And I said, a concern about what? Your daughter has told me that she can't play with white dolls. And I said, yes. And she looked at me and I said, yes. I said, do you let your daughter play with black dolls? She said nothing. I said, okay, we'll leave that out. And that's so. But the point I was saying there is that even the nursery themselves, they didn't have anything multicultural. It was, and you know, it was a real issue for them. But the point now is, this is a time now again about, you know, it's brands now developing culturally appropriate types of products and services, especially for the children, because parents are dying for this. Parents are looking for this. So if there are any brands out there and you'd like to come on board today to show what you have, please come on board.
All right, sister. So we've got our first guest you know, online right about now. So I'm gonna bring them through shortly. So stay where you are. Kai and Marcia. You know what I'm saying? Marcia already has the biggest smile on her face, so we give thanks. You know what I mean? So you're gonna be the sun today is not shining as brightly as it has been in London over the last few days.
I'm not jealous.
Yeah, you know, it's all good. Well, we don't need to worry, you know, sis, because I feel that once we bring Sister Marcia through, it's gonna compensate for the lack of sun in the sky right about now. You know what I'm saying? So we give thanks. Sister Kai, I'm gonna ask you to jump out and jump back in, yeah, because it looks like we've got an issue connecting your device. So just come out and come back in. But Sister Marcia, stay where you are. All I'm gonna do right now is we're gonna just go check out the Black Pound Day website, yeah, and then I'm gonna hand back over to you, Sister Ari Ma'at, for the interview. All right. So check it out, kings and queens. So first of all, it's blackpoundday.uk, yeah, just blackpoundday.uk. And as you can see, there are a number of tabs here where you can get into, you know, I'm saying, the information as to, you know, what is oh, okay, there's an issue there. Well, don't worry about that. I'm sure that will be sorted out soon. Hold tight, kings and queens. We're working this out nice and easy, yeah. But yes, there are a number of tabs there. I saw one in relation to the power in conscious consumerism. Yes, conscious consumerism. That is a very, very powerful concept right there. How to represent Black Pound Day. The 5 agreements, you know what I'm saying, in relation to Black Pound Day. And this what we're doing right here today, kings and queens. You know what I'm saying? Like we're joining in with this initiative because gotKushTV is all about the Black group economics. You saw earlier today us profiling our pilot for the Black group economic show. Do stay tuned for the developments where that is concerned. So let's just explore the 5 agreements. I agree to share my knowledge, skills, and resources wherever possible for the benefit of my community. I agree to pursue the economic interests of my community by supporting Black-owned businesses consistently. I agree as a consumer to seek out products produced by my community wherever possible. I agree to give constructive feedback to my local or online Black businesses. I agree to share my positive experiences of my local or online Black businesses with my community. That last one there, you know, is extremely important, yeah, because enough times, you know, right, I realized that whenever we get the bad service, yeah, the not so good service, we talk about it, we flag it up, yeah, and we make everybody know, say, so they give me bad look when I order the patty in the shop. You know what I'm saying? But we don't always, you know, give the positive, you know, we don't always say, well, you know, this restaurant gave me service with a smile. You know what I'm saying? This company sent the goods on time. In fact, they sent it early and it had a bow and a ribbon. It was excellently well presented. We don't always, you know, balance up the thing in the way that we should. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. All right. So, all right, let's do 2 things. First of all, because I think Stella B, give me the thumbs up if you're ready. All right, cool. And then we're going to introduce. I'm just waiting for Kai to return to us, and then we're going to bring in Kai and Marcia immediately after that. All right. So we'll introduce them in a sec, but let's get in that nice Stella B first and foremost. Stella Bizzle.
Whoop whoop. Woo! Stella B, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to not look at myself. I'm trying to look at the camera.
In the camera, I know it's very difficult, you know. It's gonna be a losing battle.
Thing, you know.
Yeah, you're gonna lose that battle. You know why? Because I'm very good looking, and so it's, you know what I'm saying. Like you get, no, I'm playing, but seriously, because we're interacting. It's gonna be a thing whereby, you know, it's natural to look at people that you're speaking to in it. So I've tried this many times before. I know that's a losing battle, so I'm not even gonna try it today.
Give thanks for having me. I'm not with my other hole right now, unfortunately. He's doing some family business, but he'll be joining us very soon.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing that nice and be apart, you know. It's
yeah, so I'm leaning to one side. So the powers of today. I'm so excited. To be on Sister Ari Ma'at. I'm so proud to be on with you and Shakara. gotKushTV, this is brilliant. This is like a dream come true.
We're going to have some fun today, sis, yes?
Of course, because we do this, we've got to do things with pleasure and love, right?
That's right.
Most definitely. All right, family. I think we should, because Kai is not with us back yet, but I think we can so that we can stay on time. I'll hand over to Sister Ari so she can introduce Sister Marcia and Kai, and we'll take it from there. Sister Marcia, I'm going to bring you through right now. All right. So you ready, Sister Ari?
Yes, I am.
All right. Introducing.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Hi.
My fellow citizens on the same side of the waters as I am.
Yes.
Welcome to the Economic Show, sis. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. It's a great day.
It is. So, I mean, can you tell us a little bit about you? Why, you know, how long have you been in the UAE? Is that Sister Kai coming through?
Sister Kai is coming through.
Hello.
Hey, Kai, how are you?
I'm really good. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. I was just reconnecting on another device.
That's fine. That's fine. We were talking earlier on today about some of the challenges some of us experience with these online platforms. But so don't worry. We're all good. We're all good today. So today, I would like to talk to you both. 2 amazing women that are currently in the United Emirates. Yes. And it was a thing where people was like, you know, are there any actually Black folks in the UAE? So today I really want you to tell our audience, about your journey. What is it that you're doing in the UAE?
Okay, well, hi everyone, I'm Marcia and I've been living here for 20 years, so a very long time. I'm an entrepreneur. I am an energy healer, and I also actually spend a lot of time empowering women to find the gems that lay within them so that they can find their purpose. That has come through my own journey of, going through pain and then discovering my purpose. And so, of course, now I want to, transfer that to help others to do the same. And alongside Kai, we actually also run a podcast together, which focuses on mental health. And, really, especially during the COVID time, at the beginning of the COVID time, we realized that people were struggling and that, we wanted to bring something that really was taboo out in the open. And so that's something that we, are very proud of.
Okay, brilliant, fantastic. And yourself, Sister Kai, come share with us, please, your journey. How long have you been in the UAE for?
So I've been in the UAE about 3.5 years, and I originally came here following my passion for music. So I am a singer and songwriter. And when I was in the UK, London, I was doing a lot of independent gigs and releasing my music. But coming to Dubai, I came here and there is such a wide array of Black people from all over the world, not just the Western or African cultures. And as I've developed here, I did have businesses back in the UK, but here in Dubai, where I'm based, I've also got a business called the Bike Club, where we promote restaurants. As well as now I'm empowering other women to also explore their own journeys and basically just tap into, their true self. So as Marcia mentioned, we collaborated to have the podcast, Mind Over Matter Talks, because we know that it's a massive thing, not just about empowering women to have self-confidence, but actually talking about all different types of mental health, especially in the Black community. So that's what I'm very, very passionate about, because a lot of people, I think, assume that there aren't Black people here, or that it's not, easy to travel and start afresh in a new country. So yeah, I'm all about empowerment and showing people how they can do it as well.
So would you both say that there's, a lot of opportunities for women like yourself to set up an enterprise in the UAE? What is the climate like? It's people really, is that entrepreneurial spirit there in the UAE?
Definitely, I would say, the fact that people have access to disposable income anyway, and, I would say the stresses of life are not as apparent as they are in other parts of the world. And so I think, here is definitely a place where I've witnessed a lot of people, take on a side hustle and do it very, very well.
So, so what we're seeing right now in terms of what I'll say loosely, the surge of Black businesses, because as far as I'm concerned, those businesses have always been there. I think this is a time to profile. Is that the energy right now in the UAE in terms of the focus around Black businesses? Is that what's happening there?
Definitely, I would say so. Yeah, I mean, there's been a huge surge, obviously, with recent events. But as you say, these businesses have always been there. And I think, it's made it become more apparent that, if we really want to grow together as an economy, then we need to support each other, more consciously. So for sure, yeah.
So Kai, so are they networks?
Absolutely. I mean,
networks?
I've been here in that.
Oh, sorry, I think there's a bit of a delay, I think.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, I was just going to say, I noticed that when I first came here, it was a struggle at times to find the things that I needed. And wanting to bring people together, I created Black Girl in Dubai, which is a hub and a directory, as I started discovering a lot of the Black businesses that are already here. So now the website itself has over 100 Black businesses here. And of course, in the Awakening right now, we've discovered that there are so many more. So yeah, They've always
So-
been there. It's just about us coming together and
Mhm.
promoting each other.
Okay, so I think there's a bit of a delay, Kai, there. I think there's a bit of a delay. So so tell me a bit about, so where, so it's a case of, are there black stores? Is it mainly online purchases? Tell me a little bit more about what's happening in terms of entrepreneurship.
I think it's a combination. I would say a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kai, but a lot of the businesses entrepreneurs run are things that they do alongside their day jobs. So they will often be featured at events where, for example, Kai has hosted events at an African restaurant that's very popular here in Dubai. And so you'll have stalls where people, will showcase their craft. You have online as well. And directories like Kai's is a way for us to all kind of find out what there is out there in the marketplace.
So is there a definitely demand for black brands, you say? I mean, are there any culturally specific brands, or is it a case you service the mainstream? It's not about just a black product serving black community. It's a product serving everybody. Is that what we're looking at?
I would definitely say so. Yeah.
Okay. For sure. Okay. So has the COVID-19 era has affected entrepreneurs, you'll say, in the UAE?
Yeah, good question. Yes, there has been some effect because, of course, there's been job losses, and of course, as expatriates, once you've lost your job and your security, then it's most likely that you may have to vacate the country. So I'm sure that there has been, some adverse effect. But I would also say it's also, in an indirect way, forced people to look at things differently. Including myself, kind of putting things in place that, this won't happen again if, God forbid, we have a situation like this, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, we've had conversations about this, and it's about now is how creative can you be now? I mean, the thing about the COVID-19, it's kind of created an opportunity now where I think entrepreneurs now, you don't necessarily have to do the physical face-to-face no more. The online platform, and I said earlier on, I'm a bit of a dinosaur with this, but I'm getting to learn very quickly, that I think there's huge opportunities now for us, huge opportunities.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
What I wanted to know is, I think we may have lost.
She's coming back.
Okay. Do you think master is easier for black entrepreneurs to thrive, say somewhere like UAE? I mean, do you think the challenges are very different, similar, or is there I don't know, because we sometimes speak about the challenges that we have here in the UK. Well, yeah, in the UK. Do you experience some of those challenges, or do you feel that the climate in the UAE to thrive as an entrepreneur, and I'm not talking about a black entrepreneur here now, I'm talking about entrepreneurs generally. Yeah. Is it easier to start a business?
I think so. I think generally, I mean, I think with any business, there's always going to be challenge, for sure. But based on what I've seen, with friends back home and, the struggle, I'm not to say that we don't have the struggle, but I think it would be fair to say that it's probably easier. It's probably easier to start on the entrepreneurial journey.
When you say easier, what do you mean by that? Can you just elaborate a little bit?
Well, as I said before, I think, people have access to finance, which is a major thing, I think, when setting up any business. I've also found unity. I have developed some really strong relationships here, which maybe I wouldn't have had that same level of bond. And I don't know if that's because, we're home from home. And so you find family in the people that, surround you. And so people seem to be more willing to work together, to create something, with a kind of group thought process, how we can develop as one, as opposed to fighting against each other. definitely something that
is it that kind of pioneering spirit you say? Like, for example, you know, when our grandparents came to the UK, you know, they had that pioneering spirit. That, you know, is it similar to that?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, even, you know, I have 3 children, and you know, they grew up here, and even hearing them, they don't talk of going to work for anybody. They're already of that entrepreneurial mindset. You know, it was a given that, you know, I'm going to do something for myself and to build my community. It's never been, oh, I want to leave and then go and buy a house and then work 9 to 5. That's not been part of their dialogue at all.
I mean, do you think? Sorry, you could go.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm really listening intently, and it's really amazing what you've done. There's a couple of questions people are wondering from the ground up, how your literal process was for you specifically. But I just also wanted to ask, and in terms of here, you know, we really feel the racism and the hold back because of our colour. Is that really any kind of issue over there at all?
Personally, I've not experienced overt racism. I would say there is covert, but has it stopped me from being who I am and achieving what I've achieved? Absolutely not.
Amazing. Yeah, it's just something to note, the differences between here and there as well.
And it's interesting you mentioned that, you know, because I think you mentioned about, was it coverts? Yeah, and you know, I'm taking it back to where we are here in the UK. You know, sometimes it's very subtle. You know how, you know, and sometimes you don't even know it's happening to you.
Right.
To be honest, until you know you interact with somebody else and you realize, but wait a minute, hold on, I didn't experience that. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah.
But I think, you know, I think there is that that will to kind of, regardless of what the barrier is, and I see that as a barrier. Yeah, you know, it's about how can you maneuver. And I think what we are seeing here right now, you know, is there is value in the Black pound. You know, there's definitely scope. So I mean, but we're not just saying that as a Black brand, we only sell to Black community. We're not even saying that.
No.
Yeah. But we're saying, well, support the brand. I mean, Chakra mentioned earlier on about sometimes bad news or bad customer service gets around quicker than any of the good things. And I think we should be conscious and aware of this, and wherever we can, we shout about those brands, you know, because we do have multiple challenges, and these are the things that when I used to have the charity we spoke about, and you know, one of the key barriers is access to finance. You know, and you mentioned though in the UAE that it's not so much of a barrier in the UAE.
No.
You know, so, but you know, over here or in the UK, that is, we could say, one of the #1 challenges. So, you know, it's what we're saying here now in terms of, you know, the group economics. You know, it's those are the kind of benefits and the things that I think we should consider and really practice, because that will actually help to minimize those issues around accessing finance.
Of course.
You know, so I think we are in a climate now where we need to be thinking differently now. You know, we need to be forging, I feel, that some better relationships, like what you've just said, that is in the UAE. You know, what can that look like here?
Right.
I mean, the thing is, I probably will say to you, is it that relationship? Is it because, you know, there is a common bond you all have as expats? Is that what it is?
I think so. I think so. We have a common, you know, ground. You know, at the end of the day, we all came here for similar reasons. And you know, it's difficult being far away, as much as people think that, you know, you're living in a wonderful hot country, and you know, we miss our families, we miss our friends, we miss home, and at the end of the day, we have to make it work because this is where we are. And so, yeah, I would say that's a major factor. And
you've been there for 20 years. 20 years you've been there.
20 years. 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mr. Master lived there when it was just desert.
There was literally, it was spot the person of color, and as you say, it was desert. There was nothing, and that was very difficult for me. Of course, coming from London, you know, very multicultural, and it was hard. It was hard, but you know, I've persevered, and I have absolutely no regrets.
So do you think that, again, you know, in terms of, you know, I'm just saying, you know, if we have challenges, you know, it's, you know, we perhaps can look at the world differently now, isn't it? You know, we don't have to just focus on London. We don't have to just focus on the UK now. I think maybe we should start thinking further abroad now. In terms of,
yeah, I mean, and if we're talking in terms of, you know, group economics, it isn't just one location. You know, we're talking about a nation, and you know, working together, you know, for one common goal. And you know, if we think about the amount of money that, you know, the Black people spend in the UK alone, and if we were to be smart, you know, about how we choose to invest our money, the possibilities are endless. And you know, for me, if not now, when? And if not, who, you know, if not us, who's going to do it? So it's our responsibility. You know, we have to make a conscious decision to make a change.
and I like what you just said there about making that conscious decision. You know, because I remember a few years ago there was an initiative where it was, you know, to buy black, and you know, it's. A lot of people didn't really get on board. You know, it's well, you know, it's easy for me to go around to the corner shop. You know, it's just convenient, isn't it? But then one thing I've noticed about other communities, and I've seen that very much in the UAE, they will go out of their way, yes, to support their own. And the thing is, no one has an issue with it.
No.
There's no issue. And they understand the aim and the purpose of group economics. But I just sometimes, I mean, maybe people in the live comments can probably shed light to this, but I just feel that sometimes, you know, I think we need to be more conscious of buying from our suppliers, from buying from retail outlets. So, you know, to be more conscious, to go out of our way. Because if we don't buy, then how are the businesses going to thrive? So I'm really talking to the consumers now, right? I'm talking to the consumers, and that's why, you know, we support Black Pound Day, because one of the things we're doing is we encourage the Black consumer to buy from Black, you know, Black businesses, Black brands, etc. You know, be more aware of how you spend the money, enabling that Black pound to circulate around us, because the more we buy from our own, the more those businesses can thrive.
So I just want to shout big up to everyone in the live chat right now. It is popping off. There are so many comments coming through. It's amazing. People are asking, I think there's a little debate going on about the Black banks out there and what people can support via the Black banks. But there was a question. Omifunke McLeod, she wants to know, please share stories from the ground up, i.e. how much money did you have to start your business over there? 20 years ago, of course, there's going to be a shift and change in time, the economic climate as well. So if you can recall, did you come there with your pennies and, you know, amass the world?
To be fair, when I first came here, I wasn't an entrepreneur. I came here, you know, with my family. You know, my husband was employed, worked for a company. The entrepreneur journey came much later. And really it was, I'm selling a service. And so I created my service, and it really is a case of licensing. So, you know, you're looking at anything from sort of £2,000 upwards.
Okay. I mean, that feels achievable, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it can be very daunting. I think people are very stifled in the UK. They don't want to take risks much, and it's understandable because things can go wrong. Big up to everyone that's sending us some donations. supporting gotKushTV. Scattered Minds has donated some money there. Big up to everyone. Big up to Bontwe. I see you. Nate the lyricist. There's a lot of people on. This is amazing. So we're going to try and get through some of the questions people are having directed at Sister Marcia. We've lost Sister Kai, unfortunately. Hopefully she can try to come back before we have to end the interview. Do we have enough diversity of products in Black businesses? Do we feel that, you know, when people say support Black businesses, can you hear me, Sister Marcia?
Yes, I can.
Okay. When people say support Black businesses, but we have our needs, our day-to-day needs that we're used to, right? We're used to want to go to, I don't know, any convenience shop. You just mentioned about the corner shop thing. Do we have enough diversity, do you think?
I think things are improving rapidly. I was completely blown away, you know, when all of this started and a couple of groups on Facebook started, and I was just, it was unbelievable the amount of Black businesses that were out there. And there's always room for more. And what I will say, you know, if there is a gap, fill it. You know, get your entrepreneurial hat on, fill that gap. You know, it's not enough just to say, well, it's not in the market. Make it be in the market. Put it in there.
Definitely, especially in the tech world, I would arguably, you know, there's so much room for innovation. Don't be scared to go for it and encourage our young ones as well to look into the tech world. So we don't have to rely so much on companies that may not have our best interest at heart. I'll put it like that. Very peaceful.
And I think that's why, again, you know, what we're doing today, you know, for those who are out there watching this, you may not have a business. You know, I'm hoping that entrepreneurs like Marcia here is you know, inspiring you to start thinking about your ideas, because sometimes the idea is actually sitting right in front of our face, you know, but you know, we are so creative as a people, so innovative. Sometimes we take for granted the skills that we have, the creativity that we have, that a lot of the times we give it away for free, but thinking that actually, you know what, I could actually turn this into an enterprise. And you know, what I like from yourself right now, Marcia, you know, you're very inspiring, you know, and you know, I know you personally, so I also know your journey. And even with some of the challenges, you know, that you may have had, you know, you're still punching forward. And I think that is something that, you know, I want to share with the audience. You know, sometimes it doesn't always go quite right. You know, there are many a times, you know, I can speak for myself as well, you know, there's a bit of a stop and start. But I think there is an energy, there is that energy that, you know, that going inwards to fight for and fight and you know, keep going, because I think many of us see, you know, brands and you know, are in awe, but don't necessarily know the effort and the challenges behind to get the brands to that level. It doesn't, as my mom said, it doesn't just come suck. Exactly. So, you know, and that's why I like the fact that, you know, you're shedding some light on this, and I'm hoping that some of the entrepreneurs that will come on today would also shed that light as well. That, you know, it's not an easy task. It really isn't. It does take a certain type of mind, but there are you know, mentoring programs, there are training initiatives that are there to help entrepreneurs, and I'm hoping that if there are any organizations that provide support for entrepreneurs that are out there, you know, we would love to have you on the program today to kind of shed light on some of the initiatives or some of the programs that you have for those budding entrepreneurs that are out there watching today. Yes.
Well, yeah, and Sister Ari, we've got some people waiting in the back room. So why don't we invite?
We'll bring them in. Yeah, we're gonna bring them in and just make them know. So WBJ and Mary B, feel free to you know, turn your cameras on. We're gonna bring you in about 30 seconds to a minute. Let me just check out some of these. Oh, 1 second. So we got another question right here. So let's do this question first and foremost. It says, do the businesses cater to the needs of our community in a practical way, or to? Oh, this is Okay, I don't think this question was for our guest specifically. It was a general question, generic question. But there's some hot debate going on in the chat, boy.
Yeah.
It's levels right now. You get me? It's levels right now. But yeah. Oh, I just realized who's here. Okay, so 1 second. All right, so yeah. Please turn on your there we go. All right, so yeah, let me just get a couple of these comments through though, and then we'll bring in our guests in the backstage. Let me see. There was one that I saw, which is an interesting one. And I want to profile it very, very quickly. AW says, I'ma be real. I'm broke. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate honesty. So no money to spend today. However, I am pledging support for when payday comes on Tuesday. I am also sharing black businesses on my profile. And of course, tune into this. For those that might struggle to participate, I want to encourage you to take note of black businesses you can patronize when you have the means to do so. And I really appreciate that comment right there. You know what I'm saying? We responded to the AW to say that the sharing is just as important as the spending. Yeah. And even just taking part in this process right here, the communality of it, you know what I'm saying? Because really, economics is bigger than money. Economics, it starts with social relationships. And so the part of the reason why we're doing this right here is to develop those social relationships. And with that, I want to bring through our next guest, and I'll leave it to Stella B to introduce them as the case may.
Wow, I'm so proud to see family, a literal family, blood family coming on. That is amazing. Winston Belgam, I see you. Can you hear me? You're going to have to turn your mic on. Unmute, yeah, there we go. And Mary Belgam as well. So this is my sister and my cousin. So they both are extremely entrepreneurial and inspiring. So welcome. You've been hearing and listening to Marcia, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you all.
Yes. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, Mary. How are you? Go, Mary. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Mary. I'm so sorry I don't have my camera on at this point. I've got a little baby and I'm in a bit of a position at this point. But nevertheless, my name's Mary. I'm Stella's sister, Stella's elder sister. A mum of 4, and I would describe myself probably as a mumpreneur. Have my hands in several pies, namely property and real estate. But I also am in the process of setting up a restaurant or a takeaway restaurant with my sister and my brother. I also have a beauty business selling high-end eyewear, including lashes and things like that. And I also am branching into opening my own estate agency or property consultancy service. So that's kind of what I do at the moment. I'm always looking for an opportunity. So always networking and that kind of thing. So yeah, great to be part of the show today and what you guys are doing. I think it's absolutely mega. Just seeing the of beautiful melanated individuals that are just so down for the cause. It just always fills me with such positivity and hope for the future. So yeah.
Fantastic, sis. Please make sure you do put your details in the chat. You do want the name of the business you just mentioned, so people can support. Remember, we talked about making notes. So even if we're broke today, and next week we might have some cash, participate in supporting what you're doing. And then as well.
Oh, hi everybody. I'm Stella's cousin. Stella and Mary's cousin. It's my name's Win Belgam. I'm a project finance lawyer, so that's what I do with my day job. I kind of help businesses and organizations, governments, just sort of build things, you know, like hospitals, schools, motorways and stuff. And but in my spare time over the years, I've been basically investing in, I guess, businesses that serve our community. I think that's the best way to put it. And it's just really grateful to be invited today. And
yeah,
it's
when
really
you're so modest every single time, he's too modest. We really can't afford that right now. We need you to upsell. He actually also started another TV. It's very important to understand about media power. Okay, and gotKushTV and both My Millennium TV are going to be working, you know, very closely together. So, just tell us a little bit about My Millennium TV.
Okay, yeah, no problem at all. And so, look, I'm a big believer that the reason that some of the issues that we sometimes face as a people, as a Black community, is that we don't necessarily always have like the voice to say our story. Other people like to take our story for their own purposes. And so over the years, many years ago, basically, I bought a television channel called Millennium TV. It wasn't called Millennium TV at the time, but what it was doing is that it was they were making films of all these like rich white people. And I thought, why can't they just make the same quality films of my people? Does that make sense? Whether they're just Black people, you know, like different stories. So I thought about it, then I saved up for it and I bought this channel. And basically, that's what Millennium TV is. It just sort of tells positive stories of communities. It's not just Black stories, it's about stories that resonate. So we've got a lot, as Stella was saying, there's a lot of things in common, a lot of value systems in common with what gotKush are trying to do. I like the team, and yeah, I'm really excited about how that's all going to work out going forward, because Millennium is doing some awesome things. I've owned it for about 10 years now, and probably want to own it for another 10, 15, 20 years, you know, so we're not going anywhere.
Just quickly, Win, that's so brilliant. I just wanted you to interact with Marcia a bit, because you've done a lot of practice over the years yourself. So yeah, just did you have any questions for Marcia in particular about, you know, her experience living in the UAE?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really interesting because one of our biggest partners that's backed the channel is the government of Qatar. Okay. We recently signed with Al Jazeera.
Nice.
So Al Jazeera,
brilliant.
Al Jazeera sort of give us a lot of all their news, all their international news.
Fantastic.
And I was just they give us some of their films as well. We've got about 5 to 6 thousand films.
Great, we've got family in the building.
And I just wanted to check, how are you finding the experience of stories being told about Black people, Black women in the UAE? I know there's a lot of change needing to happen there quickly, but I'd love to hear whether you feel like your narratives are starting to be heard a lot more.
Definitely, I would say I'm an advocate of that myself. And so I feel that our voices are heard. And personally, I am heavily involved in ensuring that voices are heard. I think it's important. You know, we can't remain silent anymore. And so the doors are definitely open for that to be a possibility now. More so.
Because one of the reasons I asked that question is that what I found is that I feel like the UAE, just looking at the way that Anthony Joshua chose and Ruiz chose Saudi Arabia, and to go and box, I just feel like there is another way to sometimes fund and support some of the things we're trying to do.
Absolutely.
Sort of hanging around and waiting for some of our neighbours.
Yeah.
You know, not Black. You know what I mean? I'm just simply saying that I've always found that the door's always been open to my brothers and sisters in the Middle East, to me, even more than in Africa where I'm from.
Yeah, I hear that.
I'm not
I think that's very
positive.
Wow.
I'd love to hear how you feel about that experience on your side.
To be honest, I don't know if it's I hear you. I hear you. I think that it's something that needs attention, for sure. I personally haven't faced the backlash of that, so I can't really comment from that perspective, but I do know that what you're saying is something that definitely, needs to be addressed on a deeper level, for sure.
Yeah. That's okay. So what we're saying is, there are more opportunities, seemingly in the Middle East for Black brothers and sisters than on the African continent, which means that there's a lot more tied hands and bureaucracy that's going on on the motherland, the whole of the motherland. So it's something we're working on. I know Ghana, for example, last year had the year of return. I have a guest, aren't we, Sister Ree, who's going to talk about their experience in Ghana. In terms of business, so there are things being shifted and changed. COVID-19 has interrupted some of that. We were supposed to have the Beyond the Year of Return, and I know the revenue generated last year was absolutely fantastic. And it's about the current president is seemingly on it. You may have a different insight, Win, to what I'm thinking with that, but I think gradually people are cottoning on, and the mainland of the motherland is waking up. I don't know. What do you think when I say that? And what's your opinion?
What do I think?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think the returnee, if you want, program, I think is fantastic. My starting point is that we're in a moment where we're looking at what some of these countries that are basically our adoptee countries have done or not done for us as a community. But I think that in addition to that, it'd be really good to sort of shine light on the countries where we all come from and see what are they doing to build relationships and harness their diaspora, if you know what I mean. And I think that if they put a little bit more economic or political or diplomatic pressure on some of the countries where we all reside, I think you'd actually get a lot more situation. That's my humble opinion. Okay.
I love that. Thank you. Sorry, I just want to say, sis, did you want to enjoy Courtney O'Shea on as well? Greetings.
Greetings, Courtney. I definitely agree with what Winston has just said, and that's something that I've spent many a night and a day having very long conversations about how we can kind of connect as diasporans with back home, because it seems to be a collective kind of awakening, perhaps, with our sisters and brothers back home, and that strength. When we're talking about ourselves over here, we're a small percentage if you're really thinking about the ratios and the numbers economically, as much as we have a big spending power. But if you're talking about collectively what we can do when we have underpinning from what's going on back home, I think that's where we become, a force to be reckoned with. Politically, we have a voice. We have almost like the parent figure behind the children that are out there in the world, trying to maneuver ourselves through this business. So I myself have connected with a lot of people that are doing stuff back home. I've teamed up on a project with a company called Solar Grow. That's just one of the projects we're doing in the Volta region in Ghana. And that's trying to stop so basically tomatoes, as you know, are a big commodity in Africa. But what happens with tomatoes is we send them out of Africa to Italy to be tinned and then sold back to Africans at a high price, which makes absolutely no sense when we have the facility and certainly the manpower and women power to do that back home. We can do and build these fantastic corporations back home and keep that money in keep that money at home so that we can build, so that we can become a place where you can say, right, I can't get a loan in the UK, but I can get a loan in Africa. I can get a loan back home to help me build what I need to build in the UK. Why can't we start thinking that way? So I definitely think that is a key part of what we're trying to do. There is definitely a line there that needs to be explored, and I know there are many brothers and sisters out there doing that, and I just hope to see it grow.
I would also like to kind of add to that conversation. With the work I used to do with the Global Institute for Entrepreneurship, I was fortunate enough to participate on a few platforms, especially with the African Union. And these conversations about the diaspora, has been spoken about time and time again. And one of the challenges that is quite paramount here is who's getting access to those funds that are there for businesses to access to do business in Africa, to grow in Africa. Because what's happening as well, there are a lot of contracts that our people could access, but it's who are accessing those contracts. What you'll find, there are a lot of people from different parts of the world, yes, who are going into Africa and they do not look like us, right? Yeah. When you go to, I participated in a few trade conferences and initiatives. I will go in and there'll probably be 150 people sitting in there. I'll look around and where are our people? There's nobody that looks like me that's sitting in this conference where they're speaking about initiatives about Africa. So there are things happening, and one of the things that I think we spoke about earlier on is about information. I think information is crucial here, because what happens is at times is these conferences happen weekly, monthly, it's happening all the time.
Yeah.
And what happens is they do it in such a way that they outsource us. They create barriers so that you can't engage with the continent for whatever reason. So, sometimes we have to kick down doors and push down barriers. Because what is happening out there, business is thriving out there. Our family on the continent want to do business with us, but they don't see us on a certain level, on a platform, because we are not having exposure to that platform. And there was a guest I was hoping he would come in later on from Kumasi, Ghana, and I wanted him to shed some light on this for us, because he has an initiative in Kumasi that is doing fantastic work in developing the capacity of the SMEs in that particular region. And one of the things that I was working with them on is how to do business with the diaspora. And that's what he wants to do. But there's no exposure. He's not exposed because all he sees are predominantly European white men. So as far as he's concerned, we ain't doing business. So there is different levels of conversations that need to take place now. And we need people, the union, they need to recognize the diaspora. Yeah. And start giving out these contracts to white European men.
Absolutely. So sorry.
We give the opportunity to grow and participate and get involved.
So I'm getting a call from the leader of the gotKushTV, but we do have a schedule. I just wanted to, sorry to interrupt you, Ari, on that.
I just feel very passionate about what we're saying, because we are
great point.
And it's a very valid point. I'm glad we have
we need to participate, and there's so many barriers that's stopping us from doing so.
And I think one of the key things is the fact that this platform is here, and there are several platforms that we can highlight these issues and then make sure that people are actually connected to the solution. Sister Kai has joined us back, but we do have to run and stick to the schedule. I'm not sure if Diaspora Stocks, another business, is on and ready to come on yet. But in the meantime, Do want to shout out to Sister Kai, who's joined us back again. How are you doing?
Hi. Sorry, technical difficulties, but we push forward, we move. No, it's great. I was listening to the stream and there's been some amazing points that's been highlighted. So it's amazing to hear that we're all on the same page.
You know, I think there was a comment about access and finance as well, you know, and you know, again, I think I like to personally say I think we need to be very creative. And as the brother said, is you know, sometimes we may need to shift ourselves. So if we're having struggles here, for example, in the UK, then look elsewhere. Because one of the things that I've come to realize, especially working in Saudi Arabia, I've been in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, the amount of opportunities, it's quite interesting because we hear a lot about what's going on in the Middle East, especially in regards to us as Black folks. But what actually happens also is, unfortunately, there is what we could probably call it's like a pecking order. Yeah, those who are there, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So when you go over to somewhere like Saudi Arabia, yeah, and I'm purposely saying what I'm saying, the way I'm saying for a reason, right? That you will find that people are actually interested in what you have to say and more willing to do business with you, because these markets are emerging markets. You know, and it's if you got a good viable idea, because the thing is, those regions you can't do business on your own. You have to have a partner. And if you find the right partner, if you're in the right settings, you'd be surprised how you can forge relationships. So, you know, one thing I've learned about stepping outside of Europe and living in the Middle East for the time I've had is you know, you need to be bold. Yeah, you'd be surprised who's out there where their doors are closed for you in the UK, other doors are open for you from other parts of the world.
Most definitely.
Absolutely.
I mean, what do you
I was just going to say, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I think for me, I've been here 3.5 years and I didn't plan to come for that long. But in coming here, I actually feel a bit more British being in the UAE than I have, you know, my entire life in the UK. So I think we need to kind of highlight, you need to go where you are celebrated and not stay where you are tolerated. And, you know, for me, coming here and being amongst such a wide array of nationalities, the UAE alone has about 200 different nationalities. And if you're here with a British passport, that has a lot of weight. So coming here, speaking English, you know, especially English teachers, there's so many English teachers here from different countries. But if you are a British English teacher, as opposed to perhaps maybe someone from Egypt or someone from Australia or New Zealand, you are held in high regards and you can get so many opportunities and great packages, you know, than you would if you were in the UK. So, you know, it depends, because I came here as a musician and a creative, but even starting a business here, now it opened up and you don't always have to have a local. You can start a business in a free zone. So there are still a few, you know, tricky restrictions and stuff, but if you start in a free zone, you have 100% ownership. So you own the business and you don't have to have a local sponsor involved. And you can do so many things that open it up, and they're very, very welcoming of having a mixed community. I mean, I thought London was diverse, but coming here, it's so diverse. And as a Black Westerner, you are welcomed. So definitely, I think if you're thinking about traveling and you want to come to the Middle East, explore and come out here, because there's a lot of British, a lot of Americans, and I've met more Africans here than I have anywhere else in the world growing up in London. So, yeah.
I think the topic...
Sorry, go ahead, Wim.
Okay, thank you. I think the topic of access to finance and financial literacy is one of the things that is at the core of our communities sort of standing up. The biggest issue I found is that the financial literacy has become a commoditizable product, and people are, when you talk about development, James Brown used to say about show business, you've got the show and you've got the business. It's kind of the same with development, right? yeah, which is what Madam Ari was saying, you know, which is like basically you've got the development that's needed, then you've got the business of development, and the business of development is basically to try and suppress as many people to a position where they are eternally students, and keep an elitism of the few who are the teachers, so that they have got a bankable business plan that they can, do you know what I mean, go and speak to Mary to get their mortgage or buy their property. And my point is is the sort of, so there's been a politicization of our condition, which everybody knows that if you're like trained, if you go to school in Nigeria, even for like 1 year or 2 years, you've got to pass home economics and agriculture as part of the curriculum. So you know the difference between your sort of different soils. You know you know what a cash crop is. You know what a staple crop is. You know where your farming board should be. Does that make sense? Whether you can read or write. And everybody knows that there's millions of farmers out of Africa who've got like 5 or 6 kids who have sent their kids to all over the world to study. Does that make sense? And they've never walked into a bank. They're just rolling deep with the cash they've got because they're not stupid. But those sorts of narratives are somehow politicized or made out to be we the white guy or we the Indian guy knows better. And we allow ourselves, unfortunately, as part of some sort of post-colonial trance to say, yeah, you do, we're going to attribute a premium to your knowledge, even though our civilizations have been there since. So that's all quite deep. It's Saturday afternoon, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's kind of these are some of the things we need to.
What is it? Sorry, I just want to jump in quickly, yeah, and drop the biggest ashes, amens, hallelujahs, and all the above, yeah. No, seriously. I don't want people to underestimate like the levels, yeah, that the brother just dropped, yeah, like on the panel. When he said, yeah, you've got development, yeah, and then you've got the business of development, yeah, and everything that he said, fam, I want people to tune into what the man just said, yeah, in terms of when you look at solutions to problems that become commodities for business in and of themselves. And so the business associated with the solution actually becomes another means of subjugating the people that are supposed to, fam, levels, yeah? Like, I just want to preach this, yeah? You lot are blessed right about now, family, yeah? You know what I'm saying? Like, for the levels that we're bringing through. I just want you to know that, innit, yeah? Now, that's the first thing. The second thing is, we got questions coming through for the speakers, yeah? So there's 2 things going on. There is a robust conversation happening in the chat between people in the chat, but there's also questions for the panelists, yeah? So if you've got a question for the panelists, please at gotKushTV, okay? Please at gotKushTV so that we can see it big, loud, and large and in charge, and we'll bring you through. Sorry, Stella, for putting you in the back like that, but I just had to bring the ashe, you know what I'm saying, from Brother Winston, because he was preaching the good word to the ancestors, and you know what I'm saying, and I'll let him something there. So yeah, give him facts.
Bless you, man.
Oh, dude. Absolutely right. It's so true, you know, and it's about them solutions to break down those barriers. You know, it's levels of conversations now we're dealing with, because you know there are so much opportunity back home, yeah, but we don't have access. Yeah, and I like what you're saying about, I would call those people also gatekeepers. Yeah, they're the ones, unless you're in, yeah, you ain't getting. And then the thing is, even when we look at what contracts look like, yeah, you know, it's very niche. You know, it's a sad reality, but I'm so glad that you brought this up, because these are the kind of conversations that people really do need to have, and I'm not having it at this level. Yeah, they're having it behind closed doors, because sometimes when we wonder why things are not happening, why aren't we doing this? Why don't I see more black businesses? Why don't I see more manufacturing? Because a lot of the times it's broken down. I said, yeah. And it's not always an even playing field for us. And entrepreneurs out there, if you're listening in, you know, this is the reality what we're talking about here. Yeah. So those who are coming in for the first time and developing your business, it's not an easy playing field. It's not that we're not on the same playing field. So we do experience a lot of challenges, and when you're trying to explain this to people, yeah, I've worked for local authority government initiatives in the UK, and they've come to me time and time again, and sometimes their voices are not being heard. People don't understand the challenges of Black businesses. Yeah, we have serious challenges that people think, well, it's not as easy. Oh, just get over it. No, you know, there's things that are in our way that are blocking us from growing, from sustaining, from finance. I remember having a conversation with a bank where it's a case they've already made up their mind about giving you finance even before you sit down.
Yeah.
I've got a second now. I mean, I own probably about 10 businesses right now that sometimes I'm on the bus and I sort of see, you know what I mean, that I own in London, right, in the UK. And sometimes I laugh to myself that I remember when we were setting them up, if I didn't have some really good, trustworthy, if you want, like white guys basically running the show, even though it's my equity, you know what I mean? If they knew it was me that was actually the owner, they'd be running a mile. They'd be trying to find a reason why it's just not going to happen. And it makes me laugh because this will never be my country. UK will never be my country. You know what I mean? Right? So I'm chill because I don't need to assimilate. My cousins don't need to assimilate. We just want to peacefully coexist. We're not at war, but we're just ready to peacefully coexist. And if you want a war with me, bring it. That's how we behave, right? But this point, one of the reasons that you think about you might be getting or feeling more, if you want, love in Dubai or the UAE, is I think that the actual Black experience and the principles of Sharia are a lot more aligned than the sort of Western principles of how money works. Again, it's about economic literacy. It's basically, you know, principles of Sharia. We want to be partners with you. We want to walk with you. We want to risk share with you. We want to take the downside with you, be there on the upside. That's a lot fairer. You know what I mean? There's a lot more handshake there. Whereas the Western principles of the way money works is we want to take you down.
Yeah.
We want to make a margin. We see you as an opportunity for us to make our margin. And my point is, you're going to get more ups and downs and bumps and bruises in that sort of Western situation than you're going to get naturally sitting there in Jeddah or Riyadh or Abu Dhabi or Dubai or Oman, where it's your yields are less likely to be awesome, but your downside is probably going to be nil because the principles of Sharia are sort of there. And I'm not saying, I'm not here to preach anyone to come over from being a Christian or Catholic to be a Muslim, but I'm just saying that, you know, like Muhammad Ali, does that make sense? When he rejected his name, right, there was something that he sort of saw there as well in terms of maybe certain situations of that sort of faith, not seeing his color or making such a big deal of his color like maybe the Western civilizations are. But I'm not here to create a movement. I'm just simply saying that I'm not surprised to hear that some of the sisters on the call are saying that, you know, things are moving forward in a way that maybe if there was here in the UK or in America, there may be a little bit more, you know, a bit market. That's all. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I feel, can I just say on what you've just said, Winston? I think it's because it's built much more on relationships as opposed to who you are. You know, I've done some work in the UAE and spent a bit of time in Kuwait, and it's much more about, you know, what you're going to bring as opposed to, you know, how much money are you going to make here, and that's why a relationship can die in the first kind of hour of meeting somebody there, because it's a matter of that trust, you know, and that integrity. It has to be a kind of a way you get a foothold in, and then you will build up on that reputation. Whereas here, what I've been noticing a lot, I don't know if you saw the you know, the police officer, I think she was a commissioner of some description, she'd given 30 years service or so, and she was recently, you know, her entire career has just been completely rubbished on the back of, you know, a photo or something in a WhatsApp message. I forget her name, it's awful of me. And it's that kind of thing. You can give your service here in the UK, you can give your entire, you know, working life and have a spotless reputation and do everything according to the book. And then, you know, the smallest thing that may not even be your fault, you know, they're very quick to come in and take you down. It is that whole thing of, I want to destroy your legacy, you know, and I think that's something, it's something that I've seen a lot here. It's that kind of insidious thing of, I'd rather do business with someone just so that you don't have a legacy. You know, even if your service is brilliant, you're going to help them save money, you know, even if it's something that will benefit them some way, it's almost like, but I'd still rather take that business away from you to prevent you developing, to prevent you giving that money back to your community, to prevent you building generational wealth. There seems to be some unwritten rules here that I haven't seen in some other countries.
Sis,
You know?
you want to say something?
In the UK and in some of the Western countries, I don't think they even acknowledge the contribution or legacy, and that's what we keep seeing over and over again when they're telling people get out of our country. Please help to build, and that's one of the differences that I do see in the UAE, because you know the UAE is made up of a huge majority of expats. The majority is not the local Emirati people, but they are under no illusion that the city has been built, or Dubai specifically, has been built over the last 50 years. It's still very, very new, but they are under no illusion that it is with the help and the labor of all the other countries and the relationships they've built up, the British, the American, you know, whether it's the Asian community, because there's a massive amount of Asians here, whether it's Filipinos, Indians, Pakistanis, like it makes the economy go round. So if we all go home, there is no UAE. And I think in the UK, and of course we know in many other Western communities, they don't acknowledge that. There's not this kind of open dialogue of saying, do you know what, we're all one. When we were in need, you came to help us and so forth. You're our neighbours. In the UAE, we definitely get that. I don't think it's perfect, but at the same time, there's much more of a, even when, you know, so much stuff's been going on with Donald Trump and he's been saying whatever, here, you're not going to hear anyone tell you go home. That's not even a thing here. Everyone is from somewhere else here. And we all know that we're here to work, earn and build the UAE and take home and bring back to wherever we go back to on our own terms. And I think in the UK especially, we are plainly told you're not wanted here, in whether it's overtly or covertly.
Yeah, on that note, it's such a good point that you're making. Look at Windrush scandal, all of that is still ongoing. I just want to big up to Teddy Snow, who put a gotKushTV comment. How do we get Winston to lead his own political party? I think I want to add all of the women.
Let me ask a question.
Who needs to lead also? Because
let me ask a question to answer a question. So never trust a man, first of all, that uses a question to answer a question, which is, if you how do you make millionaires not be millionaires? How do you make billionaires become millionaires? If going into politics in a system, do you know what I mean? Politics is no longer a pure sport. So the worst thing you can do is go into into anything that is completely rigged on. It's just not your. Does that make sense? You can't. There'd be no progress. Why? Because I own Millennium TV, and it's like a child to me, right? But I don't own Sky. I don't own Fox News. I don't own Reuters. I don't own Bloomberg. So don't get me wrong, I could get people saying, if I wanted to be editorially how I want Millennium to be, I could be that guy. I could just get Millennium talking to an echo chamber, you know what I mean, of people that want to look like me or sound like me. But actually, that's not quality broadcast journalism. Quality broadcast journalism has to ask tough questions, put the finger in the wound, you know, of tough things. But political systems are not there to look after the electorates or the people. Political systems are there to look after the elites who support those political systems. So guys like me end up in a coffin early if I go into those sorts of situations.
That's deep.
Yeah,
can I just jump in here?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, I was going to say to Master and Kai. Sorry, Master and Kai. I know that you may be strong for time right now. Are you still okay for time, sisters, or?
We
both
do have another summit that we're on shortly, but I mean, for me, it's just been amazing. Sorry?
I said, do you have any last thoughts?
Yeah.
Both of you?
This is definitely a movement, not a moment, and that we all need to consciously work together to develop our generational wealth.
Absolutely. And Kai?
Yeah, I would just like to echo that and say, honestly, just go where you are celebrated, not where you are tolerated. It might not mean leaving the country, but you know, it might be your workplace, your home situation, whatever you're in. Just think about being your absolute self. I think a lot of us are exhaling right now and talking about so much, and it is a lot, but just try to go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated, and rise. We're gonna rise together.
Thank you so much. This is sorry, Sister Ari, I just want to shout out their social media platforms as well. And you mentioned Black Girls in Dubai. That's available. Let people contact you and connect. Let people write this down, make notes.
Absolutely. Black Girl in Dubai has over 100 Black businesses here in the UAE, so do check it out. Hair salons, barbers, fashion designers, you name it, it's on there.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Marcia,
thank you for having us on.
Yeah, my Instagram handle has been Marcia McLeod, and also you can find me at my website, which is www.marciamcleod.com.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Sister Mary B, your introduction was impressive. How many hands do you have?
I've got just the two at the moment, But if anyone wants to offer me a spare hand, I'm more than happy to take that, please.
What is a mompreneur?
Mompreneur, yeah, tongue twister. It's it's a mum who's doing, trying to do what a lot of our entrepreneurs are doing anyway, so there are millions of us, worldwide, and it's people who have had children, and then more likely than not, probably I did the whole kind of 9 to 5 thing, but as a mum, you're always trying to find ways to balance that lifestyle. So being at home and for your children, but also still kind of being, commercially minded and trying to expand. And then what happens is you find new solutions to do stuff, and while you're maybe at home on maternity leave or whatever it may be, you're constantly looking at ways to find a balance. And that tends to lead into, it's the natural mindset of an entrepreneur already, trying to do a lot of things with the little that you have, so it's kind of a natural segue into owning your own, because you say, well, if my boss can't accommodate, kind of flexible hours or whatever, you just say, you know what, why don't I just do this myself? Why don't I just do this myself? Why don't I look and see where the opportunities are and work around my family? you know, and slowly I've had the pleasure over the last kind of 8 years. I got into property. I started at Foxton's estate agency, and from there I got a really good training, and that just whet my appetite into property and the world of property. And you know what's crazy? I've had this discussion with Stella several times. I was so blown away by the amount of Black property owners and people that were trying to kind of grow within that kind of, you know, the development side of things. There's so many Black developers, you know, building great properties, building, you know, enormous flats and all of that type of stuff, you know, huge properties. And I just saw a lot of opportunities, and they like to work with me because it's a sister, and I like to work with them because they're sisters and brothers, and there's just a natural kind of unspoken code of respect between us. And I just took so much from that. You know, this is not in any way to kind of dismiss my time at Foxton's, but there was a lot of racism. You know, there was a lot of racism on the floor, and that's something that pushed me into saying, right, how do I do this myself? You know, because there was always that feeling, but it was very, very obvious. It was very overt. You know, we need you here because you're doing really well for us over here, making us money, but we can't take you to management because then that means that we've got more Black faces around that board table, and we don't want that. You know, we don't want that. And they were very clear about that. So I took my skills, I took my efforts and time, and I kind of just propelled that into circles where, like the young lady said before, Black Guns Dubai, you know, where I was wanted, as opposed to trying to bang on that door where it's just closed, you know. And then that's it. So yeah, that's some entrepreneur, is a woman who,
I've got a definition from ELT: ability to do their things, raise a family, study, and be a boss.
I love that. I wish I did that.
Did you when you started your business, did you already have children?
Yes, I was a young mum, actually. I was a young mum. I had my eldest daughter, who'd be 20 next month. When I was just 19, you know, I was a kid. I was the age she is now. But at the same time, I think I've always had quite an entrepreneurial spirit. I've always had a business brain. I've always wanted to build some sort of empire and build legacy and all that kind of stuff. So that put it on hold for a little while. I had my daughter, and then I went back to study and that kind of thing. And around her, I started to dip my toe into business. I didn't really know what I was doing. You know, I didn't really have much guidance, and I came across a lot of the pitfalls that we spoke of earlier, you know, in regards to funding and lending and just finding the right type of support. And there was also something I found really strange, which was it's changing now, but then I found that older Black business people in businesses, they weren't as kind of forthcoming with the information. You know, it was a kind of attitude of, well, I've made it and I'm Black, so you go and make it, like, go and make it, you know, go do your, you know. And I just found that really difficult. It wasn't that kind of that olive branch thing I found within my peers, my Jewish friends or my Asian friends, you know, where they
ask about that. Yeah, because they seem to be more, they seem to have a more of a collective thing going on. They seem to be more supportive in terms of how they move.
Absolutely. And the thing with us as Black people, we need that, because we need to be able to avoid some of the pitfalls and mistakes because we've got a lot of time that, you know, we've had a lot of I don't know what you want to call it, kind of developmental, we've been held back. So we don't have time to be tripping up and making all the mistakes and people saying, yeah, well, you get on and do it yourself. We need those Black business owners that have made it or know the pitfalls to avoid, kind of encompass and surround and engulf and help us avoid those mistakes to get there quicker, you know. And I found I wasted maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years just figuring out business because I didn't really have a mentor. I didn't know how important it was to have a mentor, you know, to have somebody kind of showing you, look, this is how we can do this. These are the skills that you have. Let's try and put these skills to good use. Try not to do this, do that, you know, because it would have just made me get to where I am now quicker, you know, and not waste so much time just having so many highs and lows. It works across the board. generally, as an entrepreneur, you're supposed to make mistakes and all of that and get back up and keep going and learn those. But I think when you're a Black business owner, some of those mistakes can be so deadly, so costly to your long-term growth, that it makes better sense for us to kind of collectively support Black business owners and help them get to where they need to get to, so they can avoid those very pitfalls that may prevent them even, may dirty their name before they've even had a chance to arrive,
Do you think it's a lonely road out there?
Lonely?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great question. I think that really depends on how you see things. I think it depends on the lens you've got on. There are people who have very kind of vivacious personalities that won't find it lonely because they're always constantly networking and finding ways to kind of put themselves out there. But there are very shy introvert entrepreneurs who don't find that, and they find it difficult to access support or support groups or that kind of thing. So entrepreneurialism by its very nature is a lonely place. It's a lonely place because, and that is the mind of an entrepreneur. You're constantly thinking of how to get yourself out of this and how to increase over here and your staff and your this. It's a worrisome place, and all that's happened during this COVID-19 is you've either sat there and thought, right, I need to diversify, I need to do this. You've seen it as an opportunity, or some people are still like a day in the headlights. They're still sitting there thinking, oh my goodness me, how do I survive through this? Businesses have to change. They have to change their MO, because otherwise you will be engulfed by this. This is a global epidemic. For Black businesses, this has been a great time to thrive because people have been looking for us. People have been deliberately seeking us out. And I think now that the consensus is really, how do we maintain that and keep that momentum and make sure it's not just a blip? Make sure it's not just under the banner of # Black Lives Matter until the next brother gets killed on camera or the next sister gets killed by the police. We can't have it. It's got to be constant. We need to have, I don't know if it's I don't know, things like Millennium TV, which are absolutely awesome platforms. We need to engage. These are businesses headed up by people that look like us. We've got to not be afraid to make those connections and see how can we advertise, how can we do this, how can we team up, how can we get together and just make this thing bigger.
Thank you, Mary, so much for that key point. Mary and Winston, you've been absolutely fantastic coming on. Just a quick shout out so people can connect with you. I just want to say, Io Wallace has said, I agree with Mary. We need more intergenerational learning and sharing, especially when it comes to the different types of business structures and understanding pitfalls. Thank you for that point, Io Wallace. Big up to you as well for tuning in. So on the last point before you, just let us know how people can support what you're doing, how they can even connect with you. I know a lot of people have been excited by what you've both said.
Fantastic. I've got quite a few handles, so what I'll do is I'll put one of them up, and if you contact me through there, I will definitely kind of lead you to some of my other businesses. So if you contact me at Instagram at Property Rebel, that's property_rebel, REBEL. Okay, and that's where I kind of got all my property stuff going on. If you're into property, or you're trying to get into property, if you want to get on the property ladder, or you're looking at an opportunity to buy without much money down or anything like that, please get in touch with me. I'll be more than happy to help you. If you're finding it difficult to get a mortgage, even if you've got really, really bad credit, talk to us. We can do something. If you're looking at joint ventures, that kind of thing, again, please get in touch with us. If you want to invest back home in Africa and you're not too sure why, but you've got 500, 600, 700 pounds, again, come and talk to us. There are ways that you can do JVs and have a solid investment just growing for you. And so, come and talk to me, and I'll be more than happy to, hold your hand and get you whatever it is you need.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you.
Levels, King of Queen. I'm even reluctant to jump in the beauty of the conversation right about now. But just a couple of housekeeping things, yeah. First of all, Miss Roots, you was in the back end. Apologies, you seem to have dropped off, but please come back. and we'll be glad to host you. Bigging up Pat Headley, also called in the building. You don't know some serious works are going with Pat Headley and Kayera Africa. So check that out. Yeah, hopefully we'll get him on later on. And also want to welcome Sister Rijole Bitata. How are you, sis?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's good to have you on, you know. And this is another one of them like fantastic kind of like, you know, like powerful sisters in the community that's going on with that's got like 10 arms, as Sister Mary was referring to earlier. But I do so just first of all, because there's a question that Black London has been asking, and I think you're probably in a good place to answer that question. But just introduce yourself to the audience and let people know who you are and what you do.
My name is Rihole. I'm an educator, and I want to change narratives through education. So I show children the contribution of Black people, African people into the world of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And right now, I am pushing forensic skills to children. You see a lot of young people getting attacked in the streets, and I believe that if children knew about CPR from a very young age and getting them interested in the world of forensics to help their own community and to be at the lead in the field, I think we need to start somewhere. And it's better now than waiting for our children to become teenagers. I think certain skills can be taught from young. But if you are able to have a hands-on approach as opposed to a theoretical and sitting down passive approach, then you can engage our children in a much more positive way.
Give thanks, Sister Rihole. Now, you also focus a lot on STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Am I correct?
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Yes.
So in relation, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, I was saying because when you look at the continent and the many problems that we have there, we always have to rely on external help, and I think we need those skills in those fields to be able to solve our own problems. But first of all, we need to teach them within the continent and not rely on anyone to build our own infrastructure, because that's the problem, because then you depend on others. So if you are able to create an educational system, persuade the governments there to introduce STEM in a more serious level, then we can have young people that are trained, and people don't need to look abroad to develop our own countries.
Which brings us to this question that Black London has been persistently and patiently asking for quite some time. So thanks for your patience, Black London. But he's asking about, well, I'm assuming it's a he based upon the picture. He's asking about IT development in Africa, and what the panel thinks about information technology development in Africa. So anybody can speak to that.
I'm happy to make some contribution if that's okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. Is that up for me to speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I guess I can talk. Okay, I can talk personally about IT development in Africa, because I've been fortunate enough to own a couple of businesses that rely heavily on IT in Africa. Millennium TV is available in every country in the world. We've got about it's based on digital media. They say we've got about 5 or 6 million viewers around the world today. The total number of viewers that we could potentially have is 210 million. But there's two things. I own the satellite, so I can get the content anywhere in the world, and it can't even be switched off by any government. But the problem is that some of the viewers need to have the access to the ICT and the internet, and to not be spending all their money streaming. We can stream really cheaply here in the UK, and I imagine in places like America, I'm sure UAE have got some good deals going as well on data. But there's just such an unequal, unlevel playing field for those who we actually really want to be seeing our stories and being inspired. If you're like in Nigeria, you still pay as you go with MTN. You know what I mean? Even though MTN's owners are like billionaires, but everyone else is still pay as you go. In Nigeria, Ghana, if you're like in Kenya, you've got Safaricom. Safaricom are making money hand over fist, but they can't make your midwife or your doctors or your students in Nairobi or Mombasa be on the right deal. You know, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the business of development. But let's keep it positive. The big opportunity for Africa is that it's greenfield, a lot of it, which means that there's a lot of opportunity for leapfrogging. And leapfrogging is awesome because it means you get to learn on the mistakes. So I've got my daughter here.
Yeah, bigging up the dadtrepreneurs as well. You know what I'm saying? The dadtrepreneurs. You know what I mean? I want to make it known that we as black men are fathers and businessmen too. You know what I'm saying? That we take care of business and family.
That on the media, do they?
Indeed, exactly. You know what I mean? So we want to make it known. You know what I mean? I mean, there with my son as well. You know what I'm saying? So we want to put that out there. You know what I mean? But yeah, so go ahead, Winston. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the point is that like the leapfrogging is a real opportunity because it means that mistakes that have been made over like 50 years, 60 years could just be put in bang in one go. And if you get the right partnerships together, if you get the right relationships with the African Union, with the Islamic Development Bank, Africa Development Bank, if they all think properly rather than just about how am I gonna eat some profit, you know what I mean? It's if they can just move beyond that for like and just think 5 years, 6 years, 7 years down the line, there could be some really exciting situation where things just get done where you're thinking, am I in Shanghai? Am I even on Earth? Do you know what I mean? And that could all be Africa. It could really be that way. But the problem is that you kind of need people at the steering wheel who are able to think that way, you know? And it's hard, you know, when you haven't had much money and you see money and you haven't had much money for a long time, don't judge anyone unless you've been in that position. That's all I'm going to say. It's hard to make them sort of decisions on a human level, you know? So that's all. I hope that's the starting point for the discussion.
Anybody
Can
else?
I ask a question? I would like to ask a question. I was recently reading an article in regards to tech on the continent. To me, it was like tech is taken off in a massive way on the continent right now, especially among our young people. I just want to know, let's take Sister Riha and brother, what is your take on the tech industry boom on the continent?
Well, to be honest, I can't really comment on that, but I find it very interesting that, well, I cannot give you a proper expertise because I'm not an expert in that field, but I find that very interesting that even in my own country, people have mobile phones, but as the brother was saying, if the government wants, that can be switched off as well, because sometimes we don't have regular communication with people back home because the powers that be tamper with the connection, so you don't have regular access, even though some like to show off having a phone. So it's for me, it's an issue. I'm not sure how people are utilizing technology back home to develop themselves. I would like to think that people are using technology to make business and to help each other. For instance, I'm part of our gifting community, and we are seeing that we would like to bring the gifting community global, and we're seeing that there's not such a thing as like PayPal back home for people to send money direct. So that is something that needs to be explored, because we have to rely on PayPal or maybe Western Union to be able to send money abroad. If those platforms decide not to allow us to use those platforms to send money back home, then we cannot support anyone back home. So I think it's really important to look into this, to look into this field quite in detail, but we need the brains. I'm not the brains to do with any of this tech stuff. So I think people that are genuinely honest about building wealth back home needs to be looking at the digital world and how can we support without having to rely on others. Yeah.
Ari, it's okay. I'm just going to say thank you so much to Mary B. Thank you so much to Winston. We do have our other guests to bring on, and we do want to welcome you back to our economic show on gotKushTV, because you are both very valuable to the conversations. Sister Ari will be happy to host you on future.
Most definitely.
So
thank you. Thanks for having me this afternoon. Well, see you all soon and enjoy your day. Yeah? Take care. Enjoy the week.
Thank you so much, Winston. Thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you so much, beautiful women, and thank you for what you're doing. It's absolutely invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
See you, Mary. Thank you.
Take care. Then bye.
Take care. Take care. We do have people coming up. The schedule will continue. We're way behind time, but this is how we flow. We keep it natural. We are doing it African time, and we do have that natural ability, don't we, Sister Ari?
And I just want to say, just want to make sure everyone acknowledge the fact that today is Black Pound Day, and we're about supporting Black businesses and Black entrepreneurs. So if you are a brand or you know of a brand, please tune in. Come on, talk about it. This is our day.
Absolutely,
most definitely, kings and queens. You know what? I'm interested now, yeah, because we've got an interesting panel set up at the moment. Sister Rohile is in education, and we're also joined by Miss Roots, who is also in education, and I also have something going on in education as well, kings and queens. So let's look into this right now. You know what I'm saying? Because there is a relationship between African Black entrepreneurship, the business community, and and education. Yeah, very, very important linkage there. So let's look into that. First of all, Miss Roots, are you with us?
Just need to unmute your mic.
Oh, you need to unmute your mic. Sorry, I muted you because your thing was on. Your what you call it now? Your YouTube was on. Unmute you. Miss Roots, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear
Hi.
you. Wait, so you're obviously not from London.
No, I'm from Birmingham. Birmingham in the house. Hi, Diane. It's me, Melissa.
How are you doing, Melissa? How are you, sister?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to be here. Good to see everybody. I'm enjoying the talk so far.
So introduce yourself, my sister. Who are you? What's your business? What do you do?
Okay, so my government name is Melissa Lewis Francis, but I go by the name Miss Roots.
All right, we shall hear you henceforth call you Miss Roots. And your business is?
I'm actually a qualified lecturer, but more recently, I have created a resource that is on YouTube advocating that we have an alternative curriculum for the African diaspora.
Right.
I wrote a course in 2012 called Ancient African History Studies. It was accredited by OC at the time, and I went through a lot of red tape for it to get accredited. The lack of support, lack of funding, and all this stuff. So it got put in the archives. But this time here now is giving me the opportunity to pull back out that resource, revive it, refresh it, and put it on a fresher platform, a relevant platform.
You know what? One of the things I've enjoyed about today is that we've had a lot of powerful, beautiful Black female energy. So I'm gonna jump in the back right now and let the feminine energy take over the thing, as it has been doing for the whole day. But yeah, I just think that it's interesting that this panel has configured right now in terms of education and entrepreneurship, economics, and business development. So take it away, my sister. Blessings.
Thank you.
You know, it's quite interesting the point that you made in regards to the climate that we're now in. You know, we see a lot of we see everything that's happening on the TV. We see a lot of the riots. There's a lot of conversations now happening. So to you both, do you think this is a good time now for Black entrepreneurs? Is this a good time, you know, to, as you said, Melissa, whatever you had on the back burner is take it to the forefront now? Is this a good time for us?
Well, for me, I can say that I haven't had this much time on my hands for a long time, because you get caught up in the matrix and, you know, we've slowed down. So it is the time now for you to reflect on your position, what it is you want to represent, what is it you can contribute. Obviously, what's gone on in the media has also, you know, given us a kick up the rear end as to what it is we're really supposed to be doing. So if we're talking about time, then yeah, this is a great time to really start establishing and, you know, laying foundations. It's almost opened up an opportunity space for us.
So and in terms of your business, so you've identified that there is a need for culturally specific type of education for children.
Yeah, well, for all of us, I think education's a long life thing. It's not something you can just jump in and out of. It's an ongoing process. We never stop learning. So it's just about having different and alternative channels, not just this one mainstream channel that's been prescribed to us, the national curriculum. There's not much other choice, and the national curriculum has been replicated globally. If you know, I've been there with you in Saudi Arabia. We deliver an an American and a British curriculum in the Middle East. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, that's true. Yes.
So I'm saying, well, how comes there's no diversity? Like, why are we not using holistic curriculums or Afrocentric curriculums, liberal arts? There's all sorts of curriculums we can be using, but we're just doing what they say. We just take what they offer. No, it's just time to think differently.
And Sister Rihele, what are your thoughts? I mean, because in terms of your brand, your product, do you work within the schools or do you work within centers?
I work outside. I don't work within schools. I work more in the community. But what I'm trying to do now is to do more collaborations and bring that at a more global or national scale. So I would like to work more within schools, but also to use what I do to attract other organizations that want to promote STEM learning as well. Because I find that there's way too much emphasis on grades, and I think we need to try to diversify to give the young people other alternatives as opposed to just the university route. And I think it's really important as well to acknowledge what's happening in the community at a grassroots level and support small individuals or small organizations and individuals that have been doing this for a long time, regardless of the momentum, because what happened recently, for whatever reason, has been magnified by the media. And I think people that have been involved in uplifting the community for a long time are actually benefiting from this right now after many, many years. So I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing, provided that we are able to control the narrative at all times.
So how are you feeling now in terms of, I would like to say, the opportunities now that presents itself now? I mean, you know, it's people now, or establishments sound as if they're talking a different language now. It's because race and discrimination or racism now is being pushed forward here. The conversations are now on all different levels in all different sectors. So in terms of what you have now, you know, do you feel that this is a good time now to, where schools will be approaching you for a specific type of curriculum now, a specific type of children? Do you think that this is a good time for you?
Yeah, I think that's a good time, but also I've been looking at, I'm not going to mention their website, but there are major educational websites that are actually putting more Black history themes into their platforms as well. There's this big one beginning with a T, where you can find about Ndebele tribes, you can find the Rosa Parks, Windrush. So there's some of us that actually are infiltrating those platforms in such a way that when you log on and pay your subscription to these platforms, you can actually study and learn about Black history at for primary schools. And you know, I feel a bit jealous.
Is this recently?
I would say it's been going on for more than a year.
Okay.
Yeah, but now more than ever, now if you type Black history or even the Windrush was on the BBC on the BBC on the news round. So he's being celebrated. Even Black children are being invited to talk on the shows as well, which I find it really it is really interesting. Before it was very one phase, but now they're trying to include more people into the dialogue and to allow people to be more in charge of that dialogue as well.
So do you think this is a moment we're looking at, or do you think this is a movement?
I don't think it's a movement, unfortunately. I think for us, should be a movement, but for other Black people, this could be just because everyone is talking about it. Let me talk about it, because probably you remember the Black person that you wanted to talk to about race, and they probably turn around to you and say, "Oh, I think you're being too much for me, or being too militant," because some of us would have never spoken about race if that wasn't if the conversation hasn't been brought into the bigger platforms, into the BBC and all that. No, most of them don't talk about it.
Yes,
that in this moment, people to say, okay, you are talking about that, also I feel safe to talk about it.
Yeah, it's a huge problem, and that's why we need all these kind of platforms like gotKushTV. We've got up on the screen now. Support gotKushTV. Visit gotKushTV.com and /support, because that is where you can keep in tune with this conversation and keep it going, rather than following the wave as the mainstream is dictating it, because this is a forever thing. We cannot change these things overnight by dipping our toes in and out of it, and by only a few of us, and not the mainstream is needed in this narrative. So thank you so much for that very key piece that you made there. Sorry, Brother Shakara.
No problem. Yeah, give thanks, sis. We do have our next guest up on deck, so we're gonna have to close this particular conversation. But finally, I want to give the sisters the opportunity to let the people them know where they can be found. The people that can find them, and please do post those links and those tags into the chat, and we'll share them with the rest of the community as we continue throughout the day.
All right, people can find me on Instagram at Steam Power Ltd, also on Facebook and on LinkedIn and on Twitter, Steam Power Ltd.
Thanks for having me, guys. You can find me on Ms. Roots, Ms with a Z, Roots with a Z at the end, Ms. Roots 81, and I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram with the same name.
Give thanks, Miss Roots. Give thanks, Mr. Rohile, and we do stay logged in, because we welcome you back later on when there is space. You know what I'm saying? Because so we love the fact that you joined us, and so there will be space for you later on if you wish to come back and share your.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, I'm very interested in this education and entrepreneurship conversation. If I had more time, I'll go in, because I've got a presentation on it. But we're not going to do that today. But I'm going to let Sister Rohile and Miss Roots go. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
And we're going to invite on our sister who has become a regular in the gotKushTV studio. You know what I'm saying? She's, you know what I mean, her application is in for a full-time job. Bigging up Sister Esther Stanford Jose.
Greetings, sister. How are you? I'm good. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. You sound a little bit low, so that's why I was checking.
Am I low? Is that better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, my volume's full up, but it still sounds low. But it's okay as long as you can hear me. I can hear you, so that's fine.
So those who do not know Sister Esther, do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay.
What can you say about Sister Esther? You're amazing.
Okay, so Sister Esther Stanford Jose. I am a jurisconsult, which is a specialist in jurisprudence, which is the science and philosophy of law, community advocate, Pan-African community advocate, and emerging his, her, and our historian of the international social movement for African reparations. That's me. Essentially, I'm a reparationist, which is a reparations scholar activist.
Can I'd like to ask you a question. In terms of the current climate, in terms of the Black Lives Matter and the disturbances and so forth, I mean, in terms of reparation, is this giving us power towards reparation? Is this giving us the reparation cause strength, do you think?
No, not at all. Because the Black Lives Matter movement, as we know, I mean, yes, if you know about it, people will say this movement goes back centuries. But in its current formulation, we're talking about a few years. So the struggle for African people's reparation is an intergenerational struggle that began from the first time Africans were kidnapped off the shores of Africa. And the original goals of that movement were about restoration of our sovereignty as African people and our homeland and our right to return to our homeland. So we're not seeing a lot of focus on Africa at this time. It doesn't matter where we live. It doesn't matter where we're born. Essentially, our homeland, which is still not free, is Africa and is actually being recolonized. And so the Black Lives Matter movement in its current sort of phase does not really focus a lot on Africa, doesn't focus on Black lives in the diaspora, cannot matter until Africa is strong, free, liberated. That's why our lives in the diaspora don't matter, because we're in the lands of our captivity, but a lot of us have forgotten homeland and think that we can be powerful outside of the power block, which is our original home. So in that sense, what I would say this moment has done is for many newer generations, younger generations, I should say, perhaps it has conscientized them around issues of racism. But some of us who are seasoned activists would say that actually what we're seeing is an attempt to, and not necessarily, I'm not necessarily accusing Black Lives Matter in terms of our well-intentioned, conscientious family members who are gravitating towards this movement. What I'm looking at is what is known as corporate capture of our liberation movements, where it might look like it is ours, but actually it is a marketing brand that actually benefits people from outside of our community. So overnight, some of the same people who are in institutions of power that are literally holding their knees on our people's necks are the ones you will see taking the knee. I'm talking about all of these politicians, including in the British Labour Party, but yet the same British Labour Party that is treating our people abysmally. So much anti-African prejudice and discrimination, or Afrophobia. The same Labour Party that will recognise anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, but not a specific form of racism that affects people of African heritage. So do you see the duplicity? But a Black Lives Matter movement can allow for that, because there's a lot of symbolism and we're not looking at the substance of what is happening and what the messages are. At the end of the day, our wealth is still being looted today. And we, especially those of us who live in the UK and in London, we are in one of the world's biggest financial markets for that looting of our people's wealth. So that's why some of us in reparations campaigning, we formulate it as the need to stop the maangamizi. And the maangamizi is a key Swahili word for the African Holocaust or Holocaust and continuum of chattel, colonial and neo-colonial forms of enslavement. So the very world system as it is today, which some of us feel privileges us is the same system that is causing death, genocide, and pollution of our environment, and death in terms of our ecology, which is ecocide today. So that's what we're up against. And we're not hearing those messages coming from the Black Lives Matter movement. We're not hearing a recognition of pre-existing liberation movements, out of which many of those who are saying Black Lives Matter today, the shoulders on which they stand. But we are a long memory people, and there's no way that we can say, because people are focusing on tearing down statues, our goal in terms of the political goals of Pan-African reparations for global justice were never about statues. It was always clear it was about our land, our liberty, and the right to benefit from our resources, so that our people around the world could have access to that intergenerational wealth that our people have worked for and toiled for, even in today's times. So we have not yet had global redistribution of our people's wealth, our people's power, redistribution of income. When we start talking about those things and seeing those things tangibly happen, not in tokenistic ways, then we will know that we've actually began to meet some of the requirements of what people talk about in terms of compensation. But compensation in itself is only one aspect of a holistic reparations process. And when you talk about compensation outside of liberation, you're talking about accepting a bad deal.
Yes,
okay.
Just to shout out, some people are really agreeing with what you're saying. Peace and Powers family, with what people saying, tell them, sis. Shout out to all the points that you're making, very, very valid. Tell them, Sister Esther, I love every single word. There's so much popping through the chats because people are in complete agreement. They see through the agenda. What can people do? What should people actually be supporting rather than the BLM movement?
Well, the struggle, really continue the struggle for our people's power and liberation and emancipation. So in the 50s and 60s, it was very fashionable to talk about Black power. That's what matters. As a people, we will know that power is not just individual, it's not local, it's not even global, which is, you know, the global and the local combined together. Real power is actually international in that it transcends all these borders. Our people will have power when we are recognized as having power globally and that we can identify with those people. So when we talk about any other nation or any other people on the planet that exercises group power, we don't talk about, say the Jewish people in America or the Jewish people in Britain. We talk about Jewish people or any other people. So that's really what we're really going on with here. The Maangamizi, which is the modern day phase of this system of death, including what's called social and civil death, where we exist, we're physically alive, okay? We're breathing just about, because a lot of the time our people live in areas that are heavily polluted, lots of environmental racism, worse quality housing, hardly any green spaces. Our children are growing up in toxic environments. They're being born in it. They're coming out of the womb in that way. So from the beginning of our sojourn on planet Earth, our life chances and quality of life are severely depreciated. So until we get to a place where we can do more than just survive, and let's not forget, we're in a position now where we are coming out of, supposedly, whether people say a pandemic, whatever it is, we're talking about the weaponization of particular technologies, some would say bioweapons, that can actually obliterate us from planet Earth. See, historical enslavement, chattel enslavement, beginning in the mid 1400s in terms of European chattel enslavement of African people. They did not have that kind of power or technology to do that. Today, a lot of the destruction is being done by those in financial markets, the scientists, all the people that we hold up as being the people that we should aspire to become. That's where the damage is being done. I'm not saying they're not doing good things, but if we look at where the harm is being perpetrated today, we can see there's something fundamentally sick and wrong with the global economic system, the political system, the educational system, the system of even, wealth creation. Sorry, did you were saying something?
No, it's okay, sis. It's okay.
So as reparationists, we know that actually what we should be focusing on as a people are looking at what's called guarantees of non-repetition.
So sorry, Sister Esther, is your mic, you're getting some feedback. I'm just wondering if you could turn down, have you got another spare thing on?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure. Is that better? I'm not sure why. I haven't got any other device on, just this little laptop.
Okay, all right, no worries. Let's see if we can carry on and it might improve. Maybe Sister Ari, have you got anything else on?
Yeah, I just want to ask Sister Esther. I've noticed in the media, both here and abroad, there seems to be a lot of apologies taking place. And I just want to know, what are the implications of those apologies in terms of the campaigning for reparation?
Okay, so to be quite honest, they are of limited effect, because even in those of us in the International Center for African Reparations, these apologies mean nothing unless they are apologies of substance. Now, an apology of substance means that those words must accompany deeds that actually demonstrate that institutions are sorry and that they intend to be part of the process of redistributing ill-gotten gains that they have been beneficiaries of as a result of intergenerational wealth that has passed down through these institutions, but also families who benefited from the genocide, trafficking, the Maangamizi of our people. So what it is an attempt to actually divert the struggle for reparations. Because actually this year, prior to the emergence on the scene, after the killing, the lynching or the execution of George Floyd, there was a lot of focus on Africa. It was unprecedented this year. Even Caribbean states, nation states, were commemorating African Liberation Day. Now, what we know is that our people have been deemed to be the biggest threat when we have internationalized our resistance. That is when we have been deemed to be the biggest threat, when we realize that all those borders, all those divisions that have been put there to keep us separated, and therefore not to realize our group power, that we are beginning to break them down ourselves. That's where we were at. But now the focus has gone right back to just saying, well, we must just tackle racism, which is fine. But if you truly understood the roots of racism, you know you cannot tackle racism without tackling capitalism, because really that is the foundation of the system of racial stratification. And many of these institutions are not prepared to give up access to the wealth that they actually still control, the raw commodity And many of us are getting focused on these little apologies where they themselves, the institutions, have said that, oh, they're literally just going to be doing corporate social responsibility, in my opinion. Giving funding and choosing, there's some BAME groups, Black and minority ethnic groups. That's not what we're talking about. That's what they should be doing anyway. That's not reparations. Reparations are about us. We get to decide what are reparations and what are fair and adequate reparations for us.
Sister Esther, a quick question in relation to what you just said. So in recent years, the two more, in terms of land and resource redistribution, the two most prominent movements that we have seen in the Black world reside in Zimbabwe and in South Africa. We know that there are also more lower key ones in Kenya and Namibia and other places, you know what I'm saying, in terms of land reclamation and redistribution. But I'd like to know, in terms of the issue of economics, how you see these movements that we've seen on the continent as contributing to the economic development of our people globally.
They are, but these moves underway that we're seeing in Azania, so-called South Africa, and Zimbabwe, they have been interrupted. So the whole process of, say, land redistribution, as you will know, in Zimbabwe, it was agreed that farmers, white farmers, would be compensated, literally. So that can only happen because our people in Zimbabwe by themselves, our people in Azania, so-called South Africa, by themselves, cannot take on the global system of white power that still exercises power and dominion over our resources there in those countries. Because remember, this system we're talking about is global. So that is why the EU, Canada, North America, Australia, all these nations can come to the assistance of their white kith and kin, European kith and kin, in these countries and exert power and influence over the so-called international arena that actually ensures that our people don't come out of sanctions, which is what's happened with Zimbabwe. So they are making a contribution. And that is why we must ourselves, as Africans in the diaspora, return to the historic role we have always played in supporting those struggles for African liberation, wherever we are. Because they are our struggles, but they need to be strengthened by the worldwide African community, our nation. Yes? And ultimately, these are what we call, Asajifo Kwame Nkrumah wrote a book called The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. And in it, he spoke about the process of revolution and liberation struggle. And so we recognize that in Africa, there are contested zones, you know, and then there are what we call liberated zones. So many of these examples that we're seeing, they are emerging as liberated zones again, but they cannot do it by themselves. And one of the weaknesses, because we must, as much as we commend and we recognize our people's strengths, we also have to recognize, even in our everyday reality, the weaknesses of some of the approaches that we are taking. Because we don't actually have time to wait another 200 years to reflect back and say, oh, that's where we took a wrong turn. We have to do it now as we're even making moves. And one of the weaknesses is that even these attempts to reclaim land and therefore to benefit from the resources, they're being done in isolation. So our people are themselves right there on the continent are not necessarily waging these as Pan-African battles. Yes, that is what a huge weakness in our movement globally, that we are operating from the position of powerlessness, not because we are innately powerless, but because of the history and actually the structural oppression that denies us the ability to exercise our power. And it's not that we can't, we know many have tried. But what often happens and what has happened is that those efforts have been cut down or cut short. So that's one of the lessons that we need to learn from in our story as a people.
Yes, Sister Esther talking facts. This is from the comments on the side. I also got a request. How can I get Sister Esther to come and give a talk and educate the people, to come at my firm and educate the people there? So an interest in that sense, would that be something that would be possible, Sister Esther?
Yes, well, if people genuinely want to hear, and I'm sure, you know, learning, we're all learning together. So that's possible. Yeah, sure. So just contact me. I'm easy to find, very easy to find. Or you can contact gotKushTV, and I'm sure they can connect you with me. But just finalizing that point about economy, because this what you're talking about today is very relevant to the struggle for holistic repair or reparations. But if we go back to the root of what economy means, so echo means home. It comes from the Greek word oikos, meaning home. So an economy means management of the home. An economy means a management of the home, how we organize our relationships in a place in order to take care of that place and each other. That's what an economy is. And when we think about home, don't just think of it in terms of your individual home where you live right now. Home is our homeland. Home is our earth, our Mother Earth. How are we able to organize relationships on planet Earth in order that we can not contribute to an extractive economy, which is what we have now, that is based directly on the maangamizi of our people continuing onto today, but be part of a process to decolonizing wealth, financial institutions that still pillage and profit from the genocide and ecocide of our people, indigenous peoples, and the majority of humanity, to a system of justice, just economy that is regenerative. So it means that we don't make money out of, you know, raping the earth of her resources and thinking, well, because we've discovered oil or gas, that we're going to get rich. But at what cost? At what cost to our lives, our health, and our well-being? So what I have a plea, and my plea is for those of you, because we all have different parts and roles to play in this struggle. I don't focus so much on the economy of it in that way. The social entrepreneurs, our cooperative enterprises. But I'm urging those of you who are focusing on business and industry and enterprise to also examine the knowledge systems that we're working with, examine the very tools that you are utilizing and thinking will liberate us, and actually do an audit of how are we really empowering ourselves? And if we are, is it a few at the expense of the many? So we need to engage more in cooperatives and not just promote the fact of buying black as people is, because that is just focusing on our consumption. What are we producing? Are we producing our own food? Are we producing and developing the basic services our people need? Food, clothing, shelter. So what services are we providing our people? Recognizing the huge gaps and inequalities in wealth, intergenerational wealth, okay, that we know exist. There was a recent study that was done that spoke about, I think, white households in Britain having 63% more income than our people, African Caribbean people in particular. That's what we're talking about. How do we actually rebalance that? And we know we don't rebalance that by just saying to our people, they have to buy black. Because at the end of the day, a lot of our people don't even have the basic resources to feed our own children. We're living in the worst forms of housing. And anyone who knows anything about true wealth, there's a difference between money and wealth, as you know, but true wealth is based on land and assets, real tangible assets, real property, real estate. There's a book I'd recommend. There's two. Somebody called Kevin Cahill. One of them he wrote is called Who Owns Britain? And then the second one is Who Owns the World? In the book Who Owns Britain, he points out at that time it was 60 million population in Britain, that 59 million of the 60 million population, and these obviously the stats are changed now, but that was the figure that was in the book, live on just 10% of the landmass of the United Kingdom. So when we're driving on motorways or we're going from one city to another, and you see all that land, who owns that? But yet they will have us in concrete jungles, okay? They will gentrify areas. They will have our children cooped up, no actual green spaces, no real spaces for them to just even breathe. And then we wonder why there is so much intra-community violence amongst us. When we have literally been dispossessed of our homeland, and many of us have given that up for our citizenship on an island. That's literally what we're talking about. Now, the other statistic that he gives in Who Owns the World is that Queen Elizabeth II holds legal title, or I would say legalized title, because we're not going to justify it by saying it's lawful, to 1/6 of planet Earth. 1/6. So a lot of the land systems, even in the countries that we have so-called independence, there's still this underwritten rule of crown lands. That's why our people had to buy back land in Zimbabwe, in Kenya, and even to get the people who've stolen the land and continue to benefit from that stolen land, off of the land, they have to be paid compensation. Yeah? But one of the things Kevin Cahill says, and he's a Scottish academic, is that the biggest kind of link between those that are wealthy and those that are impoverished on the planet is that only 15% of the world's population has access to legal land ownership. I can't hear you, brother. Your mic is...
Sorry, 1 second. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I forgot to unmute.
Yeah.
All right. So what it is that we've got Brother Robin Walker in the back, and it's actually we're actually well into his time right now. So I don't want to cut off the thing.
No. I was only meant to be on for 15 minutes.
I know, yeah.
This is a much longer conversation.
Yeah. You know, it's very difficult to cut which is in flow. So we appreciate that.
I would like to ask the sister, if I may. The last time we had a conversation, and I think you picked up on it just a while ago, was about cooperatives. And it's what when you mention about cooperatives, what kind of solutions can be birthed from developing cooperatives? What are we talking about?
What? I know that we have a brother Adote Bing, Dr. Adote Bing, who will be on the schedule. And he will be speaking about that. So in the interest of time, he's doing a lot of work in that field. So let him answer that question, as I'm sure he will.
All right.
Thank you so much.
It's a powerful, powerful lineup, kings and queens. It's a powerful lineup, and that issue of cooperatives and what's the word? And it'll come back to me in a second. But cooperatives and credit unions, cooperatives and is extremely important conversations for us to have in terms of further development. We're gonna let go of Sister Esther now, but thank you for coming through, my sister.
Thank you.
Now, before you go down, I just want to let you know, everyone know, I just got a call from Swiss. He's apologized because he was supposed to be with us earlier, but it's been a mad day for him, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But he gave me 2 pieces of information to let the people know. The first piece of information is that Black Pound Day is currently trending on Twitter. Yeah, so it's the message of this particular initiative is currently trending, and they've had over 400,000 hits on the Black Pound Day website. Today, Kings and Queens, today alone.
Very good.
And the reason why we're doing this, is because obviously there's levels to the thing. So when gotKushTV does it, we got to bring in the voices of the people them that are gonna up the levels. Like Sister Esther was saying, it's not just about buying black, it's about production, it's about resources, it's about land. And these are the conversations. So we're using the opportunity, the energy of Black Pound Day, to have these kinds of conversations and up the levels, because there's levels to the thing. And as I let go of Sister Esther, we're not gonna down the levels any further, we're gonna keep it at the same level, Kings and Queens. Blessed Sister Esther, thank you for coming through.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna keep the level the same, Kings and Queens, because the Black History Man himself is in the building. Yeah, it's in the building right about now. If you don't know, get to know. And if you don't know, where have you been for the last decade and a half? At least, Kings and Queens. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Greetings and welcome, Brother Robin Walker.
Greetings, sir. How's everybody?
Greetings,
Everyone's blessed.
Well, it's been a very energized day, I will say. I think everyone would agree with that.
Most definitely.
Seriously.
I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Sister Arima and Stella B.
Greetings,
Mr. Robin Walker. How are you, my sir? How are you doing?
No, life is good. I've just come back from a Black History tour given by Alfred Nanton. So yeah, big things, big things.
So what is your take right now on this current climate right now? It's the surge of Black entrepreneurs, Black businesses. Is this anything new, or have we seen this before?
We do have a history of it. In particular, the African Americans created their Wall Street between 1910 and 1921 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Before that, African Americans in North Carolina created the original Black Wall Street. You had great entrepreneurs like Charles Clinton Spalding, who was the head of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance, which was the biggest Black business in the world. You had obviously the very great Madam Walker. But what's interesting about Madam Walker is most people in the Black community think she was the first African-American female millionaire. False. She was the first female millionaire. Full stop. Forget African-American. You can check that in the Guinness Book of World Records. Now, the Guinness Book of World Records, they've got a footnote to it to say, well, she might not be. And then they've presented 3 other women who could have beaten her to it, one of which was her business rival. So of the 4 women to become millionaires, 2 of them were African Americans. So just let that one sink in. And we can then trace it all the way back to Mansa Musa, 14th century, estimated wealth of 415 billion. And this is between 1312 and 1337. So he sets a standard.
Wow. I just want to quickly jump in because we know who you are and we give you praises every time, but I just want to give you an opportunity for those who are tuning in freshly into this conversation. Can you just give them a quick and brief introduction to who you are, Robin Walker?
I'm also known as the Black History Man. And what I do is I write books, I teach adult education classes. I work for an education charity called Croydon Supplementary Education Project. I'm a former musician. And if people ask me what do, I classify myself as a student, an educator, an investor, and an entrepreneur.
Fantastic. The author of When We Ruled, a very, very important book that I feel should be in every person's of colours, every African person's home. So, sorry, back over to you, Sister Ari, with the question.
Yeah, Brother Walker, I just want to kind of ask, I mean, from a historical perspective, more from the UK, you know, it's, you know, what we're seeing right now could be something that has been replicated over the years, yeah? But I want to know, is this are we peaking right now in terms of what is happening in terms of disturbance and the reactions that we're having now? I mean, I ask all the guests now, are we looking at a movement or are we looking at a moment?
It's too early to say, but what I'm telling people is, in the period that we're in right now, we've probably got about 2 more weeks while Europeans are nice to us. So in that 2-week window of opportunity, we've got to get as many resources as we can, because that's what it is. It's a 2-week window of opportunity. People right now are feeling kind of guilty about the killing of George Floyd. They know that they shouldn't be treating us the way they're treating us. So right now there's this kind of soul searching, but trust me, 2-week window of opportunity. 3 weeks time, we'll be back to normal. So we're gonna make whatever happens within this period.
I mean, we saw, if you look back historically, I mean, we saw some disturbances, riots in Nottingham, Brixton, Broadwater Farm. Are we seeing anything different this time around?
The fact that people of European extraction are in the thing as well, in the sense of, you know, that they've been able to get behind the Black Lives Matter thing. So that's new. Yes, there were white people involved in the water farm and all the rest of it. But the level of involvement this time around has been quantitatively different. So I think that does represent a change. But let's be quite clear, 2 weeks. Right? We've got 2 more weeks before back to normal, in my opinion.
Because I remember in my younger days when, in terms of what happened in terms of the disturbance on Broadwater Farm riots, in terms of on the economic platform and looking at this economically for a moment, there was a lot of interest in developing and supporting Black cooperatives, organizations to support our communities. And from that birth, you know, quite a few different organizations that some are here today and some are not here today. So I want to know is, are there any solutions that have been birthed? I mean, okay, you spoke about the 2-week window, but what is your foresight looking historically that has happened before? What do you think we can predict going forward based on what has happened before?
Well, I think we need to understand the political situation was different, and I'll explain what the difference was. Essentially, Black politics in the early 80s was left-wing to very left-wing. And so the idea then, for example, what the mass media was calling the loony left, the hard left, and big up to the loony left, big up to the hard left, because they were the people that actually made the changes in the 80s to create a Black middle class. Black people having suit and tie jobs, working for the council, you know, in positions where you could wear a suit and a tie and you could get to use words like competencies in your daily vocabulary. That kind of thing was new for Black Britain. And it was the municipal socialists of the far left that made that happen. People like Linda Bellos, people like Merle Amory, people that are today vilified, but actually they made a lot of stuff happen, and we have the, you know, big respect to that posse. And it was on, and essentially this whole take over the local councils, which is where we start to get Black heads of councils, and they were then able to fund the kinds of cooperatives that you're talking about. Do you see? And so what happened is political control was then connected to economic development in the ways that you're talking about. And on the other side, you also had, if people just wanted to just do a job, particularly a middle class job connected in some way to the council, those opportunities were open because of what the far left had achieved. Now, what's happened now is the far left are not in power anywhere. A lot of black people, the younger black people, don't even know that there was such a period in our history. So, for example, you'll get people talking on the internet, talking slick and negative about the left because they want to, you know, for example, you even got some black conservatives talking about how wonderful Britain is for black people, without knowing the struggle that got Britain to be as good as it is for black people. You see, and certainly now, I don't think though that the Black Lives Matter thing is connected to economic transformation the way it was in the 80s. I don't think they're linked. They should be linked, but I don't think they are linked. So I don't see BLM creating the economic changes in the way that the left wing and the activism, including the uprisings, the way that produced outcomes for black people in the 80s, I don't see that being replicated now because the politics just isn't there.
With the other, you know, with the conversation now, I mean, people are just tired now of, you know, the racism, the discrimination, and you know, I think people are not. It's just they have no confidence, as we all know, in the system. So, what are some of the solutions, economic solutions, we can start now developing and to move ourselves forward now? What are we actually now looking at here?
The sad reality is becoming an entrepreneur is the only viable choice for a black person to reduce the amount of everyday racism that they face. Yes, you're going to get institutions being nice, but the being nice, as I said, got a 2-week window of opportunity. If you want something that's longer lasting than that, you are going to have to strike out on your own. Now, if you don't want to strike out on your own and a group of you want to strike out and create something cooperatively between you, good. One of the advantages of striking out on your own, though, is once you become an entrepreneur, other black entrepreneurs are going to want to help you and they're going to want to keep you off the plantation. And what will happen is if you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back, we'll keep each other off the plantation. And as an entrepreneur myself, I can tell you, real talk, black entrepreneurs do that. You know, we really do network with each other. We really do help each other. We really do put deals to each other. And you know, people listening to this want entrepreneurial, you can be a part of this. And while being an entrepreneur doesn't fix every problem the black community faces, at least your 9 to 5 is a lot less horrible than it is now. Being in a work environment where you have to watch your back, you're not going to be in that work environment anymore. And you are going to be around people who have an interest in you succeeding, because if you succeed, you're helping them to succeed. And the more people that succeed, the better our world as entrepreneurs becomes.
I mean, the thing is about, again, is the more black businesses that we establish, you know, again, there is that spin-off as well, isn't it? Is that the building of that economic infrastructure that will birth other aspects. I mean, we're talking about employment, we're talking about education. So a lot of it is hung on the fact that we need to develop our economic infrastructure here to thrive as a people.
I agree, but it's not. But we don't have to look at it quite like that, because entrepreneurship isn't just business. Entrepreneurship is deals. I can put deals to you, you can put deals to me. It doesn't mean we have to open up a shop front. You see, and once I put a deal to you, you put a deal to me. We both have an interest in that deal working out because we both benefit. And once you have a track record that you can produce, you can deliver, other people are going to want to put deals to you. Other people are going to want to put deals to me. Do you see? And then that's how you get genuine cooperation. That's how you get genuine, I scratch my back, you scratch, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. You get that genuine, we need each other to make things happen. So it doesn't have to be opening a shop front. It doesn't have to be land acquisition. Does that make sense?
Yes, it really does.
It doesn't have to be that to produce a winning result.
Absolutely, that's such a key and valid point. I don't think people have thought about it in that way, about an exchange of ideas and working together in an agreement, which doesn't even necessarily have to have finance to it, because it's about building up the infrastructure in every way possible. And sometimes finances are not there. Time is also a product that could be more equitable than actual physical money, which is a story sold to us in the first place. So I just want to shout out some of the people that are putting money into gotKushTV and supporting us on this station. Empress Shasha Black, we've got Tashika Ashay on Plug, all giving money. We've got someone at the top there who's given some money as well. I can't see your name there, unfortunately, but we give thanks. This is all very, very helpful to keep this system going of sharing and putting our own narrative across and out there, so people can see what ways we can grow economically powerful. Back to you over in the studio, Shakara.
I've got a question for Brother Robin here. And this one's a bit more theoretical. Now, obviously, yourself and Sister Esther before you spoke about infrastructure, yes, and economic systems and then kind of things there. Right now, on my bookshelf, Brother Robin, I've got a few books that are next to each other because they relate to each other for me, right? One of them is Yorugo by Mama Rimba Ani. The other is Introduction to Black Studies by Maulana Karenga. The other is When We Ruled by Reverend Walker. And last and finally, the Bible, yeah? Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson. All right. So I want to read something quickly and get your thoughts on it. Right. But just bear with me for a second. He says in a chapter on race and economics, it is of utmost importance to keep in mind that an economic system is fundamentally a social system and a system of social relations. And an economic system cannot exist prior to or apart from a system of social relations. Yeah. He also says these socially related, created, and sustained power differentials and arrangements tend over time, in parenthesis, and due to concerted propaganda and other efforts put forth by those who benefit most from the system, to appear to the members of that society to be autonomous and natural. So a two-part question. The first one is, what kinds of, like you mentioned, social relations here, like how would you go about developing these social relations that help to develop the economy? And secondly, like, is it important to study and read like books on economy if we've yet to develop an infrastructure? How important is studying economics and economy and economic systems, and what reading would you suggest for our community to do in relation to those matters?
Unfortunately, you've asked so many questions. I know you think you've asked two, but you've actually asked a list of questions.
I apologize.
Which I can't possibly answer in that amount of time. But let me address what I think is the most important of the list of things that you just said. What's the most important? And that's this. Unfortunately, economics and business studies is mostly dishonest intellectual propaganda.
Right.
And most of the books that are written on these subjects are nonsense, unfortunately.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah, and I can say this as someone with an economics degree from the London School of Economics, and as someone who taught A-level economics and business studies for years.
Okay.
And how you know it's nonsense is just go into a school and ask some basic questions. Ask the music teachers, can you guys write music? Chances are the answer is yes. Ask the PE teachers, are you guys really athletes? The answer is usually yes. Ask the art teachers, can you guys draw? Can you guys sculpt? can you guys graphic design? The answer is usually yes. And then ask the business and economics teachers, do you guys run businesses? They don't know what the hell you're talking about. You'll find that a business or an economics teacher is just as poor as every other school teacher. And that shouldn't be the case. That's how you know the subject is nonsense. And what it is, it's designed to be the propaganda, to be the ideology. So it looks like this is how the society runs. That's not how the society runs. And what they actually do is keep how an economy works, truly works, secret from the masses. And what they put out as business studies and economics is nothing more than propaganda. That's why it's very difficult to read about economics and become rich. Do you see? Whereas logically, you can learn about music and be able to write music. You can learn the techniques of training and become an athlete. Do you see the difference? You can study past artists and become an artist. Doesn't work. Now, the reason is this. The real information of how to make money, it's only really some of the motivationalists that have been able to put together some of the jigsaw pieces. They don't have all the jigsaw pieces. So the Japanese-American guru, Robert Kiyosaki, he's got a jigsaw piece. The African-American guru, George Sabira, he has a jigsaw piece. The Polish-American guru, T. Harv Eker, he has a jigsaw piece. Do you see? What I'm trying to do is make it one of my life's goals to put as many of the pieces together so that we can take any young black person through a system, through a structure, and at the end of it, they end up rich. At the end of it, they end up with property. At the end of it, they end up with assets. But we're not in that position yet. All we have are big jigsaw pieces. But what's connecting the jigsaw pieces, we don't have that information yet. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as what we should study, I do believe that people should be reading as much as they can about money and how it works. But be warned, if it's mainstream economics or business studies, it will be nonsense. Trust me on that one. It will be nonsense. So I do recommend people read George Sabira, Robert Kiyosaki, T. Harv Eker. If you want to keep it on a black tip, Dennis Kimombro, right? Try and get as many of these kinds of people, but get knowledge where you can get it. So my thing is, do that reading. That's very, very important. But the most important lesson I can give you as an entrepreneur, once you're off the plantation, the work that you will do with other people, the cooperative effort that you will have to put those deals together. Do you see? What you guys are doing right now on gotKush, this is you putting a deal together. You guys are creating value with what you are doing right now. You see, creating value isn't something that just the capitalists do. We can do it. Every time you put an event together, you're creating value. Every time Leon Marshall and his sister put together a hidden Science Academy gig, they're creating value. Do you see? And we can all do that. And we all have interest in putting deals together to create value. And the main point is we can pull each other off the plantation if we keep this going.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Brother Robin. Sister Arima At, we've got Sister Celine Akigwe up on deck and ready to go. So I'd like to wrap up with Brother Robin. Just let you know that we've got Sister Arima At in the back chat also.
You know, it's funny. Because as an educator myself, I remembered in my early days, and I was actually teaching business studies. However, my take on the business studies was more on enterprise, because that was the only way I could engage with my students. Now, my profile of students were predominantly young men, yeah, and they were in this particular course because they couldn't go nowhere else. So the college put them onto this business course to get a qualification. And actually, you are right, because at that point, I already had developed a business, and were running a business part-time while I was actually teaching. And the curriculum does not allow for that type of creative mind, allow for the true entrepreneurial spirit to come forth. And I remember there was a young man in my class, and he said, "Miss, I know what you're trying to do. I know you're trying to get us a qualification. I know what," and he went into his pocket and he took out money like this. "But if you can show me how to make this, I'll stay." Basically, it's as far as it's concerned, it's like the system doesn't allow for that. So why am I in a system where I can go on the road and do it?
Of course. And my thing is, it may well be possible for us to create an education system that does allow for that. Do you see? And as I said, I do respect the gurus that have come before me. But my thing is we can put all the jigsaw pieces together. Then you could maybe create something like a 5-year plan from 0 to financial freedom in 5 years. If we can get it like that and then spread that around the community, you see, it will get rid of a lot of the discussions that we're having right now. Because a lot of us are under this impression that unless we get to own land, we have nothing. I disagree. As long as we have assets that's generating passive income, it doesn't matter if we don't own land. Do you see? If we can pull as many of our people off the plantation as possible, it doesn't matter if we don't own land. Because I mean, this way, we're in a position that we are making our 9 to 5, and we are not dependent on the system to make that 9 to 5. Once you get it like that, the amount of racism that you'll face on a daily basis declines, because you're not having the interactions to face the racism. Do you see? Yeah. And people will say, "But Robin, you still face racism." Yeah, but what type of racism would you rather face? A restaurant refusing to serve you, or serving you last? Does that make sense? Or your employer? Now, people say, "But the restaurant's trivial." I agree, and I would rather have that trivial problem than the bigger problem of being discriminated against in the world of work. Do you see?
So Robin, do you think education, going back to education is key at this stage?
Provided that the education is either teaching you culture or is teaching you how to make money. Does that make sense? All other forms don't matter. Culture and money. Everything else is trivial. And that's why I'm calling for a radicalized education that is teaching adults culture and teaching the adults how to become entrepreneurs.
Interesting stuff. Family, Robin Walker has a Black Studies course, catering for 3 levels, and I think it would be a beautiful opportunity to allow him to speak on that right now and how you can get involved.
Okay, there is a course that me and some colleagues are running at the Croydon Supplementary Education Project. That's the charity that I work at. We are going to be running a course which will begin in the very end of August, beginning of September. Check out their website, CSEP, Croydon Supplementary Education Project, CSEP, check that out. Also, if you can't wait till then, me and a colleague, Avril Nanton, we are going to be running a course on Black British history. And we're going to be concentrating on the last 70 years. The last 70 years, we're doing this to show, yes, I'm aware Black people have been in Britain since Roman times. Yes, I'm aware Black people were the first people in Britain, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the last 70 years to show the political, the cultural, the economic, the intellectual struggle that Black people have waged in the last 70 years, to show why, you know, that the Black conservatives talk about Britain is the nicest place for Black people to live. What our course will do is show why that's true, because of our struggle to get it like that. Do you see? It's not because English people have been nice to us. It's because we've had to fight them at every stage to get them to treat us the way that they treat us. Do you see? And what I'm doing in that course is we're documenting that 70 years worth of struggle. So if you want to follow up on that, Avril's Walks and Talks, go on her site and check out the Zoom course that we're going to be running starting next week.
Thank you so much. I just want to shout out big up to 9Ether99 for your contribution, your financial contribution there, and Nelson Evora. Thank you so much for your contribution, your financial contribution there. We see you. We appreciate that here at gotKushTV. I'm handing it back over to you both, Shakara and Sister Ari, who has been on for 3.5 hours straight with me. The man them are going to be taking over for a little period to give us a break.
Get your tea, get your tea, you know.
I've got my grapes and I've got my lemon juice.
All right. I think you have to take your tea, you know what I mean? All right, Brother Robin, thank you very much, bro. As always, for joining us.
Thank you.
Big up to everybody.
Thank you.
By the way, so go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying have a successful day. You know, big things, big things.
Thank you so much, my brother. And yes, we what in terms of
I was going to show you something. Yeah, I want to show off. Yeah, my Robin Walker collection. You know what I'm saying? Like it's large out here. You get me? Like my whole Robin Walker collection is moving mad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm encouraging everyone. Yeah. Like when we rule.com, it's Black Pound Day. Yeah. Knowledge is power. So get a Robin Walker book. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like get a Robin Walker book. You get me? My Robin Walker selection is mad. Yeah. You can see what
you're winning right now. I'm not gonna lie. I've got
right? And there's more. And there's more where that come from. Yeah. So like buy anything by Robin Walker. Innit? Anything. You know anything. There's more. Yeah. So I'm just showing off. Innit? I'm just showing off. All right.
Where's the Black History of the UK one?
Oh, you know what? I've bought it, but it's at the school that I teach that I teach at the whole school.
You're winning hands down.
So yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. So it's levels. It's levels out here. But big up, Robin Walker. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're gonna let you go now. Yeah.
Okay. Big up. Nice one. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Blessings to Robin Walker. We're gonna bring through our next guest, which is Sister Celine Akigwe. Celine, where you there? Well, the screen has gone back, so. Oh, okay, we're getting you now. Right.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sis. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
All right. So, sis, introduce yourself to the people.
Fantastic. Greetings, everyone. My name is Celine Akigwe. I'm founder of Afro-Historicals, creator of the Modap and AfriZone.shop. And I'll talk to you guys about that later. I'm here was invited here on my capacity as a Forex trader, given it's Black Pound Day. Before I go any further, thank you very much to all the brothers at gotKushTV. You're doing a wonderful job. To our hostesses, our beautiful hostesses, Sister Ari Ma'at and Nat Naye and Stella B. Thank you very much for your great work. Shakara, more power to you. And yes, my collection, I think you're beating me on Robin Walker's collection of books by only about one title, by the way. Anyway.
Yeah. All right, sis. So in relation to Black... sorry, sis, there's a bit of a delay. But finish your statement.
Yes. No, go ahead. I missed what you just said there.
Well, we know that we've got you on today to speak about trading. Yes. And you have some expertise in trading. So first of all, what is trading?
Okay, so for those guys that are not familiar with Forex trading or what trading is, In the global markets, in this world, we've been discussing a lot of ways to become financially independent. Economic empowerment is a very important aspect of our reparations movement. And the stock market operates on two main fundamentals. You have stocks and shares, which is a share or a portion of a company, a private company, or you have the Forex trading industry, which is the currency. So we have, in the UK, we have the pound, and the pound is pegged against the dollar, which is the US currency. And then every country has currency. Now, one of the reasons why the US is so powerful is because the vast majority, in fact, all the foreign currency against the dollar. So whatever happens to the dollar affects every other currency in the world. So when we saw the economic downturn with the COVID lockdown, and the stock markets actually had a flash crash, what we call a flash crash, we saw the dollar go through the roof. And that had a negative impact on every other currency that is pegged against the dollar. So we've seen lots of different examples on different ways to become financially free. You need to own property or land. You need to invest in stocks or shares. And so with the stocks and shares side of things, there are two ways of doing it. There are various ways of doing it, but the two main ways is to invest, buy shares and hold on to them, or to trade, and trading is very popular because you can trade on a daily basis, on a weekly or a monthly basis. You can also, it's a huge market, the Forex market, outweighs all other
so sorry, you've frozen there. Sis, can you hear me?
Trading markets. So it's the Forex market. Sorry, it must be my connection. I do have, I don't want to say the V word, but broadband for some reason has just gone really poor. I think they're trying to encourage us all to migrate over to 5G, but that's another debate. Yeah. So apologies for that if I'm freezing.
It's okay.
So yes, okay, fantastic. The stock market, the equities market, represents about $200 million of trade that goes through that market per day. The Forex market trades about $6 trillion per day. So every day, $6 trillion is being sold, won or lost. And the vast majority of private investors, they can have a very a bumpy ride. So it could, you can win quite a lot of money, but you can also lose quite a lot of money. And so a lot of people tend to stay away from the Forex market because of the risks involved. It's a skill that needs to be acquired. So not everybody can indulge in stock market trading.
Quickly, just to
trading academies. Yeah.
Sorry, just to interject, family. First of all, I just want to let everybody know that sorry, a bit of feedback there. Yeah, we can get Robin Walker's books on gotKushTV.com. Our market is now open, and you can also get exclusive deals on gotKushTV merchandise in terms of our couture, our apparel, exclusive gotKushTV t-shirts that are right there right about now. Anybody who's locked on right now who is not subscribed to gotKushTV, slap yourself on the wrist and then subscribe to gotKushTV. It is a must to subscribe to gotKushTV, your #1 Black conscious media platform coming out of the UK. And we also want to let you know that we have tomorrow, how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. And on Monday, we have the release of our new show, Decipher. For tickets for the event tomorrow, check out gotKushTV.com/events. We have a number of beautiful Black health practitioners to let you know how to, boost your health and all of these things. Sorry for the introduction, Kings and Queens. Let's see what I'm saying. Profiling and making sure that we keep all things in tune. Sister Celine and Sister Stella, take it away.
Thank you, Brother Chakra. Can you guys hear me? I've lost your sound.
Oh, we can hear you perfectly, sis. Your
Oh, I'm on mute. My bad. I was just saying.
Okay, let's get through this quickly before it cuts again. So, there are opportunities out there for people to learn about how to trade on the Forex market and capitalize on this huge $6 trillion a day market. You can do it in a way that is structured, that is actually low risk, and it will teach you, take you through the stages, teaching you step by step the fundamentals of Forex trading. You have a technical analysis that you need to learn in order to understand what the underlying concepts are behind the market moves. There are courses that will give you a solid introduction into what we call Japanese candlesticks, which is what is used to mark the movement of the share price during the trading day. So then we start to look at the trading charts and look at the concepts behind those trading techniques. We also have an advanced trading academy program that will teach you how to overcome the psychological barriers that result in many people losing their trades. We take advantage of technology. There's a fantastic team of engineers that we have access to, that have been able to share their technology with us. So they're a team of 4 African American engineers and traders that have developed AI technology, a thing called trading robots. So you have trading bots that come in a package. There are many of them around on the market. The problem with the ones on the market is that they tend to go out of date very quickly, because the economic horizon changes so frequently. So people, shell out thousands of pounds on a trading robot that will work for a couple of weeks, and then after a couple of weeks it stops working and you start losing your trades. So the key really is to be inside the institutional traders and follow their trades, and because they're at the forefront of the news that is coming in. This is why a lot of people get burnt on Forex trading, because we're always trying to catch up with the institutional traders. So when the market is moving one way, institutional traders are going a completely opposite direction. And so they're making huge amounts of money while the rest of us are losing. The primary example, the lockdown. Lockdown, certain things should have happened in an ordinary way when you're looking at the fundamental facts of what's going on in the market, what's happening in the economy, what's happening with the job employment numbers, interest rates, and so on. It's called a bull trap, or on the other way, it's called a bear trap. So in order to avoid these traps, you need to be into the institutional investors' heads. And that's what this technology gives us the ability to do. So I can talk more about that if people are interested in getting into Forex trading, they can contact me and I can show them how to do that in a safe and structured way. There are a lot of scams out there, for lack of a better word, that we all have to be aware of and wary of. And there's certain fundamentals that we need to look out for to know that this is a structured business that will succeed long term, because we don't want to invest in something that within 1 year it will crash, or the government will shut it down.
Yeah, Sister Celine.
Yes.
It's very key. There's two things. So in terms of the earlier, we had a brother called Winston talking about the way that learning about finance is also capitalized. And Forex, over the last maybe 2 years, 3 years, we've had a lot more interest from the Black community in getting involved in this. And we have some experts like yourself who can let people know about the pitfalls. What is your view about maybe the future of taking or creating something more innovative from the knowledge that you've gained within these realms of understanding the market, the economic market, the global economic market as it is at the moment? Is there room to start thinking about something that is African-centered and comes from us, utilizing all of these, the knowledge that you've gained over the years and people like yourself have gained over the years? Is there a room for a completely new way of structuring our finances and how we operate, do you think?
Yes, this is the perfect time because, the rule book, as Robin was saying earlier, the rule book has been thrown out of the window. Everything everybody learnt in business school, in economics, is irrelevant because they just completely rewrote the rule book just over in the space of a few weeks. So nothing is beyond regeneration or reinventing the global financial system. There are many projects that are starting up that have African centered. It's designed to unlock that economic path that we need, the access to finance, the ability to send and receive funds across the world. There are different projects that are coming up in relation to that. So there's no boundaries right now. We're working from a blank sheet of paper, so for us as Africans, we need to now open our minds to think outside of the box and engineer different ways of operating financially. We could take what we've learned from the proven successors, like, you have the Robert Kiyosaki's, etc. We can take all of that knowledge, and out of that, we can bring something fresh and something new. I think with with most of us, we should start educating our children on how to become financially literate. It's extremely important to make sure that that our children grow up with the entrepreneurial mindset, and they already are aware of the pitfalls in the present capitalist environment. And so that one of the ways that they can do that is by tapping into an academy to learn those skills that are needed in a structured way. And I think from that point onwards, people can then flourish and develop and continue to engineer new ideas and new ways to make money. I also utilize my app, Mojap, a lot to educate people on how to achieve financial freedom, but as well as that, to educate people on the history and to make sure that we're all pointing in the right direction in terms of who we are and where we need to be. And so that's how I utilize my app. And that's a different way of doing it. I utilize my app, Mojap, That's umojapp.com. It's available on Android as well as on iPhone, and you can connect to different platforms from there. You can connect to London Crypto Network, which is the financial arm, where you'll find more information on Forex trading, crypto trading, lots of different packages on how to boost up your membership, marketing, and that kind of thing. You also get the history, the valuable history as well. So there we go.
Family, give thanks to Sister Celine. We've got we're chopped block today, so we're gonna have to wrap up this one right here. Yeah, but you did just give your full information, right? So people know where to find you. Can you just do one more thing for us, Sister Celine? Just post it in the live chat so that we can share it on screen as well. And no doubt we're gonna bring you back during the run-ins of our group economic shows to speak more on Forex trading and all kinds of different trading. Thank you very much, Sister Celine, for bringing us through.
That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah?
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. Giving thanks, Sister Celine. Take care. Take care.
I'll be in the chat as Afristoricals, by the way. Afristoricals, that's me.
Okay.
Yes. All right, Kings and Queens. Brother Nate, the lyricist, do stay tuned. Yeah, we're gonna hold you. You got a bit. Just give me the thumbs up if you got like 10 minutes to wait, bro. Before we bring you through, just give me the thumbs up if that's cool. Cheryl Jumbo, you're gonna be live soon, so stay tuned. We just want to profile another sister who's come through to share her business with us, and then we're gonna be taking a little bit of a break, Kings and Queens, just so you can check out what's happening and what's been going on, what we've been releasing on gotKushTV. We want to give you all a flavor for what's been going on gotKushTV in the last few months to a year and all these things. And we're gonna take a brief break just to show you that the levels of what's been going on. Right now, I'm going to introduce you to Cheryl Jumbo, Kings and Queens, and she's going to let you know about what her business is. 1 second, let me just make sure that the sister's ready. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready, sis.
And Shaq, I'm jumping off.
All right, cool, no problems. We'll see you
I'm jumping off, and welcome on the King Nat Nai.
Indeed. What, Nat Nizzy's in the house, yeah? So we're losing Stella Bizzle, and we're going to get Nat Nizzy. What's the deal? All right, Kings and Queens, it's all popping off. Right, hold on there. Let me see now. Right. Am I speaking to Cheryl Jumbo?
Yes, you are. Good afternoon, Shakara.
Thank you for joining us, my sister. Thank you for joining us. So what is your business?
So my business is, I have two. One is a limited company, which is the Black Beauty and Fashion Awards, Diaspora, and the Black Beauty and Fashion Awards Africa. And I also have a social enterprise called Jumbo Prospects. A bit about myself and background, I guess. I am a cosmetic scientist. And so what that basically is someone that works in a laboratory creating personal care products from your toothpaste to your shower gel to your foot scrub and aftershave. Okay,
that's serious business. So you're a multifaceted woman. So all right, so how long have you been in businesses?
About 4 or 5 years now.
Okay. No, that's a pretty established amount of time. It's still new, but established nonetheless. And in that respect, then, what inspired you to choose these avenues that you've gone into in terms of pursuing business endeavors?
Okay, so the idea of my business came to me through working as a cosmetic scientist, working in a laboratory. Every year, I would attend industry awards to find out what are the best performing products. And so after the events, we go back to the labs and, we talk to amongst our colleagues, and we look at the products that we came back with as sort of goodie bag products. And we tried the products, and after a while realized as a Black woman, none of these products actually catered to my skin complexions, my hair texture, and my hair and beauty needs, essentially. So it kind of dawned on me just one day in the lab that wouldn't it be wonderful to see what products out there are best suited to my skin and my hair, and what could be considered the most highest performing products that I could use. So really the idea came from a feeling of social exclusion and wanting to be represented ultimately. And then also realizing that I spend a small fortune on my hair and beauty.
Yes.
And being of Nigerian heritage and culture, you know, when we have lavish events, we do spend quite a money on fabrics, jewelry. There's a whole process that takes place. And so I thought economically, it would be also good to see, to have a voice that is validated within the mainstream environment that I live within. You know, being Black British, I felt it was important that my voice was elevated and other consumers' voices were elevated too. So that's really where the idea came from. So initially it was about celebrating our unique beauty, having a voice that was elevated and our unassailable right to inclusion. But then I also realized that we have an economic issue because primarily a lot of the places that we bought the products from or buy products from are from people that look nothing like us. And that's not a problem if they are returning that Black pound back to our community through purchasing our services and products. However, they're not. So it became a socio-economic plight, the Black Beauty and Fashion Awards, to not only celebrate our unique beauty, but create a platform for Black entrepreneurs to enter into this arena ultimately. Because in the UK, we've heard that Pantene is the #1 shampoo, but I've never used Pantene.
Never used Pantene in my life. You know, wash and go, never use it. You know what I'm saying? That's something,
exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly.
the Black Beauty and Fashion Awards, when does it take place?
Well, so we are moving our event online. It's happening during Black History Month in the UK here on the 28th of October. We previously had a physical event where people could come together, celebrate, network, get themselves in the back, and you know, forge new relationships. But with the current climate, you know, we're looking at being more innovative and doing things in a different kind of way. And so by holding an online award show that is for the diaspora, so ultimately companies enter into the Black Beauty and Fashion Awards in either one or many of 29 various categories. So you have hair care for men, skincare for women, fashion technology, beauty technology, wellness. You know, technology is playing a larger role in the world that we live in. And so the fusion of fashion and technology, for instance, in terms of production and manufacturing, to the other side of the spectrum in terms of maybe apps that you can use to find a fabric or source a supplier, or even just find a shop that you could buy products from. So technology is being more integrated into the world that we live in. So that is also happening in beauty and technology. So companies enter into a category. We have judges who deliberate and they announce who the shortlisted parties are, and then subsequently the winners. So we expect entries from the US, Brazil, the Caribbean, various parts of Europe. So it's really about bringing the diaspora together and looking at what's available to us as consumers across that.
So sis, we're strapped for time here, but I'll be remiss if I didn't ask you this question, because one of the biggest conversations happening in the world of Black fashion at the moment is the extent to which African textiles are not manufactured in Africa, and are majority manufactured in Holland and in China. In fact, when I was in Ghana, there was only one shop in the entirety of Accra that you could get textiles that were manufactured in Ghana, and they prided themselves. That was their USP, so to speak. And so, as somebody who's in the industry, how do you see that contradiction? And are there any ways that we can go towards remedying that?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, it's a misconception. The fact that you call them African fabrics is the first mistake. If they're not made in Africa, are the African fabrics? Those are Holland Dutch wax that you're talking about. And so we've completely ignored the fact that we produce our own fabrics back home. And we have various fabrics that represent different things. But we have decided to import Ankara or Velisco Holland Dutch wax from various companies who have been supplying us for decades upon decades. So part of the work that we do is shining a light on the opportunities amongst our own countries and demographics, so that we can be empowered economically. So that's a very pertinent issue within the fashion industry.
I do take your point. I think that there is something to be said for the fact that Kente is still manufactured in Kumasi, you know what I'm saying, to a significant degree. There is the various different tie-dyes that we have, the Bogolan that you can get from Mali, which they refer to as mudcloth. You know, so there are indigenous textiles, but oftentimes they're more manual. They're not mass produced in the same way. You know, so yeah, it is another way of working through it. Sis, we're gonna have to bring you back at some point to really go in on this fashion, because the fashion industry, I've got a very big interest in it. But thank you very much for sharing your interest so far, and we appreciate you joining us for Black Pound Day Group Economics show. You know what I'm saying, and we appreciate it. Do stay tuned. If you've got more space later, you can come back and we'll talk to you some more. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
No problems, my sister. We appreciate you joining us. Oh, finally, just let people know where they can find you.
Oh, bbfawards.com or bbfawards.africa.
All right, beautiful. Thank you very much, sister.
You're
and stay
welcome.
tuned.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
One love.
One love. Yes, indeed, kings and queens. You know, we're getting some representation from so many different industries and fields of endeavor right about now. It's beautiful, and I'm gonna bring in my good brother. I've been accompanied by the powerful feminine energy all day, and now we're gonna bring in a black man who is of equal eruditeness and I must say good lookingness as well. You know what I'm saying? Equally handsome and equally intellectual.
We're mirror.
What about that?
Oh, bless.
Indeed. I've been told that we look alike, you know, bro.
Yeah, we're brothers.
I've been told that we look alike still.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's that guy, you know what I mean? That's that guy.
We were together when we were told this.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Bro, most definitely. We're gonna take a quick break now. I'm just letting the people know that you're here. We're gonna log off for a bit and take a brief ad break intermission and come back. When we get back, we're gonna speak to Nate the lyricist, and then we're gonna speak to Adote Bing on cooperatives, yes, and credit unions and them kind of things there. It's going to be major. It's going to be massive. It's going to be large. It's Black Group Economics, Business and Entrepreneurship Show on gotKushTV, supporting Black Pound Day. When I say big up to Brother Swiss, making sure that you all know that right now Black Pound Day is trending on Twitter. So while we're in this brief intermission of ad breaks, check out what's going on here, but also check out Twitter. Post this link, the link for this particular show on Twitter right about now, on Instagram right about now, everywhere. And check out the Black Pound Day website because it's had over 400,000 hits today. Stay tuned. We will be back after these messages. gotKushTV.com is now opening for you to advertise, calling all businesses, promoters, event organizers, artists, service providers, content creators, and brands of every kind. If you are looking to share your business or services with a growing and diverse audience, gotKushTV is the space for you. Advertising space is available all over the website. You can advertise here, 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 and you can even advertise here. All spaces are going at very reasonable rates, and we even have a design and production service, especially for those who will need an advert designed or produced for you. For inquiries, don't hesitate to contact us. info@gotKushTV.co.uk. Advertising on gotKushTV.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, Jeffy. All right.
I'm a pan-African rapper disseminating knowledge. There's some drug trafficking trappers that's limiting the promise of the youths. Irresponsible, that's the truth. Negligent, a form of emotional abuse. See, these mumble rappers are self-destructive. Never learn, promote black on black violence. Eddie Hearn, jail bars, proud of your drug conviction. Boasting that you're moving white like an albino eviction. I'm from the era where they beat up punks and make you run like your belly up the peanut punch. No episode of hero stunts, so like thick oats porridge, you gon' feel those lumps. Black unity is hard cause of diaspora and separation. And white supremacy, psychological penetration. They want us back in chains and not the ones for decoration. It ain't happening like African reparations. You devils can't harm me. I'm Leonard Howard, Messiah Garvey. Detroit red with the pistol, irrational waving it at UKIP officials. Post-traumatic stress disorder, I got issues. Compassion abolished the truth. General Khalid Muhammad, Queen Nanny, ever ready, swinging machetes at the colonizers. Stand up and fight, cause we're true survivors. Crushing your irrelevant raps, I'm Hannibal on elephant back. You better step back. Progeny of architects of the Lalibela churches, colossal edifices, cosmological purpose. All you see is the surface, I'm wavy like sea surfers, a true wordsmith, please purchase. New album Black and Forth, coming soon, feel how I'm back with force electro. Magnetic hair, love my kinks, can't deny. Facial features like the Sphinx, survived generations, withstood evil blows. Chipped the nose and just made my ego grow. Proud African, long time I've been telling ya. Reincarnation, King Jaffe, coming to America. Nah, this won't stop. Yard man, so I come from rebellious stock. I'm Zulu, Mandinka, Xhosa, Fulani, unruly, rebel for cause like Mugabe, lineage, Queen Nzinga, a true army. Back down, the Portuguese, they can't harm me. You can't bar me. White supremacists don't provoke. Grip the slave masters and dash them off the boat. Burn down the plantation and run with hope. Self-preservation, yo. If these words ruffle some feathers, they're meant to go. Self-defense, revolution past the Teflon. Withstand the hate you give us, we're too strong. Ashe to the ancestors who broke down barriers, check their hand gesture. With weight on their shoulders, shot put easy. K9, gotKushTV. Level. Salute Wordsmith, gotKushTV. Check all the socials, K9 London. Instagram, Spotify. Ashe.
What it do, Sober Soldier, salute. This is Stick from Dead Prayers with my partner, M1. And you are in tune to gotKushTV.
What would you see as some of the prerequisites that you would like to see in place to help or to facilitate Africans in the diaspora being attracted to overcome all of these challenges that they are going to meet if they desire to resettle in Africa? And that doesn't necessarily mean that we will pack up or send a barrel with all of our belongings and just wipe our hands, because we didn't build up England just to leave it for them to have. We have a stake here. If the truth be told, we really do have a stake here. And how can we leverage our stake in the United Kingdom to also mirror that stake in the African or on the African continent?
So some praises. Prerequisite number one. Read Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus.
Good point. Good point.
Prerequisite number two, read Message to the People.
Yes.
By Tony Martin. And there's 22 essays of the program of Marcus Messiah Garvey. I say that, brothers and sisters, because that gives us the black print. Before I go any further, I'm going to qualify that in a moment. Before I go any further, I want to make it abundantly clear this evening, brothers and sisters, humbly, I want to say that our wealth as African people is not defined nor measured by per capita income. That's somebody else's definition and measurement of our wealth capacity, not ours. Our wealth capacity as a people is defined by our human and land capacity. In other words, our own labor capacity, our own ingenuity, and our own skills is what defines our wealth, our ownership of land, our ownership of property, our ownership of natural resources, our ownership of factories, our ownership of businesses is what defines our wealth. Our acquisition of power is determined by our ownership of all of the above, including our labor and our ingenuity.
Yes, sir.
See, someone else is defining our wealth capacity because someone else owns our labor and our ingenuity. When we go to work, someone is paying us to make 10 times, 20 times, 100 times what he's paying us to keep him rich. If we want to measure our wealth capacity, measure the wealth of the companies we work for. And what is the company earning from every African who works in that company? Am I making sense so far, brothers and sisters?
Yes, you are.
Now, what does that do? What does that have to do with the question of imprisonment of African people here in the UK and even on the African continent?
Yes, indeed, kings and queens, peace and blessings, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. You don't know we are in the building, gotKushTV, live. Today, it's all about Black Pound Day, and it's the Black Group Economics all day. And we're live, you know what I'm saying, as it says on the tin, kings and queens, the whole day we're now ramp inside. We're there, and it's myself alongside with my hostess, with the mostess, Sister Ari Ma'at, alongside the one and only, the erudite and equally handsome Brother Nat Nye and Stella B is in the building, and we're going to be bringing through a few more guests shortly, kings and queens. But it's just to let you know right about now that you know, one of the things that you can do in terms of supporting a Black institution is join the gotKushTV extended family. Yeah, gotKushTV extended family is open for you to join us, kings and queens. We are accepting new family members at gotKushTV right about now. And if you check gotKushTV/support, you will find information as to how you can join the gotKushTV extended family and contribute to the development of the UK's #1 Black conscious media platform, kings and queens. You know what I'm saying? All the instructions are here, as well as a link, you know, for you to make your membership of the family formal, kings and queens. Do check us out at gotKushTV.com/support in that kind of way. And also, you know what I'm saying, you can join us on all of our social media, yeah, in particular our Twitter and our Instagram, kings and queens. You don't know, we look forward to you joining us here. Sister Ari Ma'at, how you feeling, sis?
I'm feeling energized. As I said, I have my lemon water and my bowl of grapes here. It's keeping me going. But, you know, I'm just getting messages from WhatsApp, from Nottingham, Birmingham, Bradford, you know, in and around London, Ghana, Bahamas, America. It's amazing. It's amazing. We're getting out there. We're definitely getting out there. Black Pound Day, yeah, it's definitely working, but let's not make it be for a moment. It's a movement we're dealing with here. That's the key. That's the key thing. It's the key message we're saying today. It's a movement. It's not a moment. Anybody out there, as we mentioned earlier on, you can come on the show. You want to promote your brands, talk about your products. This is the time to do it.
Most definitely, sis. Nat Nye, we say, how you feeling, bro?
I feel great, brother Shakara. Big up, Sister Aru. I heard that you've been holding the fort for 3 straight hours. 3.5 straight hours.
This Brother Shakara has been my energy as Stella B. We've just been vibing. We've just been vibing. I mean, the brands, the entrepreneurs have been amazing.
Yeah.
And this is such an important, it's an epic day today.
It's an epic day. I'm so happy that you signified this as not just a moment. This has got to be a second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour. So the moment this event ends, we've still got this on our mind to propel us through the year, and a decade, and a century, because there's often, if we go back 100 years when Marcus Garvey was talking, you could take Marcus Garvey right now in 2020 and it would be relevant. We don't want to say in 100 years' time that talks that we're doing now, Black Pound Day now, is still relevant in 100 years. We want there to be fundamental and significant change, a finality change, a breaking of the cycle. So yeah, I'm charged up, Shakara. Charged.
So am I, bro.
Charged.
So am I. So am I. So am I. Well, we're there, and we're gonna bring through. You know, we're bringing through the brothers right now. You know, Kings and Queens. Now, this brother though, not now, yeah. This brother has a little something that me and you don't have in the same abundance. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He's got something going on that me and you don't have in the same abundance. And nowadays is the era of the beard gang. Beard gang is here, you know. Beard gang is in the building. Beard gang is in the building.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So right now, as far as the women are concerned, now me and you are irrelevant at the moment.
Yeah, we have no usage. I'm trying to get like, you. What are you talking about? Look, I'm trying to. You know, your hair is looking nice. I've been feeling it from my locked in. I've been here from the beginning as well. Yes, yeah, very, very good content, guys.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You're here to talk to us about a beautiful subject, a brilliant subject that is important for today. So, what are you bringing to the Black Group Economic Show live?
So as a 9-to-5, I used to do sales training, and I used to basically, my job was to train like a team of people that worked with me how to sell. So I spent a lot of my time, you know, researching sales, you know, stuff. I grew up with a sales background. My dad, I probably shouldn't say on camera, you know, but he used to like drive around selling fake clothes out the boot of his car. And, you know, literally, you know, we proper grew up just around sales all the time. So I feel like I have a very good affinity with sales. As I said, I've kind of done like training with sales. I've had like a team working with me. And I quit the job last year, February, and went self-employed, because one of the things that I was thinking is, instead of me giving all of this information to, you know, it was a white-owned business, you know, I was thinking, instead of me giving all this information I'm learning to someone that, you know, is you know, lovely, but, you know, I'm paying his bills, I'm paying his life. And exactly what the brother said in the video before, see your earning power based on the business you're working for. We were turning over like $250,000. So I was like, okay, I know how to do this. I'm the person doing it. So I was like, calm, you know what? I'm going to leave and do it for myself. So I left February, and I've basically been, you know, working on, I've got multiple businesses at the minute. I started off with scaffolding, which wasn't as steady as, I think I had to invest more into it than I was willing to. But obviously being a natural creative, as you guys can see, Nate the Lewis is. So, you know, being a natural creative, I write poetry. I ended up getting paid for performing poetry. So I was like, fine, I'm just going to live there for a while. From there, I've kind of grown and set up like a clothing label and an event that I run, which was doing all right. And what I wanted to do today, really, was I wanted to take any sales knowledge that I had studied or that I had learned, and to bring it into the space, and to just share it with anybody that you know, is interested, anybody that is perhaps a customer facing, anybody that is a business owner. There are just some fundamentals that I feel like everybody should know, and that was kind of what I was hoping to bring in today. Shall I just run? Shall I just run
the thing, fam? And Sister Harry and Brother Nat, just come in if you got a question. I'm gonna tune in and listen to you right now.
Yeah, tune in, absolutely. So I mean, I think one of the most important things with when you're dealing with customers is to add value. I think adding value is the absolute number one point that I would bring. So whatever it is that your product or service is that you're selling, you have to understand why your customer wants it. For example, your customer doesn't necessarily want to buy a drill. You know, your customer wants to put a hole in the wall because they want to hang a picture. You know, your customer doesn't necessarily want to buy a scaffolding, you know, like where I used to work. But, you know, the problem that your customer has is that a tile has blown off his roof or something along those lines. You know, what you are doing is you are solving your customer's problem, right? In solving your customer's problem, in understanding the needs of your customers, in understanding what their problem is, and, you know, obviously using your product and understanding how your product or service, whatever that may be, solves that customer's problem, you're going to immediately add value to that customer's experience. And the reason is because, I'll give you an example. If you go to a doctor and you say, oh, you know, my stomach hurts, and he says, okay, take these tablets, and you go home, you take the tablets, you'll think they're not working, what's going on? If you go to a doctor and you say, you know, my stomach hurts, and he says, oh, how long has it been hurting? And you say about 3 days, and he says, okay, and where is it? Is it top or is it bottom? You say, oh, sort of like near the top, and he says, okay, and is it like a stabbing pain or a dull pain? And you say, oh, it's a dull pain. You know, he says, okay, take these tablets. You know, you're more likely to think, okay, this is running. Do you know what I mean? So you are adding value to the customer's experience by understanding them. Hopefully that makes sense. Another thing that I think is imperative is measuring conversion. And I kind of just wanted to make sure I touch on that one today as well. So whatever you do to generate leads, right? Sales is essentially, it's like a two-part process. You know, you have the lead generation, which is kind of more marketing, I suppose, and then the actual conversion. So say, for example, you are Liberty Plant-Based Cuisine, a delicious food place in Croydon, and you are posting on social media saying, you know, look at this delicious new recipe that we have, and everybody comes down to your store to check it out. You've generated leads, excellent. How many of those leads do you convert? So the conversion rate is like when you have a customer directly in front of your face, and you ask for the sale, you try to convince him to buy from you. Let's say a customer walks into Foot Locker, 10 people walk into Foot Locker, 1 person buys, you know, that's the conversion rate. That's what you need to measure. Not measuring your conversion rate is the equivalent of going to the gym and not measuring how many reps you're doing. You know, it's the equivalent of jogging and not measuring how long you've been jogging for. So yeah, it's definitely imperative to measure your conversion so that you know how well you're doing, because if you measure anything, immediately it improves, which is excellent. What else do I have? People buy from people they like. That's important to know. Obviously, sales is largely about relationship building. So you know, it's really important. You know, you're not trying to swindle your customers. That's, I think, what makes a good salesperson. You know, a bad salesperson is just trying to get money from the customer. A good salesperson is trying to, I think the phrase is help your customer to buy, right? So you let your customer know this is what will fix your hole perfectly. Do you know what I mean? This drill here comes with this little, this size, which is exactly what you need for the hole. It's got a sleek aluminium. Do you know what I mean? And they're like, okay, yeah, I want this drill. You know, you're helping them to buy the right thing for their job. That's what you're doing. You know, you're not trying to sell them a hammer. You know, you're helping them to find the best thing for their job. So if whatever your product or your service is, whatever it is, if you can understand why that is the best thing that your customer needs, you know, and you can explain that to them, and you can communicate that, then you'll be building a relationship. That is what is important. Your customer needs to walk away and be gassed, like be talking about your products to their friends, you know, and saying, look at this, it has this sleek aluminium design, you know what I mean? They'll just need to be like, you know, in love and like reciting what you're saying. For example, I think I had a couple of other examples actually. Oh, where did I put it? Yeah, your customers should see you as like yeah. Cool. All right, I'll touch that. I think another thing that I want to mention in terms of sales is that it's important to kind of control the conversation. So when you converse with your customer, you have to understand, obviously, because you're helping them to buy. It's conversations with customers you will find tend to repeat themselves. You know, customers always walk into the store and say the same thing. The staff make jokes about it. It's really common. You know, the staff customers walk in and they always say the same thing. You know, whatever that thing is appropriate to your store. You know, I think where I was working with the scaffold, it was like, you know, I'm looking at your website and I think my house is 5 meters tall. You know, they all said the same thing, you know, they all said the same thing. So obviously we could preempt that and we could say, okay, yeah, sounds like you need a 4 meter platform height standing tower, you know, and then we could say, is it narrow width or do you need the wider one? You know, we can kind of lead the conversation. It's important to lead the conversation because your customers don't know what they want. They know what their problem is. You know, they don't know what they want. And I think one of the best ways to get into that space, especially if you know, work in like a retail or something like that, is with open questions. So I think a lot of salespeople perhaps jam up and walk up to, you know, awkwardly walk up to a customer who's browsing the store and say, can I help with anything? You know, and the problem with that is that's a closed question. You know, I've got 2 answers, yes or no, you know, and if you're anything like me, I'm just going to say no, you know, because I'm fine. I'm figuring it out, whatever it is. If you give this customer, you know, like an open or a closed question, sorry, where they've only got 2 options, then they're going to choose one of the 2 options that you've given them. That's the corner you back them into. Whereas if you perhaps start the conversation with an open question, you know, then it will, only if they want to, you know, but it will give you more of an opportunity to start a conversation with them and to control the flow of that conversation, which I think is really important to do as well. And the reason it's important to control the flow of the conversation is, other than the things that I've just mentioned, of course, is because I think one of the final things that I was going to mention is, oh no, I've got one more actually after that before I forget that as well. Yeah, is in fact, let me jump into that one first. Okay, so I mentioned know your customer, but I also wanted to say know your product as well. That is really important because obviously of as I've kind of touched on it, which is why I wanted to sort of just clean out, but you know, it's important to know your product so that you can speak about your product with confidence when you speak to your customer. If you can, you know, explain why your product is the best thing for your customer, then, you know, you guys have already heard that, which is fantastic. And the last thing that I wanted to say is ask for the close. That was it. Ask for the close. You know, it's important to actually ask your customer to buy. I think a lot of the time, you know, we can forget how it feels to be the customer, and it's, yeah, we can forget how it feels to be the customer. The customer is really enjoying the experience, honestly, that you're taking them on. I think it's important to ask them to actually buy, because if you don't, then that is a critical point where they can basically switch out and change their mind. I want to make this appropriate to some of the businesses in the space, but I can't really think of any, you know. But if a customer is, you know, browsing your Instagram page, for example, and they ask you a question, they say, you know, I really like this one, you know, and you're speaking to them about it in your DMs, and then the customer goes, before you've asked the customer, you know, would you like one? You get, you know, like, would you be interested in getting one? That is your way in, and if you don't take that way in, then you're missing out for sure. So that was kind of the bullet points that I had, but obviously I'm here for the questions because I didn't really I wasn't really aware of the format. So if there's anything that anybody wants to shoot, then I'm happy from here.
So as the resident timekeeper, we've got like a couple minutes here for this. So yeah. So anything that I'm on that.
I was going to say your bullet points all are very relevant, bro. So thank you for that. I'm sure that those who are tuning in today can, gain a lot from what you've just said. I mean, one of the things I've kind of put down here is what is so important, right? In terms of your brand, is also developing relationships. Relationships with your customers, relationships with your suppliers, because it's times like this we're going through now, Corona, yes, COVID-19, who's who. And if you've got good relationships, especially with your suppliers, like now, you're going to be okay. You won't get the full impact. You also mentioned about knowing your brands. It's some of us are very passionate about what we do, but then when we communicate that to somebody else, it's like we tend to miss out the pertinent parts, the added value, those elements where it's about looking at it from the customer's perspective as to why they want this, why they need this. And I think what you just said is all valuable. All valuable.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
So as a brother to a brother,
yes, King,
big lyricist, that was that, and the way you delivered it, I thought you were gonna drop it into a verse as well, a little rhyme.
New things coming soon though, bro, come on.
So what I wanted to ask, I don't know if there's enough time, but maybe you could just give a 60 seconds. You spoke a lot about product, but you're an artist. So this question applies to artistic property and intellectual property. How do you value yourself in the creative and intellectual, like in terms of business ideas, in those type of arenas? How do you value yourself in those arenas?
As in me personally?
What advice would you give?
Or what advice would I give?
In terms of establishing your value.
In terms of establishing your value, I think the most important thing is to establish it within yourself. I think that once you are entirely, if I've understood the question correctly, I think if you're like entirely confident in your brand, and you're entirely confident in your work, and you're entirely confident in whatever it is that you're doing, and you're confident in it, you're just giving it all your thing, then you've got the value. Other people are going to see it or not. You've got the value. I think you've got the value. Like, that's it. And I think you can. If you're obviously sincere, then it will definitely resonate. Shout out to Daddy Mates though. Yeah. Big up.
Does that mean that you would set a price and you don't go below that because you've established what you're worth within?
Okay, yeah. Price and value are two entirely different things though.
Okay.
Yeah, price and value are way different. If you're talking a price, then I mean, it's really difficult. I understand, yeah, on a case by case basis, especially for a new startup company to figure out how much to charge. Especially because a lot of us are extremely creative and there is no competition. Like when you think of a new idea, no one else has done it before. So you're thinking, okay, what should I charge for this? What is it? This doesn't exist. I think one of the best things that you can do is to I once learned, because I worked in carpentry, I worked in as a cabinet maker for a while. One thing that the guy said to me is like a rule of thumb is to work out how much your materials cost and then times that by 3 and you're good. And you've kind of got a bit of a backlog, you've got something, and that should be a fair price for whatever it is that you're doing. But that's so difficult, especially when what you offer is poetry, how much it's a service. Yeah, you only ever offering a product or a service. Whatever it is you do, it's a product or a service, right? So if you're offering the service of poetry, how do you value yourself? How do you exactly what you're saying? How do you get a price? How do you charge? How do you figure out what to charge? Because you're you. It's extremely challenging to do. I think that it's extremely challenging to do. I think that you really just come through with your own work and just work. I feel like I'm speaking specifically about poetry now, yeah. But I feel like you can, with poetry, you can become so caught up in getting paid from doing poetry that you can lose the value of it. What poets are doing is incredibly powerful, and poets will get paid. you know what I mean? Poets are getting paid. Like, if you write with sincerity from start to finish and just come out, then you'll figure that question out sooner than you think. You know, if you're figuring the question out before the answer's coming to you, then don't worry about it. Get back to writing. Do you know what I mean? With specifically with poets, you know, specifically with poets, but you know, if it's like you're selling art, you know, or paintings or something, it's so completely different, bro. You know what I mean? Like, for each industry, working out how to price your thing, because art, you can sell art for thousands, you know, and that's perfectly reasonable. That's perfectly reasonable, and that's not times free. Do you know what I mean? That's perfectly reasonable. So it is really difficult to kind of pin down an answer to that question.
Done well.
Yeah, I try, bro.
Family, you know, we could be here all day with Nate, especially because you get me, like me, Nate, and that night, our spoken word artists. We could drop bars all day, be a night, and all that kind of shit. But, you know, we do have other brothers and sisters to get through. So thank you very much, Nate. Yeah, appreciating it. You know what I'm saying? And definitely when we as we develop the Black Group Economic Show, we'll have you on again, no doubt. In the future. Thank you very much, bro.
Shall I let people know where to find me?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you can find me on social medias as Nate the Lyricist. I do have music out. I have got some coming, which I'm really excited about. I can't wait to share it with you guys. So please look me up, check it out. I also I run a poetry event, as I mentioned. It's online. It's zodiac themed. So what I'm doing is I'm studying the constellations. I mean, you like to see it there. So I'm studying the constellations, and I'm all the poets that are performing are of that star sign. So it's kind of like a way for us to sort of understand. I have had the Emperor, you know, Natna come through and bless us, which I was so grateful for. Absolutely smashed the place down. So you know, yeah.
My birthday's in August.
Yeah, okay. Definitely worth checking out. It's like a proper interesting event. We're learning a lot together. And I also do clothing, lyric clothing, worth checking out. Please do. But other than that, I think. Oh, and also, if you're interested in finding out any more sales information, I've got a page online called The Sales Manager, so you can just check that one out. And I've got like about 1,000 odd posts I've sort of put on there with just some tips.
Thank you very much, Nate the Lyricist. Much appreciated. Yeah, give thanks. Yeah, stay tuned in. Obviously, if we got time, if we got time later on, we'll bring you through again. Yeah. Thank you very much, bro. Right, Kings and Queens, we got Adote Bing, and then we got Jason Barrett. If you're about Jason Barrett, come back to you because you're next up online, brother Adote. I can see you, but I can't see you. So, brother Adote, if you're there, please let us know. Give me the signal, and I'll bring you through. In the meantime, between time, let me just let you know that you can advertise on gotKushTV, Kings and Queens. If you want to advertise on gotKushTV, please email us at info@gotkushtv.com, and we'll send you all the information that you need. Just let us know that you're interested in advertising on gotKushTV. If I don't see Adote Bing properly in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to bring through Aunt Ra because he's here and ready to go. And then brother Karhun Montuta, you're there, and we see you. I don't know how much time you got, bro, but we got a few people to get through, so we're gonna get to you, bro. Just stay tuned. You know, and I know that that Anne Ray has blessed you with patience, so give thanks. Right, Adote Bing, I can't see you. Yeah, I cannot see you. But let's see if we can hear him. Adote Bing. Adote Bing. All right, we can't hear him asking, so we're gonna come back to that. We're gonna come to our brothers and sisters from Ankh Ra, and we'll delve into that right about now. 1 second, let me just make sure that the man them there. Blessings, King.
Yes, greetings, my brother.
All right.
First thing I have to say,
live on
rise up. Yeah, rise up. You know, to gotKushTV, because my brother, you're doing an excellent job. I've been tuning in since 12 o'clock, watching. Even driving to do the shopping, I'm tuning in, and you know it's great what you guys are doing for the community. You know, you're leading by example for sure.
Give it facts, bro. Give it facts.
Yeah, so
we appreciate.
Yeah, that's the first thing I have to say. That it's, you know, well organized work done, and it's what's needed in the community.
Most definitely. Give thanks, bro. So I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Ari and Nat Nai. But our brother, Ankara, is here to talk to us about holistic health, kings and queens. And as they say, health is wealth. So
Is your
take it
wealth.
away.
So greetings, bro. So tell us about your brand, please.
Okay. Well, first of all, my brand started off after I went through certain health issues, running to the doctors and the so-called specialists for over 2.5 years. Only at the end of 2.5 years to be told by the specialist that I'll have to accept a condition for life. I then went on and found a herbalist, and working after 2 days with the herbalist, I could see improvement. 1 month working with the herbalist, I was cured. And that's when I decided and realized what I wanted to do and what my calling was, that I wanted to help other people who are being told by the doctors and the so-called specialists that they'll have to accept certain conditions for life. So I started Ankara in 2010. We do natural supplements. Our main supplement, or the core supplement of Ankara, is high quality moringa. Now, studying moringa from 2008 to 2010, we realized that not all moringa is the same. So we traveled throughout the world and endeavored where moringa grows to find out what this difference was. And we found out that the higher the quality is, the more benefits that you'll receive. So again, with my wanting to be the solution to many problems, I went for the highest quality I could find. And we get moringa sent in to us from all over the world on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, and we still test our moringa to make sure it's the one that's going to give our customers results. Okay, because moringa has become a bit of a buzzword nowadays, and a lot of people are jumping on it recently now because people are looking for moringa and they're looking at it as a money-making thing, where my take on it was helping others with their health. So it's got to be the real thing. Okay, over the years we've won many health industry awards. So in 2013 we won the best new product with our moringa powder. In 2014 we came out above many multinational companies to be highly commended best supplement. Okay, in 2015 we won the best sports supplement at the Health Food Industry Awards. So over the years, you know, we have worked hard, you know, and we've gone out there and tried to get out into our community, you know, that we are the company that we've got the high quality products that will make a difference. We have so many video testimonies and 5-star Trustpilot reviews from customers who have also been in the position that I was in, thought they'll have condition for life and realized that their health is their wealth. So by putting the right nutrition, eating right, and exercising, you know, your body can change. The body is amazing. So it's like a car. If you go out and you buy a brand new Bentley and you're putting 4-star petrol in your Bentley, then after a while, the Bentley might start to drive and it's jerking and it's not so smooth as it was. It still go, but it's not as smooth. And that's because you're not putting the right fuel in your Bentley. So we as a people, we have to realize that, you know, our body needs certain nutrition, okay, which we're not getting from the foods nowadays, because a lot of the foods that's available to us in this country are genetically modified. And again, this is a reason why Ankara came out, because we realized that the food we were eating, I mean, I'm always been a supporter of our community. So I was eating from the Caribbean shops and so forth in the community. I thought I was eating healthy. I was just eating chicken and rice, fish and rice, and dumplings and stuff like that, supporting the community. But I realized it took a toll on my health. So I've been for the last 15 years eating as a vegan. Okay, and the difference that has made to me is been amazing, and the difference has been so large that I will not go back to the way I was eating before. Okay, so I'm able to exercise as I could exercise when I was young. I'm still young, but when I was younger, okay, so I train with like 18 to 25-year-olds, 28-year-olds, and we're toe to toe. Sometimes I have to be pulling them along. And this is the difference of when you're putting natural nutrition into your body. Your body is amazing. And once you start putting the right supplements, because it's not all the supplements out there your body's going to be able to break down and utilize. For instance, if you're lacking iron and they say you're anemic, and you came to me and you said to me, oh, the doctor says I'm anemic, I'm lacking iron. And I said, okay, let's go over to the local park. And I got an axe saw out and saw off a bit of the metal off the fence of the park and gave that to you. You can swallow that, and you know, you can swallow it for 5 months if you want. When you go back to the doctor, you're still going to be anemic. And then the doctor, you say, yeah, but I've been taking iron, you know. But it was, yeah, was it iron that came off the park fence? Yes, it was. But it was not at a level that the body could utilize and break down. So there's a lot of synthetics out there also. And also another thing that made me really come into the holistic part of the world is that there was a lot of guys doing body weight training and lifting weights and buying these big these big buckets of protein powders and finding out that they're becoming impotent, you know. So we've been deceived in many ways, you know, where our health is concerned, and we've been told things that are and things have been advertised to us that when you check it out, they're not really healthy. Okay. So Ankara has come about to make a difference, and we've got a range of products. It's not just moringa. We've got red algae, which is much needed nowadays because it's got iodine in there. It's got calcium and magnesium at a level that the body can utilize and absorb. So many people suffering with brittle bones, you know, easy to get fractures and stuff like that. It's also got iodine in there, which is very important to reject radiation. You know, we're crawling out of the lockdown now, and the key for all those who weren't aware when lockdown started is that your immune system, a strong immune system, will fight off all that we've been attacked with. And I'll call it an attack because, you know, we've been misled for many years with what's healthy and what's not healthy. Okay, so we've got red algae, we've got Sharpen the Brain. And this is a product what's just got nutrition for the brain, you know, and, you know, things like we've got dementia, we've been attacked with Alzheimer's, you know, and it's because we're not eating in our foods, getting the nutrition that the brain requires, you know, omega-3s and such forth thing. We're not getting it from the food. So this Sharpen the Brain, we've also given it to university students. And the university students have come back and said, wow, when we took our exam, it was almost as if we had a photographic memory. They were nervous going into the exam, but once they started, they realized that their memory, their focus and their concentration had improved. You know, we've also got an artery cleanser, okay? And we need good arteries in order to be healthy. There's so many issues that are caused because of blocked arteries, and blocked arteries come from a lot of the time eating fried foods and fatty foods, you know, so a lot of people have high cholesterol. Okay, we also have a product for women called the J-Lav gel. Now this gel is made from plant enzymes, okay, and many women have come to us and they've been suffering with things like fibroids, menopausal issues, period pains, thrush, you know, hormone imbalance. And they've said that they've realized that once using the product and they've gone back, for instance, to check on their fibroids had shrunk. You know, they were not having so much pain when they're going through their monthly cycle. You know, a lot of them have reported that balancing hormones. So over the 10 years, we've just got a range of products, a handful of products, because we were only interested in what works. There is one supplement. Someone speak?
No, you keep going,
okay.
bro. Keep going.
Yeah. There is one supplement out there that we don't supply, okay, and that's vitamin D. And the reason why we don't supply vitamin D is because I've been taking Sharpen the Brain, and I'm trying to work out how am I going to get the sun rays into a pill or into a bottle, and you know, I can't work it out. So the best source of vitamin D is the sunshine, you know, and you do get vitamin D from mushrooms, okay, but it's very little, but a little is better than none. So you can get vitamin D from mushrooms, but we need much more of it. So we have to take advantage of the sunshine, and that's the best source of vitamin D you can get, you know. So, you know, you can visit our website. Our website is www.ankrah.com, ANKHRAH.com. And you'll see there's so many video testimonies. There's so many 5-star Trustpilot reviews. We've won multiple industry awards because when we started, we had to take our product out because a lot of our community, our brothers and sisters were saying, yeah, but this and but that. We had to take it out into the big wide industry. And for them to be awarding people like us, you know, our product had to be 10 times better than what they've got. We also, 2015, we was invited to the IMAF European Championships for cage fighting, 250 fighters. Now, there was a fighter there from Sweden that had a back injury and a knee injury, and he was to go into the cage 5 hours time. And they came to us, and we told them that we could help him, and we helped him. He went back into the cage 5 hours time, had to go the distance, but he was victorious, came out of the cage, and his back had gone again, and the knee had gone because he's a grappling specialist. And but it was now going to be the finals. So he went into the finals 24 hours later. We worked with him for 24 hours. He went into the finals 24 hours later, had to go the distance with a very tough fighter, but was victorious, you know, and came out and he said, you know, without Ankrah, there's no way his tournament had finished a long time ago. So we've gone to extreme depths to prove and show our community that we have the supplements that actually works, where customers are, you know, reporting back amazing results, you know, and we'd like to continue that.
Bro, sorry, we're on the clock, innit? So I have to keep doing this, bro.
I could sit here and listen to the brother.
I know, yeah.
Bro,
You know?
what you have said is just amazing. And the thing is Chakra, we don't have enough time with this brother here. I mean, I would like to bring him on the economic show, to be honest. There's so much elements in there, especially about the business of health right now, you know, especially with Corona-19. And what you've just said is, you know, I think I would like to to go in more depth, especially about what you mentioned about the merengue. When the merengue first come out in the market, you know, we as a community, we held that in our hand. Now it's like other communities are running with lower grade merengue now. They've taken something that we brought onto the market, capitalized on it, and literally tried to flood the market with their own rubbish.
I'll tell you what, one of the biggest, well, when I say the biggest brand, one of the most common brands.
Bro, I have to cut you, bro. Sorry, I do have to cut you only because you've got like 3 men waiting in the back here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I apologize.
Yeah, it's a long subject, but we'll connect.
Most definitely,
you know,
King. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Just lastly, just let people know where they can find you, please.
www.ankrah.com, which is ANKHRAH.com. Alternatively, 077-699-69207.
All right, give thanks, bro. Much appreciated. Yeah, sorry to.
I was gonna say,
keep up the good work.
Give thanks.
Thank
Give
you,
thanks, bro. What was you gonna say, sis? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say we need to let people know that also there is an event happening tomorrow. How to boost your immune system in the corona.
I'm about to come right to that right now, sis. Yeah, so
Okay.
we're definitely in sync. We're definitely in sync. Yeah. Give thanks, bro. So we'll speak again soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, King. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Okay,
All
bye-bye.
right, kings and queens, making sure that you're kept in tune with all the information right about now. You can join us tomorrow, kings and queens. You can join us tomorrow. And if you want to know why and how, stay tuned for this message. Why are Black people 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19? Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through natural means? Are we really in the midst of a pandemic? All this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For this exclusive live web event, gotKushTV have brought together an illustrious lineup of holistic health practitioners, including Stephen Sali of the Mariandina Foundation, Ikong of Eat to Live, Not to Die, Hensu Imhotep of the Naturally Holistic Wellness Group, and Leah Salmon, the Naturally You Coach, taking place Sunday, the 25th of June, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. GMT, broadcast live on gotKushTV. Tickets are half price until the 15th of June. Get your tickets now from gotKushTV.com. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. This is an event not to be missed. Yes, indeed, kings and queens. Join us tomorrow from 5 p.m. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. Leah Salmon, Brother Tamale Stephen Saleh, Brother Kensu Imhotep, and Brother Ikong will be breaking down the knowledge and the wisdom nice and easy. Now, we also want to let you know, as regards to gotKushTV.com, that our shop is open. I'm going to show you the shop a little bit later on, but you can get a number of different things, including books from Robin Walker, including Black and African Caribbean puzzles for your children and young people, kings and queens. You will also find exclusive gotKushTV merchandise, Wordsmith t-shirts, and other t-shirts, kings and queens. Yes, indeed, as we go through and develop our own market. Diaspora socks are also available via gotKushTV.com, so check out the market and we'll profile that a little bit later on for you. But right now, we are going to bring in a man that was mentioned by Sister Esther earlier, kings and queens. He goes by the name of Odote Bing Papoe. And he is going to be speaking to us about the value and the importance of cooperatives and cooperative economics. First and foremost, let me just make sure that we can hear our brother clearly. Brother Odote, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Coming through gloriously, my brother. Coming through very, very gloriously. That's beautiful. My brother, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Ali Ma'at and Nat Nai in terms of going forward. But as I leave you, just introduce yourself to the people and let them know what it is that you do.
Okay, all right. As I said, my name is Adote Bing Papo. I'm a senior lecturer in economics at the University of Greenwich. And I'm also the secretary of the African Cooperative Union. So those are the two things that situation.
Now, Sister Esther spoke. There was a question I had for Sister Esther earlier on.
Okay.
About cooperatives and whether are we seeing cooperatives now as the solution in terms of our present situation. So can you tell us a bit more what a cooperative is first?
Okay, all right. So just simply put, a cooperative is any group of people that comes together to pursue a social objective. Okay, that's the basic covering, all-embracing definition. So any people who come together to pursue a social objective. So it could be that there are many different kinds of cooperatives, which I will talk about in a minute and how we can engage with it. But they're used all around the world, in Africa, in India, in Asia, in South America, all around the world, even in the United States, all around the world, people get together around different kinds of reasons. Sometimes they get together to buy things together. Sometimes they get together to sell things together. Sometimes they get together to consume, say, like finance, like credit unions. Sometimes they get together to consume accommodation, like housing associations. Sometimes they get together to work together, but that's getting into more detail. But generally, it's just any group of people that come together that are going to pursue a common social objective.
So we're saying cooperatives is not a new model. Is it something that as a people we've been a part of?
African people have been using cooperative methods for a long time. If I say to anybody today, box hand, partner, susu, that is a cooperative. That's a basic level kind of cooperative activity. Yeah. So we've been using it. We've been using that for a long time. African Americans have been using it for a long time. Across Africa, we've been using it for a long time. A lot of people don't know, but credit unions in this country were started by African people from the Caribbean. The first credit union in England was started by African people because they couldn't get a property to rent, they couldn't get money to buy their houses. So they used the Susu first of all, then they created credit unions back in 1964, and they used those credit unions to buy the houses. That's why you find different parts of London, you find like lots of old families own their houses. They did it by using the credit union system.
That's such a great point. I mean, and it's so unknown. I'm so glad that you mentioned it. Do you have the name of the African Caribbean that actually, or the African Caribbean?
There are two guys. One guy is called Bentley, another guy is called Leslie Hines. These two people, one was in Hornsey, one was in Wimbledon, and these were part of the two first groups back in 1964 that established, that registered officially the first credit unions in England, not in Wales, not in Scotland, but in England.
Amazing.
It's interesting. My grandparents, when they came over from Jamaica, in the I think mid 50s, when I speak to my grandfather and he tells me the stories, and that's how they bought their house.
That's right.
They bought their house with the partners, because you're right, they couldn't get finance from anywhere. They had to rely on, you know.
Exactly. So that's a story that a lot of young people don't know, you know, and which we should know, and we should use, therefore, this way of organizing, because it's something that we know how to use. Sorry, yes, go on.
Yeah. What I want to know, so that you know, if we learn from the past, we can create a better future.
Sure.
What happened to the intergenerational passing of that knowledge and the carrying on of credit unions and cooperatives?
Well, I mean, a lot of the credit unions were absorbed. You know, I mean, when English people saw the credit unions were powerful, they joined them, and so you have a lot of credit unions around. But there's some which have retained a strong African flavor. You know, you can go to different parts of London and you can see that there are credit unions which have got a strong African presence, and so there's still people are still there using them. I talk to a lot of people about these things, and it's beginning again. The younger people are beginning again to think about this thing, about how they can use them. So it's coming up, but Susu is very strong, So credit unions and Susu are different, but they're all doing the same kind of thing. But Susu is very strong across the African community, in this country, and people are changing. People are mobilizing huge sums of money on that basis, But to my mind, if you want to really, really grow and institutionalize something, then it's good to have the credit union form, which can allow you to really, really accumulate large sums of money. For example, just within the African community, the Pentecostal Church has one of the best, or the second best capitalized credit union in the country, and they have millions of pounds of reserves sitting as reserves, the Pentecostal Church. So it's a strong thing, but it's based on, different credit unions are based on different elements. When we get to talk about what, the African Cooperative Union, I'll explain what we're trying to do and how we think we can mobilize.
Can we talk about the African Cooperative?
Yes, we can, absolutely. So the African Cooperative Union has been in existence since 2014. And our job, from the word African, you can tell that's straight. Cooperative, that is where you're going to use all the different ways in which people cooperate to mobilize. So at the moment, we have a 4-part program, and I'll just briefly describe that to you, and then we can talk about how people can get into it. The first part is that we've created already something called a community investment fund. Okay, to join the African Cooperative Union, you have to buy shares. You have to pay £50 for every share. The £50 that you pay goes into the community investment fund. Okay, all right. So we're building up this community investment fund. and we're going to grow because people join, and we're also going to make it grow because we're going to invest the money in certain places. But the point of the community investment fund is that we will then use that money in that fund to finance African businesses who are members of the ACU to start or grow their businesses. Yeah. So that means that, so it's like a susu, but it's a business. It's a susu for business. Yeah. With me. And also, but it's not like susu because you don't have to, if we get thousands of people, we're not going to pass the pot around. What it is that when people need money, they apply for it. Yeah. That we need money to do X, they apply for it, and then they can borrow from that. So if we don't have a source of finance for our businesses, those businesses are going to have difficulty growing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No matter how excellent their service, yeah, no matter how knowledgeable the person, all right, if they can't raise money, right, to have a nice establishment, if they can't raise money to hire a nice place, if they can't raise money to make big purchases, they're not going to grow.
And these are some of the biggest challenges that we have.
Every African business is,
Yes.
if you need the support of yourselves, yeah, get into a group, all right. And as I say, the ACU is there. Get into a group, and then you will meet there other people. Then you can begin to talk about how you can do things to help yourself. That's the first big lesson, right? So you won't know this, but America, capitalist as it is, has got more cooperatives than any other country in the world. 30,000. Because the cooperatives, the American farmers use cooperatives to help them in keeping their farming system going. Yeah. So anyway, so that's the key thing. That's number two. That's the lending money. The number three is that we are getting into the business of talking to the community about what cooperatives are about. So starting from next month, in fact, the third Tuesday of every month, we're going to run a webinar explaining to people, one, how to run a business, two, what are cooperatives and how they work, yeah, and three, what is the ACU. So we're going to do this because there is a lot of unclear understanding about what cooperatives really are and how best to use them. So that's our third element. It's training, business training. And the fourth element is that we're trying to create a nationwide credit union for African people in the UK. Let me unpack that a little bit. Okay, nationwide credit union for African people in the UK. Right. Why do I say nationwide? I say nationwide because most credit unions, are restricted by geography. So we have Lewisham Credit Union, Croydon Credit Union, yeah? Or they're restricted by the church you go to. I talked about the Pentecostal church just a minute ago, yeah? Or they're restricted by who you work for, all right? So you have a Boots Credit Union, yeah? Or something like that. So those, but you don't have, it's very hard to get a nationwide credit union, right? But we have been in discussion with the people who are in charge of credit unions in this country, and we have persuaded them that we can set up a nationwide credit union.
That's
and
amazing.
how have we done that? We've done that by saying anybody who belongs to the African Cooperative Union can belong to the credit union.
Oh, I see.
The African Cooperative Union can take membership from anywhere.
Right.
And therefore, we can create a nationwide credit union.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And therefore, we can have not tens of people or hundreds of people, but thousands of people in that credit union. Now, if you have just 1,000 people saving £10 a month, yes, in a credit union, you have £120,000 at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It grows. Yes, you got 4,000 people, you got almost £500,000 every year. You then have £500,000 or £100,000 or £200,000 to use to lend to people, okay, to do what they want to do. That's the first part. That's the nationwide bit of it. But our credit union is also going to be different because it is going to lend for business. Until 2012, no credit union in this country could lend to its members for business. Since 2012, that's been possible. So what we're saying is that we're creating a nationwide credit union that will lend for cooperative businesses. You with me? In fact, we had a webinar last Saturday, yeah, an international cooperative webinar, and one of the people that came to speak was the vice chancellor of something called the Cooperative University of Kenya. Kenya is the only African country that has a whole university that only studies cooperatives. And the Kenyan credit union system is one of the best in the whole world. It's the best in Africa, and their credit union's finance system is the 7th best in the whole world, right? And they use their credit union to finance business. The Kenyan credit union system has almost 3 times as much money as the UK credit union system. Wow. Because they are lending for business. Yeah. So money goes out, the money is made with it, the money comes back in, yeah, and it grows. 50% of Kenyan GDP comes from cooperatives of one sort or another, right? Half the Kenyan output. So what we're saying is that we have this 4-part program: the community investment fund, the loans, the business training, and the credit union. That forms the pillars on which we stand. And we're saying to African business people, there are many ways you can get together and cooperate and make yourself stronger, right? And the first way, as I said to you, is to do with money. Yes, pool your money, do what the people did who set up the first credit unions, yes, back in the 1960s. Pool your money, use your money as a source of finance. You need independent finance. Yes, you don't have it, you know you don't have it, you don't have a lot of it, find a way to get it. And we're offering a way for people to be able to do that. We want people to take that advantage, and then we can talk. You can also buy things together. Supposing lots of people are selling, I'm hearing people talking about all the different products they're selling. Where are they buying them from? Right? If they were to get together with other people selling similar products, they would get a better price for that product.
Yes.
Yes. So why don't they get together with their own people? Yeah? Why don't African business people get together and begin to order together in bulk?
Brother Adote, I'm so sorry, but yeah, we do have to move on. You know,
wow,
it's really one of them days where I have to keep doing this. I'm gonna feel so bad every time I'm gonna do it. But you're dropping a lot of powerful information.
No, brother, you need to come back onto our show when we get
I'm very much there. I'm very much ready to do that.
Yes, bro. The importance of what you're dropping is so deep, because we need to be able to define ways to relate to each other in non-capitalist ways whilst operating within a capitalist economy, if that makes sense. I perfectly harmonize with everything that you've brought. So just finally, please let the people know where they can get in contact with you and the
African Cooperative Union. It's just if you put in www.African Cooperative Union spelled with a K, yeah, that is African spelled with a K. Then you will go to our website and you can join. You can pledge support for the credit union. We need that, yeah, because we have to show that people want this credit union before we're able to deliver it.
Yes,
so
sir.
Please go to the African Cooperative Union, join the African Cooperative Union, especially if you're a business, and pledge. There's a place where you can pledge your support for the credit union, and then we will move forward on that basis.
Thank you very much, brother Adote. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Certainly, much appreciated. Give thanks for joining us, brother Jason Barrett. You're up, yeah. So just give us the signal when you're most definitely ready, brother Patrick. We see you, yeah. We see you. You're there at the place. So stay tuned. We'll get to you shortly. Rasbek Fire Bingi, we see you as well, and so we'll get to you also. In the meantime, between time, kings and queens, we're just gonna give you some information about how you can advertise with gotKushTV. Sister Emma, do check your WhatsApp when you get an opportunity. Thank you very much. I will just let you know this information right about now. Give thanks. gotKushTV.com is now opening for you to advertise, calling all businesses, promoters, event organizers, artists, service providers, content creators, and brands of every kind. If you are looking to share your business or services with a growing and diverse audience, gotKushTV is the space for you. Advertising space is available all over the website. You can advertise here, you can advertise here, you can advertise here, you can advertise here, and you can even advertise here. All spaces are going at very reasonable rates, and we even have a design and production service, especially for those who will need an advert designed or produced for you. For inquiries, don't hesitate to contact us. info@gotKushTV.com. Advertising on gotKushTV.com. We look forward to hearing from you. Yes, indeed, kings and queens. You can advertise with gotKushTV.com. You done know. There's plenty advertising space all about the place on the website gotKushTV.com, kings and queens. Yeah, so stay tuned for more information regarding all them something there. Right, Jason Barrett, I can see you, but okay, we're getting somewhere now. We're getting somewhere now. Just give me the thumbs up when I can bring you through. Oh, I'm gone. I'm drop out. Lord of mercy. All right, we'll wait for a second just for Jason Barrett to come through. And in the meantime, let me let you know how you can how you can get through to the gotKushTV extended family, kings and queens. Yes, indeed. We are opening to the family who want to contribute, yes, and invest in the development of gotKushTV. This is for the people them that just see the value. Many people have been asking us, especially over the last year and a half, well, how can I support gotKushTV? Yeah. How can I support gotKushTV? And do you have a donation button and all them kind of things on your website? We don't have a donation button, kings and queens, but we do have a join the gotKushTV extended family page. Yeah, so you can join the gotKushTV extended family for everyone who wants to just contribute to the thing and show your love for gotKushTV and how we can develop. We've got a number of different shows, including the Black Group Economic Show, Decipher, which will be dropping the first episode, which will be dropping on Monday coming, and the Health is Wealth Show and many other shows, kings and queens, to bring to you, including a few documentaries in the pipeline. So if you want to see all that come to fruition, as our brother was just saying, that financial support is one of the important kinds of support, kings and queens. So if you are in that position and you'd like to join the family, there are some perks and some benefits that you get for being a member of the family, and those benefits will evolve and grow as gotKushTV evolves and grows, kings and queens. So we look forward. Give thanks to those who have joined already. There's a few of you who have done so. So we give thanks for that opportunity, for that beautiful opportunity right there. And thank you for your support. Thank you in advance for all those who will be supporting in the future. Right, we have brother Jason Barrett. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready, bro. All right, kings and queens. Yes, indeed, brother Jason Barrett is in the building. You get me? So thank you for your patience.
You're welcome, my brother. Listen, it's massive what you guys are doing, man. It's massive. This is the new style of all day. You get me? New style of all day.
You know there was where from he says that Jason Barrett was raving in the 90s. You get me?
Come on.
About those all days, I can relate with you.
That's what I'm talking about, and I like it because man can cut in and cut out and cut back in again. You get me? So it's a good look, man. Powerful.
Brother Jason, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Ari Ma'at and that night. Just let the people know who you are and what you do in the meantime, between time.
Man, my name's Jason Barrett. I am the writer and producer of Heru, which is a graphic novel and comic book series. I'm also a Black Studies teacher. I'm also a film director. I've done a bit of acting. I'm a former mixed martial art professional fighter. Yeah. I do it all. I do it all.
Tell us about your comic. Tell us about him.
So Heru. So basically, Heru is a superhero that I created, and I was kind of ticking a few boxes. So one of the boxes I wanted to tick was, what if during slavery we had a Superman? How would the world look today? And so that was kind of the story that I wanted to tell. And I kind of wanted to tie it in with our mythology and with our ancient Kemetic history. So it was kind of bringing those kind of histories together and creating something a bit different. And also just the importance of representation. I'm a strong believer that we have to control our imagery. And I feel that in the world of superheroes, comic books and cartoons, the black image, a lot of the time we're kind of just step and fetch them. You look at Marvel, and a lot of the black characters are like War Machine. He's not more than a butler to Tony Stark's Iron Man. You look at Falcon. Falcon's kind of Captain America's butler. You know what I mean? So it's like, they did a good thing with T'Challa and the Black Panther thing, but by and large, the representation of black superheroes is not very good. And so I wanted just to create something for our children, because I grew up loving comic books, but
I was
the
going to
truth
say to you that back in the day, comics was a big thing for us. We were so into comics.
facts, you know what I mean? I grew up loving comic books, you know, but never seen myself really represented, you know, like, and never really had the dope powers, you know, like just like Silver Surfer and Superman, and it was always some kind of, it was like you're a little bit of a side man in the thing. And so when I went through my studies and I was looking at a scholar called Frantz Fanon. Fanon talks a lot about the beginnings of low self-esteem starting when we're children and when we're looking at things like comic books. And I think the example that he uses is Tintin and Asterix the Gaul. And basically, if you remember the representation of black people in those comics, especially in Asterix, it was big, massive lips, you know, a bone through the nose, you know, wearing leopard skin print boxer shorts, carrying around white people on shields, you know. And I remember being young and laughing at them, not realizing that I'm actually laughing at myself. Because I'm not, because in that moment, I'm actually identifying as Asterix. I'm not identifying as the Africans. And so what he talks about is a thing called schizoid play. And with schizoid play, what children have is basically when you don't see yourself as the hero, then you can never be the hero. You can't be the hero. And so what happens is you never get to that stage. So when you're running around the back garden pretending to be Superman, in that moment you are identifying as a white man in your own mind.
Run around with the
towel, man. Come on, the towel tied around there, running around the garden. I used to be that guy, you know. And so it starts there. And so our imagery and the control of our imagery is so very important. And what we've allowed over the years is other people to control our images and the image of us. And so they have managed to present us back to ourselves as something that we're just not. And so I think that it's a really important thing, and has been for me, to develop a whole comic book universe.
Jason, your volume's gone down for whatever reason.
Oh, 1 second. Let me see what's happened there. How am I now?
That's better.
Am I good? All right. I think there was a call trying to come through, trying to sneak through, interrupt the thing. So so for a long time we've allowed other people, other races, to control our imagery and our narrative. And for me, it's about building your own. It's about controlling your own. It's about retaining that integrity, you know. And so I have got a vision of how other people are, how other races are, through my interactions, my limited interactions with them. And that's what's happened to us. And that's why we constantly see our representation is the gangster, the bad man, the prostitute, it's always that, because those are the limited interactions. Even something like Luke Cage. I was looking at it the other day, and Luke Cage, the original Luke Cage, was a black brother with a big afro, a silver tiara around his head, a big bright yellow shirt, skin tight leggings, walking around Harlem, thumping people in their mouth and saying "Sweet Christmas." And they had him as hero for hire. So how come Superman and all them lot do their thing for free, but the black man wants money for his thing? You know, like, well, what happened to them?
Reading around black superheroes, and their stories are very different than the other superheroes. It's like they write us in very narrow. It's like we may just deal with our own little neighborhoods. While Superman is like global, he's all over the place, but we're just dealing with our own little neighborhoods.
Exactly, you get it. So
on that point, and your earlier point, you see how we're talking about economics today, and that Pound Day, and there's two questions I want to ask, really, or points I want to address, or want you to address. So the first one being the comics and the superheroes that is enforced in our minds. You see it in other races. Let's say the European, when they see Superman, they feel like Superman, and they carry that into adulthood. And you see it manifest in the boardroom or certain businesses. With us, we kind of shrink in those arenas in general. And the other question is, you've made an excellent, brilliant move. I commend you greatly for creating a graphic novel, celebrating us in that way, and also tying it into Commission spirituality. Can you talk a bit more about that link and how important that is in terms of the ancient link, and also the struggles that you may have had to face coming with a conscious Pan-African or pro-Black graphic novel, which if you did the other route that we've been just talking about, you might find certain barriers easier to bypass?
Oh, without a doubt. So first of all, the reason why I wanted to kind of go with the whole Kemet vibe was, first of all, the actual word Heru is where we get the English word hero from. So for me, why I called the first graphic novel The First Hero was basically in celebration to that the fact is that this whole superhero thing is coming from us anyway. The root is in Egypt, is in our mythos, is in our mythologies. You get what I'm saying? So for me, that was very, very important. And then secondly, with regards to kind of making it a pro-Black, listen, man, I could have easily created something and made it the other way and would have made loads of money and it would have all been good. But the long and short of it is, for me personally, there gets to a point where I think it's Les Brown that says, if the conditions you want don't exist, you create them. And I think that we, as we need to be on that, we need to own that, yeah? And so for me, and it is about re-educating, because the long and short of it is, what you find with Black people in general, is that we shout about what's not there for us, then when it comes along, we don't support it, yeah? And so that is something that we need to kind of address within our own selves, and it's all about re-education, you know? And I think for me, our children's minds are the most fertile ground, and I'm a strong believer that white supremacy, we learn it at school. It's a disease, and they bring us into European schools with a European curriculum to infect us. That's the long and short of it. And so we need to counterbalance that with all of the tools that we've got with our creativity and whatever it is, we need to kind of counterbalance that. So a lot of the challenges have been like, this is for us, by us. And so it's us that needs to support it. So I don't feel no way to say, yo, Black people, you need to buy my thing. You need to go in there and buy it because I made it for you. And really and truly, it's not for the other lot. And I do a lot of my advertising on social media. And believe you me, the racist comments that people put up underneath it, it is like, sometimes you just think, these people are mad. What is wrong with you? We're over here doing our own thing. This ain't about, but the fact that you just feel, you know, when they say that, you know, pro-Black isn't anti-white, you know, all it says is literally, my caption always is, what if during slavery we had a Superman? And some of the comments, oh, so you want to wipe out the whole white race? Well, so weird. Who said that? Weird. Anybody said that? It's mad. So for me, the onus is on us. And, you know, whenever we're coming up with businesses, with ideas, creativity, we need to support it. We need to support it. And we need to support it not just by spreading the word, but put your hand in your pocket and spend your money. Yeah, we've got the money and we spend. But we need to now get to the point where we're spending it with us. We need to get to that point. And guess what? If it costs £1 more, I don't business, man. If the Indian man next door's got one for $9.99 and Shakara's got one for $11.99, I'm buying Shakara's one anyway, man. You understand? So I'm buying his one anyway. You feel me?
Black ice is soda, please. Black ice is soda. Sorry, Sister Ari, we do have to wrap up with Brother Jason.
No problem, my brother.
The lineup is
one quick question from the comments, Shaks. If Jason, if you could respond in the comments, or maybe really quick. Basically, Aphrodite is asking, my son wrote a superhero comic a few years back and sold the comics at an all-Black market. Will you be willing to have a look and see what her son is building?
Definitely, 100%. Definitely. Make sure it's good now, but I'm 100% involved.
So where can they message you or hit you up for that?
So you can hit me up. Go to www.herucomics.com, and you can just contact me through the email there. I'm there. I'm live, or on my Instagram. It's my Instagram, so I always respond. And it's Jabion, JBEON. Jason Barrett Entertains Our Nation. Jabion_comics. That's the Insta. DM me. I'll holler back. Maybe not straight away, but I definitely will respond.
Thank you very much, brother Jason. Give thanks for joining us.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate it. And look, before you go, bro, I just want to show the people them something, yeah, because this is about Black group economics, yeah. And I just want to show them something right here. 1 second. Let me scroll that. This is the gotKushTV Market, Kings and Queens, yeah. And I'll scroll down. You're seeing the exclusive Wordsmith merchandise right here, which is currently on sale. You can check that out. And I'll scroll down. What we got over here, brother Jason?
I see Heru in the place. I see Heru book 1 and book 2. Come on now.
You know, yeah, we want to let the people know, yeah, so you can get in the
and let me say something. People, let me say something. gotKushTV's market is selling it £2 cheaper than me. Check that. I sell it for £12, so buy it from them if you want the discount, because they're selling it for £10.
Yes, indeed, Kings and Queens. Check it out. .com/market, Kings and Queens. You can also see Robin Walker's book. At least 2 of Robin Walker's books are here. You know, we got some exclusive teas as well. You can get some teas featuring Benny the Mask and Queen Taye. You know what I'm saying? Of ancient Nubia and Kemet. The melanin tea and the Olmec head tea. And we've also got diaspora socks, Kings and Queens. You know what I'm saying? So people, you know, you can get all these things, educational puzzles, and because we're about nation building, we have the CMOS. Yes, indeed, Kings and Queens. We're soon to be joined by the Bladder Whack, but you know what I mean? It's all about black babies out here. So we need some CMOS in your houses, Kings and Queens. You know what I'm saying? Nation building and all of these things. You get me? So yeah, you don't know, Kings and Queens. So check it out right here on the gotKushTV market. Thank you very much, brother Jason. Yeah, we
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me. Bless you.
Right. Just to let you know, Kings and Queens, Daniel Lister of My Black Market is in the back chat. We're going to be bringing him on soon. Uncle Koo, the marketing master, is also here. Pat Headley of Kayera Africa is in the building. But right about next up, we have Raspek Rebellion himself, Kings and Queens. Raspek from the Lions Den. I don't know if you're turning your camera on, Ras, but you can do so now if you wish. If not, then you know what I mean, that's cool too. But I'm going to be bringing you on in like 30 seconds time, okay? So yes, Kings and Queens, check out the gotKushTV market for more information. Thanking all those who are patiently waiting in the back chat right about now. We do appreciate you, brother Daniel. Stay tuned. We're going to be bringing you on soon, and we appreciate you very, very much. All right. So right about now, bringing through the man all the way from the Lions Den, Raspek Rebellion himself. Raspek, you there? Bless King. You don't know. Blessings, blessings, blessings. All right. The man goes without introduction, you know, but we're going to ask him to introduce himself anyway. Yeah, so introduce yourself, Raspek, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Ari Ma'at and Nat 9 Stella B.
All right. Yeah, big up gotKushTV. Big up my G, the Kosi. You get me? Silent masterman behind the scenes that put everything together. Big up everyone that's been on today. Big up Swiss, Black Pound Day. Big up Shakara, Nat Naya, Ari Ma'at. Big up the whole family inside still. But yeah, man, I'm just Raspek, man, just a servant of the people, them just trying to fight for a change, fight against racism, institutional racism for many years. And also, when I came to the conscious community for the first time, I realized that like it was a very older demographic, you get me? There wasn't really a lot of younger people tuned in. So I feel like what I brought to the table is I went to the different areas and kind of targeted where I come from, you know what I'm saying? So the different gangs and the man them that are fighting each other kind of made it my mission to bring OGs together to try and change for the next generation, you know what I'm saying? Because it takes a village to raise a child at the end of the day. So yeah, that's what I've been on for a solid 10 years, just straight activism, no stops. And right now it looks like we're going to a whole new level. So, you know, give thanks to God first, you know what I'm saying? Because yeah, that's what we're on.
I remember seeing something where I think you was in Park Lane, Park Lane, Tottenham. I think you was doing some work with some gangs, and you know, it's I think it was about gang intervention. I remember seeing something that was circulating, and I thought that was amazing because I live in that area and I know what it's like in that area. But what was touching about the conversations that you were having, that it was actually touching those young men in such a way that they actually opened up to you on the front line. You know, and I just thought that was amazing.
Facts.
You know, so it's what you're doing is so needed. You know, I mean, in that particular area, for example, you know, in terms of the local authorities and what they're doing, I mean, I don't think they're doing enough in terms of supporting some of those young men and women. You know, and what you're doing is just something that is amazing.
Absolutely. So respect. Big up, my brother.
Big up that, big up Stella B every time, man. You know where it is.
So I got a question. You know, in general, our people are undervalued, and in the streets, the streets culture, roadman, and that is undervalued. But we know that there's a lot of intelligent movement over there. So my question is, what can everybody learn from the hustler's mentality?
I think there's a lot, like, for example, yeah, I think there's too much talking. Like, you see, like, within the whole, like, see the man them on the roads, yeah? Like, I don't know if you lot saw Brixton the other day, where the man them were just licking out against the Fed, chasing down the Fed's car. They're tired, innit? They're tired of the abuse and the harassment and the racial profiling, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's going too far the other way, you know what I'm saying? I think there's a balance right in the middle. But I think when you get into the roadside mentality, like, you see that there's divisions that we find amongst like people that might claim to be conscious that don't exist there. So for example, man, them don't divide over religious bases where we come from. No one mocks someone else's religion. No one puts down no one else's religion. There's a mutual respect amongst all brothers and trying to understand each other, where we're coming from, and also holding on to your own. And I think that among some of the elders is one of the things that's holding us back, because like you got elders that would tell the youth them, stop beefing, come and unite. But then there's elders that might have beef that doesn't involve any deaths. No one's died, but they don't want to unite. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think like putting some of the religious and the political differences to one side and really just thinking about the next generation. And I think there's a lot of, like, obviously me, I'm like, I know I'm a king in it, you get me? Or I come from the root of kings, and I know that we've been told that we're slaves and we do need some form of, you know what I'm saying, self-esteem boost in certain areas. But I think it becomes too much about that talk. Yeah, man, a king, man, a this, man, a that. Like, I'd rather just be the thing, you get me? Like, be it and let other people see you and say it, you know what I'm saying? So what I think, like, one of the things that man's on, like, especially when I'm looking at like Sarnetta and a lot of the conversations over there, I think there's some good conversations, like when you get into Young Pharaoh and them lot, about like the metaphysical, spiritual universe and Trump and rare. But what I think the main thing we need to just be doing is like just dealing with the issues. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how do we stop gang violence? How do we stop racial profiling? How do we eradicate poverty? Do you know what I'm saying? These are the things that is going to change, and these are the things that no matter who you are or where you're at in your journey, because we're all on a journey, so what you believed last year ain't what you believe this year. So even tearing the man down based upon belief is completely illiterate. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we're always growing. That's what Malcolm X said. He said, if you're the same guy that you was last year, then you're not growing. Do you know what I'm saying? So, but these things where we're getting killed with, the leg on our neck doesn't ask us about our religion or our political alliances or anything. The leg's on our neck because they consider us as black and they consider us as an enemy and they consider us as below them. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just on like finding solutions. So there's a new group like me and Mega Man linked up on the front line. And Mega Man, as you know, is a great business mind from the UK, from So Solid to his clothing brand. So we've got something going right now called Forever Family. The at Forever Family is popping on Instagram right now. We've got a lot of professionals. We've got legal professionals that if our youth are arrested, we can send down people to represent for our youth. That's something tangible. We've got offer tips. We've got people that can update CVs. We've got people that can. We've got something going on right now where Brixton Street Gym is going to open up their place, and we're going to be able to train brothers and sisters training, get their SIA badges. You know what I'm saying? So even outside of us training together, we'll be able to work. You know what I'm saying? So all we're really trying to do is provide tangible solutions for the community, and we've really got no politics. Like, the politics for us is, it becomes too divisive and we become too broken down into different segments. And I feel like there just needs to be something we all agree on. We all agree that racial profiling needs to stop. We all agree that in-house fighting needs to stop. We all agree that we need to address this issue of poverty, because we know poverty breeds crime and crime breeds violence. Don't talk about getting rid of violence in the community if you're not looking to help with the crime. And don't talk about getting rid of crime if you're not talking about the poverty. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's why stuff like economic awareness, because out of all the groups, we're the most economic illiterate, you get me? And there's a lot of work from other people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like on economic literacy, we've got a book called The Hustler's Holy Book, which was written by one of the men in jail. And it's literally gone around loads of different ends, and brothers have read it in jail, come out and start up businesses. Brothers have on road have started up businesses. So yeah, we're just on this tangible solution thing now. All of the chatting and the chatty patty. And I think when there's no enemy within, the enemy without can't hurt you. So we've got to clock who the agents of division, the agents of confusion and the merchants of division are in our community. Yeah, because we've got people inside that will see the works we're doing and just tear us down. They've always got something negative to say. There's never anything positive. Even if the work is the most positive, they'll never say, well done, brother. Yeah, and worse than that, when it comes to investing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I run a all the Lions Den, and I'll keep it 100. Like, the people that invest in the thing is international. Do you know what I'm saying? But there's some people that talk the blackest. You know what I'm saying? Black power, yo. Yeah. the biggest dashiki, the biggest, when it comes to African representation, you can see it. But when it comes to the action, it's not there. So when we done the school in Gambia, where we renovated a school and an orphanage, and we came back, there's a lot of people that talk black that they wasn't really interested in supporting something in Africa on the ground. And then you got people from other places that are gonna come and ask you, yo, I love what you're doing. I love to see what you do. You know what I'm saying? So we've got to really get onto our own community and like hold us accountable. Do you know what I'm saying? First time I don't know if you don't remember about INAP, National African People's Parliament. The day before INAP, I performed at Mosiah Storm. I probably made about 500 or 600. Like the first time I released Tendai Mari. Yeah, the same day Swiss was there, funny enough. Yeah. The next day I came INAP, I put down £400 straight on the table because I believed in the vision. Like, man, I was probably the youngest one in the room. Do you know what I'm saying? And I do that normal. Like, I'm the guy that would take all my brothers from the road to one of them events in Birmingham, and I'll be like, yo, you man splash out on Giuseppe's, but I like to splash out on the African market. You get me? That's how man splash. We got to make it cool to be splashing in our own community. You know what I'm saying? Investing in. So the Forever Family thing that me and Mega and loads of other beautiful brothers and sisters, some in legal, some in finance, professionals, you know what I'm saying, from our community are trying to build right now. You've got some serious, I don't want to say too much, you get me? But you've got some serious people from the community in this endeavor. And basically on one side, I've got the concept of creating an app. And this app basically holds the police accountable. So when they stop and search the youths, we've got our own database. For the first time in the world, we'll have our own database of police who are racially profiling in our area. That's one thing I'm working on.
Brilliant.
I see people asking for George Floyd, this and that. Where's the tangible solution? This is a tangible solution. The other thing is the brothers coming together and training and bringing that to our communities to not only police our own communities, do you know what I'm saying, and talk to some of the brothers who are most active and say, look, that if the man them can keep the antisocial behavior down, then the police have less relevance to be here. But also police and the police, you know, the same way they come up to us, excuse me, mate, there's been robberies in the area. We're going to be going up saying, excuse me, mate, there's been racial profiling in the area. We want to make sure you don't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? So that's one tangible solution. On the other hand, Mega, and like I said, he's a businessman. So in simple, what he's trying to do is create like basically we've marched for reparations, but my thing is we're marching with a broken arm. And if I rob someone, yeah, and they come and knock on my door with a broken arm, I'm letting you know they're not getting nothing back, yeah, because your arm's broken, rude boy, yeah. So what we're saying about reparations is the root word to reparations is repair. So the same way the police and police in our own communities is us repairing the damage. What we want to create is a fund that allows us to invest in our own initiatives so we can repair this damage ourselves and put us in a better position to make demands.
Yes.
And on the other hand, other community organizations with similar objectives, yeah, instead of them having to go to HSBC or go to the government here or go to the government there, hopefully they'll be able to come to us, you know what I'm saying? And the free, because I wasn't going to do nothing unless it's a certain way, because you know my thing is integrity, transparency and accountability, which is a big reason why a lot of our community doesn't like to deal with money, because there's a lot of people ain't really, sometimes there's been times when people ain't trustworthy. We know that, you know what I'm saying? So our principles is, yeah, integrity first, yeah? So that means that everyone holds everyone to account. Do you know what I'm saying? If someone sees Respect doing something dodgy, everyone for expose man quick, yeah? Man them on the roast for kick out my teeth. Yeah, I'm being serious though. We can't have none of that no more. Accountability. We have to be accountable and transparency. So those are the three principles that this Forever Family is based on, and definitely got a lot of people from the community. But you'll be surprised. There's professionals all over that are literally volunteering their resources in order to help. So yesterday I went to a meeting with a legal firm. Yeah, and basically this legal firm will represent any of our youth if they're arrested. Do you know what I'm saying? And we've got quite a long list. So these are the stuff that we're trying to get forward. We're just trying to bring tangible solutions. We're not in a no debate, no qualms. We don't care about your different ideologies. Yeah, people can debate about that. We're going to be debating about that for 1,000 years. But getting a leg off our neck, we can all be united on that. Yeah. Stopping racial profiling, we can all be united on that. Stopping the in-house fighting, and it's not just the gangs. Yeah, it's also community organizations. Yeah, it's also amongst our elders. Yeah, stopping the in-house fighting. We can all agree on that. Yeah, for a common goal. You know what I'm saying? Everyone don't have to be friends, but for a common goal, and getting rid of this poverty that breeds the crime, which breeds the violence. We can all agree on that. So yeah, that's what we're right with right now. Forever Family, see?
And you know what? So one second, that car, yeah, we do got to move on. Yeah, like I said, the schedule is very tight, and you know we can talk to Respect for days, and break down the works and these things. It's all good. But big up, Respect. Thank you for coming through as always. You don't know, man's been about from the beginning of the thing, and so yeah, we appreciate that. Just let people know where they can find you, bro, and the works. Them staying true.
All right. So I want everyone to go to Instagram and follow Forever Family UK. Forever Family UK is on Instagram, I think Twitter and Facebook, but Instagram is probably going to be the main place we're pushing out from. Also, obviously, I've got my own platform, The Lions Den. I'll be going live a little bit later, probably when this locks off, maybe 7 or something, to kind of break down some of the stuff. I might even have Mega, man, I can't lie, the business mind, I can't lie, he's a serious brother, you know. Yeah. So yeah, but we're going to be breaking down certain things and just kind of just letting the people know what the next steps are. Because like I said, all we're trying to do is tangible solution. Everything else is irrelevant to us. We've got like a big group of people from our community that all they care about is doing the tangible solutions, and people from all over. Like I said, this thing's international still. So yeah, big up gotKushTV, big up Shakara, Ari, Nat Nai, Stella B, and you don't know, salute to the generals in the chat, the clean-hearted ones. Yeah, one a merchant of division, one an agent of confusion, but enough love to the clean-hearted ones from the community still, because you know we love you like food still.
Blessings, Russ. Yeah, we'll enjoy the rest of the thing, and we'll join you later on the Lions then still. All right, King, bless. Kings and Queens, we're moving through this serious ladder that we've got right here to come and speak to you live. As we go through, let me just make sure that everything is set and let you know. Somebody was asking about this. I'm gonna look at this right now. So at gotKushTV, yeah, we are the #1 Black conscious media platform coming out of the UK, and we profile all of the good works that are taking place in our community. And as a part of that, we do a film service, yeah, for our community in terms of filming events and also adverts, you know, for the good works that are going on. We can take pictures of your products, yeah, for your own usage, your own promotional usage. And as you can see here, the team at gotKushTV has become masterful at covering events from conferences to concerts, from markets to classes. We cover it all. Our team has been hired to film and edit music videos and documentaries. Wherever the context, our services are high quality, professional, and beneficial to the needs of our clients. So if you want to know more information, do get in contact with us by checking out the website and clicking on the film services tab. And also, ones have been asking about how to contribute to gotKushTV if you wish. And having said all of that, kings and queens, we are here at our extended family. You can join the gotKushTV extended family and just basically click on the button. Senior moment there, kings and queens. The button down here, click on the button and it will take you to a place where you can make a regular contribution on a monthly basis to gotKush TV right here, kings and queens. Okay, so check that out. For those who are asking, simply go to the support page on gotKush TV and you can join the extended family. Read it thoroughly so you know exactly what you're contributing to and what exactly you will get for your contribution, kings and queens. And in a second, we're going to let you know how to advertise on gotKushTV also. Brother Ankh Aku, you are up, so just give me the thumbs up when you are ready to go, and we'll bring you through, my brother. Right, so for the first time today, we've got Nat Nye and Stella B as we normally see them together. The more we are together, together, the more we are together, the happier we will be. Indeed, kings and queens, that is going to be most definitely in the building. And stay tuned because Sister Ari will be joining us back again soon. Right, Brother Pat, you're up after Brother Ankh Aku. And following that, we have Daniel Lister and then Rashida. Okay, so thank you for joining us, Rashida. We see you in the back there, and we appreciate your patience also. Right, bringing through Brother Ankh Aku. Greetings, bro.
What's happening, family? How y'all doing?
Greetings. Welcome in, Brother Ankh Aku. All right, kings and queens. Yes, indeed. So yeah, let me just let Brother Ankh Aku introduce himself to the family and let you know who he is.
Myself. All right. Greetings to the family, the UK family. I have a lot of love for my UK family. gotKushTV. We go back like babies and pacifiers, like ODB once said in hip hop. Shout out to Nkosi. Shout out to everybody who's on the show today. Fabulous presentation of group economics. I saw some health information in there, and I saw some really powerful work being done. And I want to, especially say to you guys as kind of an aspect of the African diaspora, what you're doing is very profound. That to me, the energy that I see in the UK is more of an effort to be collaborative than I see even in the conscious community in America. We have a lot of conscious people in America. We have a lot more, but we don't always find enough ways to cross those lines that Raspek was talking about, religion, whatever it is, to find ways to do what's being done here, like a group economic show. It's interesting. I don't even know if that's been done like this in the conscious community in America in recent times, at least. Probably in the 80s, 90s, we back in the golden era of consciousness. But that's a whole different story for another day. So who am I?
Yes,
that's a good question, right? You can ask the eternal question, right? I am the universe. I am that I am. And also, I'm a brother that lives in Atlanta, Georgia, who's doing my very best to uplift the Black business community here. About 5% of all Black businesses in America are in the Atlanta metro area, right? So, which is amazing. Atlanta is and you know, it's a beautiful place because you know, there's a lot of positive things happening for us here. The airport is controlled by us, right? We're the only Black built, Black ran. 50% of the businesses in the airport, international airport in Atlanta, are owned by people that look like us. So, you know, there's a lot of progressive type of things happening here economically. 60,000 Black millionaires live in the metro Atlanta area. So that's a huge, just in one city, that's really amazing. Doesn't happen like that anywhere else. So it's very unique here, and it's part of the reason I'm here. But also, you know, I developed, I'll tell you a little bit about the story. Many years ago, I was a nightclub promoter in South Florida, right? And I was looking, as I became more conscientious or conscious, I really didn't enjoy the vibes as much. Not so much, you know, I love music and partying, but the extra stuff, you know, the drinking, the smoking, all that, it started to not, you know, I was moving in a more health conscious direction, etc. And so I was looking really for a path out of the marketing promotions world. And I came across, I was introduced to, as a promoter, actually, I was doing also conscious promotion, a brother by the name of Laila Africa, yeah, Dr. Africa. Yes. And I had
recently passed ancestor, now ancestor, so we're just going to say
now ancestor, that I know he's going hard on our behalf for sure. And yes, absolutely, we want to honor his spirit and the work that he's done, which was seminal in its time. Still to this day, some of the most important work on health that has been uncovered on our behalf. And so I took a course that he had on becoming a holistic health consultant, right? And so, in short, I ended up taking it 4 times. Yeah, because I just was blown away each time. It's like it's too much to just like get it one time and leave. I have to do it again. And one of those times, an interesting thing happened when he was having a discussion about foods and the foods we eat and why most human beings do not eat food. And this is what I mean by that. Most of the things that we call food by the body would not be identified as food, right? Now, I know that's going over some people's head, but go with me. Your body does not recognize much of the things that we're putting into it that we are, you know, happily calling food. And one of the things, so he was talking about food and healing and healers and how healers, and what he said was really profound for me, because he said, and think of it, I'm in the moment where I'm thinking about leaving the marketing world and moving into holistic health. And he said, you know, technically speaking, we don't really need more healers. Well, this is what he said before he said that. He said that we do not eat for nutrition. We eat because we've been successfully marketed to. Right?
Yes.
And that brought to mind, like, I remember growing up and seeing like Snickers commercials where they say Snickers really satisfy you. Yes. And I remember being really hungry. And when I was really hungry, it was the Snicker that was like, okay, that's it. Not an apple, not a fruit salad, not a salad. None of that would have done what the Snicker could do. Thanks to the good people at the Snickers company. And they're going so hard to make sure that we understand that if you want satisfaction from food, you don't eat food, you eat a Snicker.
Yes.
Right? And so he said that. He said, we don't eat, we eat because we've been successfully marketed to. And in that regard, he said, technically speaking, we don't really need more healers. He said, what we need is better marketers. And I wrote that down on my piece of, and Better Marketing Mastery, which is the name of my company, was born that day, right? Which is a company that has decided and recognized what I call the healing component in marketing. That part of our work as businesses is not just about delivering the goods and services. Of course, we are doing that. But we understand that what we're doing in the process of doing that is healing our community, healing our relationships, building trust again in our community, et cetera, et cetera. So my work has been about a holistic approach to marketing. And the undercurrent now is what I call the alchemy of money, or the Kemetic viewpoint on the monetary system. So here in America, I like to show people $1, right? And I say, you know, people in America, I don't know about you guys in the UK, maybe you're not like us, but in America, we take the money really seriously, right? Very, very seriously. And so, interestingly enough, if I can show that there, right? If you see that on the back of that dollar, you see some symbols there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those symbols come from a certain place. And this is when, if you see the early interview I did with Shakara, where I did the dastardly thing of saying that the monetary system is based on the Kemetic system. And he said, well, that's a controversial statement you're making. And I'm like, okay, let's look at the money. That's not, do you think that, you know, when it comes to Africa, do they put Africa anywhere? Right? Unless it's really important. What's the message? If you had a French franc, right? A French currency, and you saw Chinese food on there, wouldn't you say, wait a second, why is pepper steak on the French food? That doesn't make sense. Why is shrimp fried rice? There's got to be. And yet we look at this all the time, and most people never ask the question, well, why is Kemet on the American dollar? Yeah. So I'm not going to tell you today. Right? Tune in for the next.
Right there, as the art of marketing. Right.
Yeah, tune in next week at the next Group Economics show. Break that down. So the point is that the reason why part of my interest in Kemet, of course, you know, just in terms of my alignment personally, is going back to Kemet, as a lot of us are. But more importantly, it actually is very relevant to the monetary issues that we face. And that's the missing link that I think a lot of people don't make. And my work is about that. And that's why we call it the alchemy of money. Because the more you understand what the monetary system is, the more you realize it is the absolute reverse of what the Kemetic system was. And the Kemetic system at one time was the dominant system on the planet Earth, right? Many nations were coming into Kemet and learning and utilizing that particular system, much in the same way as the Western system dominates the world now. And so in order to try to, there's a presentation that Tony Browder did that's called The Rebirth of Nile Valley Civilization. And what he did in it was he showed exactly how Americans, quote unquote, were trying to replicate what was happening in Kemet, right? So the whole, the Civil War in America about the Southern, you guys probably heard of the South, you know, everything, the racist people are the South and the more liberal people are the North and all that. Well, Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet, yeah? It's the same principle. There's so much parallels that we can draw, that it really is really important that we understand that Kemet is everything. You really can't do anything well, even corruption, unless you borrow from Kemet.
Wow.
And so if they're really good at it, and let's just, you know.
Yes, brother. Because we're bigging you up, you know, all day long. People have been just constantly posting on the comments, just full of goodness and godness today. Rise Up gotKushTV, Umar, and what we've got here, someone's written about the Masonic symbols. I think they're talking about what you just mentioned to do with the dollar there. Up to those people still putting in donations, and we are appreciating you for that. Yes, sorry about that. Just wanted to shout out some of these comments.
I agree, sis. I was gonna say to apologize to everyone in the chat because we've kind of neglected you the last hour or so. We were trying to get through all the guests and the you know, the announcements. So we do want to make you know that we see you. Yeah, the people and we are trying to, you know, get through your comments. And once again, if you have questions for the guests, we'll try to ask them. Please tag at gotKushTV, yeah, so that we can see them. Because when you tag at gotKushTV, it highlights the comment, or leave a super chat that will highlight it also, and we'll get through to that as well. Sorry, I don't know if Nat Naya Celebi had a question for Uncle Koo.
Yeah. So Uncle Koo, brilliant,
yes,
and it's just a comment really. Maybe you can build upon it. I just think you following Raspet is key because, you know, we're poets, so we understand the power of words. And when Raspet was talking about not being political or being divided over religious or spiritual beliefs, I feel like when he says forever family as an organization, that is so key to that, because there's no argument with that. No one can argue with forever family. Like, you can't argue with that. And similarly, what you were breaking down, I feel like we are learning, we're catching on. But I feel with what you're saying, and perhaps with your knowledge, we can actually innovate creative ideas to market the goodness that we have. So the issue that Pan-Africans historically have is that every mickle make a muckle type thing, and it looks like that. So it's not attractive to people who are not who have not had the red pill.
Sure.
So
we're competing with a very glossy, very well done, and tantalizing carrot.
Absolutely. So I contend that the only power that is actually held over us in this world is the power to be better marketers. In other words, we are one really great marketing campaign away from our complete liberation. Why do I say? Let me contextualize a lot of this, right? So if you take the book Brainwashed, if you've heard of the book Brainwashed, there's a brother here based in America, Chicago, that he was one of the first black advertisers. He would help companies advertise to black people. So he had a consultancy that was based on that. And over that, he started out and he was really just helping out these corporate agencies. And then he began to figure out what was going on. And the culmination of his life work is something called Brainwashed. And what he said in that book essentially was that, and this is specific, he was talking to African Americans, but we know that really is basically the same idea pretty much wherever I go. I've been to the UK, I've been to Africa, I've been to the Caribbean. It's the same. It's it's a little different. Okay, fried chicken or jerk chicken. Still chicken we're dealing with. You understand what I'm saying? It's still chicken. So what he said in that book is Brainwashed. The point of it is that we have been victims of one of the most successful marketing campaigns on the planet, and that marketing campaign is that we are inherently inferior, right? This does not come to the level of consciousness, meaning that we're not aware of this. Yes. But where it plays out is in our purchasing, in where we spend money. So for instance, here in America, I was saying in another presentation that let's say there's 1.3 trillion that the African American community has, right? That would make you the 16th wealthiest nation on the planet Earth, right? So people would love to have that. Let's say the Indian community that does the hair and all that kind of stuff, it takes about 100 billion of that. Now, the question is, so we spend with them indiscriminately, right? And this is anti-Kemetic, right? Because in Kemet, we know that there's a god of discrimination, yeah? Called Ampu, right? So discrimination is not only significant, it's deified, and you can't go anywhere into the level of Ma'at or enlightenment without Ampu, without discrimination. We've been taught that discrimination is a negative thing. So we become indiscriminate because we think discriminating is bad. Well, discriminating has good and bad components. It's not, right? There are times you need to discriminate, and then there are times you shouldn't, obviously. But what they've done is negated the whole thing, and now we're not discriminators at all. And because of that, we do indiscriminatory actions. And the person who is most indiscriminate is the person who will be discriminated against the most, will be the biggest victim of discrimination, right? And I would draw it out plainly, but I think you can all you have to do is open your eyes and you can say, yeah, that's right, right? So going back to, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, just finish this point and then, so I was talking about the Indian community and the 100 billion that they take from us. Now, if they were as indiscriminate as us, they would also take 100 billion and give back to us. But that does not happen, right? Indian people in America do not spend 100 billion with African Americans. Matter of fact, they don't spend a tenth of that, right? So if two countries were interacting with each other, one is spending 10 times what the other is spending, right? That's you call it a trade deficit. In certain terms, that would be called war. Because that's what's going to happen. They're going to be telling you, listen, we're spending all this with you. If you don't cough up get close, get in the striking range, but you can't take 10 times of what we're giving you, and then you're giving us nothing in return. Well, each ethnic group that comes to America, they say business is the fastest path to wealth. It should be a caveat unless you're Black, because what happens is in America, if you want to be wealthy, you come to Black people, right? So immigrant groups who have nothing set up shop. They can't speak English, right? Who needs to speak English when they're Black folks, right? So the Chinese, the Indians, the Koreans, we can go down the list, this is all of them. And over time, literally by taking advantage of Black people, you know what happens, right? You get promoted. So they all get promoted to whiteness as a result of jumping in on the game and continuing to exploit with our brother, what's his name? Iceberg Slim, called the bottom hole, right? And if you understand that type of language, okay, I shouldn't use pimp language on such a sophisticated station as this. I know.
We get it, bro. We get it. You know what I'm saying? We understand completely. Bro, we got to wrap up with it. We got to wrap up with I do got one last question, though, because you said we are one good marketing campaign away from our liberation.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I mean, somebody who mastered the art was Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And there's some significant celebration coming up where that is concerned. I don't actually want to ask you about Marcus Mosiah Garvey, though. I want to ask you about,
you can save that one.
Yeah, you know. But I want to ask you about this because I tapped into what you're saying, and it occurs to me that in the same way, there's two things that occur to me. One is this, because in one of the promises today, for Black Pound Day, as outlined by Brother Swiss and the team that he's working with, is to promote the positive, experiences with Black businesses, because we tend to promote negative and bad customer service and then kind of things there. But it occurs to me, we do it. So there's that, but then we also do the same with, like, when you say liberation, you're talking about that's Black conscious community language, but we tend to promote the negatives of the conscious community as well. Yeah, sure. Like there are so many tropes coming. So the conscious community now, in spite of all the good work that is taking place in it, becomes a talking shop. Where people just talk and they're not doing anything, right? And them kind of things there. I remember a speech from Amos Wilson where he was talking about making our ideologies become the ideal of success based upon what we produce out of them. Yeah. So is there work that needs to be done by these Black conscious people that wear dashikis and have African names like Ankaku and greet like Hotep and say things like Dua Neter and them kind of things there, in terms of how the successes or the work that is being done is marketed to the community?
That's ultimately what we're saying. What I'm saying is we are poor marketers, right? And that's not just the conscious community, by the way, that's the Black business in general. So the same thing you say, we say stuff in the community about the community. Well, you get a bunch of Black businesses together and who are not conscious, and it's the same thing. So it's not so much that specific to conscious people. We're all coming out of the same consciousness, what I call poverty consciousness and poor marketing. And poor marketing to me is based on two things. Number one, it's based on coming out of a poverty consciousness. And what does that mean? So the person who is coming from a worldview of scarcity, even when they market and promote, it's going to taint what they're marketing and promoting, right? So for instance, if you're, let me go mystical for a second, if that's okay. I'm going to really piss off some of my conscious brothers right now. I'm going to use the term chakras, right? That's really going to kick. Oh boy, here we go. He was talking business and making sense until he mentioned chakras. Right? So in the chakra system, they talk about it, whether it's symbolic or not. They talk about the higher chakras and the lower chakras, and so we got the root, right? So we got 7 energy points in our being, right? The bottom one is the survival. By the way, even though they say it's not scientific, when you go to Abraham Maslow, he's actually doing his hierarchy of needs is based on the chakras. Like it's got to be something to it. Why would when they take it and use it to dominate you, then you should pay attention to it at the very least. So I'm saying that at the lowest level we have our survival needs, and at the top we have full let's call it divine power, right? Full autonomy, sovereignty. That's where that is. So basically what I'm saying is the cultures that we exist in now on the planet keep us in the lower energy realms, meaning that we're focused most of our time on survival. So for instance, if your predominant focus every day is how you're going to pay the bills these months, that's your predominant focus. You don't realize that there are people in the world right now that never have to think about money, right? So while, for instance, I'll give you an example, classic. Right now in America, we had 40 million people filed for unemployment, right? This record breaking and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, the billionaire class, which is 2,000 people, generated an extra 530 billion just in the COVID time. Extra. Here's the key. Now that it didn't generate 530 billion. Extra, right? So what does COVID mean to them? They're like, come on, COVID. Lord.
Happy hour.
They're speaking in tongues with the COVID. They're like, oh, bring on. Right? And so it's important to understand that contrast in reality, right? That there are people, these are people who don't think about money like you do at all.
Yeah,
they don't say, I need to survive, how I'm going to pay the bills, how I'm going to. So what happens is we're coming from the space of that poverty type consciousness without even realizing it. Most conscious people are still dealing with the reality of day to day, how I'm going to survive.
Yeah.
Right? And it's affecting everything. It just does. That's the nature of the game that we're playing. It's designed to do that. And then the other aspect of poverty and marketing is the skill set, right? What skill set do we bring to the table? And marketing is a thing that everybody thinks they can do, and everybody can actually do well enough to create mediocre results.
Yeah.
And in our community, that's a problem, because when we see a little bit of results, we start bigging up our chest and saying, "Hey, man, we do great." Now that's when we become positive. Oh, it's a beautiful future. Oh, we made $10 last year. That was great. I'm sorry, 10 pounds. I want to just translate. I know I'm speaking a foreign language.
We got to let you go, bro. Unfortunately,
no problem. It's been my pleasure, my honor. Do I to you?
Likewise.
I'm guilty of being that type of person.
Just let people know where they can find you and contact you.
BetterMarketingMastery.com is one. I also offer a special, what I call the 6-figure formula for our businesses at masteringmonetization.com. That's absolutely free, masteringmonetization.com. That's a cool bit of information. I do a lot of work on monetization, on how to monetize. And you can also catch me on LIB Radio on Thursdays. I think that's 5 o'clock UK time. And I do a show called Mastering Monetization, where we explore some aspect of how is money generated in this culture and what are all the facets that go into it. And we need to understand it as a science and not just, on a surface level. Right? No problem. Anytime.
Just post the link in that, or the information in the chat, in the actual live chat, and we'll make sure it's shared on the screen as well.
Yeah, do put all that information. What I'm going to say is we're most definitely going to make sure everyone can get hold of every single person that's been on, in terms of the details, so that we can all be part of the change and not just doing lip service,
Yes.
And I want to give a special shout out, if I can, to that brother with the Heru work that he's doing. Phenomenal. I'm going to get a copy of that right away, because that right there, he blew my mind with that. So.
Yeah, I bought one for my niece.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I bought one for my daughter as well, so we give thanks. All right. Uncle Koo, give thanks here for your presence once again, as always, bro. I do want to say though, Uncle Koo has been behind the scenes at gotKushTV from the very inception, helping us to formulate and develop our own marketing strategies. And to the extent that we have employed them, we have seen results. And so we give thanks. We give thanks to brother Uncle Koo, and no doubt he'll be here again. Thank you very much, brother Uncle. Right, stay there, kings and queens. I've just got a quick message for you. gotKushTV.com is now opening for you to advertise, calling all businesses, promoters, event organizers, artists, service providers, content creators, and brands of every kind. If you are looking to share your business or services with a growing and diverse audience, gotKushTV is the space for you. Advertising space is available all over the website. You can advertise here, you can advertise here, you can advertise here, you can advertise here, and you can even advertise here. All spaces are going at very reasonable rates, and we even have a design and production service, especially for those who will need an advert designed or produced for you. For inquiries, don't hesitate to contact us. info@gotKushTV.com. advertising on gotKushTV.com. We look forward to hearing from you. Yes, indeed, kings and queens. You can advertise on gotKushTV right about now. So get in contact with us, info@gotKushTV.com if you would like to do so. Right, there's enough people in the chat now. We've got a couple scheduled guests, which is Pat Headley, Daniel Lister, and Rashida. We're going to get through them first, and then we are going to hopefully get to Nuakai, Aisha Peters, and Daryl Speaks. So the next up is brother Patrick. So you ready there, bro? Yeah, all right, cool. Bigging up, sister. I do want to make this point though, yeah, because Aisha, who is here, I know her personal because her children used to attend my Saturday school. Yes, indeed, kings and queens. And so I do want to make a point. I'm coming back to something that Raspek said earlier about the school in Gambia. I want to send a special shout out to all the African-centered and Pan-African Saturday schools in London and throughout the UK. Yeah, I believe it's one of the most powerful institutions that we as a community, Black community in the UK, have developed, but so much of our community are unaware of the beautiful work that is going on in Black Saturday School. So I just want to send a shout out to the Black Saturday School movement. Right, brother Patrick.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, my brother. Thank you for joining us. No long team, bro. Go in. Who are you? Where you come from? And what you do around here?
I don't know why you're complaining me. I've been sitting here all afternoon watching all of the great speakers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you're limiting my time. And you know I've got so much to say with all the work that I did.
I apologize.
I will definitely cut. I just want to say a big up to all of the speakers that's been on, the young guys that are doing things. His name Lion and Jason and earlier on, Sister Enster and all the ladies that was on earlier on. I say big up and big congratulations. Okay, let me get to the point of what I'm doing. Now, as you know, you've been promoting our debates that we've been doing. I just want to touch onto that 1 minute, is that we've been running a series of debates primarily to look at the issues in we in the diaspora is returning back to the continent. And what we plan to do through the series of debates, which has been ongoing, as you know, is to produce a document that we can formulate into a constructive policy that we can present to the bodies in these different African countries to adopt, providing us a pathway that we can then say, this is how we need to return home to X country, this is the process, etc. And the series of debates is ongoing. We've had some great speakers, and if anyone wants to see the replays of what's gone on, just message me and I will send them a link to the replays. So I'm just going to touch on that, as you know. But where do I start? I really wanted to talk about our journey to what I'm doing. So I'm going to start at where we are now in terms of what we're doing on the continent in Uganda and how we got there. At this present time, what we have in place is a program where we match individuals in the diaspora, and that's in the diaspora worldwide, because we do have some people from the USA on board, and Canada as well. And what we do is we look at the local community, like farmers, industries, ICTs, and working with the Ugandan Investment Authority. What we do is to match the investment capital to an investor who is looking for that investment capital. Now, we facilitate the program. So through our site, Kayera Africa, it's a membership site because it's self-funding. Well, we try to be self-funding. And how we got to that point was we started off initially, as you know, my background is in business, entrepreneur, and property, because I'm a qualified trained surveyor. So after traveling the continent for like over 20 years, I landed on Uganda and saw there's opportunity here for a development that was being built there, a new town, to maybe create a diasporan community. And that was great, but it posed the challenge that individuals still need to have the capital to invest, even though it was a staged payment plan over 2 years, but they still needed the capital. And that wasn't going to work for everyone, especially the younger people that are struggling even to get on the ladder here. So we developed that into taking people out there to see the country, because we know there need to be some kind of a connection, unless they're an out and out, just, you know, investor that just would invest anywhere. People that are looking for more than that, they're looking to maybe join a community, which is what we was looking to do in this development. So we started the tours, and that was going fine. And then we recognize how can we get the younger groups or the younger people involved in this, because again, it was people that had money they could release in property, and that was obviously the middle age or the older age group. So then we started the investment matching program, which is ideal because it actually covers the things that we were looking to cover. It created a connection between the person in the diaspora and the family or a business back there in Uganda, so they can start to generate an income. So when the transition happened, they already had an income in place, because we didn't want individuals to be going over there and competing for jobs within the local job community, because there's enough people there looking for work. What we wanted to do was to create opportunities for people to develop a business and employ people, give them work. So that's what we have now ongoing in Kayera Africa. All of the information is on the Kayera Africa site. It will explain how we do it and what's involved and how we facilitate the whole program. We call it the airport to airport service. From someone lands, we have our offices in Kampala. We make sure that we bring in the investor, we match them, they negotiate the terms. And just to give you one example, someone spoke of tomato being exported to Italy earlier on in the show, probably earlier. That's how long I've been watching this. We have an opportunity where there is a farmer who was growing tomato, and he wants to add added value, turn it into tomato puree so he can sell it in the local market. Now, what a lot of people don't understand about Uganda is ideally placed, surrounded by South Sudan, Kenya, Tanzania, the DRC, and Rwanda. So there's a market there for expansion if someone develops a business there. So really ideally suited. And of course, you've got Lake, Lake Kawanza, but it's got another name now. So what we do is we look for through the investment authority, we have the investment sheets. It's well presented. The person that's going to invest knows exactly what the challenges are, where that business is in, and what needs to be invested, etc. And then, they make the contact, and then we just make everything happen. That's going great. Obviously, we've been slowed down by COVID. I just managed to get out of Uganda literally the week before the lockdown, and I have been able to get back since. But we've been running the online debates, as you know, and that's going very well. We've got the next one coming up in July, and that's from we are co-hosting that with someone from the USA, and we're going to be talking about Cuba and Cuba's involvement in the African continent growth. So we're looking forward to that. And anyone wants information about the ongoing debates. Also, I'll quickly add in, and you've had a lot of speakers on that's got a lot to say. We're always looking for people to bring onto the panel so that they can give their say. The last debate, as you know, was about education, and we had a few people in education. That was a great debate. We had people from the USA, people from Liberia, Ghana, someone that's dual citizenship between, it's a great panel. It's a great panel, as you know. So that's where we are with what I'm doing, and just to give you some history, I didn't just land and come up one morning and say, this is what I'm going to do. It took like over 25 plus years of traveling the continent, being disappointed many times, starting businesses before, being disappointed again. And so I actually don't want to touch onto the negatives, but, one of the things is we've got a passion being here in the UK or in the diaspora from the US or Canada, wherever we are. We have a passion that we just want to go there and help. But what I've recognized is that there's a lack of education between what we have gone through here, and it's by design. Rather, it's not that people don't want to know. It's just that most of them are still being educated within the former colonial system, and they've only been told so much. Because I remember my first experience to the USA, I had the perception that the USA was a great place to be for a black person, because that's all we're fed over here. We never felt the negative, because I was traveling before social media, before YouTube. So I went over there with this perception, the USA is great, and ended up in jail. And that was for challenging a police officer who was treating someone very badly. And I just said, look, what you're doing there ain't right. And that's all I needed to say. I didn't realize that that's not what I was supposed to say. But you see, one of the things which I've identified that we really need to do well is to sell our own narrative across the world rather than having other people sell it. I know it's moving a bit off topic, but it's just some of these issues which have been identified, hence the reason why I've started the debates to produce the document, so forth. So with that, I'll end.
I've got a question actually. So earlier we were talking, you were tuning in about like there's too much talk. I'm one that loves debate, but it has to be productive. So
Yes.
how is it about what is it about your debates that does?
Okay. Well, let me go back then and explain. Let me go back and explain. It's not just a debate for what the debate will lead into a document that we will produce, an academic document that we will then present to the correct individuals in each country that will conclusively show the videos that we will, because how we produce the document is there'll be an academic part to it, but then there'll also be excerpts from the debate that will cover certain issues. So it'll be it'd be a working document.
Yes.
And what we'll present it to them and say, look, these are the challenges that we've identified that is hindering the growth and development from bringing in the resource, the brain power from outside of the country. But these are things that you need to have in place so that because I've had people say to me, yes, I'd love to go to X country, but until I have a concrete understanding that I'm going to be able to gain citizenship, I'm going to be able to work, and as you know, I mean, we've got Ghana with the year of return, but you still have challenges to go through there. And then you've got Liberia, who say they're open, but you still have challenges to go there. You've got the Gambia, you still have to jump through hoops. So there is no pathway that someone could say, okay, I want to go to Liberia. Let me have a look at, as a diaspora and as an African returning home, how do I get there? What do I need to do? This is the steps I need to take. So the document that we're going to be producing through the series of debates is going to identify those challenges and present it in a way and encourage them, the African countries, to have these procedures in place for the diaspora. But we're also going to talk about the economic advantages to them as well, because we know that the economic advantage is great, never mind the resource in terms of understanding brain power. And as I said, I travel the continent quite a lot, so I know that a lot of our people in so-called power have been educated in the system, and they still have, because they're kind of I would say insulated from what we have been going through in the diaspora, and they don't really understand the Mzungu the way we understand them in that respect. The things that they would bow down and take, we know that we would correct that straight away because we're coming from a different understanding. So anyway, so that's what the to answer your question, hope that does answer it. Yes, it's not pointless, and I've stated that in all of the debates we have, the opening speeches. Mohammed Gaddafi, said to the African Union that all black people, quote unquote, should have a place of solace in their homeland, period. And that's what I am, and I'm actually working with some people in the USA as well to put this together, but that's what we're working towards. And we've recognized that area and decided this is what we're going to home in on. And of course, coupled with what we're doing in terms of the investment matching to try and give people to develop an income stream on the continent, because it's just so much happening there, in terms of potential. And as well, we all know that. So I commend the young guy for doing what he's doing. The Lion, what was his name? Lion. For what he's doing in challenging the issues that we're having here. Because I'm not saying that we're going to jump up and run. I'm saying, no, you're in the belly of the beast. Use it to your advantage, but also start to put your roots down in your continent. Because if you don't, no one else will. And that's really where I'm coming from with what we're doing. Anyone wants to find out more information on myself or what we're doing, you can go to Kayera.com. So just drop the Africa and it's Kayera.com, or the KayeraAfrica.com is about our business in Uganda, and it's more about the investment part of it and how people can get involved. And once they remember, we send them out an investment proposal every single month based upon the criteria that they've told us in terms of if they've got 10 grand to invest, we'll send them every month a 10 grand investment. If they've got 100 grand, we'll send them a 100 grand investment potential. If they want to invest in ICT, agriculture, we will make sure, because we're working with the Ugandan Investment Authority, and we've got our offices in Kampala at Acacia Mall, and that's basically, you know, taking it to a level that we can. So, and you know all about that, Shakara, because we've been working with you doing all of the different stuff that putting it out there and so forth.
Yes,
so.
I do want to say, bro, thank you for coming through. And I want to make the point that what you're saying is a program that's happening right now and it's very practical. And one of the comments in the chat earlier was that Sister Celine is the only person that has brought practical information. And that maybe that person, that piece of information on trading applies to that person or relates to that person more specifically. But what you just said, everything that you just said is no less practical. You can get involved in Kaira Africa right now and invest on the continent. You can get involved in the African Cooperative Union right now and invest in our economic development over here. You know what I'm saying? I do want to shout out Next Level Development, my brother Justin Mohammed and others who are doing work in Zambia. Another program that you can get involved in right now. Just Google Next Level Developments and you'll find that. So brothers and sisters, like, you know, I want people to appreciate the value of the information. And because something is long-term in terms of its benefits, doesn't mean that it's not practical. Yeah, we have to get out of this immediate McDonald's 2-minute noodles, add water and stir kind of psychology, not a gospel in life. Yeah, and so I know it looks like that, but sometimes when we say people are not doing anything, no, they're working on things that the benefits we're not going to see all now. We might not see it till 10 years time. We might not even see it until the grandchildren are grown. But that's what it's going to take. Yeah. And what looks immediate is sexier. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very sexy. But what is longer term is more sustainable. And what our brother Pat is doing is about sustainable development. Yeah. And there's nothing more practical than sustainable development. So I want to make that point very, very clear. Because I don't want the value of what is being shared here to be underestimated or devalued in any way, shape, or form. Brother Patrick, thank you very much, bro. We appreciate you.
I'd just like to end by saying, you know, what we're doing, I certainly am very passionate about it. And as you said, everyone's out to have a mission. But on the Kaira Africa side, we have 3 ways people can get involved. They can either be a patron for little as, I think, $9 a month to support what we're doing because it's self-funding. They can actually gift that as a membership to someone, that a younger person, or they can join the investment clubs at different levels and so forth. So we try to tear it in a way that we're not excluding everyone, but I say, and I hope people appreciate this, we have to fund our own repatriation. We have to fund our own exit out of this country, and we have to find the best way to do it. So I commend everyone that's been on today for the different challenges and how they've tackled the different challenges and how they've approached it. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope someone get involved.
And thank you for your patience, Brother Patrick. We truly appreciate it.
Yes. Thanks for cutting me short.
Right. Yes, sir. Brother
Cheers.
Daniel, you're up. So just give me the thumbs up when you're ready to go. And before that, though, let me just share a little piece of information with the eyes them.
Is the cipher. This is the cipher, and these are the colours. African versus Caribbean versus British.
I'll say something African, but no, you're not.
Everyone's Africanness comes innately. I went to Jamaica earlier this year, and I know I'm not Jamaican. They don't look at me as Jamaican.
Yeah. I don't like people just wearing a dashiki and wearing stuff and just saying, yeah, I'm African now. That's very fake to me.
You protect people, want to claim Africa, like it's some superior, something. This being a semicircle, and you, the audience, complete the circle.
Yes, indeed, kings and queens. This coming Monday, the 29th of June, we are launching our new show, which is entitled, Decipher, which is the home of gotKushTV, Controversial Conversation. And yeah, man, our first subject is a subject of identity and culture, Africans versus Caribbeans versus British. Yeah, man, shout out to our cast. You saw them there. And you can check out the introductions to all of our cast members right now. You know what I'm saying, on gotKushTV. Our last few, well, yeah, somewhere between our last 5 and 7 videos, all of our introductions to our cast are there. So check them out, kings and queens, after the stream is done, and get to know who Yemaya is, get to know who Naledi is, get to know who King Wiz and Kevlar is, get to know who Tanisha is, kings and queens. All right, brother Patrick, we're gonna let you go. Give thanks. Stay tuned in. And
Thank you.
We look forward to
a great day. Trust me, I've been sat here all day watching everyone speak, so it's been fantastic. Listen, you got to do this again, all right? Every Saturday.
I don't know about that, you know, bro. But give thanks for the encouragement anyway. Give thanks for the encouragement. Yeah, man, I've picked me something there. Anyway, yeah, you know, give thanks, bro. Right. Let me see now. I'm gonna bring through brother Daniel Lister. Greetings, brother Daniel.
Greetings, Shakara. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Once again, giving thanks for your patience, bro.
No problem.
Yeah, myblackmarket.co.uk. Let the people know what that is and who you are.
Well, first of all, big up yourself, Shakara. Brilliant presenting all day. And big up your lecture series that you've been doing as well. Big up Nat Nye Celebrity. Their contributions with Voyage to the Motherland and their series like that. Big up Sister Matt as well. Big up the whole gotKushTV. Big up on Cozy. Yeah, so my name is Daniel Lister. I founded a company called My Black Market, also Buy Black Clothing. I don't know, you've probably seen the t-shirt before. I founded it in 2014. Since then, we've been going, as I said, it's come up to 6.5 years now. We've grown to a team of about 16 people, and we've grown a database of over 10,000 Black-owned UK businesses. And the aim is to basically build a Black UK economy. I say going from about 2014, we've been around all of these high-profile murderings and killings. Apart from, I think, Trayvon was the only one that was slightly before. But what we've noticed is every time one of these kind of killings and things happen, there's a big outcry, and we get like a spike of attention, and people all rush, and people want to sign up, and people are excited. And then you find, you know, a few weeks later, when Love Island starts back again, everybody's forgetting about the Black empowerment. Everybody's gone and going and doing their own thing. And I mean, I think it's very interesting, especially like what Kwame Ture said about the difference between mobilizing and organizing, and also what Omwale Africa said about having an emotional response rather than an ideological response. And I think right now we're in a position where we're in a very mobilized, emotional kind of state where everybody's like, yeah, let's buy black, yeah, let's buy back. But unless we kind of convert that energy into something long-term and sustainable, then this is gonna kind of dissipate and die out. So one of the things as well is that people keep, as soon as something like this happens, everybody goes, yeah, let's build a Black directory, a Black business directory. But the thing is, I've been an advocate to say that Black business directories by themselves don't work. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, when was the last time you used a directory for anything? You know what I'm saying? Remember the days when they used to put like Thompson and Yellow Pages through your door, and it was them times that you used to use it. So when these things happen, people have an emotional reaction. It's almost like, well, I haven't been doing Black empowerment. Now this thing has happened, I'm emotional and I want to do something. So the first thing I say is directory buy Black. And the issue is, we've already got 20 directories out there with Black businesses. They don't work, they don't gain traction. So you adding to another one is not really doing anything. And even the whole idea of buy Black, I think a lot of people say it as an emotional response, not really understanding why we buy Black or what the purpose is of buying Black. You understand what I'm saying? So say for instance, we set up a directory. Everybody knows where their local patty shop is, and from now on to the end of time, everybody goes and buys patties for the rest of their life. Are we empowered? Have we stopped the George Floyd killing? Do you understand what I'm saying? People don't really understand the whole strategy to that. So my whole thing is, when we say buy Black and everything that we do, even in business in general, when you set up a business, the idea is to solve a problem. And the question is, what problem are you solving with that business? So with My Black Market, the problem we're solving is what we call the hole in the bucket problem. So we know that the BAME community has a disposable income of over 300 billion every year. The issue is we spend 95% of our money outside of our community. So what we're doing with My Black Market, I initially started going down the kind of directory side of route. The idea was you get any product, service, or skill from a Black-owned business or person. But then as I was going through that route, I realized that, hang on, this is not really solving the issue or the problems that we really wanted to do. So I kind of went back to the drawing board and created a whole new system in which we can now create like a what we call like a 3-step system, which is number one, service finding. You can find your Black-owned businesses, which is essentially like the directory side of things. But then the second step is like verification. So verification allows us to verify that these businesses are actually Black-owned, because we know we've got a lot of imitators within the community that are pretending to be Black-owned businesses, but actually they're Asian-owned businesses or white-owned businesses. And we think we're supporting Black-owned businesses and all our money is leaving out of our community. So that's step 2. And then the third step is what we call supplier matching, is where, because we've got this database of so many different businesses, we can then add the suppliers to all of these businesses and then make sure that all the money that you spend with that business then goes to another Black-owned business supplier, and therefore plugging all of the holes in our community. So it's all nice saying, yeah, let's all go and spend to a Black business. But if they go and then take all that money to an Asian supplier, then what do? All we did is we just kind of just redirected one step before the money leaves the community. So, so I said, so we've developed this system now where we can lock in all of our money within our community and it can never leave. So that would be 300 billion year on year. And if it bounces like 18 times, like in the Jewish community, that aggregates to 5.4 trillion year on year would be held within the Black community. And so we put an economic platform where not only can people buy and sell and trade, so we're basically creating an economy of products, services, knowledge, and money, because the resource of knowledge is very important, because we've got a lot of brothers and sisters that work in various different industries, but there's no effective way for us to share that knowledge between each other to know what that is. So I said, with this platform, we're also having all of this economic activity go through. It also allows us to approach the situation from a very data-driven perspective. So what you'll find out is that in this country, there's no statistics on Black-owned businesses. There was only ever done a study by Barclays in 2011, and that was only based in London. So the whole thing is they don't even categorize Black as a category, let alone study it. You see what I'm saying? So when we see a lot of these statistics, it gets skewed a lot by these Asian and Arab businesses, and we think, oh, we're doing great, but actually we don't even know what we're doing. So if we don't know what the issue and the problem is, we don't know how to solve it from data-driven perspective to move forward and do that. So that's one of our aims as well to, as I said, because we've got this large database and we've started building like a data analysis platform, we started analyzing where our business is and what areas we're in, and then how we can address these problems from us.
Have you heard of Ubele?
No. I just got that.
They're an organization that do provide Ubele Initiative. They provide stats for the Black community. They were very instrumental in getting some information about COVID-19 currently. 2 years ago, they provided a document which was all about how many buildings that we acquired, in the 80s and lost, and what is remaining right now. They provided lots of reports like that. It would be really good to hook up with them in terms of your data that you're gathering, and exactly what you're talking about in terms of bringing forth those stats that are very valuable, so people actually can correlate what is happening in the UK in terms of Black-owned businesses and how much money we are actually collating, and where can it actually go in terms of stabilizing our economy. Because Black empowerment isn't just about going out and shopping, right? It's about what is that money going to go back into. We don't need handouts anymore. We've got an economic base that we can tap into to save, to pay for the youth clubs they want to shut down, for example, or support the schools that are out there already trying to, and the parents that are trying to come away from the systems that are racist or whatever. So Ubele Initiative will be good to kind of marry you two together. So I'm going to put the information up on the chat.
Yeah, definitely do that so I can check that.
Just a real quick, leading from what Stella just said, Daniel, I just want to know, where are we, from your analysis, where are we doing well?
So we've got, well, how do you define well? I can tell you where we're kind of heavily collated. Can I do a share screen? Can I do that?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, let me do a share screen. So big up to my Black Market team. I'll show you a bit of the data analytics platform that we've built. Let me know if you can see my screen? Yeah. Can you see?
Not yet.
No, 1 second, bro. I can't see it yet. Hold on. So I should see it so I can send it through to share it live, and I can't see it at the moment.
You can't see my screen?
No, you might need to click another button. Once you click share screen, choose the window.
Okay, let me go. Yeah, okay. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can, bro. 1 second.
Yeah. Let me know when we're on.
Yeah, we're on.
Okay, so this is basically big up to the My Black Market team. We've actually, with our database, we've actually built this data analytics platform where we can start analyzing all of our businesses. So we're only basically supposed to be based in the UK, but we've got businesses as far as Australia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Ghana, we've got Caribbean, we've got America, etc. So also we've been able to, all the businesses that we have, we've been able to actually locate and break down exactly where they are. So we can see all of these dots represent black-owned businesses all throughout the country. And we've got some even as far as Scotland. But you can see we've got all of our email addresses and business names. But if you go to like the categories, you can actually see the amount of different categories that we're in: accommodations, accounting, African centre, au pair, art, bars, book sales, business services, carpets, flooring, clothing, dating services, designer, electrical, you name it. Like, we're in so many different areas that we don't even realize: legal, locksmith, music, networking, oil and gas, photography, plumbing, recruiting, spiritual, talents, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, so that just goes to kind of show how far and how wide we are with all of our businesses. So the aim of My Black Market, as I said, we've got so many people doing so many great things in different areas. It's just about making that as a system that everything ties together into one. So it's like putting all of the cogs of the machine together to make it everything benefit for everybody as one whole people.
Fantastic.
That is incredible.
Outstanding.
Brilliant work.
Brilliant. Yeah. Bro, we're gonna have to let you go, yeah. So we can move on with the program. But we appreciate you, and there's definitely more work that we have to do together in terms of that market. You've got gotKushTV. And so no doubt we'll be, we'll develop on that in the future. Appreciate it, King.
Yeah, so that's myblackmarket.uk or buyblackclothing.uk you can go to as well. So.
Yeah, phenomenal.
My Black Market.
Thank you very much, bro. And also for your moral support and encouragement. We appreciate it, bro.
Respect.
So yeah.
Bless up. Daniel Lister, kings and queens of myblackmarket.uk. Make sure you check out the thing. Trust me, the brother dropped some serious information and is developing some serious resources. And that's one of them things that I'm talking about, family. Like, you're not gonna see it like to collate what he just showed you in terms of that map. He's not gonna be on the road, what's it called? You know what I'm saying? Like, on a camera, you get me? That's a lot of like behind the scenes kind of, you know what I'm saying, that people are not gonna know about until you see the manifestation of this map with all these dots on it. And it's a lot of work, kings and queens. You know what I'm saying? And so we have to just appreciate that behind the scenes, a lot of things are going on. So I want people to really understand the practicality and the levels of the people that we're bringing through to you at the moment. Yeah, as we've been saying, we can be very, very critical, and it's good to be self-critical, but sometimes our self-critique is paralyzing because we actually feel like nothing is going on when it is. Yeah, and so we need to do a better job of talking about what is actually going on. And that is the whole point of today. That is the whole point of Black Pound Day. That is the whole point of the Black Economic Show, and that is the whole point of this all day, kings and queens. All right, so we got another set of messages, so do stay tuned, and we'll come back to you in a second. Bless. Black people 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19. Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through natural means? Are we really in the midst of a pandemic? Or this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For this exclusive live web event, gotKushTV have brought together an illustrious lineup of holistic health practitioners, including Stephen Sally of the Marian Dina Foundation, Ikong of Eat to Live, Not to Die, Kensu Imhotep of the Naturally Holistic Wellness Group, and Leah Salmon, the Naturally You Coach, taking place Sunday, the 25th of June, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. GMT, broadcast live on gotKushTV. Tickets are half price until the 15th of June. Get your tickets now from gotKushTV.com. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. This is an event not to be missed.
Yes, indeed, Kings and Queens. Tomorrow from 5 p.m. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era taking place on gotKushTV. Check it out and get your tickets at gotKushTV.com. And you can, join us tomorrow as Leah Salmon, Brother Kensu, Brother Ekong, and Brother Tamale Stephen Saleh go in and break down all the information that you need to stay healthy, not just to cure sickness, but to repel, to keep the body healthy and able to fight illnesses in its most natural state. Kings and Queens. Right now, we have another special guest coming through for you, Kings and Queens. And to add to the roster of powerful Black women that we've had featuring on the Black Group Economic Show live today, we have a sister by the name of Rashida coming through. Give me the thumbs up, Rashida, when you're ready and able, and we'll make it happen. I think I'm getting the okay right there. The screen did kind of get sticky, so I'm going to bring the sister through. All right, there we go. Thank you very much. Bringing through, introducing you to Sister Rashida of strandsahara.com. I'm sorry for the misquotation there, you know what I mean, Sister Rashida. Just introduce the people to yourself and what you do.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to my brother Daniel for also recommending me for this show. I'm so grateful for that, and to now be connected with you, because I've been enjoying so much of what's going on today. But everyone, my name is Rashida Abdullahi. I'm actually an award-winning lawyer, I'm pleased to say, and have founded in 2018 the first ever legal platform for Africa-focused businesses and startups and SMEs in particular, with the aim of finally creating more African-owned corporations. Wow. My background is in the corporate world. So I guess against the odds, frankly, I managed to get into one of the world's largest law firms and one of the most elitist professions here in the UK. We know how tough it is. And whilst I was there, you couldn't help but feel the sense that you didn't belong, or that, this wasn't a space for you. And I think that's something that probably all of us experience to some extent, and we just work through it. But what I came to realize in staying in that position, I was facilitating and enabling a system that was continuing to hold, my Black brothers and sisters, my African brothers and sisters down. And I couldn't do that in good conscience anymore. I also realized that the skills, the expertise that I had gained in that position, working in this law firm, operating for just under 10 years, helping big corporates do business all over the world, and specifically in Africa, that I could use those skills to help build up African-owned businesses. And actually, that would be a much better use of my time, my energy, my ideas, my resources, and frankly, would have more of an impact that's going to be beneficial, not just for me and my family, but for the whole community, because there are not enough commercial corporate business lawyers who are tailoring a service for Black business owners. And that's the truth. Daniel mentioned the fact that there's a lack of official statistics, government statistics on Black businesses. But there was a survey that was done, I think it was in 2013, by the Lib Dem Labour Coalition government through the Race Disparity Unit. And that found, in particular, that some of the issues that Black-owned businesses face are around funding, but related to that, professional services support. They were failing to get the funding primarily because they're unable to pass the due diligence requirements of the banks, the angel investors, the VCs, the private equity firms. And this is all legal work. It's simply a matter of having your legal affairs in order such that you're able to pass those tests. There's also a financial element to it as well. So we need more accountants who are helping, our businesses to have the finance and accounting knowledge and know-how to be able to present their business in a way that means that you're able to get the investment you need if that's what you need. But more importantly, build a business that's able to scale, to reach the level where you can employ hundreds of people, become the next corporates, and make our own tables instead of having to navigate and fit into spaces that, don't really welcome us. So the business is called Strand Sahara. It's online. It connects not just UK-based businesses, but also businesses in 6 African countries that we currently operate in as well. That's Nigeria, Tanzania, Angola, Kenya, and what's the last one? Uganda. Ghana soon to come as well. And so what I would love to do is just to really facilitate the building of more African-owned corporates and build a network of those entrepreneurs so that we can support each other and focus on building these large-scale businesses to create the jobs, create the prosperity, and ultimately the economic empowerment that we need.
Sis, I mean, all of that sounds beautiful. I like, you know, I admire the 30-second pitch that you did at the beginning. Really,
wow.
Yeah, it's powerful stuff. I want to ask you. So, all right. So, you've mentioned a number of nations. Most of them, from what I remember, are in East Africa. Am I correct?
West and East.
Yeah,
so Nigeria, Ghana in the West, and then the rest are in the East. Yeah.
Yeah. So now I'm hearing that a lot because a lot of us in the UK often have linkages to the Caribbean and West Africa. Yeah, those are dominant communities. But a lot of us in terms of investment now are going towards East Africa. Yeah, no matter where we come from on the continent, there seems to be something going on with East Africa. Is it the case that there's something going on in East Africa that is making it more open or making the possibilities more open for Africans in the UK?
So generally speaking, I would say that there are 2 key elements when you're looking at investment. There's the opportunity, but then there's also the risk. And so you're always looking to balance the 2. And, you know, I always say, if you want to invest in Africa, don't only invest in the country that, you know, you have a tie to from a family connection or anything like that. Look for the best business opportunity. And so I think West Africa holds a lot of the best opportunities. You've got the biggest market. You've got, you know, people with a lot of money to spend, the growing middle class. You've got the ties to the UK, the same time zone, all of that stuff, which is great. But the risk side is often higher because of issues like how difficult it can be to set up a business, bureaucratic issues, unfortunately issues around, you know, not being able to necessarily get the government officials to do their job without paying them extra or having somebody who's able to, you know, convince them. And all of these factors just mean that it can sometimes be a more difficult market to navigate, especially remotely. Having said that, though, the other thing to think about is your industry, because that will also determine which market is best for you. You know, if you're going into a business that requires a lot of contact with government bodies, then you're going to be more concerned about corruption within government. But if instead your service is, say, a tech company, which is direct to consumers and it's a fintech, then your biggest concern is having a big enough market. So West Africa is perfect for that. So I would say that, you know, if people are looking to East Africa, it's probably a combination of the type of business that they're in, the risk that they're willing to take, especially if they're not on the ground personally. And also often there's language barriers as well. So one of the countries we cover is Angola, which is actually on the west side, but you know, more towards the southern end of Africa. But there, the official language is Portuguese. So that also creates issues for people in the UK who speak English and want to, you know, have a level of confidence that an English-speaking country gives them. So that's what I would say. I don't think there's a preference for East Africa as such. It's just, you know, you've got to weigh up all of these different factors when you're looking to invest.
Seen. Stella B, if you've got a question, please come through.
I just wanted to shout out some of the comments, sis, because people are very impressed by what you're doing. Some chaos is going on in the background. Please ignore the noise. Great to see Strand Sahara here in the panel. Rashida has been doing incredible work. That's from Eileen. Then we've got someone who says, great to see the sister we met at the 360 Black Investor events. There are so many of these events going on, isn't there, sis? People, don't really normally know. They don't find out about these things till the very last minute. That's another thing we have to do, is connect people to these networking opportunities. This is begin to build those circles. How have you managed to build such a huge and vast network, you know, all around the globe? How have you managed to do that, sis?
So, you know, it was a function really of being in that big firm and being responsible for doing a lot of the Africa work. So I was going out to the continent all the time and connecting with lawyers specifically and business people in lots of different African countries. And it was just the most amazing experience. And it meant that I now had this great network of individuals and business owners, and could then capitalize on that really when I decided that I wanted to leave the corporate world and actually focus specifically on them.
Played chess.
Sorry?
You played the chess. You played chess.
Yeah. Well, you know, but the thing is, you can't go to the continent and see what you see and it not change you. That, right. You know, the first time I went to Nigeria, I was shocked. It was traumatic to see what I was seeing, but it was normal, you know, that to have children on the street, to have, you know, people driving up to this wonderful sparkly hotel, and then right next to it, then people literally living without a cover over their head, and all of these things that, you know, you just wonder why it is that way. And then the more I realized that actually so much of the wealth in the world comes from Africa, the natural resources on the continent, and yet, you know, I couldn't understand what's going on here, and it's not easy to then very quickly see that what we're seeing now is the remnants of colonialism, and the fact that a lot of that value is still to this day being taken away from Africa and used in the West. A lot of the biggest corporations in Africa are based in the West. So where do their profits go? To shareholders in the West. You know, they're not reinvested. They're not built. They're not used to build real estate, to build hospitals, all of the things that we need. And so I really felt that actually helping to build more businesses that are African, that are based in Africa, whose profits will be reinvested, whose will create jobs, was the way forward.
Definitely, and it's so powerful. It's so empowering, and it's such a deep point, sis, in terms of recognizing that disparity and not continuing in that legacy of colonialism and you know, repeating the same pattern when we don't come from that really. So yeah, I just want to say big up, love and blessings, family. That's Mike Assassin who's tuned in. We've got more love coming from Elaine Cunningham Walker. She's saying love, Rashida, to you. I've got here, yes, Tanzania. The Tanzanian president was very impressive, analyzing some of the COVID-19 test kits, but that's a story for another day. Great to see, sis. I've already read that one out. So yeah, it's all popping up on the chat room. It's going really well, my sister, and we really appreciate you coming in to talk live on air about what you're doing. How can people support what you're doing? How can people get involved, get to speak to you? What is the way that they can?
So please visit us at strandsahara.com. Strand like a strand of hair, Sahara like the desert. And
by the way, can I?
The name?
Well, the name is that, yes.
Yeah, so it actually came out of a discussion between the founders of the business. We all realized that we'd all studied law in the centre of London at King's College London, which is on the Strand. It's the heart of legal London, and a lot of people say it's the heart of the legal world, really, because English law is the foundation for the laws in so many places around the world, from the US, you know, all the way through to the English-speaking African countries that we operate in. So we combined that with Sahara to just illustrate that we are bridging the two. It's just part of who we are. You know, I'm born in the UK, but my roots are in Barbados and Sierra Leone in West Africa. And so, yeah.
I went to Sierra last year, you know. I wish I got COVID-19 in there, you know, the lockdown. It's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, couldn't be anywhere better to be locked down, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, So it's about combining that, you know, not eschewing the fact that I have this UK, because if anything, it's that expertise and that experience that's put me in a position to do something now, but it's using that expertise in the right way. And so I'm focused on Sahara Africa now. So bringing the two together.
Amazing. Thank you, sis. We've got your details there. We've pad it up. Everyone, please do support Vanessa Fisher, the actress. Yes, I see you. She's also Sierra Leonean, so that's where she's saying, yay! You up. Salon, we they are. Oh my gosh, I'm terrible with the pigeon.
That was good. That was not bad.
Okay. How you day, you know? Okay, so what we'll do now, I think, Shakara, can we bring in more people as well to join us?
Not quite, not yet, because we got to get through to brother Asari St. Hill, who's waiting in the background.
Yes, okay.
Yes, and we've got a special surprise guest after that, and then we'll get to Nuakai, Aisha, Daryl, and another who's Alicia, who's come through. Yeah, so I'm thanking you for your patience. But it's just set go right today, Kings and Queens. But yeah, we've got a surprise guest coming through as well. Sister Rashida, you have made the most impressive presentation of yourself and your work, and we are sure that it will yield benefits and fruits in the future, as we are sure that we will be linking with you once again as gotKushTV. So thank you for
that law business. I know that much, so that's amazing. You're an amazing person. Getting to that high rank of law. It's not easy.
Indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Queens. All right. Now is the time to bring through a stalwart activist in our community. He is not a member of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, but he's also a business consultant, business coach, action coach, as they say. Yeah, man, I grew up with them money, you know, You know what I'm saying? So this is Uncle Asari right now. Greetings, Uncle Asari. Welcome to gotKushTV. Yeah, your mic is muted, you know, bro. Hold on, let me see if I can unmute you.
Sorry, I'm muted. I've been here, so I've been left it on mute. Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
You, the young ones taking up the baton.
Yeah, we're trying, you know, and we appreciate that. That's you saying that actually means a lot. Yeah, the recognition of the fact that, you know, there is some works going on around there, because people can just look at gotKushTV like we're a YouTube channel. No, gotKushTV is a media company. Yeah, it's a black media company. I want people to know that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And Shakara ain't here because I ain't got nothing better to do, nor is the rest of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're here because we're dedicated to this thing and we're on bits, right? So let's just make that clear. So thank you very much, Uncle Asari, for that appreciation there. For those who may not know who you are and what you do, let the people know, please.
Yeah, probably the easiest. As you said, I've been an activist, been involved in the struggle for a long time in the community over 30 years. But more recently, I'm a business person who runs a business which is under the franchise of Action Coach. And funny enough, I've just launched a new website as well, asaristhill.com. This COVID-19 and a number of different things made me realize that it's time to go global is right now. So that will be that. So people will come to see that website as well, and see that I'm going to be doing a lot of work in other areas that I've had in my past life, training and a whole load of stuff that we can do. And you probably, some of you might know already that we were in Rwanda last year, and another East African country, I'm afraid, was in Rwanda last year, and looking at business opportunities and the potential to maybe live out there. So it's on my dream chart at the moment to live in Rwanda.
Okay. Interesting. You know, I'm struggling now between my revolutionary Pan-African mind and my business mind. In terms, I want to ask about why Rwanda and the political implications of that. But we're not going to go there today because we ain't got time for that, brother Asari. But I know you know what I mean. Let's deal with this action coach thing now. And like, what is the practical benefit of action coaching for our listeners and our viewers?
Yeah, a number of things. I've been basically Action Coach is the #1 business coaching firm in the world. It's been going, this is its 26th year. We're global in 80 countries, over 1,000 coaches, started by a multi-millionaire Australian. It was a business opportunity I thought was fantastic. It's one thing doing it on your own. It's another thing having systems to do it. Franchising is one of the most powerful ways to do it. And one of the things I'd like to see in our community is that we franchise. we can look at how we can do franchises. I've had a couple of approaches of people who were interested in doing franchises. One was in the food industry, so that kind of had to go on hold because obviously the whole lockdown meant that we were ready to launch. We actually were ready to go public, and the lockdown happened immediately after that. And it obviously just wasn't a good time for us to be thinking about launching a potential franchise of African food and Caribbean food at a time when there was lockdown. So we've just put it on hold and coming back to it. But basically franchising is one of the safest and best ways to do it. But also from an investor point of view, we're looking at our community. If we want to go big and you don't always have the funds to self-fund your growth, one of the best ways to fund growth is through franchising. Because basically what you do is if you can systemize one business, and many of us have got good, solid businesses, but they don't think about systemizing it so it can be sold on. If you build that one solid business and you can demonstrate that solid business with that sister, I've just wrote down her details. I'm going to be contacting her as well about the whole legal side of it, which is if you can get that right, then you can say to the community, whoever, come and invest in this business. We'll give you a license to use my name, but you take the risks. So you can open a shop or you can open a branch, but it's with your capital, with your money, and you pay me for the right to have it. And you know, if you look at McDonald's or whatever, if you want to multiply yourself, you can either do it yourself or you can let other people come on board and you get a cut of their business. So every time they make money, they got to pay me for that business, and they got to pay your net, but they got to do it the way we want it done. They can't just go off and run their own thing. They got to do it their way. You can't open McDonald's and then say, I'm going to sell something else, you know, start selling patties or whatever. So it's a powerful way to grow.
I got a question. I'm going to hand over to Natna Celebi here. Now, I know that we had Uncle Ku on earlier, and he's big on this as well in terms of marketing systems, so that you can replicate your system over time. You're not always doing guesswork, starting again. It's arbitrary. You're always guessing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So in that respect, because sometimes it does the idea of systematization even apply to businesses that are not franchises. Like, for example, most media companies are not necessarily franchises, but they have a growth model that is systematized, if that makes sense. And if I'm making sense to what you're saying. But what is the importance? So what? Yeah. So in general, my question is, what is the importance of systematization and kind of like that kind of level of in-depth forward planning to business in general?
It's a brilliant question. It's what I try and do with all my clients and say to all of our community. If you basically, let's put it as simple as this. If you have a coffee shop next door to Costa Coffee, let's show you the difference. The independent coffee shop, the person who owns it is chained to the coffee machine 24 hours a day, all day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right the way through to Sunday and back again. If they want to take one day off, they got to close. If they want to take 2 weeks off, close down. But the Costa Coffee next door has a system, and because they have a system doing exactly the same thing, basically serving coffee and a bit of food, there's nothing more complicated than that. The coffee may not even be as good next door, right? In Costa Coffee, the coffee could be better in yours, but the problem is you go broke because basically in 20 years time you're still serving the coffee. But if you have a Costa Coffee, after you never see the owner. When you go into Costa Coffee, you never meet the owner. That person's in Bahamas or wherever they are, right? They can open 10, 15, 20, however many, and each one is earning money. And guess what? They're not in the business. They can be working on other projects at the same time or opening other businesses. The person in the coffee shop who says nobody can do it like me ends up chained to the machine for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and can never make more money than the coffee they can sell. So that's why it's so important that it doesn't matter how small your business is, at least if you have the conception, right? We always used to have a concept called power begins with conception. It's like we as Africans, if you can't conceive yourself as an African, then Pan-Africanism or the African continent is not in your consciousness, right? Because you just think, nah, that's not me. I've got nothing to do with me. When I was a youth and I was unconscious, people mentioned Africa. We just thought of Tarzan and all kind of negativity. We didn't want anything to do with it. But as soon as you self-identify as African, it changes everything. Because now you want to know everything to do with Africa, because that's who you associate yourself with. Even the small change in the United States by people calling themselves African American made at least the Africans in America look towards Africa more. So this systemization is vital. Don't matter how small your business is, if you can put a system in, then you can get staff to manage the system so you don't have to do everything yourself. So that's how you can duplicate. Because one of the biggest reasons our businesses don't grow It's because we don't have systems. It all relies on the owner. So in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, it's still relying on you. So you can never move on. How do you sell it? How do you grow it if it's only you? You know, so you can't move beyond that business. You know, you can't be in one restaurant, Caribbean restaurant, running the whole show. As soon as you open another one, you got a problem because you can't run between the two. Then you run between the 3, the 4, the 5. It's just not going to work.
Sorry, it's so empowering. I wanted to give an analogy to really know that I'm understanding what you're saying. Like if we think about a dish and it's made in a certain type of way, and then you're passing on that that way of cooking it to another person, another chef who's going to cook it that same way, and then because you've been the original creator of it, you're still part of that journey of how that dish is remade, and they can't change it. Really, they have to keep to the same, or they can change it?
No, it's just something that happens. They can't.
You can't change.
Yeah, that is a brilliant question, because that's where most people are worried. Because most people think, hang on, if I give you how I make this food, you can run off down the road and go and make your own one. Now, here, this is how it works. Now, you work with somebody like me, you get the advice would say, hang on, no, don't give away your recipe. What you do is you customize, you systemize the recipe. So if you look at KFC, the original recipe, nobody knows what it is. What you do is you manufacture the recipe, put it into bags or put it into containers or whatever it is, right? And then you tell people how to put it onto the food and how to do it. But you don't actually tell them what the components of that is.
Right.
You just put it into bags or containers and say, I want you to do this way. But what is in it, I'm not telling you.
So you're essentially the supplier.
Yeah, so you can decide who supplies that for you, who makes that for you, who has to sign an agreement. So you get a lawyer like that sister to sign you a proper agreement. If that is ever leaked, you sue them for however much money that you can sue them for. So nobody can ever give away your recipe and your formula. And even to be honest, a lawyer or whatever, nobody knows what the formula is if you don't share it with somebody anyway. So you don't even have to have it written somewhere. You can just say, we'll produce it somewhere. We'll tell you how to put this and this and this together. And then we'll just manufacture it. If they try and steal that from you, as I said, you need to have a legal situation, because that's most people's fear, that somebody will run off with your ideas.
Yeah.
But you can protect them. You can protect them so that they can't just go and copy it in another business.
Yeah, I just want, and someone has asked, sorry, are there any Black franchises in the UK, USA, Africa, or global? That's a very big question that you know of anyway.
I know of African, I've forgotten the name of it, again, because of what happened. I actually was due, I'm going to just have a quick look, that I was due to do some work with them, because I found them in Stratford. And it's funny how you found these things. There's one, I've forgotten the name. I just can't remember the name, but there's an African food chain. They'll kill me if they're listening now. Sorry, I apologize. African food chain, Tasty African Food, I think it's called. And they've
tasty.
I think they've got yeah, because what happened is I saw them promoting jobs in Stratford. Funny enough, I was promoting ALD at the time. I saw them in Stratford, and I thought to myself, if they're giving out leaflets for jobs, they've got to be big, because nobody's going to go Stratford Shopping Centre and be giving out leaflets for jobs if you only got one job, right? You must have had a lot of jobs. So it made me think these guys must be pretty big. So I found out who they were, contacted them, spoke to the HR person, and then I was due to do training, but the whole lockdown came, and again, that's all gone on hold. But I was going to do some work with them as well. So I was really looking forward to doing some work, because I could see what they were doing. And one of the things I was interested is whether they were willing to franchise it, because if they have all the shops themselves, look what's happened with COVID. I didn't know COVID-19 was going to happen. Now COVID-19 is going to happen. That means all them shops, they've still got rent to pay, and all the liability is on them.
Yeah.
Now, when it reopens, they got to rebuild all those businesses. Now, if they were all franchised, the risk would be on the franchisee, not the franchisor. So that you would have shared the risk between all the different people, but now it's all on you. So if you open 100 branches, look at some of the big businesses out there. Travis Perkins, right? I think one of the building suppliers, 2,500 staff. They're closing 170 branches because they're all owned by them.
Brother Asari, we've got to wrap you up, bro, unfortunately. But we know we're just touching we're hitting and moving today. We'll bring everybody back for more in-depth conversation, kings and queens, and we want to get to our special surprise guest right about now as well. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bring Zimbabwe to gotKushTV, kings and queens. It's gonna be beautiful out here. All right, so thank you very much, brother Asari, and yeah, give thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Get in touch, people.
Get in touch. The
Get
information.
some free coaching.
Yes,
Always
action.
looking for black businesses to work with.
So where best to find you, Asari?
That's the name. Google the name. Asari St. Hill is the easiest way. You'll see my name is on here as well with my website. But if you Google my name, Asari St. Hill, you'll find all my website, all my events and everything. Do loads of free webinars and stuff. And get your 1 hour free coaching session.
Thank you.
Any black business out there.
Thank you very much,
Asari.
Take care.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, kings and queens. That was brother Asari right there, action coach and activist for many, many years standing. Do stay tuned. We've got a quick message for you, and we'll be back after this message.
Greetings, welcome from Ghana, Accra. I am Stella B. I am hosting for gotKushTV's Voyage to Motherland.
This is Nat Nye, gotKushTV, Voyage to Motherland.
Yes, it's your boy She's ODG, and I want to say a big shout out to gotKushTV, getting you high on knowledge on how to move back home. And big shout out to Voyage to the Motherland, because you already know they have the blueprint for you to come back home.
I'm from Seattle, Washington, from the States. And for me, this is about really connecting with roots, meeting people from all over the world, from the African diaspora, and us understanding how we give back to Ghana, how we give back to Africa, how we unite and spread the word globally.
Yes, indeed, kings and queens. I'm not even going to play the whole of that right there, you know, kings and queens. But that is Voyage to Motherland, as hosted by Nat Nye and Stella B. You don't know, one of our shows on gotKushTV. So do check that out, kings and queens. Do check that out. Do check that out. And we want to let you know that tomorrow we are featuring how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For all your tickets, please check out gotKushTV.com gotKushTV.co.uk/events, kings and queens, for all your tickets for tomorrow. We got Sister Leah Salmon, Brother Tamale, Brother Ikong and Kensu Imhotep breaking down how to develop and strengthen our immune systems to combat all these new emerging viruses that are spreading around the world in today's universe, kings and queens. All right, we have a very special guest online, and then we're going to get through everybody else in the back chat. Welcome and greetings to an award-winning artist. She's international. On her own thing right about now. Coming from an award-winning group, Kings and Queens, but she's on her own thing right about now, and we are loving the music. Welcome, greetings, and welcome to the one and only Shinge.
Greetings, how are you guys doing?
So, sister, before I hand you over to Nat Nye Stella B, I don't know if you recall, but we have met a number of times because you are the sister of my big sister, Oneness, aka Susan. Ned. Yes. So you know, so we met a couple of times at a birthday occasion and kind of things. So good to be in your orbit again. And thank you for joining us today for our gotKushTV Black Pound Day Black Group Economics special. Yeah, man. So love. Big up. I'll hand you over to Nat.
That is mine. Thank you. And I hear so Tafadzwa.
Yes. That's my first name, by the way, Kings and Queens. It's spoken in the Shona language, and our sister is also Shona. So yeah, she's aware of the thing, you know what I mean?
Thank you for having me.
It's all good.
Yes, so welcome, sis. I can't believe you're on. I'm so honored to have you on here, people.
Sorry, can we give Shinge the proper introduction, please, Nat Nye Stella B, before, because we know that people know her, but we have to really just roll out the black carpet and make people know what going on. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, go ahead.
Of course.
All right. So platinum. So you know, I love gold, but in the music industry, platinum is just that level above. And then it's beyond the achievements in music. Shingy is just a beautiful, genuine human being who treats, like, every time we've been around her, she treats everyone with the utmost amount of love, and you feel that when you witness Shingy on stage. Like when that Shingy is hands down one of the best performers I've ever seen in my entire life. As an artist, I get inspired.
That's my office, you know, that's a sacred space. And I'm just really grateful for all of the gifts and the talents that were bestowed upon me, you know, from the ancestors, from the people. I'm happy that I've been able to cultivate it in a way that contributes to our evolution and to our strength and to, you know, realigning ourselves in the way that we can thrive. So thank you for being part of that journey by supporting. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Shaq. Thank you, Tafaza, for having me.
So, Shingy, it's Black Pound Day today, as you know. The question is, you've been in the mainstream world, but now you're on an independent journey. So how is that like? What is that like to be in ownership of your movement, essentially?
Well, you know, I you know, in the last 4 weeks, everybody's been in light of the sort of like the response to the Black Squares, Blackout Tuesday. Lots of people in the industries in different sectors, whether it's record companies, you know, agencies, people have said, they've come forward and said, what can we do to help? So my response in terms of my Black Square was, I was saying, look, you know, how can you help? Well, it's very important that we address the roots of a lot of the problems we find ourselves in as creators of color, creators of content that want to monetize or that want to add value and create value for the content that we produce, okay? So when we think about pop culture, it's Black culture, essentially. Most of the music that we know and love comes from the contribution of Black culture. You wouldn't have pop music if you didn't have, you know, like soul, blues, jazz, like raga, all of the things that we, you know, love. So I, in my response, was saying that inequality, you know, it definitely kind of starts from the top, and we need to sort of address the issues of independence and ownership in order to be able to enable Black content creators, you know, content creators of African descent to really drive and reframe the narrative going forward. So my journey, just to try to sort of put it in a nutshell, is that I was signed to like a huge, I was part of the machine for a long time, and I'm very grateful and, you know, non-resentful of my experiences, because I can't blame the individuals that made my journey very challenging at certain points, because ultimately it's made me stronger and, you know, more alert in terms of my self-esteem and my focus. So now I have my own record label, which is run by Team Shingy, because during my time with the Noisettes and other projects that I did, you know, whether it was like Hey Hey or Below G, there's a lot of projects that I did. But for the first part of my career, I found myself in the commercial machine, and with the constrictions that I faced, and now being in a position where I still do not own a lot of the content that I created and had been writing and creating and promoting since I was like 16 years old, I'm still trying to, you know, having to sort of, you know, fight with grace for ownership so that I can still sing those songs and put those things on a mixtape. So I created a label with Team Shingy, which is Zimtron Records. So I guess in terms of economics, I am still learning my way in terms of, you know, the business, the details, I'm still learning. But economically, I feel like when it comes to Black culture, we have to reevaluate the ideology of wealth. And wealth is not necessarily always measurable by the standards that the Western world have placed upon a lot of peoples of color, because that wealth in itself was attained, as we know, by blood, sweat, and tears. So if we're talking about money and I have a record label, as I'm growing that, I don't necessarily have the budgets to pay everybody in my team, which is very diverse, what I would like to pay them. So as I was saying in our prep conversation to you earlier, Nat, the things that I am just trying to sort of strive for is making sure that everyone in the team understands.
You went low.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to work from a position of artistry and to try and translate that into a sustainable economic model that benefits the people that create the content that Team Shingi are promoting. And in order to do that, we had to take our time and not make money so quickly, since Ancient Futures and War Drums and the current music that we're promoting. So what I'm interested conversationally and what's really inspiring me is the reevaluation of economics. And by that, I mean, what is wealth? How do we define wealth? And how do we relearn to value ourselves and our massive contribution that we make? So as you see, a lot of sisters, a lot of people have been coming out speaking about their experiences in the industry. So I just want to make sure that any experiences that I've shared personally only serve to make the industry a fairer, more equal place. And that starts with me. So let's have the conversation, ask what you want. And yeah, let's.
I just want to say, I was watching my flatmate put on the Nina Simone documentary this morning on Netflix, and the parallels was so deep, Queen. And the reason I say that is because I find her energy very similar to yours, in that warrior spirit that you have, which is definitely to do with your rooting and your heritage. But the point I wanted to make was, sometimes I do feel there's no progress. But when I watched that documentary back again, it's the second time watching it, and I thought of you, there is, because the position you're in terms of speaking politically through your music and being an independent artist right now, who's owning their own record label and able to still put that message through your music, is something that Nina was not able to achieve, unfortunately, at her heights. She did so, and the music still resonates to this point in terms of the political messages that were put through, and we still can take from. But she was destitute by the end, and it's a story that we're not going to see repeat with you, Shingi, and that's where the progress is seen. So that's something I just wanted to point out as a celebratory point. The lessons are being learned.
And also, you made in our prep conversation, you made an excellent point, and you've made it just now as well, about the thinking about wealth economically different. And you were saying about one of your Team Shingi, who's had these vast array of experiences going to Africa and such, in exchange for where money would be there, she's actually getting all these experiences as well. So her life is being enriched, where in fact a greater way than money would actually. So I was wondering if you could talk more about that.
Yeah, definitely. So our team is very diverse. It's a small team, but included in that team is a beautiful, incredible, just beautiful sister of substance. Her heritage, more directly, is St. Lucian and Grenadian. And when we were creating the assets for my debut single, which was for Ancient Futures, only in 2019, it's about a year ago now, we had to go to Zimbabwe to figure out and produce content. So we shot a music video in a beautiful place called Domboshawa, a very spiritual place, Shaka, in fact. So I don't know if you've been to Zim yet, but I really, really hope,
Shaka,
one day.
On the list. It's on the list, yeah. It's fully on the list, right? Yeah. I've seen the video and I was like, I gotta visit this place right here. Like, you get me? It's mad, right? Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah. I mean, in terms of us working together in the last couple of years, she was doing a lot of incredible and still does a lot of incredible activism work with Love Music, Hate Racism, and also with the Socialist Workers' Party and all these kind of things. And we are just learning from each other. So I think that when we are starting from this position of how do we build from the ground up, we have to know that sometimes the exchange of knowledge and information is just as valuable. So she actually made her first trip to Africa because we shot this video, and like just seeing that that look on her face and just that sort of sense of like well-being and sort of achievement that she was feeling from doing that job made me think that, you know what, a lot of us are spending our energy going in and educating and being, you know, what can I say, the kind of soulful part of a lot of, you know, European or Western American companies, because we might get more money, but actually an experience with a smaller company sometimes that is more diverse can give you what you need to realign your sense of value as a professional in the creative industry and in the arts. So what I found with that experience that I had with our team member was that, okay, I realized that, okay, maybe I can't pay at that time this amount, but what I can ensure that you get is just that peer-to-peer learning experience. Like, let's fill in the gaps that money can't necessarily fill. So I think in terms of my advice to Black businesses or businesses that are run and inspired by people of African descent, I would say, please don't only put value on the money that you can spend on your staff. Make sure that the experiences, okay, that you can give the people that you work with are just as valued when they are, you know, about learning more about the culture, you know, enhancing one's confidence. Because I know that she can now go into another job and go, okay, do you know what? Even though I work for a year with slightly less money in this company, I got to do this. I got to go to Zimbabwe. I got to go to this place. And, you know, we need to be a lot more flexible and understand that there's a lot more to valuing ourselves and wealth than the Western idea of money. So wealth and economics is not just about money, because I feel like the future, and if Black culture is such a big part of this $1 trillion industry, then if we can't value our own participation, and if our time and our experiences aren't valued, then we will work for other people, give the content, and still not feel a sense of progress.
Yeah, absolutely valid point, Shingy. Thank you. I just wanted to say, in terms of all the points that you've just made, would it be? Oh my gosh, my brain's just actually fried.
Okay. Whilst you're thinking, I'll ask a question. So I think it's such a key point, because holders are going to have to think differently about economics, simply because if we go into the supermarket right now, we're encouraged to use this super smart shopper thing. And in a few months' time, there's even more of those jobs will no longer exist. Earlier in this extravaganza that we're doing, gotKushTV coverage of Black Pounds Day, the point was made earlier that in this time, in COVID time, the 2,000 billionaires in the US have made an extra $530 billion. And that money, we're entering the worst recession of all time, I believe, that the money is being funneled into tech. So we definitely have to think differently about economics. So I think it's so key that you're putting these points across, because it's actually relevant to now in terms of how we treat each other and what we're establishing as economics. We're gonna have to think differently about it.
Definitely. And that leads me to think about another point, which is very associated to the industry that I'm in, which is the creative industry. So when you look at the other industries that really are interesting me, I think about the beauty industry, the music industry, the fashion industry. They are also connected, and culturally they are the biggest industries that are, you know, creating the most wealth, you know, from a Western point of view right now. So if we want to have a future and a say in the sense that our culture contributes to the beauty, music, and fashion industry, then we, I think, have to just be very brave and ready to, I would go as far as to say, to be prepared to boycott certain companies or certain huge corporations that do not have the sustainability of respect for where these products come from. And even what I do, it's been called a product. So music, product, which means the celebrities or the musicians that create the culture that is for sale in the beauty, fashion, music industry, the models, we are treated like products and we sign ourselves into contracts. I no longer say record deal, beauty deal, because it's not a deal when you're talking about the participation of people of color. Yes,
one-sided deal.
But exactly, they are contracts, they're not deals. So sometimes I think you have to be ready to say, I mean, I heard, I don't want to mention any names, but I've heard some horrific stories recently during the lockdown where people of color, speaking about the beauty industry and the fashion industry, where people of color couldn't go to certain places to get hair products or beauty products. And it's, you know, and it's a case of they are owned by people who are not necessarily having the well-being of the people who buy those products in mind.
In mind. Where they get their raw material, their raw minerals from as well.
Yeah, and I say this progressively with all due respect, that if you really value what you put on your skin, what you put in your ears in terms of your headphones, what you put in your eyes in terms of your screens, what you put on your children's hair, your niece's hair, your nephew's hair, these products, these fashion items, they are not yet conglomeratively in our hands, or we don't have a say in how these products, in terms of people as well, and music and fashion and beauty are. So I think the only way that might create the next step of us getting respect for the people that earn money from the things that we like to put on our skin, our bodies, in our either music, is if we are ready to boycott, not out of a negative means, but just to say, you know what, we could have a choice. And if we keep giving money to conglomerates that are the wholesalers of the products that are part of our everyday well-being, then how are we going to develop our own industries?
Yes. Oh my gosh, look at the comments. Yes, Shivani Bell says, love this. Shivani Bell, I believe if we ever want to say anything, we need to build our own. Yes, Shingy, we love you. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Mike Assassin is claps, clap, claps, and queen, queen, queen. Intellectual property. Hail up, Shingy. Oh, it goes on and on and on. I think we're in full agreement. I remembered what was in my mind, but I think it was good that it jumped out at that point. It was to say that Shakara does these amazing quarantine convo Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I have told you about it before. It'd be great to have you extensively on, because we've got to bring on other people now to talk on these things.
Okay, so can I sign off by saying that one thing I really would love everybody to know, from all colors, from all genders, is that the future is about, you know, if we want to raise our self-esteem and we want to be respected by companies, we have to respect our consumer power.
Yes.
Yes.
We do that and we keep complaining and we keep dividing, you know, because there's a lot of non-people of color that actually have children of color as well that don't know where to buy these products or don't know which music or which music videos to introduce their kids to, etc., etc. So I really feel like the next step in the evolution of where we are at in terms of going into the new era, post-COVID, post-new normal, think about if the Western world is deciding that value is based on money, think about where your money goes. You have so much power. And obviously today is the Black Pound Day. So if we're supposed to be celebrating that, let other communities think about where they are celebrating their hard earned capital in the capitalist sense. Sorry.
Don't be sorry for that. We love that here.
Value that builds the happiness in your family by the things that we procure and the things that we buy. Know your wealth as a consumer, and that means a consumer of music, a consumer of culture, arts, and a consumer of whatever it's hair products, magazines, subscriptions, whatever it is. Let's know and review and reevaluate and just know that your power as a consumer. If everybody decided for one day to not give their money to some of the top 10 companies that are continually allowed to thrive at the expense of the detriment of other people, for me, that is not progress. So know your power. And at Team Shingi, as a record label, in terms of life sound and dimensions, I was going to put out an album in June. On the 29th, I said, no, let's pause. Let's give the world the time to have the conversation that it needs to have. I'm not on a sell tip. We put War Drums out, first of all, on YouTube, so it was available for free before it was able to be allowed to be streamed. So my album, in terms of Team Shingi, won't come out until September, because we need this time to enable ourselves to be respected when we so-called get back to this new normal. Let's have our hard-earned, if that is the capital that we're being looked at by the conglomerates, know your power as a consumer, know your power within the community as well, in terms of what you consume, and think about things sustainably, lead from the heart, spend from the heart.
And we will be spending in September when your album comes out.
High times, yeah. Those are before. Thank you for having me.
Thank you
Shaka.
for being so beautiful. And yes, thank you, Brother Shaka. What any
No,
last?
I'll be honest here. I was looking forward to spending last month because there was a scheduled live performance last month, and it didn't quite take place. You know what I mean? But we look forward to that when it comes again soon, sis. You know what I mean? So we give thanks. It's an honor to have you, my sister, and yes, we look forward to hosting you again, where you can have more time to go in and share this beautiful journey that you're on and the lessons for all of our audience. Yeah.
Okay, give thanks.
Lessons Queen.
Take care of yourself.
All love, all day. Thank you.
Love. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Shingi in the building, kings and queens. You done know. And the sun is not shining bright today, but look at that smile right there. Who needs the sun when you have them kind of smiling? You know what I mean? You see, we say at work as well. You know, look at that.
Yes.
All right, kings and queens, love. All right, so we got another one of our scheduled guests, Brother Daryl. You're in there twice, yeah. So I want to know like which camera you want up on. In fact, why they make moving? So I'm gonna assume it's this one that's moving, yeah. So yeah, I believe it's this one. All right, so Brother Daryl, I'm gonna bring you in right now, okay? Daryl,
greetings, Brother Daryl.
Right, we can't hear you.
You're mute. Or maybe your headphones.
No,
you're on mute. You're on mute.
No, he wasn't on mute before. Yeah, he's not on mute now, and we can't hear him.
Okay, maybe take out the headphones. Yeah.
Yeah, the headphones.
No, plug them out.
Plug out the headphones from the device.
Oh, but he's on his phone, isn't it? It's probably going to be a bit. Now you're muted. Oh, 1 second. It gets interesting. Right?
We'll get there, brother.
I can't unmute you, bro, because you've muted yourself. So
yes.
Try now.
No.
Oh no, what's happening?
You might have to restart.
Yeah, if you leave and then come back.
You might have to leave and come back.
We'll definitely let you burst it. We'll let you straight back in.
Yeah, and you might want to try on your a laptop or a computer before rather than a phone. It might work better. Yeah, so try that. All right, bro.
Gotcha.
Oh, you're working now.
Am I working?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so random. That is so random. All right. Yes, bro. Sorry, just a message for Shingi if you're still listening. Dr. Maggie, is it Data or Data? Says she loves you.
Data.
Yeah. So So and stay tuned, sis, Dr. Maggie. We're coming to you soon. We just got to get through the scheduled guest. So we appreciate your patience. It's an honor to have you with us. Right. Daryl.
Yes.
Introduce yourself to the family, please, my brother.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me. I'm here in Miami Beach. My name is Daryl Speaks. I'm the founder and CEO of Sable Ascent Coin Corporation. And what it is, it's the first of its kind, the first Black digital currency that connects the diaspora and over 170 countries across Black communities to create prosperity and create a whole new industrial age, build schools, roads, education, employment. Basically, it's designed to infuse a new level of digital currencies inside of our economy by design using artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. So my background is actually in civil rights and business. So I've been in civil rights pretty much all my life. At the very young age of 35, I worked with the president of NAACP. I worked with the Urban League, Boys and Girls Club, Tykes and Teens. You name it, we've served with all these organizations, and we found the disparities not just here in the United States, by traveling, and that it's a global thing. And our biggest issues are basically lack of not just access to capital, but we need to have our own store of value because we're the most minerally rich, resourced community and ethnicity on the planet. So what we've done is we pegged the digital currency to our global resources and our human capital and our knowledge in order to improve our community's issues in the future.
Right. Wow. That's a lot that you're doing. So could you just break down one aspect of it in terms of the civil rights part? This is this program is we're trying to address how do people utilize this Black Pound Day resourcefully and actually make it translate into something that's actually tangible for the community, if that makes sense. So because over time we've had a lot of these movements, right? But how do we convert what people are actually doing on a business level, economically, into something tangible for communities, such as the ones that you work with?
Absolutely. I think, streaming services like this are vitally important to connect us, because one of the issues, I think another brother talked about, how you have, Blacks in the Caribbean, you have Blacks in the European markets, you have Blacks in the Asian markets, the South American markets, and obviously in the United States and Canada. So these new technologies are important for us to connect us all, to share resources and knowledge and information. That's what Sable Ascent is all about. It's about us as a Black company, us as a digital currency and technology stream to connect us all, to exchange our products and our services so we can connect each other on a digital level. Because a lot of time, as you know, the brick and mortar system is pretty much broken. So unfortunately, because it is broken, we have to find a way to specifically connect us. And the best way to do it is with a currency form and with the software that is designed to accept and verify. Like another brother, we talked to I think it's Brother Daniels. We are working with him with his platform in UK, those 10,000 Black-owned businesses. We're connected with the National Black Chamber here in the United States. They have 100,000 Black businesses. We're partnered with WeBuyBlack.com, the African Diaspora Association, the African Family Union. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So as we enter the continent, as we enter into Europe, all the way down to South America, Jamaica, Haiti, all the way out into our Blacks down in Australia, there are a lot of West Africans down there that are having a hard time getting jobs. So there's a lot of things that we're looking to do to integrate and infuse capital into our Europeans. So into our European markets. So the issue again with this Black Pound Day, I believe it initiates and ignites an inaugural period of connection on a global level. It's an inaugural connectional day. That's what it should be. It should be the day for us to really connect, and continue this. Never stop the process. If it needs to be monthly or quarterly, by all means. But that's what I feel it is. From what I've been listening to.
So what we understand is that you deal with cryptocurrency. So can you expand on that? Because and
a lot of people are lost on that.
Yeah, it's to just layman's.
And there's a trust thing.
Like a layman's term breakdown on it, and also where do you think it's heading and what your involvement as well?
Well, I mean, just a real layman's term is understanding is that the digital currency world is simply money 2.0. We've already been using digital currencies, but the issue is we see currency in some forms, not all forms. Most of us are digital right now with our Visa, MasterCards, our American Express cards. We're already doing it, right? A lot of folks have great jobs and businesses, and a lot of their business services come in via the internet. They come in digital transactions. So the digital currency world is exactly the same thing. It's basically exchanging of a store of numbers and value via the internet. That's all digital currency is. There's nothing tangible to hold. It's basically storing a value of numbers and letters into a secure software or hardware that basically you can move anywhere in the world. And but the difference in the digital currency world is there's no banking infrastructure to distract the process or to distract the movement.
Right.
So if you choose to move that store of value from here to UK or from here to Jamaica or from here to Africa, it's not a big holdup versus going through the traditional SWIFT system or the money system to where you have to get verified. There's blocks, there's holes and things of that nature. So that's pretty much the solid part of it. But what makes Sable Sense so different is we have a specific software that holds on to those Black-owned businesses and keeps them in one place. So you have a place where you can actually see them and use them. And then there's no real verification process other than the artificial intelligence. And then we include what's called high tech and high touch to give people customer service. Like, why don't you have why don't you have a website? Why aren't you on social media? Do you need help? What do you need to expand your business? So these are some of the things we're looking to integrate and looking to employ globally as well.
Beautiful. That's really, really powerful. I just wanted to talk about data as a currency as well, as we know, Google, all these big horrific people, names of corporations have been buying data, you know, Facebook and all this, and against people's knowledge as well, you know, very secretly. Data is another form of currency, right? I've heard,
100%.
yeah.
100%.
Yes, and just to explain to the people the folks that may not really understand what that means in terms of what their data is being, how their data is being sold, and then how do we benefit from that? So I was at another talk where a sister who works in that industry was explaining, because we're at a back foot to a lot of these things, people can take advantage of this data. For example, now with COVID-19 and various other things, there are things that affect us directly as the Black community. So how can people benefit better from understanding about what they're giving away with their data, how to protect it, or how to utilize it as a company like yourself to better provide
to make profit
for ourselves?
Absolutely. One of the things with data, guys, is that it gives us an ability to provide the one word that's the most important. That's analytics. Analytics gives you the ability to really pinpoint not only where your customer is, what is their engagement, how much are they spending, and all of these are the things that all of the largest social media platforms around the world is using. So then you're trying to wonder, well, why am I watching something on YouTube and I was Googling a car, but here's cars on the side of my site here, right? So all of this information that you're plugging in the search engines and you're plugging in every time you put in some text into some type of website or browser, that information is being stored. Yes, sometimes it's sold, but a lot of times it's being utilized to target market you for different products and different services. So what we can do, especially as Black entrepreneurs and Black business leaders, is pretty much use that data to better connect with our people. You know, we can install, and my team has an extremely efficient algorithm system and a data analyst system. So we have an ability to analyze where's the data coming from, who's coming into our website, how long are they there, what are they looking at, what are they clicking. These are all of the things that our people need to have this knowledge, right? Who do we market to? You know, and it's basically providing the most engagement as we can to get the maximum use for the information as we're coming in. And then more importantly, how to drive new traffic to our businesses. There's a lot of things that the data is doing. How do we get people to get there, right? And again, I have to fall back on this program here. Great streaming opportunities like this here. You know, we have this same similar service. You know, we can work with a lot of Black streaming services as well, right? The ability to connect with multiple channels at one time. Like I know on this one, Sound and StreamYard, we use Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter. So you can use 5 or 6 different streaming platforms to get your message across, right? To deliver your deliverables. So if you're trying to deliver an idea to the world, you need to have it on a lot of platforms. And platforms like this collect data and then they're marketing it to us. But if we can some way, again, analyze our own data, then we can utilize that to empower ourselves and attract ourselves to grow.
My brother, interesting question, yeah, based upon what you've just said. Now, obviously, as upcoming businesses, oftentimes data collation is one of them jobs that we like, especially if you're like a creative, yeah, where you're producing stuff. It's one of them jobs that you feel like, I ain't got time for this. I really don't have time to sit down and crunch numbers over who's viewing, what they're clicking, and them kind of things there. At the same time, all of these companies are using that to grow. I mean, there was a documentary on over here on Panorama about Amazon and their data collection, how they've moved basically to being a data collection service. Yeah. So how important is it as that entrepreneurs like us now, where you know this data information is kind of running business at the moment? How important is it for us to take the time to actually sit down and collate that information? And do you have any tips for going about that process?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so we're a very young company. We've been founded in October of 2017, and I pretty much built the company from LinkedIn. So we've been scaled day one. This company's been scaled day one. No members in 1-2 places. So, and then what we've done is you have to be willing. And this is another thing I found. You have to be willing to share your company. You have to be willing to invest in your brothers and sisters, right? We got 30+ team members and our whole company is Black. We plan on employing thousands of Black people across all of the countries, right? So in this process, you have to learn how to break down your company and to say, listen, I got a brother that's in data analytics, but he's in Germany, or he or she she's in Jamaica, or he's in Nigeria. You have to learn how to share your equity so that you can get the tools that you need in order to, again, collect data so that you can build your company and scale your company, right? If COVID-19 didn't teach us anything, it taught us that we have to be in more than one place at the same time. And the only way that we can do that is if we use our brothers and sisters to help us to build our business. You know, nobody can steal an idea if it's for you. If God gave you that gift to do that business, that's a good thing. But in order for you, if you don't have the skills to gather data or to do data research or the data analytics or basic to research, you got to find somebody to do it, because you're not going to be able to effectively do it if you're a good barber, or if you're a good musician, or if you're a good tailor, or if you're a good, agriculture, if you're a good farmer, right? You can't possibly be on the computer or necessarily doing those tech skills that's necessary and mandatory in order to grow your business through data. So I suggest reach out, contact another brother, contact me. I'll put you in contact with somebody that'll help you build your business, because I understand the power of group economics, because we're doing it in real time.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I want to ask a quick question because I know we've got to wrap up soon. From the comments, you've got a lot of comments here. People are, sparked up. So the one question that stands out though from Early B is it easy for a more established digital currency to destabilize a new currency trying to get established?
Oh, yeah, that's easy. The beauty of digital currencies, guys, is there's over 5,000 digital currencies, right? And the master, exactly. There's over 5,000 digital currencies. So they're all based on, one, they say utility. Utility is when I take, I don't know if you guys, where you guys are in the world, but there's a place called Chuck E. Cheese in the United States. This place is a place for children. Right. So children come in, they don't use money. You can't use they don't take any fiat dollars or any paper money or they only take coins. So in order for you to gain access to it, you have to go to the register, put your $20 in and get a bucket full of coins. Right. So that model is the same model as we manifested, but in the fintech world, that's called utility. Right. So all you have to do in order to get into as a new company, like the question is asked, is you have to have a specific use case to where your currency has a specific user and it has to have a specific function. Okay? So what we did is we have one function and one use case and one thing that we are going to be the best in the world at. Okay. And that is to connect Black people around the globe and have them to use this currency and this wallet system to connect.
Right.
There's only one coin that does that. You know, you could be looking for days and look at all these different coins that do wallets and gaming and weed and all this music, all this stuff. But nobody took the time to only focus on Black people, only focus on Black nonprofits, only focuses on connecting Black people around the world to have a store of value, because 90% of our countries are using devalued currencies.
Mm-hmm.
From Jamaica to Nigeria, all the way down into South America. They're all devalued. So we put Sable Ascent in the SAC1 to focus on our value, because we're greatly valued, because not only do we spend a lot, but we have the most intelligent Black people, the most intelligent people on the planet. So since we understand that, we use our own products and services to back our own currency.
Fantastic.
And Daryl, we're going to wrap up with Reverend Daryl still, but yeah, go ahead, Celebi.
No, it was just a quick one in terms of the rate of your growth of the company. Obviously, there are so many people interested in what you're saying. They probably want to jump on board. And what has been the rate of this, the company, of its growth?
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I traveled to about 6 or 7 countries and across the US to test it before I even deployed it, before I put a 99% of my life into it. 8 out of 10 Black people, when they heard it, they all they asked was, "That's the most incredible thing I ever heard. What do I got to do now?" Right? So that was the driving force for me to understand that Blacks need their own we need our own currency.
Yes.
There's nothing else to say. The only way you can impact and impact people is if you move the needle, right? You only hurt people if you hurt them in the pockets. That's the only way. You can riot and burn down and all that good stuff. The reason why Tulsa did not recover is because they didn't pay the insurance policies of the rest of the people whose businesses that got destroyed. That's why they couldn't rebuild. They didn't have the capital to rebuild. So, and then another statistic is, this is the last statistic, is less than 0.5% of any woman or Black-owned business ever gets any funding capital. So if you got trillions of dollars in capital, but they're not infusing any of it into our businesses, how can we possibly grow?
Sure.
They're not giving us any money to even build.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're making miracles.
Yeah, we're all bootstrapping. All of us are bootstrapping, trying to ask mama and papa for a few dollars to get this idea started. So if you have a currency that's designed to not only lend to you, to grow with you, to help us to create a new industrial age, because that's what China did. China created an industrial age to pull them out of poverty. They pulled over 300 million Chinese out of poverty because they created an industrial age and sold them all the products to Europe, United States. Right. And now they're doing it to Africa. So if we understand what happened in the past, we know how to fix it for the future.
100%.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Brother Daryl. Much appreciated. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, as I've been saying to everyone, we're going to have to get you back at some point so you can go more in depth. But we do appreciate the what you've done.
Thank you. Hey, man, it's a great show, man. Again, man, keep this thing going, man. You know, if you did it once, you can definitely segment it, and it may not go 8 hours. Hey, if it does 3 hours or 2 hours, it's just connecting people. That's what it is, and letting people know all these great Black minds are in so many places. And once we start to move the needle, then we can infuse people with capital. We can support new ideas. You know what I mean? And then the whole, Black empowerment, the whole, all this Black Wall Street thing can start to take shape. That it really will. I believe so.
Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Stay tuned.
Excellent.
All right, kings and queens. We're gonna have a bit of a conglomeration of a panel in a second, but we just got a few more messages to bring you, so do stay tuned, and we'll be back with you after this. Why are Black people 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19? Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through natural means? Are we really in the midst of a pandemic? All this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For this exclusive live web event, gotKushTV have brought together an illustrious lineup of holistic health practitioners, including Stephen Sali of the Marian Dina Foundation, Ikong of Eat to Live, Not to Die, Kensu Imote of the Naturally Holistic Wellness Group, and Leah Salmon, the Naturally You Coach, taking place Sunday, the 25th of June, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. GMT, broadcast live on gotKushTV. Tickets are half price until the 15th of June. Get your tickets now from gotKushTV.com. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. This is an event not to be missed.
Meet Arc 2, your personal camera assistant.
Shakara?
Yeah, 1 second.
This is the cipher, and these are lovely panelists. African versus Caribbean versus British.
I'm shaking the African, but no, not.
Everyone's Africanness comes innately. I went to Jamaica earlier this year, and I know I'm not Jamaican. I couldn't move as Jamaican.
Yeah. I don't like people just wearing a dashiki and wearing stuff and just saying, yeah, I'm African now. That's very fake to me.
You protest people want to claim Africa, like it's some superior, something.
This being a semicircle, and you, the audience, complete the circle.
Yes, indeed, kings and queens. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. First and foremost, you need to know about how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era, taking place tomorrow from 5 p.m. Get your tickets at gotKushTV.com. And this coming Monday, the release of our new show, The Cypher, home of conscious, controversial conversation. Yes, indeed. Meet the cast by checking out Black Group Economics. Yeah, sorry, see the moment there, Kings of Queens. I was reading something. Yeah, but sorry, meet the cast by checking out our videos at gotKushTV.com, Kings of Queens, with our host Yemaya and the whole of our beautiful cast. Right in the back right now, we have Nuakai, we have Alicia, we have Dr. Maggie, and we have Aisha Peters. We're gonna bring you all through right about now, kings and queens. Make sure everybody can see, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, man. So put on the extra shea butter, and all them something there, and these things. So, you come through live. And by the way, as I've said that, kings and queens, in relation to what you're saying, yeah, we're bringing you all on. We're bringing you all on. We're bringing everyone on. We're bringing everyone on. So get ready. I'll say to you, put on the extra butter right now, innit? So I'm gonna wait for Dr. Maggie and Aisha to put on the extra shea butter right now, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Grease up.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I was like, what? I was literally like, yo, I've been waiting here for 2 hours. I've got to bounce, man. But yes, big up, Shakra. Yes,
yeah.
Naya and Stella B. Much love.
Thank you for your patience, bro. We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
I know how it goes, man. I know you've had lots of people.
Greetings.
Also, I want to big up the shea butter aunties, innit? Because I don't think the shea butter aunties get enough respect, The shea butter aunties have started a whole worldwide industry and nobody gives them any ratings.
Exactly.
Yes, I want to big up the shea butter aunties from Nigeria and Ghana and Liberia and all them something there, you know what I mean? But yes, family. So all right, one by one, I just want to go through and just get you all to introduce yourself. Starting with Nuakai, then Aisha, then Dr. Maggie, and then Alicia.
Shats.
Yeah.
I'll do I'm over you here. Stella and I can do it.
All right. Take over, bro. Take over, black man.
All right, cool. So I know Nuakai, you've got to go pretty soon.
Yeah, I've got a few in a little bit, man. So if I can speak soon.
Yeah, so Nuakai is a very special brother in our community. Like personally, in the last few months,
I'm all right.
You're special too, Shakra, man. Don't worry, man. You're special too.
He's got me and Stella and a whole bunch of people through this whole COVID lockdown period. Trust me. And what Nuakai has cultivated is through Muay Thai, spirituality and self-progression and growth. And so when we often in the conscious community, we talk about the system and we talk about we'll talk about Africa, we talk about all that such and stuff. But we don't really focus on personal development. How are we improving ourselves on a day-to-day? So not only do we love Nuakai for that, but Nuakai has created world-class level documentaries that expose the truth about Africa. So that ranges from Nubia, the ancient history of Nubia, to Sierra Leone, and to also Kwame Nkrumah. And I feel like when somebody does that level of work, we really are supposed to celebrate them, because we know that the mainstream is blocking that kind of work. So big up to Nuakai, and I want to introduce everybody else, but I know you've got to go. So could you just say a few words?
You know, I'd love to hear the introduction of everyone else as well, though. Like, I feel bad. I don't, you know, usually you say let the sisters go first, innit? I can wait. So, you know.
It's a gentleman.
You know,
okay, so we also have beautiful actress and activist, now the new founder of All Black Owned.
Yes, Alicia. Well, go on. Long time.
We've got Stella. I should let you do this one.
My family have been on this all day from 11 till now, and I'm just so pleased to bring in my cousin, Dr. Maggie, Dr. Andy. Welcome. Hey. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. You guys have done so well today. Amazing. So inspirational.
Thank you, my darling. And we have as well the beautiful
the divine.
Go ahead.
No, you had it. I was just helping.
The beautiful divine sister Aisha Peters. She's a world of talent in many ranges. She's a vocal coach. She is the lead singer from the former band Fierce. She teaches meditation and healing practices as well as many other things. She's a momtrepreneur. So welcome to the gotKush channel, Black Fruit Economics Day, All Black Pound Day. Good to have you.
Give thanks. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Oh, the enthusiasm is real.
Give thanks for the power.
So sorry, guys, but it's been educational, right? Listening to everybody's talk.
Yeah, massively. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've been in there since 11. All right, so please.
No, I think it's a beautiful opportunity to get involved and talk with you guys and to listen to so many different people. It's been international as well, so that's been amazing. And I think we as a people always need to come together more. You know, there's always more and more reasons for us to come together, for us to share, for us to dialogue, for us to reflect. So thank you for that introduction, Nate. Nathaniel, my brother, appreciate that. That was a beautiful introduction. I'm a personal performance coach. I teach martial arts, personal development, life coaching. I'm also a filmmaker, as you said. Excellent breakdown of the work I've done. Our main focus at the moment really is about personal empowerment. I've spent the last 25 plus years doing Muay Thai and functional fitness and HIIT training and doing Qigong and combining a different variety of martial arts, you know, aspects of yoga into a system that's really about functional personal development, how to take control of your physical being, your machine of the body, how to control more of your mind, and how to connect more deeply to your breath and become more in tune to your spirit and your essence. I'm one of the trainers of Muay Thai Masters Academy, what is a traditional Muay Thai gym based in London. We teach a very traditional side of Muay Thai that's about functional fighting and fitness and personal development. It doesn't necessarily go quite into the spiritual aspect of things. That's more been my journey from studying Nile Valley cultures and studying ancient African cultures and indigenous cultures globally, and looking at who we are as spiritual beings in today's world. And so for me, as I've got a little bit older, you see the grays are starting to creep in a little bit more. As I got a little bit older, you know, I started to slowly put
silver, bro. It's silver. We're not even green around here.
You know, the wisdom grays. You know? But as I got to this age now, I started to put together more of a system where I take in my political, my Afrocentric understanding of reality, my spiritual perception of reality, my intellectual understanding of reality, and also my, like I said, physical and spiritual. And so now, you know, me as a personal performance coach, my main focus is how to help people become more of their true self, more of their true essence. And I think we as a community, whether you're talking about those of us that have gone through what we experienced, or Arthur, we experienced in the Caribbean, Americas, and in Africa, right? Through colonialism, we've been given such brainwashing, traumatizing, experiences that has caused a lot of internal and external struggle within us as a people. So on top of having so much amazing diverse cultures that we already had, you know, we had our own level of beef before anyone came along, because, you know, we are genetically diverse and we are culturally diverse. If we just look at the whole world from a beautiful brown perspective, we're diverse. We're a diverse people all over the planet. So to unify a diverse level of people, we have to share a lot. We have to work through differences, right? So, so regardless of that, what we've experienced over the last few hundred years has caused us a lot of current day problems, right? You know, economically, through our health, the way we eat, the way we live, the way we think, our spiritual awareness of self. So for me, I spent a long time going to a lot of Pan-African organizations and groups and learning a lot of our political history and our history generally. But I always felt like one of the most important things that we need is to really work on self. You know, how can we work on ourselves? How can we transform our emotional self? Like, especially as a guy, you know, I'm a warrior, I'm a fighter, but I'm also an emotional body, right? I have an emotional body. I'm an emotional being. I'm sensitive. I can suppress my emotions. I can express my emotions, right? And it's, you know, many of us, you know, suicide in men and in Black men has been massive because we often don't know how to articulate and communicate our emotions, right? So just making space to acknowledge that we're an emotional being can open the door for us to start to work on certain levels of healing. You know, we live in a very material and intellectually focused society. I thought the brother earlier who was breaking down the marketing, we're one move away from this marketing thing. I think he's spot on. Like I love that. You know what I mean? Because if you give me, and I'm saying this to any big wealthy funders out there, if you give me $1 billion, I could change the planet as a revolutionary, because I don't think it's that hard to raise and help and educate us as a people, right? You know, we could be, I've been saying I'm a filmmaker, right? Like my passion is making films. My personal development, my own personal journey has manifested out of the martial arts and all the personal development stuff. But in my work, really, I'm a filmmaker, I'm an actor, I'm a director, I'm a producer, I'm an editor. I'm a creative and I like making stuff. So whether it be documentaries, adventure films, martial art films, you know, emotional dramas, commercials, whatever it is, I love doing that stuff. And I think as a people, one of the things we really need to create and to keep producing is more things that help us to heal, right? We need to do so much ancestral healing. Our ancestors, so my ancestors was calling out to me to go and do the works I did when I made Nubian Spirit, when I went to Sierra Leone, all the different journeys I've been in Africa. For me, was about connecting back and doing work to bring healing in place for my ancestors, right? And creating healing for the generation to come after me and for those of us alive today, right? It's like so often we get caught up on this concept of chasing money, but when we really check it on a spiritual level, money don't mean nothing. Can't take it with us. The thing that's going to really last is what we leave with our family, what we leave with the people whose lives we interact with, you know, what we leave on the transformational things we do within ourselves. Are we overcoming our own internal emotional insecurities and our own emotional blockages? Are we working to overcome the mental sphere of confusion that we pick up in our mind, right? Are we working on our physical limitations? Like, are we working on mastering ourselves? Because if we master ourselves, no one else can be ramping with us.
Absolutely.
Usually we are our own biggest enemy, right? As you know, any person, lots of people on that journey of finding yourself, we're often our own biggest enemy. So my work now as a personal performance coach is all about helping people tap into their essence more and become their more true self through physical exercise and training, through meditation, through understanding yourself on an energetic level. And that goes into deeper levels of understanding your ancestral journey, looking at the world from a more of a true point of view rather than the kind of whitewashed version of things that we've got today. And from that place, once you start to attune yourself to your true self, it's about being creative. It's about creating things. It's about doing things that's going to impact one another in a positive way. If we're integrated together on this amazing spaceship of a planet that we're on, in this tiny solar system that's part of this gigantic multiverse that, you know, that we're part of, right? If we're acknowledging we feel integrated in it, we're going to take responsibility for the lives we're living, right? We're going to be able to work better together, and we're going to do things like, I want to create work that's going to inspire and empower people. I don't want to create work that's going to like suck away someone's soul. There's enough people out there that are doing that, right? Them people aren't meant to be in power. We can see that. We're not meant to be led by the people we're led by, but we're going to continue being led by them until we do the work on ourselves, and we have to master ourselves. No one else is our problem. Real talk. No one else is our problem. We are our solution. So the more we master ourselves, the more we're going to create the world that we want to live in, the world that's going to be sustainable. Because the people that are running things, they're not creating a sustainable world. They're leading the whole planet to doom. So the more we master ourselves, the more we can work towards creating a collective understanding of the earth that can help us create a sustainable future.
Brilliantly put. And Aisha is also a meditation guru. And I don't know if you want to speak to that, to anything that Nuakai just said, Aisha. But before you do, Nuakai, I just want you to just tell people where they can reach you for performance development, personal development, and all that such, your classes and what you're doing generally.
Yeah, give thanks. I'll say at the moment you can get hold of me on Instagram. My Instagram is crew, KRU, lion _ Moy Fit. Could I write that somewhere? Maybe I could write it somewhere.
Yeah, you're right in the chat.
Yeah. And you can check me out on our Muay Thai website. It's muaythaimastersacademy.com. Right now, I'm in the process of working on a 30-day personal development program. This a system that's all about kind of exercise, fitness, mental strength, learning to breathe more deeply. So that's coming soon. I hope we have that ready kind of September, October times. So
just to add to what you were saying, bro, very quickly before we bring in Sister Aisha. So the brother Uncle Ku, who you referred to as well, who spoke earlier, he's also a Simatawi instructor, master, which is so for those who don't know, Simatawi is also known as Kemetic Yoga. So he's my teacher. I'm initiated into that system. I'm also a teacher within that system. I'm not teaching at the moment because I need to just realign certain things and then I'll start teaching. But the reality, my point is that when we go through those processes, because he's that, and he's also a marketing instructor as well. He merges the spiritual and the business in a very kind of way. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially dealing with the energy of Happy, which is the ancient Kemetu or Nile Valley deity associated with the River Nile, which also represents wealth and abundance and them kind of things there. And so I'm saying all of that to say personal development can have a monumental impact upon your entrepreneurship and your business development, especially because when you're dealing with martial arts, when you're dealing with Smaitawi, you're dealing with and breath and breathing, you're dealing with concepts that have a therapeutic capability and a psychological impact. So if I'm doing a posture associated with Geb and it's about being grounded and rooted, that's what I'm meditating on in that moment. And I channel that energy, you know what I'm saying, throughout the body. You know what I'm saying? If I'm dealing with the energy of a set, I'm dealing with being able to vision what is not there, you know, because Osset is the one who saw Asa alive when everybody else saw him as dead, right? Just what I'm saying? And so you have to be able to vision beyond your present day circumstance. So these are all tools, for self-development and therapy that relate to every aspect of life, including entrepreneurship. And so I want to really just to emphasize that, only because you said you really connected with Uncle Ku. And he very much deals with a lot of the sides that you just dropped anyway. So I know that you really connected with what you were saying because of what you actually said. So yeah, man, big up. But yeah, check it out. Have you typed that thing?
I put it in that private chat. Then I put the other.
Yeah, you can do. And I'll put it on the live chat as well, so people can see it and write it down. Give thanks, Nuakai. Quick question before you go. Yeah, where can people watch the Nubian Spirit documentary right now?
So at the moment, I'm working with Brother Diu, who's going to start. I've got a couple of people who are with me, by the way. Look, so I've got Brother Diu. Like Rash in the place over here. Mr. Sky's over here. So Diu is my brother. He's from South Sudan. He's an ambassador of Nubian Spirit, and at the moment we're kind of looking at what we can do to get it on Amazon Prime. You know, you can buy it on my website, so you can go onto the website. What is black9films.com? You can go on there, but it's still in DVD form, and we've kind of evolved now from the DVD form. So I'm trying to work out different ways to create more digital downloads. Obviously, as you can see, I do a multitude of different things. So the marketing is another thing that I kind of sometimes struggle with. I'm a creative, so if I create something, I want to put it out there, but then it's like it's a whole nother work and then selling it and getting it out there because the system ain't really interested in promoting the sort of stuff I've done, because it's about waking us all up, you know. So but Nubian Spirit is going to be coming again soon. It's good, you know, it's over 10 years ago that I made that documentary now, so it's been free online enough people put it up on YouTube and have been watching it. I was cool with that, because for me it's about knowledge, sharing knowledge, getting it out there, you know, each one teach one. But I do also need to learn to monetize things a little bit more. So, you know, if anyone's got some tips on marketing and you want to holler at me, like, give me a shout. But yeah, look out for on Amazon Prime soon for Nubian Spirit, the African legacy of the Nile Valley.
Yes, sir.
And you've got a documentary coming out to do with COVID as well. So when's that coming out?
Well, I'm working with the Legacy Media Institute, was based in Virginia. A brother in Nigeria, some other filmmakers in the UK who have all been working with the Legacy Media Institute, and we're putting together a documentary that looks at how COVID has affected us as people of African descent, and kind of like our worldview on what's been going on. So it's kind of a team film, so that we've all done little different bits on it, and it's coming together. It's being edited at the moment by the team in Virginia. So that's coming. Also, I've got another documentary that's coming out soon. It's called Warrior Spirit. Again, it also looks at kind of the transformational journey of personal development through studying a martial art. It got launched last year, but was meant to be in film festivals this year, but because of the lockdown, everything's kind of been slowed down. But it will be, again, probably going out on Amazon Prime sometime in the near future.
Give thanks, bro. Yeah, man. Thank you for joining us, bro. And I'm gonna. I need to jump into the Muay Thai still. I feel like the yoga activates the feminine aspect of for me personally. But
Yeah,
I want to balance it with the masculine. Not saying that way. So.
Nice powers, man. I mean, what I'm working on right now is a system. It's called Muay Vitality, and it basically it brings together Muay Thai, HIIT training, Qigong, what's all about energy cultivation, and yoga. So my whole thing of it is about how to balance your masculine and feminine, how to attune and strengthen your willpower to kind of really know how to control this antenna that we have, right? And how to use your breath more to connect more with your essence and your spirit, so that you get that holistic aspect of training. You know?
Most definitely. Give facts, bro. Right, I think you want to go to Aisha next, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, because I really want to hear the rest of them. The rest of them. I'm so sorry that I've got to bounce, man. But nothing but blessings. Give thanks one and all.
Let's give it.
Good,
love you. Thank you for joining.
Much love,
Much love for your time. So, Aisha, I guess it just makes sense for it to flow into you. Like, so you are a phenomenal singer. You've had your experience in the mainstream. You charted to number 3 back in the day, top days. And like you have your own unique style of meditation and vocal training. So can you expand on that and talk more on it?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the vocal training, what I've done is I've taken my experience in regards to being in the actual industry and taken certain techniques that I've also received from my own vocal coaches and actually meshed that into one and just created programs. So I've worked all over London. I've worked in youth centres. I've worked with people with learning difficulties, adult, senior age, children as young as 3 years of age. And what I do is I really focus on how the breath technique is being used in order to get the best ultimate outcome out of your body. And that means in terms of your voice vocally and technically. I am also a creative director. I am also a meditation facilitator. And what's happened is that throughout a period of time, what I've noticed is that my classes for vocal coaching in particular because of the breathing exercises that I use, it actually what I realized is that people were giving me feedback and saying, okay, well, I've done this vocal coaching technique with you or session with you, but in fact, it's made me realize something else about myself. It's made me realize that I need to do this, or it's made me realize that maybe in terms of certain self-work that I need to do X, Y, Z. And because I've been studying meditation techniques since the age of 12, it's like the Most High Divine is just saying, okay, you have these skills, you have this ability, now let's combine the two together. So since 2017, I have been doing classes privately in terms of guided meditation, and now I'm also doing them more under my company, which is called Vewa Productions Ltd.com. So people can also book their sessions for vocal coaching, creative direction, meditation classes through that platform. But just to kind of highlight what Brother Nuakai was speaking about is that the power of breath should never ever be underestimated. And ultimately, obviously, we know we need the power of breath in order to live. But through my experience with doing facilitating the meditation classes, what I've noticed is that I've been able to what I try to show people is that we all have that divine power within ourselves, and we can allow our bodies to be used as a vessel to have the Most High Divine work through us, and just listen to the messages that we need to listen to in order to activate certain points in our bodies, meaning the chakras, and then to basically just work with them one by one, because a lot of people think, okay, let's work with the chakras and let's do them all. But sometimes in life, we need to focus one at a time, because they are portals. They are portals for us to be connected with you know, the universe and our brothers and sisters and our ancestors and people who are here living on this earth with us. So for some people, it is about activating, cleansing, and you know, protecting all portals. But then for other people, it is, we're doing this in levels, we're doing this in steps. And I've had people come to my vocal coaching classes, and we're specifically working on breath techniques, and I've had people cry. Because there's a certain amount of healing that is being done through the actual breath work that I've been doing with them. So yeah, that's kind of me in a nutshell. There's so much more, but I want the other queens to have their space to speak as well.
Yes.
I mean, you can speak about Nat and Stella can speak about the meditation session that I held with them privately with some other beautiful divine beings as well, and it was powerful.
It's internally, people are gonna cry because you're reaching the inner,
unblocking as well.
It's the unblocking when your style of meditation, similar to Nuakai, it's the things that we lock, that we think that doesn't affect us anymore, is brought to the fore. And we witnessed that in your meditation class. But to flow on, and after the other two wonderful guests speak, I do want it to be like a free-for-all type thing, so it's not like to flow on in terms of health and business. In our midst, we have the great Dr. Maggie Andy, who runs or is the founder of the only Black holistic dentist in the UK. I think that is like a phenomenal achievement in and of itself. And can you please just talk about that actually before we ask any other questions?
Yes, it's been a battle, but it's been awesome. It's been a great journey. Hi everyone, thanks for having me on. I think it's funny because I always said by the time I'm 40, I'm going to be able to actually speak about what I'm doing here, and I'm 40 tomorrow. So it's I qualified at the tender age of 22, and I said at 22, right, I'm going to be the UK's first Black holistic dentist. And I tell you what, I hadn't realized it was going to be this many years of journey. But it goes to show how, with determination and waking up to your color and embracing it, it's all about that, you know. And I mentor a lot of people who are coming into the profession. And probably the reason I am the only Black holistic UK dentist is because there aren't that many Black UK dentists anyway. And obviously, the world of holistic dentistry is such a tight niche. There's so few of us that do it. And it's because to step out and do it, you're almost seen as a bit of a black sheep in the profession. So it's about how do you do it, but how do you do it and still embrace all the cultures of your profession and not leave anybody behind. And that's kind of why it's been such a journey. But it's been empowering. It's been wonderful. We've had, since I started kicking off majorly, we've had the UK actually ban the use of amalgam in all pregnant women. They've banned the use of amalgam in all nursing mothers. They've banned the use of amalgam in all children under 15, even on the NHS. So we holistic guys are pushing hard and knocking on all the doors. And what we're finding is that actually the profession is slowly starting to wake up and rise up and listen to the natural way, particularly nutrition. You'll now see that there are a few more articles on nutrition and how if you eat right, you can basically look after your whole self better. So it's been great. I can't complain. And obviously the practice is shut because of COVID. We've been shut since the 22nd of March. But in that time, we've still been able to chat to people, help where we can, and raise awareness where we can. So it's been instrumental for us to be able to do that.
Amazing. Have you all been given the names of your businesses? So I don't know, because I disappeared for a bit. Just want to give them.
Yeah, so this is called Mill Hill Dental Practice. So our unusual story is the actual practice is 104 years old. And it's probably one of the UK's oldest practices, but it's the first time it's been owned outside of the Jewish community. So I kind of, it was a brave step to go in there and take over this thing. And it was always a one-man band, lovely patients, but not a very ethnic practice, as you can imagine. So obviously I've come on in, new owner. We shut down for almost a month to give the place a whole new, spruce of life, if you like. We've gone from one practitioner to, I think there's about 15 staff now, all coming in at different times. So we've turned it into an all under one house type unit, multicultural team as well. So we are black owned, but I do have dentists from all over the world helping out. And our thing is we go with love, we help who we can. The Black Seed Members Club is the first of its kind, because we're hoping that by amalgamating nutrition, life coaching, relationship coaching, taking the whole person as one entity, not just your mouth, we're kind of teaching people how to, liaise with the right kind of trainers to get their bodies fit, drink the right kind of water, all somehow doing this for charging everyone £28 a month. So we're trying our best to make it affordable as well. And then if people do have any dental issues, we've agreed to the prepaid plans with them. And we're trying to just make sure that we don't want your money or your status or anything to be a barrier to getting the complete you. So this is
there's a comment in the YouTube that who's going to say it.
Yeah, a comment from Angela Rose. She says, "Rise up to my dentist. Thank you, Sid. Highly recommend dental practice."
Quick thing, yeah. There's, earlier today, Nate the lyricist heard somebody say, I think it was Winston say, "Yeah, we own a satellite," and he said, we got to take a moment to just appreciate that a black man just said on a black-owned media platform that he owns a satellite. And so, right, but another thing that, because we don't really normally hear that kind of stuff, but another thing that we don't hear is a black woman say, "Yeah, I took over the business from a family of Jews."
You never, ever.
It's not a normal thing. It's not a normal thing. It's usually the reverse. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was black on once, It was black on once, but they took it over. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do wanna just point that out. That's a funny one right there. But
you know what? It's a changing world, right? It's a changing world, and thank God, for the movement that's followed since George Floyd. Because I've had, I joke with some of my black friends about this, but I've had some of my black friends literally wake up and realize they're black. Like literally, it's like they woke up on a Tuesday morning and they're like, "I'm black." And these guys are so empowered. They're getting the word out. And also, applications I put in years ago, kind of little connections I made years ago, and I never got a look in from Adam. Things like the local dental committee. Suddenly, I'm an elected member. Dental Mentors UK. I'm now their first black member. So things like that you just, as a black person, you wouldn't even expect to be anywhere near. Suddenly, you know, and I don't mind why I'm there. I'm happy to be. If it's that they woke up one day and thought, you know what, this Black Lives Matter thing, maybe we all need to think that in 140 years, there's never been a Black person on this panel, and hell, never been a Black woman. Let's just find both and kill two birds with one stone. I'm good with that. The point is, it's opening doors, and it means that now the Black dentists coming up can see me, and they can see others that are rising, and they can say, we are not leaving you all behind. Now that I am on this panel, call me Beyonce, there will be 10 of you in the next 10 years. You know, this is it. You have to like just get enough people to know that we do have color. And I think for so long, so many people have been told, don't see color, don't see color. Even when I was in dental school, I was whinging to my mother. I was like, Mama, I'm in East London. Why are there only 2 Black kids in this whole year of 60? My mommy's like, oh, honey, don't complain. Just get it done. You know, just get through, get through. And the thing is, you get through, and then you qualify, and then you're looking around, you're like, why are there no other Black dentists that own practices in North London? Where are they? It's North London. What's going on, you know? And it's not till you get to almost 40 that you can say these things out loud. And I don't care, because guess what? You can't fire me. It's my job. Hey.
You know, I was gonna say, to take over the company is supremely gangster, and you just added the icing to the gangster cake right there. You get me? Me run this, me run things that on me, and then
you know, and this is the thing with Black business. You have to be so careful. I can tell you this now, because what the gentleman said about us having our own currency, I tell you what, I couldn't agree more. Because one thing I've been doing since the practice has been closed, I've been working in e-commerce, and the reason I've been doing that is because my bank manager already said, honey, we had to lend to y'all to buy the practice, so don't come asking for too much more. Let's see what the government will give. You know what I did? I contacted a company in America. These guys have 24-year-old Black American kids who are earning £1 million a month in e-commerce. Their own money, their own way. Because you know what? They realized the banks were not going to lend to them. And they were like, we're going to do this together. We're going to arm our community. We're going to work 24/7, and we're going to raise everybody up. These boys haven't been to university. They haven't even been to college. But they're earning $1 million a month because they know about the empowerment of Blacks and how we as a community can come together worldwide and rise, right? I'm working with them because I'm like, they're going to teach me how to get enough money in the UK to pay for Black kids to go to uni because they can't afford to. You know, they're like, there's so much we do that we go to the banks, we apply for loans, we apply for student loans, we apply for this. I'm going to be like, guys, I have £1 million a month. Let's just give you all grants. Oh, you're Black, you want private education? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, because guess what? The white men put the private schools there originally to stop Black kids going. That's why the British Black education system was set up on that. I know my brother's been some of the best schools, I can tell you, right? So for me, my kids are Black, they're Black children, and some of them are the only Black kids in the private schools. But you know what? For me, every Black child that gets through the private education system in this country, we can hold our hands up and say, thank you, because God didn't want us to do it, and we've done it.
Yes.
Child empowered, right? So this is the thing. We can't have finance be a barrier. Yeah. So I need to shut up and let everyone else speak, but I just want
you're inspiring a lot of people right now.
Yeah, you completed the game. Aha. That's what we call Black Power. Dr. Maggie Queen. I will be coming to Mill Hill, just like I am, waiting for that practice to reopen. I'm so glad you have to reopen. I'm so happy to give my money to you. Amazing. Thank you, gotKushTV. Yes, so it's all love. And sister, and they're saying happy birthday for tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
So yes, who hasn't spoken yet? So I know Alicia, we were in a theatre company together many years ago, Roundhouse Theatre Company. We're not going to go into that because it's therapy. We'll go into therapy. I was like, no, I have to be the master of my own words. Let me put it that way. And I ended up being a poet. Alicia stuck by it and has continued to grow and be in lots of productions as an actress and such. But alongside that, has kept the passion for the African community alive, and has since now created this group called All Black Owned. So Alicia, do you want to tell the people about your story and All Black Owned as well?
Yeah, so thank you firstly for even bringing me on this beautiful platform. I've been here for the last hour and a bit, and I've just been gaining knowledge, and it's just been nice to see just my people talking about great things. So my journey has kind of been up and down. Yeah, actress, acting, an educator as well. So I run workshops with young people, schools across the UK, and most of the workshops I run are based on social issues, but we tackle the social issues through drama therapy. So we have like a lot of forum theatre and a lot of improvisation, and through that I've seen the power of acting and the power of drama and the power of creativity, and how it can help us or even young people develop and become better and make better decisions. So yeah, so like Nat was saying, that was a whole palaver years ago when we was in the theatre company, and it's funny even then because I'm not going to go too much into it, but there was 3 of us. I say 3 of us because it was us versus them, and I just remember like being a part of this theatre company and thinking it's a great opportunity, which it was, but there was a lot of barriers, a lot of walls. It wasn't all kind of rainbows and this is it, we're gonna make it. There was a lot of fighting.
You were the shadow.
Yeah, there's a lot of
the shadow in the rainbow.
Yeah, exactly. So from that, my journey has always been for my people, by my people, whether that's in productions that I've been in. I've purposely and consciously chose to work with people, my people, not because, not just because I don't want to be in any other productions, but mainly because I want to work for my people, with my people. And I think as a community, I feel like that should, and it has always been a strong ethos, but I think even now with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, everything, I feel like all of us are recognizing how important that is, because you get communities such as the Jewish community, the Asian community, every other community has their money is circulated within their community before it leaves their community. But within our community, we would receive money and then we spend it on something else or someone else outside of our community. So that drove me to start All Black Owned, which is about ownership. It's about owning our own. It's about supporting our own, and it's about helping our own. So it's not just about having a directory of Black owned businesses. It's also sharing resources, sharing tools, because we don't know everything. There's so many amazing small businesses out there that some people have touched on this before, but they might not have a website. They might not know how to market. They might not be good with finances. So I've created this space for everybody to kind of use their tools and their knowledge and work together as a community, so we can grow, so we can create generational wealth, so we can circulate the money within our community to be better. And that's basically what I'm trying to do with this, and what I will do. I'm speaking it into existence because it will happen. And I feel like this is a good time now to really stand by that and really push that kind of forward, so we don't have this again, because that's another thing. We've all been tired. We are so tired. So what's the next thing? And I feel like this time round there's been a lot of action, in terms of there's been a lot of solutions, like, okay, so what can we do to get better and be better? Thank you. I can't remember who mentioned it earlier, but someone said about, I think it was Newark actually, that said about kind of teaching ourselves, like becoming better as a people, and growing as well, because I'm not here to educate other people. I want us as a community to grow. Yeah, so that's what All Black Owned UK is about, and that's what I'm trying to push forward in terms of education, in terms of workshops. I want to do community events, and just really bring us together as a people. That's basically what I'm aiming to do anyway.
Whoa, that is great, says Dorette Winter there. I think I'm saying your name correctly. That is really great, sis. So it's like a LinkedIn for just our community, which is showcasing all the different kind of skill sets.
Yeah, so it's a directory mainly, but it's also, I guess you could say, it's a LinkedIn. So it's a hub to share and for resources, tools. Because what I've also realised, which is why I think there's a lot of other Black-owned directories are coming up. There's so many entrepreneurs, there's so many talented, amazing people, but we have social media, but I know that I might have 10 friends that have their own businesses, and then my neighbor, who I don't really speak to, has another 10 friends. So do you know what I mean? So it's about creating a space where we're all like, oh, okay, cool, let's share our skills, let's share the knowledge, and let's work together. And I think that's important, because there's so many people that have been amazed, and just I'm amazed at the talent that we have. Like, I'm like, what? I didn't know this existed. Like, I've missed out, and that's because I didn't know where to go to find. So that's also what Black owned is about. It's about having a space where people can go to find talent, creativity, and yeah, as I said, sharing resources, skills, knowledge, and making it kind of a community. So
well, that's such well, it's a key point, because in terms of we're all on social media, but we don't have access. And there's a group called Ancestral Voices.
Yeah.
They've got 300,000 likes on Facebook a few years ago. And when the algorithm changed, when they post, they will get like a reaction of 20 people, sometimes 10. That mathematically does not make any sense. So there's a restriction being put there. So it is imperative that we create our hubs, but not only that we create our hubs, I think with the marketing talk that we've had earlier, in making it attractive and as Shakara was saying, as sexy as possible, so that we're not just, and even doing certain things as well, like, because we associate negative aspects of things, like, you know, for example, the root of all evil is money, right? Like, that is a negative way of thinking. So if I think like that, I do not want money, but I need money for the resources to be able to do what I need to do. So it's the same sort of thing. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, they are deliberately created to be addictive. They've got features in there that are addictive. It's like you enter this game, it's a casino, basically. I need the likes and engagement. That's what we're living for. So when we're creating these hubs, like All Black owned, it has to have that similar sort of element. But the difference is, it's not sinister, it's positive. You're doing it for a positive outcome. So it's like, I want to be addicted to kale rather than Starburst. You know what I mean?
But also, Sister Ari is joining us back. Superb content. Black History Walks is saying superb content and speakers will put you forward for a BAFTA. Thanks. But also, I want to say, do you mean a black BAFTA? Is that what you mean, Brother Tony Warner?
I do want to say, though, you know, the Black History man, Robin Walker himself, credits Tony Warner with being the #1 expert on Black history in the UK. And that's quite a compliment coming from the Black history. Yeah, and so as a Black business, indeed, yeah, as a Black business, Black History Walks is doing some phenomenal work out there, doing tours in terms of the Black history of London, and not just London, but the city of London. They're not the same thing. What's it called? As well as highlighting often obscured Black film and Black cinema. Yeah. So we want to big up Tony Warner and Black History Walks.
Just to say quickly as well, Shakara, on your point about the great Tony Warner. A few years ago, we went on one of the on that specific Black History Walk in City of London, and that stayed with us since. And basically, what we learned is that Tony took us to the Goldsmiths Guild, the Saddlers Guild, and we learned about guilds. These guilds still exist today. They were created hundreds of years ago. And basically what it meant was that you have a trade, you have a trade. Sorry, we have one trade. We're all plumbers, right? But we work together. We don't see each other as competition. So if I can't work, then I'll get the other plumber in the group. I'll recommend the other plumber. We keep the price the exact same, and we share a knowledge base. We also share money so that we can create art. So the Saddlers Guild, for example, out of that came Sadler's Wells, which is now a dance institution. So we know that these guilds were taken from Africa originally. This is us. So we need to come back to, well, we are coming back to it, and we need to really focus on not seeing each other as competition. If somebody's doing the same thing as you, see that as a strength rather than as something that I need to go against. The more of us doing the same thing is actually a good thing.
Do you know that's a good point, and I want to make this point. It's going to be a bit otherworldly. It shouldn't really be, but in relation to something that Sister Esther said earlier as well, and a couple of other people have made this point, that when it comes to economic systems, and studying economies, we have to realize that there were economic systems around before Adam Smith and Karl Marx, and so that our ancient cultures provide models for economic development and distribution of resources and that kind of thing. And so, like, when you look at, for example, what Julius Nyerere was attempting in Tanzania with what he called ujamaa, which is a Kiswahili term which means family and familyhood, but developing an economic system drawing on the principles from his home village, you know what I'm saying? And trying to apply it to modern times. If you read the work of a man by the name of Kimbwa Dende Kiabunseki Fukiao, he talks about a Bakongo economic system called Kisinsi. In his book African Cosmology, he talks about Kisinsi. But I'm only making the point that we've got indigenous economic theory, that we should also study in terms of our knowledge bases for developing ourselves in the now. Because it's not all about, while it's good to know about Forex and the Bank of England and whatever else is part of this cultural matrix that we're in at the moment, it's good also to learn stuff that doesn't fit into the cultural matrix. If we're, as Shingi was talking about, building from the bottom, like if we're building from the bottom, we're supposed to just absorb a lot of this, and we've got so much. Our ancestors have left us so much that we're not using at the moment. That I think we don't. Want to welcome back Sister Ari Ma'at.
Welcome back, sister.
Welcome back, sister.
So, I mean, I was just taking a bit of a break, but I was still absorbed in the conversations. And I'm getting messages as far as Canada right now. From Canada, I said from the Bahamas, from Ghana, and saying basically this show is amazing. You know, it's the entrepreneurs, the brands, the level of conversation. They want more of this. People want more of this. And as we mentioned earlier on, this is not a moment, it's a movement. And it's now, what do we do now after the Black Pound Day? That's the next part of the conversation. We've got to continue this.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what we got to do. We got to keep doing what we're doing. The reality is, all of us are doing brilliant practical work. And when we get to certain stages of development, I believe that certain avenues will open to us in terms of collaboration even more. We've still got to get to certain and achieve certain things. And as a media platform, we're here to document the journey. That's our job, right? So whenever you have got something monumental coming up and you need a little profile, you have to holler at us. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what we can highlight the works that are going on in the community and say, well, you know, that's what we're supposed to do. We got so many complaints about our community and our organization and these bloody hoteps and these black businesses that can't smile when you order a patty from them. And you know what I'm saying? As a black media platform, we're here to profile the thing. So whenever Dr. Maggie starts the first branch of the thing in Congo, let us know. We'll send a camera right there and film it over, you know what I'm saying? And whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? That's how we're supposed to do it. By the way, I do want to say that Brother Swiss has got in contact with us because he was supposed to come through this afternoon and wasn't able to, and he was going to come through later on. But basically, as you can imagine, he initiated this whole Black Pound Day, and so he's been run off his feet today. And so he said he wants to do us justice. He don't want to come on when he's disheveled and mash up. He never used the word disheveled and mash up, but you know, I'm interpreting in patois. What's it called? For the masses, So in that respect, he just wants to send his love to everyone, to us as gotKushTV, and to everyone that has supported the day and made it what it was and what it is. He made us know earlier that Black Pound Day was trending on Twitter, and it was also
400,000.
But this was about somewhere between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The website had received over 400,000 hits. You know what I'm saying? And stay tuned, because I'm working with a group of people to do something called co-unity spend, which is a similar concept but a bit more physical and involved. But you know, there's other programs like this that are being initiated and coming on stream. So we've got to make sure that we support all of them. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, practically speaking, just make sure you are linking up with all of the information. My sister Aisha Peters has mentioned her business. Alicia, you've mentioned your business. Sister Maggie, you've mentioned your business. We know that these things are happening. So please just do note down all the things that you can. And then we are promising, I'm promising on behalf of gotKushTV that we're going to...
You're allowed.
We'll have access to every single person that has talked up their business on here and put their details on there. We'll make sure that all of that information is available via our Instagram or via our website. So please do keep in connect with each other. There's so many similarities. We talked about the field building, there's similar things going on. So make sure you start to look at how we can link up together, because if one falls down and what we have a few people supporting, then that one is not going to fail. We'll be able to rescue by
like
working.
a trampoline. We'll be like the trampoline.
Right. So yeah, it's about connecting now, and I think that's the bit that's been missing. We're no longer competitive. We're thinking strategically as a group of people that want to better a situation for our people that are on the lowest realm of existence amongst us. We are responsible as entrepreneurs, we're responsible as innovators to help everyone within our community, so that we don't have any situation where people are able to put their knee on our necks any longer.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I got to do something around there, because obviously, like on gotKushTV, we had put out the call for people to tag their black business on our Instagram. Yeah.
Yes. So Shaka was looking for the Instagram post where it was tag a black-owned business, and so many. I think our I don't want to say our boss, but basically we had over 180 different businesses tagged, and we want to just highlight those now using our streaming technology. To the decisions, I don't know if you want to stay or hang out. We do have no.
Yes.
Do we have more people waiting to come on?
Oh no, not at the moment.
Okay, so it's really up to you, sisters, if you want to stay. I know it's been a while. You guys were waiting for a very long time to come on, so it's really up to you. We're not trying to do any form of slave labor. You're coming on for free. We're giving all these details here. So yeah, please feel free to leave at any point if you wish to. But if you wish to stay, we also love you staying on board as well.
Well, I'm gonna go. So everybody have a blessed evening. Thank you so much, Brother Chakra, King Nat, Queen Stella, all the queens here. Thank you so much. Much love.
Much love.
And powerful sister Aisha Peters. Please do check Viewer Productions. She's put her details in there. If you're looking for healing, if you're ready for real, true healing, do connect with our sister. She is powerful.
Very powerful.
Very powerful. So we'll see you very soon.
See you. I'm actually going to go as well, guys. So thank you so much for having me. This has been amazing. I feel like there's a collective energy that we're all feeling at the moment. We're just, I'm lost for words because today, like what Swiss has done, like everything is been amazing. So thank you. Even my head wrap is like yes.
Thank you for your contribution and your continued work.
Thank you so much. Make sure you do follow sister. Oh, please forgive me. The name.
All black owned.
All black owned.
UK. Sorry, all black owned. Yeah, .uk is the website. Yeah. Unless
wait, we spoke over you. Say that again.
So it's all black owned.uk.
allblackowned.uk for Alicia's new directory that you can jump on board and find. Maybe you can add some of these sisters onto there.
Yeah, that would be great. Like you said, we need to continue the conversation and keep helping each other, keep supporting each other. That's what it's essentially about. So yeah, definitely need to reconnect and keep the connection as well.
Fantastic. Yes. Thank you so much.
Blessings, Alicia.
Take care. Take care.
All right, kings and queens, let's check out who tagged their black business right about now. Yeah, you know what I mean? So we give thanks, yeah, for all those that did. Forgive me if I'm missing anything. So we've got Kanda Beauty UK. All right, so how do we do this? Am I clicking any of these, or we're just gonna profile them?
We can click into them. Why not? Let's click into them.
All 100 and
no, not all 100. Just we can randomly.
Finally, a place that loves you. Online retail platform for black women, UK based plus worldwide shipping. I mean, kings and queens. Yeah. Check out Kanda Beauty. So what does it say? No, that's Kanda Beauty. Yeah, that's Kanda Beauty. So check out Kanda Beauty. You know what I'm saying? And
wow.
The page looking very beautiful.
You know, it's very important. I did a lot of research. I did poetry called Beauty Wears Many Marks. I did so much research into the beauty industry and the money, and that was 3 years ago. And you know, it increases every year. The amount globally that's spent on beauty, it's absolutely ridiculous. And then if you go into our specific group spending on beauty and products outside of us, it's such a waste. So when I see all of this, you know, people that are actually creating from within, using our own raw material minerals from the motherland to create, it is very, very empowering, very important and very empowering, because we have to take ownership of what's coming from us, you know, and stop buying outside of us and using chemicals that could potentially be very dangerous for us. There's been a lot of that revealed a long time ago from Jamelia when she did her documentary on hair, Good Hair, it was called. I don't know if I've mixed that up. And then we had another one from Chris Rock as well, when he looked at the hair industry specifically.
Chris Rock was good hair. Chris Rock was good hair.
Say again?
Chris Rock was good hair.
Which one?
Chris Rock's one was good hair. I can't remember what Jamelia's was called. But yeah,
can I
just say at this point, emphasis on the word beauty. You know what I'm saying? As far as the category is concerned. But what's it called? Let us check out another business. Big up yourself, Kanda Beauty, and all those behind it. And thank you for sharing your black business with us. 1 second, family. I'm just waiting for this internet to catch up with I. All right, cool. So let us see who's next. Who is next? Hold on. I can't see the.
I just want to big up while you're looking. Reflect Culture. They have been on for the whole day.
Yeah, the whole day, man. So I'm gonna tell you what. I think that one right there deserves a reward still.
Yeah.
They have been there for the whole day. So the family at Reflect Culture, I'm gonna send you, because we haven't really done this, although we was going to, but I'm gonna send you the link so you can jump on if you want to before we wrap up. Yeah, which we will be doing soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's my understanding. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was 24 hours, no sleep. No.
Well, yeah, you know. Yeah. Anyway, what's it? What am I saying?
You want to look them up? Is that what you want to do?
No. I'm just trying to work out something.
Well, whilst you're doing that, I'll read out some of the comments that we've been having. There's a lot of positivity, which has been great. This has been the most productive day of me watching TV all day. Need this more often. Thank you, Teddy Snow. M.A. Brown says, brilliant day. Nelson Evora, the continent is sitting on more than $82 trillion in discovered natural resources. Why not stop the brain drain and build up an economic base? We are in complete agreement of that.
Yes, indeed.
Brother Delani from the Stop the Ma'angamizi movement, big up Brother Delani, says, rise up African kings and queens, Hotep, Hotep.
All right, let's see what else is going on here. So let me know what stands out to you, family. What we're going to click on.
Okay, there's a lot of beauty, isn't there?
Let's try and go to a sorry, say again.
What's the sweet treats there? Is that natural sweet? The candy sweet treats. Oh no, Nat Gooder 79. What's that?
Okay,
she
yeah,
tagged a lot of people.
She tagged bare people. Oh, yeah. So wait, you got a sweet tooth, yeah? You want to see what I go out for the sweet treats?
Yeah, natural
Right.
sweets. My kids.
Right, cool.
Yeah.
For the kids, yeah. For the kids, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying natural sweets are good because this lot. Ooh.
I thought it was for the kids, sis. I thought it was for the kids.
Yeah, but buy some sweets.
This is definitely not for the kids. I see some Jamaican rum there.
That's a good point. The Ray and nephew is not for the children.
It was really funny what your guest was saying earlier about the Snickers. Remember he was saying about how with the advertising and stuff, sometimes people just, and it's so funny how that's so true. Because when I was a teenager, I couldn't get through my day without a Twix or a Snicker. Or, you just it's instinctive, isn't it? You just will look for that because that's all you remember from.
Yeah.
But it's not until you get older you start thinking, well, let's have a look at other alternatives. But
yeah,
we've got Tux Mindset body. Yeah, Tux Mindset body. So,
wow.
All right, so I'll click on this one. One for the ladies and that.
Is it?
You know what I mean? All right, kings and queens, you know. So Tux Mindset body, you know what I'm saying? And all them something there. You get me? So yeah, check it out, kings and queens. We got black businesses in all kinds of fields. You know what I mean?
It's true. What we have, we had Shingy. I was gonna say, because artists are also business people, right? Service comes in all kinds of forms.
Yes.
And yeah, it all needs to be mentioned. What's really fascinating about today is that we have got there's a misconception that we are limited, and we are in so many different sectors.
Well, yeah, just as the brother Daryl pointed out with his data research on his website. Forgive me, Shakara, can you remember the website off your head?
Which website?
Daryl's with the data collection.
No, I cannot. Sorry.
Oh man, it's so sorry, but yeah, we will have all those details for you. But his data collection, as we know, is one of the most important resources. Data, as we move into 2021 and beyond, is amazing. The resource.
Daniel Lester's or Daryl.
Daryl.
Okay.
The amount of different fields we're in, and he was just listing them, and they were just going and going and going. In terms of owned businesses, so. It's the mindset change that is really the shift that's coming.
And I thought Jason Barrett made an excellent point earlier about, sometimes we can get put off by the £1-2 more expensive, but we don't have the luxury to be paying less. We don't. We really don't. So if it means paying that extra £2-3, then let us know that we're building something with that.
So are you talking about Harold, the CEO guy? Are you talking about the CEO that was talking about his own currency?
Yes.
No, not the one before him who also they've worked together.
Yeah, I think he was Stable Ascent, wasn't he? Stable Ascent or something?
Yeah, no, not him. There was another one before him.
Okay.
Daryl.
So this is Freedom 3 Store. Yeah, so check that out on the Instagram. Yeah, you can check out our post to get through to the Freedom 3 Store. So do check that out. Want to check out another business right now? Hold tight, kings and queens.
Shakra, is Montu in the back?
1 second. Right, so we got 1 second. Sorry.
Anyone that has given any money as well, lots of contributions.
Montu's not in the back. We do have some other people in the back though. 1 second. All right. So we've got Amenoir. Oh, hold on.
Yes.
We've got.
Are you in the back? Are you in the back of the thing?
All right. So Go Getter is there. He's checking that if his regimen's there. Mike Assassin's in the back, but I don't have space to bring you through at the moment, bro. Unfortunately.
Do you want me to? I can hop off because I need to put the youngest to bed.
No problem. Sis.
Yeah, he's only 6, and his sisters are reporting him to me already. I can hear them screaming, "Come and get him!" So I might have to hop off and do that. I'm afraid. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for joining us, sis.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. And please, you know what? One message I'll leave you with, right? It's not about always having to be known. Okay. Normally, what I mean by that is in the profession, nobody needs to know my name, but the people that need to know my name. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
it's not always about the power. It's about how you use it. Okay. So my husband, right? He's the #1 he's the #1 surgeon in his field in this country. But if I ask any of you his name, y'all don't know his name. However, he is helping so many people, and even some of them he's operating on free of charge. So it's important that people know that, right? Get Black people to understand the education element is key. Once you have the education, you have the attitude. If you want to help people, you can help people in all sorts of ways. As you say, it's not about money. It's about your drive, your ambition, what you're going to do, and how you're going to spread your word, right? So the more people, I'm going to spread the word about gotKushTV. Obviously, I'm going to tell everybody. I'm going to put it on my practice website so people can follow you. But you just need to know Blacks need to work together. It's a conglomeration and an agglomeration now. And there's no competition in this time, particularly at a time like this with COVID, okay? So
Thank you very much, sis.
last year I treated over 500 Black people for free because we can do that. The more people we help, the more people we can treat for free. So I want other businesses doing the same thing.
You brought something to mind which you haven't probably focused on a lot today, sis, but it's the context of family in the context of business. And so when you mention your husband and something there, I want to profile that because people say you shouldn't mix business with family and pleasure and something there and very. But I feel like it's important to demonstrate successful businesses operating in the context of families. And we can do that a little bit more right now because we've got Amenoir in the place. So so yeah, stay tuned. We're gonna go in. We're gonna go in. Yeah, thank you very much, sister.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, love you all. Bye.
So shout out to Goal Getter, Budge. Budge. All right, let's Budge. Yes, bro. We got Budge. We got Budge. Yes, King. Shout out to Mike Assassin.
Mike Assassin.
The real son. Getting that real son.
Yeah, Mike Assassin is obviously not in the UK. What's yeah. All right, so let's start. Amenoir, introduce yourself to the family, King.
Yosh.
Yes, King.
Yes, greetings, family, greetings. First and foremost, yes, my name is Amenoir from a family business called Reflect Couture. I just want to rise up, gotKush, man. I know time is short, but I really want to rise everyone up. Today has been phenomenal. We logged on at 11 o'clock in the morning, and we've been in and out trying to juggle the family business because one of the things about today has been, we've been active. People have supported, people have bought, people have purchased, but more importantly, the information that's been shared today from all different levels, from what I call, from the streets to the suites, it's the level of mastery and understanding of the requirement for us to move forward has been phenomenal. So rise up, everybody, from gotKush, all of the presenters, all the people in the background. I know Coach is working hard back there, man. But rise you all up, man. Rise you all up. It's been a phenomenal wealth of information day and just Black excellence, man. All round.
Oh, thank you so much.
Give
King.
thanks, Amenoir. Give thanks. So, can you just tell the people a bit more about Reflect Culture and you as an educator, Couture? Sorry, Reflect Couture, and you as an artist as well. You and Narai, and as an educator as well.
All right, I'm hearing it a bit choppy, but I think I got what you said. Yeah, Reflect Couture is a family business. Myself and my queen Nyarai, and our 3 children, Zion, Kasim, and Nia. We had this idea of doing a brand a long time ago, and one of the things about what is so beneficial about today is that people inspire you just by doing. And we was fortunate to have who decided that they needed something and it wasn't readily available, so they created it. And we found that for our children, imagery is so imperative. I know our brother spoke earlier on, phenomenal the way that he aligned.
Brother, you're cutting out a little bit. I think it might be the internet.
Portrait of imagery with how we inspire our next. It becomes
internet.
It imperative. So child, this like me. It makes us know that what we're doing. Although we had the twin, now nothing happens before it's time for us. We've also seen during the period, we've also seen other businesses grow in terms of children. Our focus is primarily for our children and the next generation, give them positive reflections.
Brother Namanwar, can you
yeah, as
hear me?
a husband.
Amen. Okay, yeah, I think Aman's got internet issues. But yeah, so Brother Budge, please can you introduce yourself?
Yes, family, good show, man. I'm loving the marathon today. But basically, I want to highlight a business. This right here. It's a black-owned football club.
Oh, Steve, okay.
Yeah, it's in Headley. Another one. That's the first thing I want to show, yeah? And that's Bobby Kazanga. That's who owns the football club.
Okay.
Follow him, big him up. But first, what I wanted to go over is commodities, really, and preserving our purchasing power. That's what I want to talk about. And network marketing. I'm a bit nervous. I haven't done this before. But anyway. What I do basically, I save in gold and I show others and I get paid for it. So these are what we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to basically tell the people. People need to know we need to save in gold in commodities because, as you know, the pound doesn't hold this purchasing power. It devalues every year due to inflation. So if we would have bought gold like 20 years ago, for instance, 20 years ago it was 200 an ounce. Today it's like 1,200 an ounce. So you would have doubled your money, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Also, I should have got my present right. You know what? I don't even know. I forgot what I was going to say, you know. I want to bring black businesses, basically, this kind of information. Rather than using the pound, I want us to trade in gold. Because that would be like a spine for the company. It will hold the company up. Like, this is paper money. This is a £5 worth of gold. Yeah. Also, you could save in silver. And at the minute, silver is extremely undervalued. Extremely undervalued. And if you go onto the US debt clock, that's for further information, you will see an ounce right now is meant to be around 30,000 an ounce. For silver, for an ounce, it's meant to be around 1,000 an ounce. So right now, everything's being manipulated. If you understand what I'm saying.
Around the time of COVID?
Huh?
Around this time, the specific time? that we're in? Or are you saying in general?
I'm saying, because at the minute, everything's pegged to the dollar, yeah? But what the world's been doing, like for instance, Russia, China, they've been accumulating gold because they're depegging from the dollar.
Yes.
Yeah. So the dollar's gonna go devalue crazy eventually. And as the brother was saying earlier in the show, once that devalues, that affects all currencies. That's what he was saying. It affects all currencies. America's currency affects all currencies. So if America sneezes, the whole world catches the flu, in theory. That's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to get the community to get around and effectively saving gold by leveraging a company where I buy my gold from credit cards and you'll be paid for accumulating gold. Same as a bank, really. So I want to push in-home banking, in effect, moving like every central bank in the world. They accumulate gold, and what they do with our money when we save it in the bank, they trade on our behalf.
So I got a question here, because I share, like, you're doing exactly your way in a path which I'm inspired by gold. Gold in alchemical terms is perfection. And I'm just wondering if you know about the history of why gold specifically is so important to us.
I don't know the exact history, but I just know it's been a currency for God knows how long. That's God's money in terms. This is the money that we should be using instead of fiat currency, which is devaluing year by year.
Yes.
We should be saving in commodities and gold. That's why I save in gold, personally. I know you can consume it as well and all those kind of things. Like Condolittle silver and them kind of things, I think, if I said it right.
So basically, next time, we're gonna do Black Gold Day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should circulate gold and silver because that's real money in turn. And when you want the fiat currency, you can always go to the Hatton Garden, the bullion shop, and sell it there and get the currency at the time. But with this, it's always going to hold its value.
What's the name of this?
Oh, this is a company. I leverage Carrot Bars. It's called Carrot Bars.
Carrot Bars.
Yeah, Carrot Bars.
In a group.
But that's a mint that I leverage. So I've got a team of. I build a team of savers in theory, and as they're saving, I get a commission of every sale in turn. So that's what network marketing is. So that's why I've teamed up also. I'm going to team up with Ras, with the Family Forever crew. And that's in turn, it's the same thing as the roads, basically. You're just building a line of people that save gold and then you're going to get paid for it. It's the exact same thing.
Serious.
And same as this silver company, I just discovered this last week in theory. So I haven't fully signed up to this one, but this came through the post today.
So, can you put your details of your website in the group so we can share it, please?
Yeah, I will do, definitely. But Nicky's my cousin anyway. Nicole's my cousin, so he's got my details. But I will definitely do that as well.
Brilliant. So we also have Mike Assassin on the gotKush. Oh, wait a minute, he just dropped out.
No. And he was like, let me just jump in.
Yeah, the timing of that.
The timing. Is he coming back? We've got we've got Brother Lewis.
Oh,
Lewis,
this is he's gonna explain the Forex, the networking and the Forex side. I was waiting on him.
Okay. Well, I just wanna say, gotKushTV, love what you're doing, reaching out to so many levels, to so many different people. Big hand to gotKushTV. When I turn up the background noise, huh? Okay, so sorry about that. Someone's telling us off in patois. I think I did a good job, did I? I don't know. I'm not
it was fine. It was fine, you know. It can pass. It can pass. You know what I mean? but to be fair though, it's proven that people that speak patois are unable to read it. So you know what I mean?
So, fantastic. You dropped out just as I was about to introduce you. Yeah. So we have some great conversations about business and finance and such. So I think your knowledge and your mindset is key for this conversation. So I'm just leaving it open for you to share whatever you want to share.
Blessings. Can you hear me okay? Is it all right?
Yes, yes.
All right, so blessings everyone. My name's Mike Assassin. I'm a music artist, entrepreneur, and director. And today's been powerful. I felt like Black Pound Day felt like it was my birthday today. The way I was just excited, just on social, just going through everyone's profiles, just clicking like, connecting with my other friends online who run businesses, and I think yeah, it lifted my energy today definitely, because it was I remember when Swiss first announced it, and I thought the concept was powerful. So to see it today, actually, manifest and come to life, it's been powerful, and it's been a very uplifting day. I've learned so much about the different businesses. I've been on the stream for a few hours, just catching up and just watching amazing things. So thank you for having me on. Thank you, blessings, Shakara, Nat, Stella. Thank you all to the team at gotKush for real.
Sister Ari as well. Yes, thank you so much, Mike. Good to see you. Looking so blessed, topping up that melanin. I see. Yes.
I'm trying. I'm just getting munched up by mosquitoes, but I'm enjoying it. I'm here.
So do you have any like hot tips, like just something that's off the top of the head that you think might benefit any of our listeners or us in terms of business? Anything that you've learned that you think hasn't been mentioned?
I think controlling our story and our narrative is so important. Which is like, I run a multimedia company, and being able to tell our own stories is so powerful. Being able to shape the narrative and accurately represent ourselves, because as you know, like the visual communications and media is a way that a lot of times they used to depict us in certain ways, certain stereotypes and ways that kind of show us less than. So being able to actively display ourselves visually is important. Today is an important day, as we know, with Black Pound Day. I have been involved with an organization called Money Mob for probably it's got to be about the last 3 years. And Money Mob is pretty much a similar concept. Like Money Mob seeks different Black-owned businesses, and every month we will Money Mob a certain business. And the founder, Paul Mohammed, is someone that I've been working with. And so basically just like the concept of actually spending, putting money where your mouth is, and controlling our own visual communication is important. So today I thought, yeah, money where your mouth is, and controlling our own narrative, definitely.
Brilliant.
Yes.
And I want to bring in Lewis. Lewis, do you have anything to say? I mean, Budge was saying that you can talk about Forex.
And welcome back to Brother Aminar as well. Reflect Couture, you're back. So good to see you back as well. We will bring you back into the conversation. Just want to hear from Brother Lewis.
Hiya. Thank you. And I wanted to say to Leon, thank you for inviting me onto the call. I've been on since way early this afternoon. I've been on pretty much the whole entire time. Unfortunately, I had to run out to a meeting, which I'm about to start in a minute. So my time is going to be limited. But I did want to say, you guys are amazing. Just the movement, the power, the energy, the information, the intelligence. There's so much. There's been so much to learn today. I'm standing here and I've wrote so much notes from so many different speakers. I just want to say I'm grateful for the platform and everything you're doing. Yeah, I did want to briefly, because my time's limited, I'll briefly go over trading. I know we had a speaker earlier about Forex trading. And Forex trading has a really bad misconception about it, actually. And effectively, what I tell everybody, I've been doing it now for nearly 18 months, but 9 months really consistently with discipline. Trading is not a get-rich-quick scheme. That's the misconception which leads a lot of people to losing their money. It's a $6.6 trillion industry. We have to understand that. And it's an industry that I like to make people aware of, and I have to reinforce. Nobody, or not nobody, because nothing's impossible, but in order to function in a $6.6 trillion industry that is based off of money, we need to be educated. So where we get our education and where we seek our information from is one of the most important things, especially when seeking financial literacy. I'm not a teacher, I'm not a promoter, and I'm not a salesman. I've learned from an academy which also teaches independent business ownership, which in part of that has helped me with Leon, who first initially showed me about affiliate and network marketing. And now through that, me and him are managing to build businesses and impact people and change their lives. So one thing I wanted to say about trading is a lot of us have seen, so much stuff online, so much stuff on TV. We see loads of charts. Some of us may be familiar. There are things that we call candlesticks on the charts. They go up and down. On the bottom of our charts, we have time, and on the side of the charts, we have our price. What I wanted to say, because this is going to be quite briefing, is from everything I've learned, the answers to trading success are not found on the charts. I've never found trading success through the charts, through the analysis. All of that stuff is, it comes secondary to education and information. And the information that I'll say is this, is through trading, which is investing, we all have to understand, and which a lot of us are scared of, is that there's risk involved. But what I wanted to tell you guys is the amazing thing about Forex trading now is we have the ability, irrespective of our capital. Leon has joined the platform just a few months ago, and a lot of us don't have so much capital in order to start with. So what, sorry, 1 second again. Yeah. So one of the most important things I first taught Leon is what we call risk management. It's risk management and teaching him how to compound his account. So it's what that is effectively teaching him how that the charts, what happens on the charts doesn't matter. And if you guys, this might be a little bit about maths and numbers, but this is exactly how you do it. And I did want to explain it, and I've got the time to do it. Risk management is all about calculating how much you're willing to risk on your investment. This is something that happens in absolutely every industry. In any business, any investment always carries a risk. So it's something we shouldn't be afraid about. And what I work with Leon in is what we call risk to reward ratios. So I'm not going to personalize this. I'll just say person A, student A that I help, has a capital of £100, and I'll tell you the rules and the disciplines of which I teach and which I show how this works. I tell Leon that no matter what happens in this world, you do not enter any investment or trade that is of a risk to reward of less than 1 to 5. What that means is for every £1 he risks, he will stand to be rewarded £5. And what we do is we operate that system over a long term. Because what that means is through making 5 different investments, you only need to return on one of them in order to break even. Mm-hmm. So if you have £100 account and you risk just 1% of your account 5 times, that would be a total of 5% risk. You only need to be successful on one of those trades in order to break even. So I've told Leon, and I'm telling you guys now, with discipline and following the rules in trading, it shouldn't be a painful experience. It should be a glorious experience because it becomes difficult to lose once you are strict with your discipline and applying the rules. And this is why what happens on the chart doesn't matter. How, I don't know about everybody's experience, and everyone's experience may be varying. But in order to manage your risk and reward, whatever you do on the charts, you can be a loser and still not lose money. Something Leon's doing and Leon's mastering the art of is how you can make 5 different investments, only return 1, and then you don't lose your money. So it becomes impossible to break your account. To lose your account, you have to lose maybe 50 trades in a row, which even as a beginner, I couldn't do that. I probably came close to it when I first started, but even as a beginner, I couldn't do it. So, sorry, let me just get these one note. So what I wanted to speak to you people about is trading. The answers to trading are not found on the screen. They're found in the application of risk management and understanding how to compound your account over time. What else did I have written down? So,
yeah,
I don't want to take too much of you guys' time either, because I know it's
we're
we're
gonna
a long time tonight, and I could speak about this all night. I'm rushing through it a bit briefly.
Yeah, please. Can you put your details in the groups so that we can share it? And yeah, like Chakara's been saying all day, we're gonna have to expand on this conversation.
I would absolutely love to, man. And I heard what you guys were speaking about. This is not a day, it's a movement. So I'd love to be involved on another occasion where I could get some time to really sit down and dive into it with some people.
Yeah, that'd be great. And before we I guess get to the close, I just want to bring back Amin Noir, because Amin, you were talking, but we didn't catch much. So please, it's a lot to ask, but please, can you just repeat and what you were saying?
Sorry, Nat. Just before Amin comes in, let me just run a couple of the information that we haven't been running for a while, just to keep certain consistency. Is that all right, bro? Sorry. Just in the break, yeah. Yeah, very quickly. Just got to deal with this situation right here and then here. Thank you very much. Yeah, apologies for this, but we just got to make sure we keep certain things consistent. All right, stay tuned.
Lyricism is a craft. Leave the gimmicks to the half-hearts who can only walk the beaten path and rock the stereotypical mask. They stole our swag, pimped us out, called it mainstream, and we said bun it. The only stream we feel is the one that flows from our current. We were the genius, wide-eyed, trying to fraternize with the gatekeeper to the mansion. Every time we got too black, no exposure was the sanction. He couldn't resist the rhythm, stayed making pee from our riggers, saying, please continue to create like gods, just so long as you spit like niggas, but we're them perverted revolutionaries. Don't let us in the door, we kick it down. Seal the roof, we smash through the ceiling. And now we've become wise enough to construct our own buildings. Their mansion is a minor, to their industry we don't aspire. Now London's burning, car we ignite the UK fire. So spit high caliber MC, rapper, bring the spoken word poet. Vocalists construct those melodies of resonant frequencies and send it out to the world. If Omawale Malcolm was a poet, we are the means necessary. Carrying Yah Santa was bullets on the winds of our words. If Messiah was music, we are the whirlwind and the storm. Be black as you wanna be, this is your platform. Like how the Most High created the world, it's recognized as the first gift. gotKushTV, we bring you Wordsmith. gotKushTV.com is now opening for you to advertise, calling all businesses, promoters, event organizers, artists, service providers, content creators, and brands of every kind. If you are looking to share your business or services with a growing and diverse audience, gotKushTV is the space for you. Advertising space is available all over the website. You can advertise here, 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 and you can even advertise here. All spaces are going at very reasonable rates, and we even have a design and production service, especially for those who will need an advert designed or produced for you. For inquiries, don't hesitate to contact us. info@gotKushTV.co.uk. Advertising on gotKushTV.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Yes, indeed, kings and queens. Give thanks for allowing that brief intermission, just to let you know the services that we provide right here at gotKushTV. All right, okay. Aminoir, you were saying in relation to...
sorry, family. I'm reading the chat, man. The chat's popping, star. I love it. I love it. I don't know what you heard, what you didn't hear. Should I start again or should I carry?
Yeah, please from the top.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, firstly, again, I said rise up, gotKushTV for this platform. The information has been powerful and consistent and on various levels. And I love the fact that we were able to approach it from different aspects. And that was probably the most I took from today, man. So thank you for the platform, man. It's just beautiful. I know brother Nkosi's in the background and working hard. I know Chakara's doing about 300 things. I know now popping in and out. I know everyone's doing their thing, man. So I know it takes a team to be able to do this, man. And that collectivity is what it's about. Yeah, my name's Aminwa. I am a father. I'm a husband. I am a creative. I am a co-founder of Reflect Couture with my wife, Nyarai. We have 3 children. Eldest is 20, 16, and a 5-year-old. Our business initially started by us deciding to follow suit with a lot of positivity around us that said, do where you see there is a gap. And so what we decided to do was to put something into fruition that we spoke about 20 years ago in regards to providing sourcing images for our young children. See, we value imagery, and we recognize how powerful imagery is for our younger generation. So I know the brother, I've forgotten his name, with the Heru comic series. Jason, he summed it up perfectly in regards to us underestimating the power of imagery, and we must take control of that from a very young age. And I mean from very young, from baby images, them seeing images of coloring and shades and just blackness in all its form. And so we decided to create a children's brand primarily from babies, from as little as 0 to 3 months, up to 6 years. That was our initial plan. We found it difficult to go into shops to buy for our children, and that becomes a point where you settle for second best and things lower than yourself. And so therefore we decided we're not willing to do that anymore. And we created the brand 2 years ago now. It feels like yesterday. We're still learning. We're very young in creation, but we are supported by community who recognize that now is the time, man. Now is the time. And if it wasn't said before, the doing aspect, you know, this is why today, in terms of Black Pound Day and Ujamaa, that collective economics and being able to buy from each other and support each other, it has been something that allows us to keep connected to our community and our family. This is one fraction of the Nguza Saba that we embrace in regards to financially looking at what we're about. Reflect Couture is spawned from the idea of Kujagalia, self-determining and defining for ourselves. And so all of these things allow our family business to be something that we have been able to evolve. I said we started from 0 to 6 years, and then someone said, oh, we got 7 years. We said, yeah, man, we can do that, man. We can do that. And then next thing you know, we have teen range and we have adult range, and we're finding that more parents are buying for themselves more than they're picking now. So it's a strange thing. You know what I mean? But the reality is
fun where you come in a wide range of colors. You love the icon. Come on, man. And we're all big kids as well. We all want to have in the hoodie. You know, we want.
Yeah, we want to be cool too.
right. I hear that. But this is the thing, that imagery is based upon the male and female, right? It's based upon our flagships, Zumi and Mosiah. And the idea was to give it in as many forms as we could. So we currently have hoodies, t-shirts, pajamas, cups, bags. And the idea is that we are developing this with other people. This is something that we're working at the moment with other people who are doing similar things, not in competition with, but let's look at how we can source our t-shirts from the continent, because we can produce it. So why can't we then be using that as our basis for what we're our buying power and whatnot? So this is what collectively allows us to develop and grow. I come from a creative background, so my wife is also a vocalist, so we use that creativity. I lie with my brother Shakra, because obviously we're in the same spoken word collective. But what has always been paramount was doing for self, and you know, I've always been an advocate for that. And so when I see people now doing for self in every level, I think the brother was showing something from myblackmarket.com, was showing how wide our businesses are now. We want for nothing. You know, we want for nothing. And if there is anything that we don't have, it's been built and it's been thought about and created as we speak. So that becomes a driver for us to just continue building our industries to the point where I have to spend no money in that system at all. I don't need to.
I have options for so many things now, you know. So that's what we're about. We are very much part of a wider community. My children have just began to brand for themselves, so they will be taking the family business to a teen level. They're on Snapchat and them thing they were I can't keep up with. Yeah, so that's about us, man. I know there's more that I could say, but I'll leave it there for now.
Just tell everyone your Instagram link, where people can, you know, support the business. I heard you say, I was going to ask, you know, I was hoping you'd say that, and I'm glad you did, that people have been actually putting their money where their mouth is in terms of supporting today, and you've been, you know, rushed off your feet, as it were. So I'm liking that. Our community is keeping it real. So yeah, where can people support?
Yeah, you can support all of our social medias, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. It's at Reflect Couture. Couture, COUTURE, reflectcouture.com. And all of our socials are there, and our YouTube channel as well. Now we're very new to this thing, and it's funny because one of the things that I enjoyed today was recognizing that as the generational shift when you have to learn new technology. So we're trying to build up our subscription. Rise up, gotKush. I think it was just 15 grand on a reach. So rise up them numbers there where they're playing something like 22. Shh, don't tell nobody. But it starts from these things. We start to grow and build and recognize that there's other avenues. So yeah, that's where you can find us.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amdua.
Bless, man.
Bless.
Shakara, you have in the back?
No, not at the moment. So let's keep it going until we get our final guest through.
Okay, let's keep the energy up. Support gotKushTV. Visit gotkushtv.com/support. We've got more donations coming through. Ultra Funky, give thanks for your donation as well.
And the patty, bro, because I'm apparently I got to put this towards the patty fund. So yeah, because we're supporting the patty fund right now. And in the spirit of family, he said to me, you know, not just to get one for myself, but get one for my missus as well. So you know what I'm saying? So we give thanks to
Sorry, Shaq, can I say something? Can I just say something just quick as well?
Yeah, go.
We want to give something away as well, yeah. So we'll give away, and I'll be fair, we'll give something for the adults then. So we'll give an adult hoodie and we'll give a child premium hoodie. So anything from 0 to 6 months. In fact, you do the competition, we'll provide something from our website and they can choose what they want, except for the jog suits. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Okay. We'll have to think of that then. So for those of us who are staying to the end, you're gonna get a special thing in it. So we'll leave the competition until the end for the die-hard, the people them that really want to stay in at this thing. And then we'll drop a competition. And so basically we'll take their contacts, and we'll send them to you, and you can get in contact with them, All right.
No worries.
Can I just say, someone has said you are their favorite, Shakara, you are their favorite, one of their favorite speakers, Shaka the Great.
Shaka the Great.
Well, give thanks, appreciate it.
So I've got to shout that out. Okay, and give thanks for that, Amanoa. That's brilliant. We'll be hopefully I can win that competition. Yeah.
Amen, you didn't put that out for the gotKush team, did you?
For the team.
Amen. You could probably speak to this to some degree, yeah. I'm a baby in this thing, but the Ultra Funky is asking, big up, brother Shakara speaks. I know today is about group economics, but would you be able to touch on I'm sure that's supposed to be importance when you have the word family and impotence in that. You have to be very careful in this time. You have to be very careful. All right, the importance of raising a well-adjusted, well-balanced family.
How important is it? I mean, you mentioned something earlier, which was about we've been told that never mix business and pleasure, right? But when you look at some of the biggest businesses on this planet, they're all family based. All of them.
Yes.
So there's something if you have a family structure, and I'm not just talking about the so-called nuclear family, I'm talking about the extended family. If you have an extended family that is close knit, that's the beginning of your revolution, right? because you can push your business and your ideas and your dreams and your aspirations through this. If you then have a community that supports and backs this, then it can only grow. So it becomes integral for our children to understand, number one, self, as I said before, yourself, you have to define for yourself. So regardless of whether or not you think mum and dad have a good business, it's your business. And you need to take control of it and understand business. And in fact, you are in maybe a better position than us to understand how we can take this business to another level. So the family is the cornerstone, I believe, for business. And I'm saying family in regards to when you start to look at businesses that stay together, it's because people have come together and said, it's bigger than us.
Yeah.
It's bigger than us. And it's the same for family. It's bigger than me and my queen. It's bigger than us. Our legacy is about our building something for our children. Our parents gave us something, whether that was food, clothing, and show. Even if you only want to say it was that alone, some parents will be able to have passed on information and knowledge through music and other ways. However, it's up to us now to develop that into another level of growth. So family is integral, man. I can't stress that enough. I'm blessed to have a queen who understands all of that and then some, and teaches me in regards to how important it is that I develop things with my daughter and I develop things with my son. So yes, it's integral for the growth of us as a people, man. I can't stress that enough.
I think that's an absolutely brilliant answer, because basically, I made a point earlier about that, you know, thinking about money in a negative way limits us. And what Shakara and yourself has expanded upon, family can't work together and all of that. Who does that work and benefit for? The elite families that rule the world, essentially. So us shifting that mentality, and you actually being a prime example of that, I think is imperative to all of us to actually take that on board and think of our families as a business, or utilizing our families in a business format, for sure.
And can I just want to add as well, I just want to rise up, Illuminate Essentials. They're a skincare brand, but the reason why I want to big them up is because they give us motivation in regards to how you have children learning about business alongside you. So things like homeschooling, things like going out to work a 9 to 5 don't exist because we're working as a family. And when you work as a family, you can get more done. And so this is what it becomes real integral. I use them as a basis, not because of just they have a brilliant product. It's because they are an example of a family who have turned their life in a direction where we are going to base our life in the home. And our life is going to be based around homeschooling and developing our business practice. That's beautiful, man. That's a beautiful example for me to even be around, let alone hear about, you know? So that is where we change. I know we're not talking about education in that sense, but when we look at homeschooling, it then has a knock-on effect on what you do with your time business-wise.
And we've got a friend called Queenie, dope MC, by the way. And we've got to link you up. She's in Croydon as well. But she was saying that basically in this lockdown period where her children has been at home, she has found herself to be even more productive than when they are at school. I thought that was so ironic. But it makes perfect sense as to just what you just said.
Yeah, 100, man. 100. I think as well, being these times, the whole period of Corona and whatnot has allowed people to really look at what homeschooling is and look at how, you know, that might be able to work, you know, because I've been able to manage this, I've been able to manage that, that might be able to work. And that as an option then changes the way that you look at how you spend your 24 hours. And so therefore, business entrepreneurial skills become something that becomes a commodity that more people are now recognizing. What skills do I have? Yeah, back in school I was a good artist, back in school I was a good dancer, back in school I was a good whatever it is. It allows you to monetize some of that and be able to invest in yourself and your family. Back again to Kujagalia.
Someone said facts. Ultra Funky said Bats, and someone said the Kardashian family. Not sure about that example, but fine.
They're big things in the world of reality TV and all kinds of different industries at the moment. But as a family, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There are many things that we wouldn't take on in terms of the example, but they are a family. You know what I'm saying? And they've even managed to rope many of us into the family. but we won't go into that today. I'll leave the audience to assess whether that was a positive thing or a negative thing.
Especially for our breakdown.
Say again? Yeah, the insight, you know. Now I'm gonna leave Kanye alone. I kind of dealt with Kanye a month ago or two, so we don't want to leave Kanye alone. But shout out to Miss Tish, Tishalish, because she's asking Shakara and Natna and Celebi, have you guys had time to even eat today? Eat a patty, yeah, welfare, eat a patty, you know, you have to eat a patty. So once again, give thanks to Ultra Funky for the eat a patty fund. You know what I'm saying? We are, you know, going at the eat a patty fund. Marcus Hassan, you've been quiet for a hot minute, so I want to give you the opportunity to elucidate anything that you've, you know, been listening to for the last how long?
I wanted to add on to that last part, what King was saying about the whole kind of genesis and power of having family involved in what you do. So currently right now, I'm out in Barbados and I'm staying with family. And my younger cousin, who when I first set up my business, I set up my first business back in 2003, which was a record label. And then over the years, it transformed into a video production company. So my younger cousin, who was with me in 2009, when I was making a transition into the video production world, I brought him to every meeting with me. Every time I went into a meeting with clients, every time we were pitching, every time I was putting together business plans, I brought him into these meetings with me. He came back to Barbados, set up his own video production company. So now, when I'm out here, everything I need to get done can be done out here. He has his own team, he has his own staff, he has everything. If I'm in the UK, when I'm back in the UK and I need footage, I might need drone footage of a beach setting. I just have to let him know, cause this is what I need. Get the footage to me, upload it, send it. So this is something I specifically put in place from early. I sat down all my younger cousins and I said to them, look, everybody's got to have some type of hustle. It's got to be a dope hustle. It's got to be something that we can all collectively intertwine together. It just happened to be that some of them took it on board a lot more than others. Some of the others are involved in property, etc. When they need visual work, we go out and we deal with that. And so I say that collective family unity for me personally has worked across seas, and it means that we can just get things done at the drop of a hat. So it's powerful, and it's we just want to keep building that. So I just wanted to add to that, when you have a family structure that's involved and everybody knows what the end goal is, because we always talk about it from a perspective of empires. We're like, okay, our kids need to be able to have this business. Our kids, that's how we're always thinking. Whether we're putting together websites where people can download content that we've put online, or whether we're looking at royalty-free music websites, or we're putting together packages of online video production, we're always thinking, how is our kids going to be able to eat and benefit off of this? So I really think that's a very pertinent and powerful point.
Yeah, it's dynastic thinking, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
We're thinking we're thinking 100 years plus ahead of time.
100 years. 100 years is a powerful amount as well. I'm trying to remember what car company it was that have a 100-year plan. And when I first thought of that, I thought 100-year plan. A 100-year plan is a very deep thing. That shows that there's been some type of beyond your lifetime thinking. And I think beyond your lifetime thinking is something that I feel there was a stage in history where we did that more. Right now it's very shortened in terms of our longevity thinking. But I think once you're thinking beyond, especially if you're thinking beyond your life and beyond the life of your kids as well, I think you move in a certain spiritual, ancestral way as well. You can't do so much crud knowing that this is gonna be fought against your offspring. Do you know what I mean? And I think when you start thinking 100 years, 200, imagine having a business plan that was 500 years and your family had to manifest that. That's powers. Like, imagine that, just embedding that in kids. Like, you got to fulfill Granddad Mike Assassin's plan. You got to fulfill Great Granddad Mike Assassin's plan. Do you know what I mean? To the point where it just has to go down the line. That's power. And when you got businesses out there, the dynastic businesses who have been in power for many years, it's like that's I always wondered, how do they do that? How do you instill that from that young age? So yeah, that's what we've got to do. We've got to do that.
All right, family.
Did you want to say anything? Sorry. I'm handing it back to you.
To who? Sorry.
Sorry, I was so absorbed. My apologies. No, not at this stage. You know what it is? I tell you, I'll be truthful to you right now. Right now it's about 2 o'clock where I am.
Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say it's levels for you. I realize that. So what we're gonna do right now, we've got a final guest, and then we're gonna wrap the show. Yeah. So giving thanks to Mark Assassin, giving thanks to Amenwa. Thank you. And do check out both reflectcouture.com. Where can they find you, Mark Assassin?
You can find me at Mike Assassin on all socials, or at Forward360 on all socials. Forward360.com, MikeAssassin.com. Yeah.
Please type all that in the live stream, and we'll highlight it for the people them. And all these things. And by the way, we've got a competition. I've got a question in my mind. Yeah. So for those who stay after we speak to our next guest, we're going to be asking the question for those who want to win a free, what they call it, gift card or token or coupon. Do one of them something there for Reflect Couture. And so the first person to type the answer in the YouTube chat will win that competition. Yeah. I've got the question in my mind. It's there. It's right there, isn't it? So stay tuned. I'm gonna give thanks, bro. Yeah, I'm saying give thanks, bro. I say give thanks for coming through. Right. So I'm gonna take a moment to read from the Helios Biblos, the Holy Bible, also known as Blueprint for Black Power. And I think this might be an interesting way to bring in our next guest. And I'll hand over to Sister Ari Ma'at to introduce him, because I think that she's best placed to do so for more reasons than one. It's from a subchapter entitled "Values as Instruments of Social Control." And Uncle Ku was touching on this earlier. Amos Wilson says values as a key factor in the individual's orientation towards himself and his world regulate the direct consciousness. Values are the standards by which we determine what is preferable, appropriate, important, good, desirable, or what ought to be. They help us to regulate and direct our behavior. They give meaning to behavior. Valuing involves the making of choices which not only operationally influence behavioral activities, but significantly helps to shape the type of life the individual builds for himself and the kind of person he becomes. To the degree that the values blacks use to determine their own behavior are originated and controlled by whites, is the degree black behavior falls under white control. Is the degree whites retain and exercise social power over blacks. Is the degree blacks are powerless relative to whites. This allows whites to socially control the behavior of blacks, while blacks believe themselves in control. Black power requires that blacks originate their own values and that those values be exercised by them in their own interest. And I think it's very important to say that when we talk about Black Pound Day, all this is doing is trying to train our values, trying to get us to value our own businesses and the businesses in our own community, and value not just having money, but how we spend our money, where it's going to. This is all about retraining and developing our sense of value and valuation and valuing. And with that, let me hand over to Sister Ali Ma'at to introduce our next and final guest.
I'm hoping he's here now, because we've been trying to He's here. And he's miles away from me. Welcome, Montuta. Come on, Montuta. And I've kept awake for you. By the way, this is my husband.
Indeed.
Oh, bless. Oh, this is a special and sacred moment. What a
Exactly
great way
what
to
we're
end.
talking about.
What a great way to end.
It's all about technology, right? Yes? Because one minute you're in, the next minute you're out.
Calhoun, please unmute your
Your
mic.
mic.
Calhoun, we can't hear you.
My apologies.
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
Let me say namaste to everybody, as I'd always say. Means I
Namaste.
bow to the divinity to all of you. I was told to be here at 4 o'clock. It's now 10 o'clock, but it's all good. It's all good.
But you're now here. All right. I know it's been a long day for everybody, but I wanted to start this quickly for you to talk about. I liked what the speakers were speaking about before about family businesses. So I would like to introduce my husband and the business that we have started in the UK. And I would like him to talk about it today.
We sat down and we looked at health, and we found that in looking at health, there was a lot of people that's running, our people, should I say, are running to everybody else for health. You know, the Chinese open a shop and the Chinese say, we've got the remedies for everything, right? And we run to the Chinese man, and the Chinese man says he's going to heal us. The Indians open a shop, Asians, and they open their shop and they say, we've got all the herbs and everything for health, and everybody runs to them. And the Europeans have their shop, as we're in their country, and they say all these herbs and all these roots is what they give you, and these will cure everything. And everybody runs to them. But yet, we have a vast continent, Africa, we have the Caribbean, and all those islands in there where we have all the natural roots. We have the Americas, where all these natural roots are in and these herbs, and we don't seem to want to turn to it. But lately, over the last few years, our people have been realizing, no, you know, the Cersei does work. The Strongback does work. The China roots does work, right? The all these herbs that we grew up knowing. And I remember I used to go to Jamaica and bring back all these different things, the goat weed and all these sort of things, and we just forgot about it. So we're saying we need to put our African holistic health remedies, herbs back on the market. So in doing that, we've got this little shop here that we're slowly putting together, and we tie it in with our religion, obviously, because this is our religion. It's what we are. We are Tonists, and we tie that in there too. And we've been speaking to different practitioners, different herbalists, and they're all coming through, and we're taking their products and we're putting it on our shelf. And we're going to mix it with the everyday things, in a sense, like the almond milk and the burgers for those that want those, and so forth. Those little bits and pieces, the flowers, the rice, these sort of things. We're going to put them on there because people need. But with the herb and the remedies, this is how we're going to have to go forward. So we're going to take all the black seed oil and put the best, try and get the best of everything, because you can find our like black seed oil, you can find it in Amazon, but they're giving you cheap stuff. You can find it rapeseed oil, cheap stuff. Hemp, cheap stuff. CBD, cheap stuff. So we're saying, let's get all the best that we can and put them on our shelf, because what you eat is surely what's going to heal you. So if we're not eating the right foods, we're not going to get healed. So we decided, let's put this little hub together, this little health hub, and like in talking to all these different practitioners, everybody seems to love it. Part of what we're doing is we've got a room at the back where they can come in, they can hire that room out, so they can talk to their people, they can counsel, they can massage, they can do what they need to do within that area, and then they can come out here and get the necessary herbs that they need for healing. This is just a small shop, but it's the idea that if we're doing it and it works and other people are doing it, because we're not the only one. There's Back to Eden over in Clapton. I know about the brother that's been doing it for a while, but we're now saying, let's get all of the stuff in there, all of the African stuff, and all of the Jamaican, the St. Lucian, the Barbadian, Caribbean stuff. Let's get the best things we can. Let's just heal our people. And that's what we're doing here, healing our people mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And that's the name, and that's the goal. It's called the Tree of Eternal Life. Why Tree of Eternal Life? Because we're offering eternal life. Not, oh, we're going to live forever, no, but we're going to make sure that within this society and we're living, we keep producing, and we keep producing healthy, strong children in order, mentally strong, spiritually strong, emotionally strong, physically strong, so that we can make sure that our race, our group continues. So, yes, this is just a small shop, and this is what we're just putting in place. If I've missed anything, my dear, you can just prompt me. You know.
I will say, I would like to add to that the bigger vision is to have our own. You can to compare it to the Holland Barrel. So the majority of what we will be stocking will be, as my husband said, African Caribbean herbs, bush. We're already sourcing products.
Natural ginger.
We're already sourcing products from Ghana, and we've got some products coming in also. Well, suppliers' interest from Zimbabwe, a range of suppliers. So again, it's going back to the way we used to do things. You know, with the corona or the COVID-19, we see a lot of our people dying. You know, it's people very dear to us. You know, it's you know what, is if you was to tell us of what's happening now, even a year ago, you know we would never believe it. So what we're saying is, you know, we go back to the source, go back to what we know best, go back to our natural herbs and our remedies. I'm currently doing a shout out to any herbalists that are out there that are practicing. We will love you to speak to us. There's a number of herbalists right now that we are stocking their products, and as my husband said, there's also an opportunity for them to see their clients. There's also a space if they want to do workshops around their practice. I mean, some of the herbs we're talking about, I mean, there was a brother earlier on, I think it was the brother that sold the moringa. I would love to speak to him because he had.
No, 1 second. Ankara?
Oh, you spoke to him already?
Oh, yeah, he's lined up, man. Don't worry about it.
So, for example, again, the moringa, the cancer bush, the Circe, the fever grass, the strongback, the search me heart, the trumpet tea, as well as the spirulina, the wheatgrass, herbs to heal or to support diabetes, cancer, thyroids, women's issues. So, you know, these are all the things that are all the types of herbs and medicines that we're trying to house within our eternal life store. So, I mean, what I would like to, when are we looking to open up? When is our launch date?
We're opening on the 4th of July. Mm-hmm. It so happens on the 4th of July is when they're lifting all of the, or some of them too, this COVID social distancing from 2 meters to 1 meter. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It so happens that on that day, we've got our cultural day event, mm-hmm. which we didn't plan this, it's just fallen into place. So on the 4th of July, the doors open and we're gonna, whatever we have on the shelf, we're selling, whatever we have in the fridge, we're selling, and the products are moving from there.
Okay.
So That's the day. And as you was mentioning herbs, we're definitely going to have enough things in order to help. Even with the COVID-19, we're gonna sort that too.
All right. I mean, what kind of things are we thinking about?
It's really going to be mainly herbs for that opening day, and a bit of flour and books.
I see there is somebody in the chat room, Sam. Is it Sam? There's somebody called Sam, a trained herbalist. Sam, if you could leave some sort of details for us, we'll definitely be interested in speaking with you. And you know, again, we're doing a shout out right now. I mean, one of the things that we're hoping to network with is any herbalist, or if you know of any herbalists, any practitioners that has a product that we could sell in our store. That's who we're looking for. But also any practitioners that is looking for a space. I mean, the location for us. Want to tell the audience our location?
We're based in Tottenham, and it's West Green Road. Anybody that knows Tottenham knows West Green Road. That is the busy road for Nubia Melanites. So the address is 124A West Green Road, London N15. That's 15 N15 5AA. Right, that's 124A West Green Road and 15 5AA, shall I say.
Okay. Kay Moore said most of us have forgotten what the herbs are and their uses. So it would be great to have a herbalist who knows their stuff. I mean, can we say anything about the brands at this stage who we're going to be stocking?
We're at the moment, we know we're definitely, King Lion's definitely on board. We've got Atumbi, they're definitely on board. I spoke to the sister Kindaki, she's definitely on board. I spoke to Gebre, definitely on board. Renentet, she's on board. The Jamaica, I forget their name, they're on board. I've got some of their products here already. They just forgot their name. But there's so many of them jumping in right now. We're trying to just make sure that we get all of this on board. So we've got a few herbalists, a few practitioners on board. We've got people that are going to be doing massages and stretches and healing people. The other day I was standing and one of my friends walked past, guy that I went to school with, and he was limping. I looked at him and said, I called his name, I said, Patrick. And he looked back, I said, what's wrong with you? Oh, I have sciatica. Oh, 2 weeks, come back, we fix that for you, right? And he's telling me that he's gone there and he's gone to the hospital and they can't do anything. It's not a hard fix. So we're dealing with all this as well. Nobody cares about us but us. And if we're not willing to work with us, for us, to benefit us, then we're not going to succeed. We can't keep dependent on everybody else to fix us. We've got to learn ourselves. And we know we've got the tools. It's like people are saying, they've just forgotten what we had and how it was used. So yes, you can come in and we're going to have paraphernalias on the wall explaining which herbs work well in what manner.
But the thing is, you know, I remembered when we was growing up, and you know, when we used to, you know, have breakfast, you know, mom and dad will throw something into our mouth. No one's asking what it is. They throw it into our mouth, but it was medicine. You know, my grandmother used to have this bottle on her shelf with, I don't even know what was in it. If anybody was sick, drink that. But have we moved away from that right now? Have we totally moved away?
We embrace the European method of healing. And we more deal with cures instead of prevention, because we come to this thing of you got to get sick first. When you get sick, then I heal you, instead of saying, why not just take the things that doesn't allow me to get sick? And we don't believe or accept that these things are real, because you're not sick. And if you're not sick, then you say, I don't know if this is working. But you're not sick. But I don't know if it's working. But you're not sick. So you keep taking the things that says, I won't get sick. So once we're taking our roots again, and we're drinking our herbs and fermenting our herbs into what remedies we need, we will stop getting sick.
So was it very much about preventative then?
Yeah, and cure, because obviously we did get sick, yes, but it's easier if you don't get sick. So it's a mixture of both. Remember, food is your medicine, and we're not eating right. And if we're not eating right, then we're gonna get sick. And like I said, when we take on the Western mindset of the pharmaceutical products, and I'm sick, I'm gonna take this, instead of saying, well, you know what, I'll just keep taking this nasty thing that I don't like once a month. When I take it once a month or once a week or whenever I need to, it just stops me from getting ill. That's all we have to do. We have to take the time to understand our bodies and understand the benefits of fasting. Little things. You know, just little things.
I mean, one of the things though is with the pharmaceuticals though it's more like a quick fix though, isn't it? It's very much a quick fix. So
say it again. It's a quick what?
Those type of tablets and medicines that are in the pharmacies, it's considered a quick fix though, isn't it? It's not necessarily something that will looking at from supporting yourselves in the long term. It's like, well, you have pain, you take that tablet and that's it. But then what we're looking at, the damage that over a period of time that particular medications do into our bodies. But the herbs aren't necessarily.
It's what you're saying is the quick fix, and that's what we was trying to say. But the quick fix, meaning you have to get ill first, and then we're gonna fix you. So we're being utilized and encouraged, in fact, programmed to break down. We need to move away from that. And I was listening to Ankara and what he was saying about the moringa and the fact that how they went and sourced highest quality of moringa, and they're right. They have a very high source of quality of moringa, and we've all got to do that. So one thing that we're gonna have when you see our argan oil is the highest quality of argan oil that you're gonna find. It's gonna work. Our black seed oil is the highest quality of black seed oil that you're gonna find. So we're trying to source all these. Will we have the regular stuff? Of course, everybody can't afford the high stuff, but as in time, as we grow and we develop, we push for the high grade. We have to have it.
Somebody's asking us, were we vegans or are we vegans?
There was a time I was a vegan. I would say no, I eat fish. But we don't just, we just don't eat fish every day. We've come to understand that there's different parts. If you're in the land in the middle of Africa and there is no, you eat what's there. So if it depends on your tribe, it depends on what you eat. So we don't tell everybody, oh, you must be a vegan. There's people that are vegan and they're happy being a vegan. There's people that are vegan and they're very miserable being a vegan. So we say there's a balance. Now, we say stay away from the red meat, but fish, again, even with the way the fish has been sourced, we have to be very careful. Everything is how you balance it. Now, even with vegans, we say to vegans, if you're not growing your own food, what are you eating? So that's the next step. If you're not actually growing the food, what are you eating? Because you don't know what's going in the soil. You don't know the pesticide that's used on it. We don't know. We're in this situation where if we're not doing for self, you can't really be sure. So the vegans today, you're eating stuff that has all kind of chemicals in it, and that's why I said no.
I mean, to that person, I mean, one of the things that we do try to avoid is some of the processed vegan foods.
That's right.
To go back a bit, there was a stage where yes, we actually were vegans for a number of years. And we're talking about how long now? About 10 years we were vegans for?
Yep.
This for a number of years we were vegans, but again, you know, being a vegan, it had a lot of its challenges, and there was a stage that we turned to a lot of those alternative meat type of non-meat products, which, and then in our investigation, we also found that they're not, it's like eating, it's another form of junk food, isn't it?
Another form, it is junk food.
Yeah, so we moved away from that. Then we went to more vegetable-based, bean-based type of diet. But then, you know, it's as my husband said, it's, you know, that type of diet is not for everybody. I mean, there was a time where I actually got ill due to the fact that there is I went to a conference, and, you know, for a number of days, and I requested a vegan diet, a vegan menu, and there's some places in the world where when you say you're a vegan, they look at you like you're crazy. So, you know, so I made a choice that if I'm no longer a vegan, but whatever I do eat is the best source of food. And one of the things that being out here, where I am now, is the food is so fresh. And one of the things that we do advocate as well is grow your own foods. That's something, I mean, within our company, so, you know, we grow our own foods. We encourage people, our membership, to grow their own foods. And we encourage people, if you have even a small plot, grow your own foods. At least you know what you're taking.
And it's very important that we must add a little to that, is that we guise our food. We guise our food. And it's a new term that you're going to hear, and you're going to see a little bit more. It's spelled G-A-I-Z, guise. And the Muslim will say halal. The Jews will say kosher, meaning that we clean our food, whether it's with vinegar, whether it's with salt, whether it's with lemon or lime. You soak and you get all of the parasites as much as you can out of what you're eating, whether it's vegetables, fruits.
Sorry, Kahun, you missed one. You missed one, Kahun. You missed one. Yeah, the Rastaman say Ital. You know, don't want to forget Ital. You know what I mean? I remember Ital. You know.
But because remember, as we're eating food, over here, they're teaching our people that you shouldn't wash the meats that you eat. Crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. How can you not be cleaning the things that you're eating? So it gets rid of so much of the parasites off of your food that now the body doesn't get ill. And these are the little things that we put away and we stop doing. So we've got to get back in tune to how things were with nature, how we made our link to nature, in order so that we can live a better life.
Yes, sir. Sister Ari, we are gonna proceed to the conclusion of our show. So I don't know if there's anything lastly that you want to address with Carbon Montuta.
What I think we'll say at this stage in regards to that is that you can see our website here, www.treeofeternallife.co.uk. It's a landing page at this stage, and the website is actually being built. It's going to be an information page at this stage, and I think there was somebody in the chat room was asking, will we be selling online? Eventually, yes, we will. So if you was to leave your details, we operate a database, and we'll give you updates on the new products and services that's going to be taking place at the Tree of Life, Tree of Eternal Life.
Thank you very much, sis. Now I know it's 2 over there, so we're gonna wrap up, but feel free to depart. Yeah, because you know what I'm saying. So feel free to let you. I
just want to say, I just want to say this is today, I keep saying it's amazing, amazing, and I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying it. You know, this is, I just want the audience to know that, you know, the work and the effort that's gone behind, you know, there's some of the team that you don't see. There's a lot that's going on behind the scenes. I want to say thank you to Nat Naya and Stella P. There was a time you saw me going quiet, right? I was just exhausted, and I know you're exhausted. But what is keeping us going right now is the energy that's coming from the chat room. It's coming back from the feedback. You know, it's, you know, we came up with this concept, and when we heard what Swiss said, we said we want to do this, and we wanted to do this not because of gotKush. We wanted to do this because of the audience. We wanted to show you out there what was available. We wanted to show you the types of brands, the businesses, the entrepreneurs that, you know, as a people, we need to connect with. I truly believe we've done that today. And I think we need to applaud, not just ourselves, but the people who's been on board today. You know, thank you. And how long has it been? 10 hours. Have you been on 10 hours? And then 11. So, you know, yes, you know, we may feel tired, but you know what? The main thing is that you have learned, you have connected, and this is to the audience, you have learned, you have connected, you have shared, we've seen the brands, and that is our objective, and I think we've done our job today.
Can I say this before we close down? Can I say thank you, Ashuka Santi, as we would say, to all of you, because I know you've been working, or even though you brought me in 6 hours late, it's all good.
So sorry.
And to the people, and to Nkosi and the rest of the team in the background, gotKush, I know you sat down for a year or so, and you come back, you've bounced back well, and respect to all of you. I know you've had a long day, and we missed you, and are happy that you're back. So keep the good works rolling, and this, what you've just put on today, is amazing. As my wife would say, amazing. It's been amazing, but it's been amazing. Let me say
namaste. Thank you for joining us. So feel free to both depart at your own leisure. We're going to move towards. We've got a competition to get to for all the diehard in the chat and all these things. So I guess Nat Naya instead will be staying with us for the next 3 minutes until we close down. So I'll get back to them in a second. But let us just deal with a few of our announcements as we go through. All right. So stay tuned. We're just going to deal with some of our announcements. Then we're going to get to the competition. So anybody who wants to win a voucher for Reflect Couture, please stay tuned, and we'll get to you in a sec. All right. Stay tuned. Why are black people 3 times more likely? gotKushTV.com is now opening for you to advertise, calling all businesses, promoters, event organizers, artists, service providers, content creators, and brands of every kind. If you are looking to share your business or services with a growing and diverse audience, gotKushTV is the space for you. Advertising space is available all over the website. You can advertise here. 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 And you can even advertise here. All spaces are going at very reasonable rates. And we even have a design and production service, especially for those who will need an advert designed or produced for you. For inquiries, don't hesitate to contact us. info@gotKushTV.co.uk. Advertising on gotKushTV.com. We look forward to hearing from you. Why are black people?
Fantastic. Oh, next one.
Why are 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19? Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through natural means? Are we really in the midst of a pandemic? All this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For this exclusive live web event, gotKushTV have brought together an illustrious lineup of holistic health practitioners, including Stephen Sali of the Mariandina Foundation, Ikong of Eat to Live, Not to Die, Kensu Imhotep of the Naturally Holistic Wellness Group, and Leah Salmon, the Naturally You Coach, taking place Sunday, the 25th of June, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. GMT, broadcast live on gotKushTV. Tickets are half price until the 15th of June. Get your tickets now from gotKushTV.com. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. This is an event not to be missed.
We got some more.
This is Decipher, and these are lovely panelists. African versus Caribbean versus British.
I'll say from the African, is that no, not?
Everyone's Africanness comes innately. I went to Jamaica earlier this year, and I know I'm not Jamaican. They don't look at me as Jamaican.
Yeah. I don't like people just wearing a dashiki and wearing stuff and just saying, yeah, I'm African now. That's very fake to me.
You protect people, want to claim Africa, like it's some superior, something.
This being a semicircle, and you, the audience, completing the circle.
Microphone check. Blessings, kings and queens. All right. So we're gonna round up the thing nice and easy. Yeah. So first of all, big up to Miss Tisha Leash. Yeah, that's an interesting name right there, so for the super chat. You know what I'm saying? We give thanks for all of that. And yeah, man, shout out to all the people them that's going to be staying locked on. We want to encourage you also whilst you're here. One more thing we gotta sort out. Make sure that I say this because I've been meaning to many times today. And that is to subscribe to our mailing list on gotKushTV.com. You got this little section right here where you can join our mailing list. Yeah, so subscribe to our mailing list, subscribe to our channel, and you can stay tuned to all the developments, the future developments, especially as it relates to Black Group Economics and the Black Group Economics show. I think today we have validated the need for the development of that show expeditiously and exponentially. You know what I'm saying? We need to really get into the production of that show. But for now, kings and queens, once again, subscribe to our YouTube channel. You're watching us right now, so just hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Please like the video. If you haven't liked the video already, please like the video. Yeah, and also subscribe to our mailing list on the website. So just subscribe to our mailing list and you'll get all the gotKushTV updates live and direct. We want to encourage you to join the gotKushTV extended family. gotKushTV extended family. For those who just want to invest in a developing Black media institution and receive some perks as we develop as well down the road, feel free to join the gotKushTV extended family. Just go to the support tab on gotKushTV.com. Many of you have been asking about this, so we finally brought it on stream and it did it. So utilize it, kings and queens, and we appreciate all your support in advance. And finally, for our website, check out our film services page. Them say, you know, they're loosening some of the lockdowns. So if you want an excellent film team to come and film your event or your family occasion, we're doing weddings, funerals, you know what I'm saying, you know, naming ceremonies, wherever it is, kings and queens. We're doing lectures, seminars, concert, you know what I'm saying, wherever it is, you can hire the GKTV film team to come down and cover that event. Get in contact with us. We're looking forward to it. And finally, we have make your brand stand out with affordable product photography. It's very difficult sometimes, kings and queens, to get good images of your products. Yeah, we understand that. And so we have a photography service specifically for products and businesses who want to develop promotional material, kings and queens. All right, so do stay tuned and make sure you get, you know, all that information. Get in contact with us and we'll send you all the information that you need regarding that. I'm going to get to the competition and I'm going to ask Nat9 Celebi if they got a final word. Yeah. So the competition is this: for a voucher for Reflect Couture. Simple question.
Wait, Shakara.
Yeah, go on.
You haven't said how does the person win?
Yeah, they got to type it. I'm gonna say it, right? So
Okay.
the first person to type the answer in this to this question in the chat will win the competition. So once again, the first person to type the answer to this question in the chat will win the competition. All right. I mean, we're locking off in less than 10 minutes time here, Kings and Queens. So bear that in mind. Black Pound Day was initiated by an artist, a legendary artist from a legendary crew, yes, and who released an album recently. We want to know the name of the artist, the name of the legendary crew, and the name of the latest album of that artist. The first person to type that in the chat will win the competition. All right. And I want to big up my mum. My mum's locked on right now. She says, Marathon Day, son. Well done. Blessings to all involved. Thank you, mommy. You know what I'm saying? Big up to my mum inside the building. You done know. All right. So we've got name of legendary artist, name of legendary crew, and name of latest album of legendary artist.
Yeah, so I'll put it all together. You got
all together. I don't want no one. You get me? Bundle that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But you lot are giving me giving me one word. Like obviously the answer to the question needs to be more than one word. So we want the name of the artist. We want the name of the crew and the name of All right, so Leon Banton got it all in one. You get me? I'm gonna allow you, because technically, if I was being technical, I would say no. It's the Soul Solid Crew, but we're gonna allow you if we're being finicky and technical. So Leon Banton, I beg, can you please email your contact details to gotKushTV@gmail.com, gotKushTV@gmail.com, and we shall hook you up with Reflect Couture, and you have won the competition. So Leon Banton, are you that? Congratulations, you are the winner of a voucher from a Reflect Couture, Kings and Queens, and let that be a lesson for all businesses, because Reflect Couture is the only business that came on today and did a promotional competition, and so these are ways of promoting your business and marketing and all these things. So big up to Leon Banton for that. But yes, please email us your details at gotKushTV@gmail.com, and we will link you up with Reflect Couture. All right, Kings and Queens, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. That nice to be. A last word from you both.
Oh my gosh, just what a day. I mean, I am zonked, but I still feel like I could do a whole nother day of this, because the energy from the chat, everyone that's done a presentation and represented, just so much Black power. I watched Nina Simone first thing this morning, and I feel like that energy has completely been radiating all the way through this day. So big up to gotKushTV, and big up to Swiss, our brother, for the Black Pound Day movement, for being a catalyst and getting that, universal voice. So thank you so much for inviting me and Nai to come on as alongside you and Sister Ari. We really appreciate that a lot, to be a part of this magic moment.
And to add to what Stella just said, I think fundamentally Sister Ari was saying that it's not a moment, it's a movement. And I feel that's absolutely key. We are filled with energy. I don't really feel like, a part of me doesn't feel tired at all. I feel energized, and it is that the energy from us, as in gotKush, but also the energy from the people who've proven that there is a great need in terms of business terms, but also on a spiritual level and a human level and an African level. There's a great need for what we're doing, and my mind is blown by the wide array of skills and the vast knowledge base and intelligence in our community. It's insane. So really and truly, the responsibility now is to honor this moment and to honor this moment. I mean, today was a moment, and we have to honor it by really, okay, what happens tomorrow? What happens the next day? What happens, etc., etc. Shakara, you are a special human being and an inspiration to us, and I'm sure to many people. And I feel it's your energy that basically all of us have to, you know, carry on. That keep on keeping on, basically. And yeah, we can't not big up Obi and Encode and the rest of the GotKush team that is making this happen. You know what I mean? Because yeah, we are the generation that is going to break that cycle. So it's going to take a lot of hard work, but I think we're definitely ready for that.
Yeah, big up all the people in the chat. Thank you so much. Some of you've been here the whole entire day.
Warrior.
For 10, nearly 11 hours. And then if anyone wants to follow myself or Natnai, you can do on our Instagram pages. So
Voyage to Motherland.
Yes, on Voyage to Motherland.
On gotKushTV, you can find Voyage to Motherland.
Indeed. Check it out. But yeah.
So Voyage to Motherland is a show that is being aired currently on gotKushTV, and it is our journey to the motherland. COVID-19 interrupted so much, but you know, things are working out how they're supposed to.
So I just want to say it's a family affair, because not only Stella B has family, my uncle's in the chat as well. This is my mom's big brother. Big up my Uncle Fitz, right? You done know. Yeah, thank you very much, Uncle Fitz. How you mean? You get me? All right, we got to wrap up quickly here, because the stream doesn't record much after 11 hours. So I'm gonna get into this very, very quickly. Thank you, Nat Nice to the B. Yeah, cause you know, say I love Uno. And yeah, I ain't got time to go into all of it. But big up Sister Ari for anchoring the thing for the majority of the day. We love that. We love that. Big up to the whole directorship of gotKushTV, because it was he don't like his name being called, but it's been called Bear Taz today, so I'm gonna take a liberty. But this whole thing was because his idea. He put together the whole panel, and it was he put together the whole panel and the whole day, and yeah, it was a fantastic day. And so, you know, we appreciate the levels behind the scenes at gotKushTV. Obviously, Obi, you done know. And yeah, man, big up to everyone all up inside the place. Right, kings and queens, we want to let you know that we are gotKushTV, and we're going to be here forever and ever. We will be here forever and ever, in the words of, KRS-One and all these things. So stay tuned for more from gotKushTV tomorrow. It's how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. The day after that, on Monday, it's the launch of Decipher. Decipher is going to be levels, kings and queens. So tune in to gotKushTV tomorrow, Monday, from 7 p.m. for the first episode of Decipher ever to be broadcast, kings and queens. We are your #1 Black conscious media platform coming out of the UK. Always remember, you ain't got nothing if you ain't got Kush. gotKushTV.com is now opening for you to advertise, calling all businesses, promoters, event organizers, artists, service providers, content creators, and brands of every kind. If you are looking to share your business or services with a growing and diverse audience, gotKushTV is the space for you. Advertising space is available all over the website. You can advertise here. 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 And you can even advertise here. Spaces are going at very reasonable rates, and we even have a design and production service, especially for those who will need an advert designed or produced for you. For inquiries, don't hesitate to contact us. info@gotKushTV.co.uk. Advertising on gotKushTV.com. We look forward to hearing from you. 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19. Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through a pandemic? All this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents How to Boot. Sorry, family, there's a lot going on right now, yeah, as I'm sure you can appreciate. I forgot to say, Leon Bantan, yeah, Leon Banton, just to interrupt that little advert there, just to say there's more prizes, yeah. So Nate the lyricist who joined us earlier, who has the t-shirt, the apparel brand, wait name again. Oh, it's gone up my head. But anyway, you're gonna get more t-shirt. gotKushTV is throwing something from the gotKushTV shop in the mix as well. And yeah, so you're gonna get Reflect Couture, some gotKushTV merchandise, and also Nate the lyricist merchandise as well. Yeah, so it's a nice little package you're gonna get there, King. So well done, Leon Banton, for winning the competition. And once again, always remember, you ain't got nothing if you ain't got Kush. Why are black people 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19? Is a vaccine the solution? Is it possible to strengthen your immunity to this virus through natural means? Are we really in the midst of a pandemic? All this and more addressed as gotKushTV presents how to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. For this exclusive live web event, gotKushTV have brought together an illustrious lineup of holistic health practitioners, including Stephen Sali of the Mariandina Foundation, Ikong of Eat to Live, Not to Die, Kensu Imhotep of the Naturally Holistic Wellness Group, and Leah Salmon, the Naturally You Coach, taking place Sunday, the 25th of June, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. GMT, broadcast live on gotKushTV. Tickets are half price until the 15th of June. Get your tickets now from gotKushTV.com. How to boost your immune system in the COVID-19 era. This is an event not to be missed.
Is the cipher, and these are our lovely panelists. African versus Caribbean versus British.
I'll say from African, is that no, you're not.
Everyone's Africanness comes innately. I went to Jamaica earlier this year, and I know I'm not Jamaican. They don't look at me as Jamaican. Yeah.
I don't like people just wearing a dashiki and wearing stuff and just saying, yeah, I'm African now. That's very fake to me.
You protect people, wanna claim Africa, like it's some superior, something.
This being a semicircle, and you, the audience, completing the circle.
Lyricism is a craft. Leave the gimmicks to the half-hearts who can only walk the beaten path and rock the stereotypical mask. They stole our swag, pimped us out, called it mainstream, and we said bun it. The only stream we feel is the one that flows from our current. We were the genius, wide-eyed, trying to fraternize with the gatekeepers to the mansion. And every time we got too black, no exposure was the sanction. He couldn't resist the rhythm, stayed making pee from our riggers, saying, please continue to create like gods, just so long as you spit like niggas. But we're them perverted revolutionaries. Don't let us in the door, we kick it down. Seal the roof, we smash through the ceiling. And now we've become wise enough to construct our own buildings. Their mansion is a minor, to their industry we don't aspire. Now London's burning, cause we ignite the UK fire. So spit high caliber MC, rapper, bring the spoken word poet. Vocalists construct those melodies of resonant frequencies and send it out to the world. If Omawale Malcolm was a poet, we are the means necessary. Carrying Yah Santa was bullets on the winds of our words. If Messiah was music, we are the whirlwind and the storm. Be black as you want to be, this is your platform. Like how the Most High created the world, it's recognized as the first gift. gotKushTV, we bring you Wordsmith. gotKushTV. After a stellar 2019, your #1 Black conscious media platform is getting ready to go into overdrive for 2020. As we promised, last year, we launched The Inside. We premiered the pilot for the Black Group Economic Show. We dropped 2 new seasons of Wordsmith, the #1 platform for artists with a message in the music. We've seen you out on the road, the Black Carpet Awards, the Reparations March, the Legacy Center of Excellence, and more. We brought you Dr. Mumbi, the legendary Bob Andy, Queen Diambi, Kemi Seba, Esther Stanford Hossein, Leo Mohammed, Brother Leader Badaka, and more. And now, 2020 is set to see gotKushTV taking it to the next level. First up, look out for the official launch of the gotKushTV website, your official portal for all things GKTV, including new shows, news, views, and reviews, soon to be serving you with advertising opportunities and the launch of the GKTV African market. gotKushTV.com will also be a global hub for all things Black, conscious, and empowering from all over the Black world. Black achievers, Black excellence, education, health, positive Black imagery, entrepreneurs, Black brands, and charity work. All this and more can be found here at gotKushTV.com. Then there's the new shows. Decipher, the dynamic discussion and debate show. Health is Wealth, practical tips for living in wellness. Kush Communiversity, home of Black Warrior Scholarship. And UK Fire Entertainment, bringing you a slew of music videos for your listening and viewing pleasure. Look out for more of The Insight, Wordsmith, and the full 3rd season of the Black Group Economic Show, all coming your way soon. As always, the GKTV film team is available for hire to cover your events and all filming needs. Visit us at gotKushTV.com for hire inquiries and more information. Stand by all Black businesses through our website, social media, and show content. We have monumental advertising, sponsorship, and network opportunities catering especially for you. gotKushTV is about to take off. To join us for the ride, there's 4 things you can do. 1, subscribe to our channel. Hit that bell to make sure you don't miss a release. Join us on all social media and hit up gotKushTV.com to subscribe to our mailing list for exclusive opportunities in the near future. 2, like. Let us know you're feeling our content by hitting that ever so important button of approval. 3, comment. We want to hear your feedback on everything we're putting out. So make sure your presence is felt in the comment section. 4, share. Spread the word by hitting that share button and exposing your circle to the magnificence that is gotKushTV. We look forward to building with you throughout 2020 and servicing you with high quality Black media production. gotKushTV. Beyond discussion, beyond debate, we put the power in Black media.